Family, this gossip from Onigashima is explosive. As soon as I entered the Great Hall, I saw Kaido pointing at Yamato's visibly pregnant belly and shouting, with a father and daughter immediately clashing. Yamato admitted she was pregnant, but refused to reveal who the father was. Kaido demanded she draw the person, and soon the beast pirates were in full swing. Meanwhile, the main character, Vulong Mokuryu, was lying flat on a deserted island, and then Kaido came knocking. Let me tell you, this gossip from Onigashima today has me stuffed. The moment I stepped into the Great Hall, I saw Kaido's old face as dark as a pot bottom, pointing at Yamato, his voice loud enough to lift the roof. Yamato, aren't you going to explain yourself? Goodness, I finally saw it clearly. Yamato's belly was already showing. Family, who understands? The mighty four Emperor's Kaido is about to become a grandfather, but he seems to be the last to know. This is quite the spectacle. Kaido's finger was knocking on the throne like a death knell, and his gaze was so fierce it seemed he wanted to burn 2 holes in Yamato's belly. He was shaking with anger, shouting about which bastard took advantage of his inattention to mess with his cabbage, and, if he caught him, he'd skin that kid alive and send the skin to Big Mom. I thought to myself, this blackheart little cotton-padded jacket always yells about wanting to beat you up, but now that Yamato is pregnant, he's in such a panic. And what about Yamato? She wasn't scared at all, rolling her eyes and sneering. Kaido, what do you want me to explain? Her tone was practically a real-life version of who do you think you are? This infuriated Kaido, and with a smack, he smashed the golden armrest of his chair into splinters, with chips flying towards Yamato's face. Suspense. What kind of attitude is this? Kaido started to roar. I'm your father. You think you can act tough now, huh? Messing around with others to disgust me, right? Yamato was also furious. Who's messing around? Speak with some respect. I cherish my body very much. Don't take yourself too seriously. Huh, not messing around? Kaido pointed at her belly. Then tell me, what's this thing? Don't tell me you're just gaining weight. Do you think I believe that? IsPregnant, so what? Yamato laid her cards on the table, stepping forward with her belly. I admitted it's not something to be ashamed of. Kaido was so angry he was about to grind his teeth to dust. He kept Yamato locked up on Onigashima day and night to prevent outside dangers, but a thief from within. He swore that once he dragged that bastard out, he'd make him experience the top 10 tortures of the beast pirates, making him wish he were dead. Seeing him like this, Yamato was even more emboldened, directly confronting him. You still have the nerve to say you're my dad? You locked me up since I was little. You're doing a great job as a dad. Guess what Kaido said? Without a hint of embarrassment, he replied, of course. I'm protecting you. The sea is so dangerous. If I didn't stop you, you would have been eaten clean by the bad guys outside. I was standing nearby and was dumbfounded. This operation nearly burned out my CPU, turning illegal imprisonment into a fatherly love so thick-skinned. It must be at the level of armed color domination. Yamato laughed angrily. So I should thank you? No need to thank me. That's what a father should do. Kaido was quite proud. Yamato was too lazy to argue with him and turned to leave. Kaido suddenly stood up, his massive frame blocking the door like a wall. Stop. You still haven't told me who that bastard is. I just want to know whose child it is. Kaido stared intensely into her eyes. What will you do if you find out? Kill him? Yamato retorted. Absolutely. Then how could I possibly tell you? Yamato looked at him as if he were stupid. I believe you will. Just as he spoke, a kanabo appeared in Kaido's hand, crackling with purple lightning, aimed directly at Yamato's belly. I thought to myself, even a tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. What are you trying to do? Yamato panicked, backing away several steps to protect her belly. Kaido, you shameless. The child is innocent. Yeah, the child is innocent. Kaido sneered. So tell me who that bastard is, or I'll make the child in your belly disappear with him. Choose. Save the child or save the coward who left you to bear the consequences alone. Yamato fell silent. After a long pause, she rolled her eyes and decided to divert the blame, saying, fine, I'll tell you. It's Jin. Yenjai Jin, Inazai Jin. Haha. Kaido laughed immediately, his expression almost saying, do you think I'm stupid? Make up a better story. Jin wouldn't do something like this. If it's Jin, Yamato insisted. This move was clever. She threw the blame on Kaido's most trusted subordinate, and Kaido couldn't erupt in anger immediately. But who is Kaido? He wouldn't fall for this trick. The lightning around his kanabo intensified. We'll give you one last chance. Don't force me to use my conqueror's haki to clean house. The oppressive aura made the air in the entire hall freeze. Yamato knew her dad was serious about moving. She sighed and finally conceded. All right, I'll tell you. His name is Vulong Mokuryu. Mokuryu? Kaido was bewildered. Who is that? Which corner of the world did this newcomer pop out from? Why haven't I heard of him? He's not even one of us in the Beast Pirates. Impossible. Kaido denied directly. Where would an outsider come from on Onigashima? You are still lying to me. Yamato was utterly speechless. If you don't believe the truth, What do you want to hear? How about you give me a name, and he'll read out for you. Kaido, furious, slammed the kanabo down on the ground. Fine. You say his name is Mokuryu, right? Where's he? Bring him to me, and he'll believe you. Where am I supposed to find him? Yamato rolled her eyes. He left only his name behind. After leaving a mark, you can send people to search the world for him. Kaido was so angry he almost cursed, but then thought that cursing his daughter would be like cursing himself, so he held it back. He said viciously, all right, he'll have people search the entire new world. If I find him, this matter will be over. If not, even if rocks came back to life, I wouldn't be able to save the child in your belly. After saying that, Kaido turned to leave, and when he returned, he had paper and a pen in hand. It's hard to find just a name draw. Draw him for me. As a result, Yamato drew an abstract masterpiece. Let me tell you, that drawing could only show a creature with a nose, 2 eyes, and a mouth nothing else was recognizable. Kaido immediately tore the drawing up, furious, jumping up and down. Are you messing with me? Seeing that hard tactics didn't work, Kaido decided to soften his approach, with promises and grand plans. Draw well, and I guarantee that as long as that kid catches my eye, I won't just spare him, I'll bring him back as my son-in-law and train him as the next governor of the Beast Pirates. You wouldn't want your child to be born without a father, right? Yamato hesitated. She touched her belly, torn between fearing Kaido's words meant nothing and imagining a happy family of 3 together. In the end, she steeled her heart and took a gamble. This time, she seriously drew a picture. Kaido took the portrait, nodded in satisfaction, and before leaving, he even asked for the first time, don't overexert yourself these days, it's not good for the child. I realized he thought Yamato, this big one, was too much of a waste and was preparing to directly cultivate this little one, his grandson. The next second, good heavens, the entire Beast Pirates crew mobilized. Hundreds of pirate ships set sail from Wano country, each pirate holding a black dragon bounty notice, with orders to capture 1,000 rather than let one escape. The commotion was so loud that anyone who didn't know better would think they were about to clash with the red-hair pirates. The situation was so significant that even the Navy headquarters got wind of it. Admiral Sengoku was pulling his hair out, completely baffled by Kaido's madness. He turned to Carp beside him, and guess what? Grandpa Carp was there munching on Sunbae, completely ignoring him, focused on his leisurely snacking, which nearly gave Sengoku a heart attack on the spot. Meanwhile, at this very moment, the male lead causing chaos throughout the new world, Black Dragon, was lying flat on a deserted island where no bird would poop. This guy is a time traveler who fell onto Onigashima a few months ago. With his handsome face and silver tongue, he managed to win over Yamato. They had originally agreed that he would come back to pick her up once he got stronger, but he soon realized that apart from being able to change size freely, he was just a weakling. What could he do against Kaido? All he could do was lie flat and wait for Luffy to come to the rescue before he could sneak in and take advantage. Just as he was lamenting how he was embarrassing the time traveler army, he suddenly felt the sky darken. Looking up, oh my gosh, a massive green dragon was coiling in the clouds. Its dragon eye, larger than a lantern, seemed to be locked onto this small island, as if it had GPS. This was it, he was done for. His father-in-law had come personally with the whole family to catch him. Let me tell you, I was completely stunned at that moment. The dragon in the sky, bigger than an aircraft carrier, could only be my cheap father-in-law, Kaido, right? The look in his eyes from 10,000 meters up was as if he were looking down at a shared bike on the roadside, filled with disdain and confusion. As if to say this thing ran off with my daughter? I was lying on a beach chair pondering life, debating whether to have grilled fish or seafood sashimi for dinner, when suddenly the sky went bang, and the next second, a loud rumble. Good heavens, like an airdrop hitting my face, an 8-meter-tall minotaur wielding a spiked club crashed down right in front of me, creating a massive pit. The shockwave nearly sent both me and the beach chair flying. Upon closer inspection, it was Kaido. This was it, the secret was out. I was still wondering how he found out about my situation with Yamato when I realized it must have been some unscrupulous person. Did the kid report me? Kaido's voice was as loud as thunder, buzzing as he asked me. Kid, do you know why I'm here to find you? I was silently complaining. Nonsense with this setup. You'd think they were here to hold my coronation ceremony. But could I say anything? I didn't dare. My mind was racing, debating whether to kneel and beg for mercy or to put on a brave front. Begging definitely wouldn't work. Someone like Kaido looks down on weaklings. Being tough. What do I have to be tough with? My golden finger is as useless as can be. Forget it. I'll take the initiative and seize the conversational power. I cleared my throat, stood up, brushed off the dirt from my clothes, and looked him straight in the eye. Kaido, you came here about me and Yamato, right? I'm just curious. Who told you? Kaido's expression became even stranger when he heard this. He shook his head, and looked at me like I was an idiot. Looks like you still don't know. Yamato is pregnant. Boom. Let me tell you, that sentence was more explosive than when he jumped down earlier. I was completely stunned, my ears buzzing. What? Yamato is pregnant? After just a few times, I'm going to be a dad? Who understands my family? 1 second, I was at a death sentence scene, and the next I was upgraded to a life winner. My mouth couldn't help but stretch from ear to ear. I'm going to be a dad. Ha ha ha. But before I could enjoy it for 3 seconds, Kaido's words sent me crashing back to hell. Kid, don't get too happy too soon. I want to let my precious daughter be with a useless person. As soon as I heard the words, precious daughter, I almost lost my composure. How can you call someone precious when you've confined them since childhood? Your way of showing love is truly unique. Of course, I only dare to say this in my heart. I suppressed my anger and asked him, so what do you mean? Are you trying to break us apart? Kaido shook the club in his hand and said, hey, don't say it, it's quite fitting. He continued, the conditions are simply outrageous. Yamato told me that as long as you can pass my test, I will let you two reunite and even train you to be the next captain of the Beast Pirates. But if you're useless, I'll personally end you right here. He wanted me to show my strength. I simply spread my hands and chose to surrender half. Brother, don't try it. I really have no combat power. I'm just an ordinary person. As soon as I said this, Kaido exploded. He shouted in anger that it was impossible, that his daughter inherited his genes and would only be attracted to strong people, and there was no way she would fall for a useless person. I was also anxious at the time and blurted out, is it possible that Yamato is just attracted to my handsome face? That's it. I felt like I pressed the launch button for a nuclear bomb. Kaido's face instantly darkened, veins bulging, and he directly burned my CPU. He roared, bastard. Do you mean to say that my daughter is a shallow-faced lover? I won't listen, I won't listen. You can go die. Thunder Bagua. Oh my gosh. That purple lightning spiked. Mace came rushing towards my face with a whoosh. Countless thoughts raced through my mind, and I thought to myself, I'm done for. Even the 5th Emperor Luffy would be knocked out for a while after taking this hit. How can my little body not be turned into a QR code? I shouted at the top of my lungs, Kaido, do you want Yamato to be a widow? It's useless. He's acting like a madman, not stopping at all. Just when that Kanabo was only 1 centimeter from my forehead, I suddenly had an idea. My survival instinct kicked in, and I activated my ability. Bang! In the next moment, standing in front of Kaido was no longer me, but his precious daughter, Yamato. That's right, I had transformed into Yamato. A tiger doesn't eat its cubs. You can't possibly hit your own daughter, right? I guessed right. Kaido slammed on the brakes at the last moment, and the spikes of that club nearly brushed against my nose, the gust of wind blowing my wig up like a super scion. Kaido was stunned, rubbing his eyes, stuttering. The demon? What are you doing here? The opportunity had come. I immediately channeled my inner actor, using Demon's voice, and shouted at him with a crying tone, Kaido, you don't keep your word. You said you would take him back to train him. I hate you. After shouting that, I turned and ran. Of course, I had to take advantage of his confusion and make a quick escape, but I still underestimated the reaction speed of an emperor. Kaido instantly realized something was off. Something's not right. You're not Demon. He took a step forward and blocked my way. I can only stop in my tracks and give a, it turns out I still can't fool you. Kaido sneered and said, Kid, you have quite the guts. You almost tricked me, but there are too many flaws. Yamato can't act like you, and she has an explosive wristband on, while you don't. Most importantly, I flew here. How could she possibly be faster than me? The spiked club in his hand began to glow with electricity again. My survival instincts kicked in, and I started to frantically make promises. No, 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 dear father-in-law. Give me 2 years. Just 2 years. In 2 years, Luffy will be coming. No, wait. In 2 years, I'll return you the strongest daughter-in-law in the world. This deal will be a huge profit for you. I don't even know where I got the courage. I just went into bluffing mode, focusing on one thing. Even if you don't believe me, you have to trust your daughter's judgment, right? She sees my unbeatable talent. 2 years. In 2 years, I'll take you down with one punch. I was rambling on, to the point where I almost believed myself. Kaido was taken aback, and although he kept laughing and said it was the funniest joke he had ever heard, his hands did indeed stop moving. In the end, he stared at my big Yamato face, probably hesitating to make a move, and with a cold snort, he gave me one last chance. All right, I'll give you a chance. I'll teach you the Thunder Bagua. You have 3 days to learn it. If you can master it, I'll take you back to Onigashima. If you can't, then just accept your fate. I didn't think twice and immediately agreed. Just kidding. If I didn't agree, I'd be dead right now. By agreeing, I could still live for 3 more days, and I just happened to take the opportunity to run away. I pretended to be calm and even complained that the time he gave me was too long, saying that the trivial Thunder Bagua deserved only 3 days at most. Kaido was taken aback by my arrogance and really took me to a small hill nearby, saying he would only demonstrate once. Then, he got in a position and let out a loud roar. Thunder Bagua. Boom! I watched in shock as that small hill, several meters high, was smashed in half by a single blow from him. The ground shook and rocks flew everywhere, just like in a doomsday movie. I was so stunned that I could barely swallow, thinking to myself, if that hit me, wouldn't I be reduced to ashes? After Kaido finished, he turned around and asked me, "Did you see it clearly?" I appeared calm on the surface, but inside, I was a mess. I nodded and said, "I see. It's very simple." Then I directly started to dismiss people. "All right, you can go now. Don't disturb my genius cultivation. Let's review the results in 3 days." I thought to myself, hurry up and leave. As soon as you go, I'll immediately turn into a fish and jump into the sea. Goodbye. But then Kaido, that old fox, simply walked over to a big rock nearby and sat down, crossing his legs, smiling at me. Kid, so eager to get rid of me. Are you planning to make a run for it as soon as I leave? I felt a jolt in my heart, but my face instantly erupted with thunderous laughter. Ha 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 ha. Kaido, you're thinking too small. I pointed at him and said, "Run? Why should I run? On one side is my beautiful and wealthy wife, and on the other side is the CEO position of the future Beast Pirates. This path to success is right in front of me. I will be crazy to run away. Just some thunderous gossip. I can easily practice and master it. Just you wait and see." Let me tell you, what I said back then was so powerful that it even got me fired up. That old guy Kaido, after hearing it, actually showed a hint of confusion and wavering in his eyes. But after all, he is Kaido, and his mind works faster than anyone else's. In the next second, he reacted, and the confusion in his eyes instantly turned into vigilance. I was thinking, at least give me a chance, right? But then he directly said, "All right, kid, I can temporarily believe in your talent. But you want me to leave? No way. For these 3 days, I'll be sitting right here, and you'll practice right under my nose." Good grief, he is really trying to see through me. After saying that, he was worried I might run away, saying that my transformation ability is too overpowered, and in the blink of an eye, he wouldn't be able to find me. With such a big world, where'd he go to look for me? I threw up my hands at that moment and said, "So you want to practice? Am I supposed to practice with my head? Where's the tool?" Kaido was taken aback, as if he had just remembered this detail. And then he threw a club that was even thicker than mine in front of me with a loud thud, creating a big pit in the ground. I was speechless at that point. I pointed at the giant club and then at myself, saying, "Big brother, are you serious? I'm supposed to practice with this thing? I wouldn't even want to sleep on it, because it's too hard." Kaido had thick skin and didn't admit that he hadn't thought it through. Instead, he impatiently shouted, "You little brat, you have so many complaints." But he still grumbled as he stood up, saying he would go to the nearby forest to carve me a new one. Before leaving, he even made a threatening remark, saying if I dared to run away, he would break all 3 of my legs. I have to tell you, watching him walk into the forest, I was torn inside. Should I run or not? This was a golden opportunity, but in the end, I chickened out. I felt like this old guy's observation hockey was like a surveillance camera, locking onto me 24/7 without any blind spots. I couldn't take that risk. When he came back, he tossed me a bare wooden stick, and my Oscar-worthy performance officially began. Holding that stick, which weighed at least 10 pounds, I started hitting the mountain wall that he had already smashed halfway. Thunderous claps. Bang! Goodness, the mountain wall was fine, but my hands were shaking, and it felt like my entire arm was no longer mine, buzzing as if I had been electrocuted. Kaido was behind me, drinking and watching the show, with a look in his eyes that almost said, "Look at this fool." But I didn't care. I was going to perform. I focused on moving myself, grossing others out. I smashed from dawn till dusk, my mouth never stopping, thunderous claps. Thunderous claps. I was sweating so much that it created little puddles at my feet. And I even broke 4 sticks in the process. Finally, with a crack, the last stick shattered, and everything went black in front of me. I collapsed face first onto the ground. The performance was over, and it was a wrap. So guess what? My act of self-harm had an incredible effect. That old guy Kaido was actually moved by me. He walked over, looked at my unconscious self, and surprisingly, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. Who understands this, family? He turned me over, saw my bloody hands, and actually went into the forest to find herbs for me, personally applying them. Then he even tore off a piece of fabric from his flashy clothes to bandage me. Damn, Kaido of the beasts, the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, personally doing hand care for me. After bandaging me, he laughed at himself, saying that if this got out, it would be laughable. After laughing, he mumbled to me, saying that he had acknowledged me and that I should treat Yamato better in the future. Goodness, this old man has a real imagination. It's like he's fast-forwarding to a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. The more he looks, the more he likes. After mumbling, he lay down next to me and fell asleep. The next day, as soon as I opened my eyes, the sun was shining on my face. I turned my head and saw Kaido sleeping like a dead pig, with his kanabo resting under his head. My heart raced. This was an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I tiptoed, preparing to sneak away. But as soon as I pushed off the ground, there was a sharp hiss. A wave of excruciating pain exploded from every cell in my body. Goodness. The muscle assassin from yesterday had come to collect. I went weak all over and plopped back down on the ground. I really wanted to cry. Freedom was right in front of me, yet my body betrayed me. I fell down and directly woke Kaido up. He looked at me, still groggy, as I landed in a messy heap and asked what new move I was practicing. I could only grimace and say I needed to use the bathroom, but I was in so much pain I couldn't get up. Guess what? This old guy completely changed his attitude and actually told me to rest. I said no way. We agreed on 3 days, and I had to keep training. My eagerness was almost frying his CPU, and the way he looked at me was so kind. And then, the most explosive moment came. Seeing me struggling to get to the little woods, he actually asked, "How about I help you out?" I was so scared that my hair stood on end. "Help your sister. How can I help? Are you going to support me?" I quickly said no. I'll crawl over. When I got to the edge of the woods, I really couldn't walk anymore and had to turn my back to him to take care of it. I even specifically told him not to peek. But then this old guy said, "You're definitely not bigger than me. What's there to see?" Damn, can I really endure this? I immediately retorted, "Did you forget I can transform? I'm willing to be bigger than you anytime." Anyway, that's how it went. I gloriously got injured and, under Kaido's attentive care, started a 2-day sick leave. During these 2 days of recovery, let me tell you, it was a real struggle. My brain was almost fried, seriously. On one hand, this old guy Kaido seemed quite satisfied with me, leaving me here, and it felt like I was on the script to marry a beautiful rich woman, become the top boss, and reach the peak of life. But on the other hand, I knew all too well that 2 years later, that straw hat-wearing loser would come charging in with his 5th gear, and if I'm not careful, my just taken off life would crash and burn. Should I run or not? This is a cosmic-level dilemma. I was really anxious inside. What is this old guy thinking? Does he really have a thing for me? Or does he just want an excuse to get rid of me? No, I can't just sit here and waste time. I need to take the initiative and probe his intentions. As he was handing me a drink, I casually asked him, "Hey, Lao Kai, we've been chatting pretty well these past couple of days, like buddies. So, why don't you give me a straight answer? If in 2 days I really haven't learned that thunderous 8 trigrams, you won't really send me away with a stick, right?" Goodness, let me tell you that old guy Kaido is definitely a master of psychological warfare. After hearing that, he just laughed and started playing the Tai Chi game with me. One moment, he said we were good friends and friends should support each other. But then he shifted his tone, saying that agreements between men must be honored. I was speechless at that moment. Was he really trying to play this extreme tug of war with me? Isn't this just pure nonsense? It was like saying nothing at all. I was a bit worked up at the time and didn't want to argue with him, so I just stood up, grabbed the broken stick next to me, and headed towards the training area. Kaido was still shouting from behind. "Hey, what's wrong? Are you angry?" I didn't even look back and said, "Not angry, buddy. Just getting ready quickly." I have to tell you, at that moment, I was really burning with anger and just wanted to vent. I walked up to the rock wall that I had smashed countless times before, imitating his stance, and put all my strength into it. Shouting at the stone, thunderous 8 trigrams. Boom! There was a huge bang, and I was stunned. Seriously, who understands family? I watched in disbelief as that hard-as-a-rock wall was directly smashed in, creating a deep pit the size of a basin. Surrounding it were cracks like spiderwebs, and the wooden stick in my hand shattered into countless splinters. Kaido was also stunned, his mouth agape enough to fit a fist. I looked at my hand, completely unable to believe it. Just 2 days ago, I was exhausted trying to make a small mark, and now, what was happening? I quickly ran into the woods, and with all my might, punched a tree that was big enough for one person to hug. With a bang, my entire arm went straight through it. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. It's over. The system has credited the account. My buddy is about to take off. I pulled out my arm, turned around to show Kaido my fist, and said, "Did you see that? Old Kai, this is talent." That old guy Kaido's eyes lit up, and he rushed over, laughing heartily. He looked happier than when he learned a new move himself. He patted me on the shoulder and said, "Haha, kid, are you still calling me Kaido?" I was taken aback, wondering what else to call you besides Kaido. Should I call you baby? And guess what he said? No surprise. Of course, he said to call him dad. I was completely blown away. Damn, are you taking advantage of me, old man? I almost cursed right there. But then he hurriedly explained that he recognized me as his son-in-law, since I already have kids with his daughter. So shouldn't I change how I address him? Hey, you should have said that earlier. You scared me. However, I really couldn't bring myself to call him dad. It felt too strange. I cleared my throat and respectfully said, "Hello, esteemed father-in-law." Now Kaido was satisfied and smiled even wider. Without saying a word, he roared and transformed into a dragon, grabbing me and soaring into the sky, flying straight to Onigashima. Wow, does this mean I passed the interview? Being held by Kaido's dragon claw while flying, I felt a mix of emotions. Just a couple of days ago, I was still thinking about how to escape, and now, without realizing it, I had become the son-in-law of the Beast Pirates. Life is even more thrilling than a roller coaster. When we arrived at Onigashima, the pirates below cheered like crazy, welcoming me as if I were a hero returning from battle. Kaido, transformed back into his human form, set me down and generously said, "All right, I'll give you a couple of days off to catch up with Yamato. It's been half a year. You must miss her a lot, right?" Then he started painting a big picture, saying that with my talent, I could reach the level of the 3 calamities within 2 years and reach his level within 10 years. I thought to myself, you're really ambitious. I don't even know what's going on with my power. But can I back down? No way. On the spot, I painted an even bigger picture for him and said, "Just you wait, esteemed father-in-law. I've already brought my talent to the Beast Pirates. 10 years, that's too long. Within 5 years, I will unify the new world, and all the whitebeards, red-haired, and big moms will kneel and sing my praises." I told you. After hearing what I said, Kaido not only didn't think I was bragging, but instead got even more excited. He patted me on the shoulder, and his eyes were full of admiration, saying, "What a good kid. You have ambition. This is how my son-in-law should be. The dreams I couldn't accomplish will be handed over to you." At that moment, I could tell that this old man really felt like a hero in Twilight, placing all his hopes on me. After chatting about this, he urged me to quickly go find Yamato. It was then that I realized, right? I didn't even know where Yamato lived. We had been sneaking around like gorillas before. When I asked that question, Kaido's expression was like he had seen a ghost. No way. You got my daughter's belly big, and you still don't know where she lives? I quickly stopped. This topic couldn't go deeper. It was too awkward. As a result, this old guy started giving me directions, and it was all winding paths and turns. He said to turn right when you see a big tree, then take the smallest path at a fork, left after crossing a bridge, and ignore a villa you see. Just keep going straight. I was getting a headache from listening to that. How could anyone find that? In the end, I had no choice but to say, "Dear father-in-law, why don't you find someone to take me there?" Kaido didn't waste any time. He turned around and called someone. After a while, he brought back a muscular guy who was about the same height as him. Goodness, when I took a closer look, it was none other than Jack. One of the 3 disasters. Kaido proudly introduced me in front of Jack. "Jack, this is Mokulong, the husband of Yamato." I tell you, when Jack heard this, his expression instantly changed. The way he looked at me was completely different, and I bet in his mind, He was already playing out an 80-episode TV series about a son-in-law returning home and disguising himself as a pig to eat a tiger. He definitely saw me as one of those seemingly ordinary people who could actually destroy a planet with one punch, just like the red-haired guy. Sure enough, on the way to Fine Day, Jack kept hinting, "Mr. Long, you must be very powerful, right?" What can I say? I can't just admit that I'm a noob, right? That would be embarrassing for my son-in-law. So I can only mimic those experts and reply in an enigmatic way. If you think so, then it must be. Well, that made him believe me even more. The way he looked at me was filled with admiration. In the end, this guy actually said to me with a sincere expression, "Mr. Long, could you please spar with me sometime? Please make sure to defeat me thoroughly, so I can experience the gap at the top of the world." I was silent at that moment, looking at him for a long time, and seriously asked, "Jack, do you have any masochistic tendencies?" As a result, Jack, let me tell you, his way of thinking is really not like that of a normal person. He was stunned for a moment, then had a look of realization, and his eyes lit up as he said to me, "Oh, I understand, Mr. Long. You're afraid that if you make a move, you won't know your own strength and might just kill me, right?" I was petrified at that moment, with 1,000 thoughts racing through my mind. "Big brother, I'm the one who's scared of you. You're the one who struck without mercy and took me out in an instant. I know my own strength, and yours like the back of my hand. But can I say that? Do I dare to say it? If I really agreed, wouldn't you just come at me with full force? After all, in your eyes, I'm a peerless expert. Shouldn't you show some respect and use at least 80% of your strength? Forget about 80%, even 1% of your power, and I'd probably get knocked out immediately. Does anyone understand? I crossed over without a system or cheat, starting out as a complete noob. Is the author try to create something completely new? I cursed this non-existent dog, author, 1,000 times in my heart. But on the surface, I still had to keep my composure. I cleared my throat and decided to give him a lesson. I said to him earnestly, "Jack, isn't fighting and killing bad?" Jack was taken aback again and replied, "Isn't it bad? We're pirates. Why shouldn't we fight and kill?" I shook my finger, taking on the appearance of a wise elder who has seen through the affairs of the world. "No, Jack, you are wrong. Being a pirate is not about fighting and killing. It's about human relationships and the ways of the world." As soon as I saw his confused expression, I knew there was a chance. I continued to persuade him. Think about it. Why would Kaido want to make a deal with Doflamingo to buy artificial devil fruits? With Kaido's strength, couldn't he just steal them? Could Doflamingo stop him? Jack thought for a moment and honestly shook his head. No, he can't." "Exactly." I slapped my thigh. "If he can steal, why spend money to buy? That's the way of the world. You're still young, and the waters here are too deep for you to grasp. Take my advice. Don't challenge others recklessly in the future. If it were someone else instead of me, you'd be done for." As I spoke, I secretly activated my ability, instantly towering over him, and with a powerful slap on his shoulder, I made a loud noise. Then, before he could react, I returned to my original form and casually turned to leave, leaving him with an enigmatic figure. "All right, figure it out yourself. I can see day now. No need for you to lead the way." I walked a long way and could feel the gaze filled with awe and confusion behind me. He is probably still pondering how someone as small as me managed to take a picture of his shoulder. What a move this is, playing on the information gap. The more he imagines, the more solid my image as a master becomes. Shaking off Jack, I immediately spotted Yamato, standing at the edge of Ghost Island. She stood there quietly, her hands gently resting on her belly, looking at the sea like a stone waiting for her husband. I tell you, that scene made my heart ache. I walked over slowly, and when she heard the footsteps, her body stiffened, but she didn't dare to turn around. I knew she was afraid that if she turned around, she would see Kaido and hear the news of my death. She must have been terrified these past few days. I didn't say anything, just reached out my hand from behind and pulled her into my arms. "Yamato, how have you been doing these past 6 months?" As soon as I opened my mouth, her whole body trembled. Then, tears fell down like beads that had come undone. She slowly turned around in my arms, crying and asking me, "You're back. Kaido, he didn't make things difficult for you, did he?" I shook my head and held her tighter, pressing her face against my chest. "No, he treasures me now. I can't keep up with him. He thinks I'm a once-in-a-lifetime genius. He's almost begging me to be his son-in-law. Just talking big. He laughed at my teasing and reached out to scratch my nose. She didn't really believe me, but she knew I was comforting her. Right now, she didn't want to ask anything. As long as I was standing here, well, that was enough. So, will we be able to be together forever? She pressed her face against my chest, listening to my heartbeat, her voice filled with happiness. Of course, I assured her that I would become stronger, strong enough that no one could separate us. This time, I vowed it wasn't just empty words. Although I had been passive before, now I felt like I had found a way to grow stronger. As long as that surge in power after training wasn't a fluke, I believed that before long, not just Kaido, the whole world would have to look at me. But he shook her head, looking at me very seriously. No, it's us. We need to become stronger together. I don't want you to bear all the pressure alone. I felt a warmth in my heart as I held her hand and nodded. We embraced like this, listening to the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks, with no need for words, yet feeling particularly at ease. As the sky darkened and the sea breeze picked up, I said, Yamato, let's go home. I am hungry. Okay, home, she said, wrapping her arms around my neck, and playfully added, but I want you to carry me back. You act like a little child, I teased, gently pinching her chubby cheek, then scooping her up in a princess carry and striding back, saying, let's go home. When we returned to her place, Yamato insisted on showing off her skills, saying she had been practicing her cooking for 6 months and had been waiting for today. I originally wanted to cuddle with her for a while, but she pushed me into the kitchen, insisting on making me a feast. In the kitchen, we became close again. I hugged her from behind, and she playfully scolded me. Then why did you run away in the first place? I thought to myself, big sister, weren't you the one who was scared that Kaido would find me and cried out for me to run away? Oh, women. But I dared not say that out loud. I could only gently coax her. Of course, it's to become stronger and then come back in glory to marry you. As I said this, I gave her a kiss on the cheek. Her face turned red, and she pushed me away. Hey, what are you doing? I smirked and said, I've done worse things. So what's wrong with a kiss? She was so angry that her face puffed up, looking like a little pufferfish. And it took her a long time to squeeze out a sentence. Bad guy, big bad guy. I laughed heartily and held her tighter. Having a wife feels so good. But just when I wanted to do something serious, she said, if you hold me so tightly, how can I cook? I whispered a few words in her ear, and her ears instantly turned red. She stomped her feet in anger and said, you bad person, just thinking about that kind of thing. I thought you wanted to eat, but it turns out you want to eat me? I felt wronged at the time. How did this make me a bad person? It's something all men want to do. Day directly shot back at me. Well, then all men in the world are bad people. Goodness, I was left speechless. In the end, I had no choice. She told me to eat first, and we would talk after the meal. I jumped in. Do it after eating? As a result, she shook her head. After eating, you can rest. Doing that too much is bad for your health. In order to prove that I was in great shape, I let go of her, took 2 steps back, and punched my chest a few times. Seeing this, Yama felt heartbroken and quickly came over to grab my hand. Okay, stop hitting yourself. Don't you think I believe you? But even though she believed me, she still pushed me onto the living room sofa to sit down, kissed me on the cheek, and said, good boy, wait for me to make something delicious. Then she went back to the kitchen to get busy. What can I do? I'm also very desperate. I can only endure it. After all, she's pregnant. After waiting for an hour, Dave finally brought out dinner. Wow, a grilled fish, several home-cooked dishes, and a huge meat skewer just like Luffy's. It looks really good. Without saying a word, I grabbed that big piece of meat and took a big bite. As a result, I really regret it. The outside was crispy and fragrant, but inside, let me tell you, it was bloody and completely raw. I had that piece of raw meat in my mouth, and I couldn't spit it out or swallow it. They looked at me with anticipation and asked, how is it? Does it taste good? Looking into her bright eyes, what could I say? I could only mumble, it's good. Really? She seemed a bit skeptical. If it's good, why don't you swallow it? I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and directly swallowed that piece of raw meat. Then, forcing a smile, I said, look, I swallowed it. It's really delicious. However, Dave still noticed the pain on my face and snatched the meat from my hand, saying, it must not be good. Let me try. Just as she was about to put it in her mouth, I panicked and, without thinking, reached out my hand to block her mouth. The next second, I let out a cry of pain. It was me. She bit down hard on my hand. Dave was stunned. quickly releasing her mouth and looking at the two neat rows of teeth marks on the back of my hand, feeling both angry and distressed as she took my hand to rub it. Are you stupid? You know I'm about to eat something, and you still put your hand in front of my mouth. I grimaced in pain and could only confess to her. That meat is raw, and I'm afraid you'll have a stomachache if you eat it. This made her even angrier, not because I lied to her, but because I didn't tell her the truth. What kind of relationship do we have? You say my cooking is bad. Am I really going to blame you for that? She felt that I didn't treat her as one of my own, and her eyes turned red from grievance. I quickly hugged her and comforted her, swearing that I would always speak my mind and never hide anything from her, which finally calmed her down. In the following days, we were practically inseparable. Although we couldn't be too intimate because of the child, well, in short, we were living very happily. I vowed to treat her well for the rest of my life. But just a few days into this blissful life, my cheap father-in-law, Kaido, came knocking on our door. That day, we had just finished lunch and were about to go fishing by the sea when Kaido suddenly descended from the sky with a loud crash, calling out to me directly. I haven't said anything yet, and Yamato suddenly stepped in front of me like a protective mother tiger, questioning Kaido. Kaido, what do you want to do? Kaido looked at her, his face full of disappointment, and sighed. Yamato, I've reunited you two as a couple, and even now, you aren't willing to call me dad. I tell you, Yamato was frozen at that moment, standing there unable to say a word. Normally, she would have swung a bat at him immediately, and calling him dad, even calling him a gorilla, would be considered polite. But now it was different. Her man, Kaido, was standing right behind her. What if she was stubborn and this old man went crazy and vented his anger on Kaido, who understands the heart of a mother? It's truly broken. After hesitating for a long time, Yamato finally squeezed out two words through her teeth. Dad. Daddy. Oh my. Calling him daddy was harder than making her beat Kaido. Kaido, upon hearing this, almost cried, but as the world's strongest creature, he had to maintain his dignity and swallowed it back. He immediately took out a key from his pocket and personally clicked it to unlock the explosive handcuffs that had bound Yamato for over a decade. The handcuff fell to the ground with a thud, creating a small pit. Yamato shook her wrist, and her expression was like she had been unsealed, feeling completely relaxed. Then Kaido began his PUA-style speech, saying things like, Daddy loves you, I'll lock you up for your own good, and the outside world is so dangerous. There are monsters everywhere, and I have many enemies, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Goodness, I almost believed him. It would be a waste not to participate in the 2025 Best Parent Contest. Yamato is simple, but not foolish. She knew very well that there were 1,000 ways to protect a daughter, and he chose the worst one, imprisonment. But at this moment, she didn't care about that anymore, because the focus of her life had changed. Previously, she fought tooth and nail against Kaido for freedom, but now, she just wanted to protect Kaido and the child in her belly. This time, it was a matter of willingly binding herself. So she laid it all out to Kaido. Let's forget the past. I'm doing well now. As long as you don't touch Kaido, you'll always be my dad. If you dare to touch him, then we'll have a reckoning. This attitude was clear enough, right? The reverse scale, whoever touches it dies. Kaido laughed heartily. Why would I break you two apart? I'm here to find Kaido today. As soon as he said this, Yamato exploded, like a mother tiger protecting her cub, pulling Kaido tightly behind her and glaring at Kaido. What do you want with him? I warn you, if you dare to lay a finger on him, I'll fight you to the death. Kaido looked speechless. You, child, still don't trust me. If I wanted to kill him, I would have done it long ago. Why would I bother bringing him back? I'm here to help him, with his current level of skills. How can he be the heir of the beast pirates? How can he protect you too? I'm here to personally train him. Yamato fell silent upon hearing this. Indeed, Kaido's strength. Well, saying he was a combat zero would be flattering him. Just then, Kaido stepped out from behind Yamato, patted her shoulder, and said with a smile, Yamato, don't worry, he won't harm me, and I do need to get stronger. What happened next? These two started getting cozy in front of Kaido. Kaido said he wanted to protect you and your daughter, and Yamato argued with him about what to do if they had a son. The two exchanged words, discussing everything from having one child to having a whole soccer team. Kaido even played the victim, pretending to want to crash into a wall. Who understands family? Kaido, the single dragon, was left speechless, feeling like he was being fed dog food to the brim. Ahem, are you two done yet? Kaido finally couldn't hold in anymore. Kid, come train with me. Love talk can wait until the evening. Kaido raised his hands, hugged Yamato, and blew a flying kiss, looking very reluctant to part. Kaido couldn't take it anymore, directly transforming into a blue dragon, roaring loudly, and with one claw, he grabbed Kaido and flew off, making it clear that he shouldn't show off, or else he would be finished. They flew directly to a remote forest in Wano country where no one would go. Why? It's not because Kaido was worried about Kaido's training being seen by his subordinates. If they saw it, the image of his strong son-in-law would collapse, and he wouldn't be able to face anyone. After landing, Kaido pulled out a small wolf fawn club from somewhere, throwing it to the ground with a loud bang, creating a large pit, looking like it weighed hundreds of pounds. My son-in-law still wanted to show off, casually hooking it with his toes. Hey, guess what? It didn't budge. That scene was incredibly awkward. His face turned red, and he used all his strength just to barely hook the club and grab it in his hand. Kaido couldn't help but laugh from the side, directly mocking him. Kid, if you don't have that ability, don't pretend. Look at your red face and thick neck. Kaido immediately got angry, directly throwing down a harsh word. I'm only 18 this year. You're 58, practicing for 40 more years than me. So what's there to brag about? In 4 years, I'll beat you like a dog. Oh. Kaido squinted his eyes, stepping closer, the aura shaking the ground. Kid, you're quite arrogant today. Cool, me. Let me see how you plan to fight me. Kaido, seeing this momentum, flinched, but he couldn't run away, so he steeled his resolve. The best defense is offense. He roared and charged forward, raising the wolf fawn club to swing at Kaido's head. Bang! With a muffled sound. I tell you, Mokulong's entire arm went numb, and his tiger mouth cracked. And Kaido? Nothing happened, not even a shake. He forgot, this is the strongest body in the world. Kaido shook his head, looking disdainful. Is this it? Too weak. Then he grabbed Mokulong and threw him to the ground like trash, creating a human-shaped pit. Kaido was not done yet. He beckoned to Mokulong in the pit. Get up. Continue. Think about Yamato. Think about your child. In your current state, who can you protect? Since your legs aren't broken today, don't lie down on me. This provocation was too harsh. Mokulong coughed up blood, unsteadily got up, wiped his mouth. His eyes were red, and he charged forward again with the club. Kaido. Bang, 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 bang. He frantically attacked the same spot on Kaido's thigh. Like a madman. Although it was useless, the fierce intensity rose. Kaido felt quite pleased, thinking this kid's strength surprisingly grew while being beaten. Mokulong kept smashing, until he flattened all the spikes on the club, and then he collapsed to the ground with a thud, exhausted like a dead dog, unable to move a finger. Kaido started scolding again. How can a man say he can't do it? Get up. Keep hitting me. Do you know Yamato's dream is to go out to sea for adventure? Are you so weak that you will just watch others take Yamato away right in front of you? Shut up. As soon as Yamato was mentioned, Mokulong exploded. Not knowing where the strength came from, he jumped up from the ground, all the veins on his body bulging, pouring all his strength into one final blow, roaring, Kaido, take my loving iron stick. Bang! An unprecedented, loud sound. This hit landed solidly on Kaido's face. Kaido's head was slightly thrown back from the impact, looking at the wolf-toothed club in Mokulong's hand. Oh my god, that solid iron stick actually bent. Really, it was bent in the middle. And Mokulong, after delivering that blow, was like a kite with a broken string, falling from the air, both arms fractured, sternum broken, and he passed out immediately. Kaido looked at the unconscious Mokulong, his eyes filled with approval, thinking this kid was truly a gem. It was getting late. He transformed back into the Azure Dragon, picked up Mokulong, and flew back to Onigashima. As a result, when Yamato saw Mokulong brought back by Kaido, in such a miserable state, covered in blood, not knowing how many bones were broken, like a rag doll, I tell you, Yamato's eyes turned red instantly. Forget about fatherhood. She flipped out on the spot. Without saying a word, she picked up her wolf-toothed club, her big belly leading the charge, her whole body wrapped in purple conqueror's hockey lightning, roaring, Bastard gorilla, I'm going to kill you. Thunder Bagua. This club, filled with overwhelming killing intent, smashed directly towards Kaido's face. Kaido was startled and quickly sidestepped, shouting, Yamato, don't be impulsive, let me explain. Yamato didn't want to hear it, pointing at the unconscious Moku Long on the ground, tears mixed with anger streaming down. Her voice trembling. Explain? I let him go with you because I believed your nonsense. Look at what you've done to him. Kaido, you are too much. I was completely stunned at that moment. All I could do was raise my hand. I tell you, I really couldn't clear my name, even if I jumped into a new world. I said, Yamato, my girl, it's really not what you think. This is training. Pure and simple work-related injury. And guess what? She directly spat in my face. Training? You call this training? This is murder. Which family trains by beating someone to death? With her behavior, she must be lying in bed until the end of 2025, right? Kaido, I hate you. After throwing that harsh remark, she picked up the ink dragon like she was cradling a little chick and went back to her room. I know she didn't want to hit me, mainly because she couldn't win, and besides, she was carrying my grandchild. If we got into a fight and something happened to the baby, wouldn't that be a disaster? Looking at her back, my heart ached. Who understands the pain of family? I clearly was just a living target. I only knocked him down at the beginning, and then I stood there taking hits the whole time. After being beaten all day, in the end, it's still my fault? This woman's heart is even harder to understand than the weather on the Grand Line. Right now, I'm just hoping that the ink dragon wakes up quickly to testify for me. Otherwise, I won't be able to shake off this label of abusing my son-in-law. I don't know how long it had been, but I guess it was already midnight when I finally woke up slowly. I woke up to find myself turned into a mummy, completely wrapped in bandages. Just moving a little made the acid seep out from the gaps in my bones. Damn it, this feeling is all too familiar. I've been injured again. The most ridiculous part? I was the one fighting, yet somehow I ended up getting hurt myself while that old bastard Kaido was completely fine. Where can I even complain about this? Sigh. I can only say that in a world where only pirates get hurt, it has perfectly manifested on me. Darling, you're awake? I heard Yamato's voice next to me. She must have fallen asleep while watching over me and was just woken up by me. As soon as she saw me awake, her little flame flared up, and she gritted her teeth, saying, Don't worry, darling. That bastard Kaido dared to do this to you. Once I get stronger, I will personally take revenge for you. I'll make him search for his teeth on the ground and kneel to you. At that moment, I just saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone. What the heck? I was wondering if I missed some plot while I was unconscious. Didn't I get injured from rebounding after hitting Kaido? What does that have to do with him? As a result, when I asked, Yamato became even more anxious, reaching out to touch my head. Dear, did Kaido hit you so hard that you lost your memory? No way. I'm going to find him to settle the score right now and ask him what he did to you. Saying this, she was about to get up for a real-life PK, and I quickly pulled her back. Wait. I didn't lose my memory. What I mean is, did you see with your own eyes that Kaido hit me? If she really saw it, then I have to reassess my father-in-law. Putting on a front in public and acting differently behind the scenes, right? Sneaking an attack while I was unconscious? Not exactly. Yamato shook her head. But when he brought you back, you were already unconscious with your whole body fractured. He definitely abused you. He just wanted to use you as an example to intimidate me and make me submit. But I won't. Sooner or later, I'm going to step on him. I think I understand now. Wow, her train of thought is something else. Let me tell you, it directly made me imagine an 80-episode drama about a wealthy family's feud. I coughed twice and quickly explained, you might have misunderstood. Kaido really didn't hit me. I injured myself while hitting him. Although it sounds a bit embarrassing to say, that's the truth. I can't exactly say that I hurt myself while trying to hit him, right? Huh, he didn't hit you? Yamato was stunned, looking at me with a face that seemed to question if I was threatened by him. How could that be? Can training really push someone to the point of fracturing bones and losing consciousness? Did he threaten you with me and the kids? Darling, tell me the truth. I promise I won't overreact. Oh my gosh, that imagination. It's really a waste not to write novels. I could only stretch out my mummy-like hand and rub her face, which made me grimace in pain. Stop overthinking, it's really my own doing. But if you want to hit him, I support you 100. That old guy even used you to PUA me before, saying I was too weak to protect you, and I've been holding that in. Yamato still seems a bit skeptical, touching the bandage on my chest, feeling that something is off. In her view, who would be foolish enough to practice to the point of hurting themselves? If it feels wrong, they would definitely stop, right? It's It's just like practicing boxing by hitting a big tree. If your hands are bleeding and you still don't stop, that's not training, that's self-harm. I can only shrug my shoulders, and the result is another wave of sharp pain. Yamato rolls his eyes and reproachfully presses my hand back under the blanket, saying, "If it hurts, don't move around. Honestly, are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat. The noodles are soft. Given your current situation, even biting into something hard would probably be difficult." As soon as I heard that, I was unhappy. Who does she look down on? Even if I'm hurt, it shouldn't be to the point where I can't eat, right? If you don't believe me, let us kiss and see if it hurts. In the end, we didn't kiss. Instead, she directly pinched my face and said, "Long, enough already. What time is it that you're still being cheeky? Wait until you're healed, then I'll let you kiss to your heart's content. For now, just lie down obediently." After saying that, she went to the kitchen. Soon, she brought over a bowl of fragrant tomato and egg noodles with a fried egg on top. She helped me sit up against the headboard and handed the bowl to me. I couldn't even respond, just open my mouth wide. "Ah, I really give up on you." She complained verbally, but still picked up her chopsticks, blew on the noodles, and carefully fed them to me. Let me tell you, those noodles were so bland they could feed fish. Probably forgot to add salt. But could I say they didn't taste good? I dare not. I could only nod vigorously. "Delicious, so delicious." She huffed, looking at me as if waiting for my performance. But the smile at the corner of her mouth couldn't be hidden. After finishing the noodles, she helped me lie down, gently patting my blanket like she was soothing a child, saying, "All right, sleep now, and you'll feel better after a good rest. I know you're trying to comfort me, but what I'm really thinking is something else. I worked so hard during the day. Do I really think that Kaido's few words of motivation are enough to get me hyped up? Of course not. I'm taking a gamble, folks. I'm testing my bug-like physique to see if, like last time, my strength can shoot up like a rocket after recovering from serious injuries. I'm not playing with my life here. I'm drawing cards. If that's really the case, then I found a shortcut to become stronger. Getting hit makes me stronger. If I get hit 1,000 times, I'll be invincible." Just as I was thinking this, I heard a crack, and Yamato was getting ready to slip away. I immediately became unwilling. "Where are you going? Aren't you going to sleep with me tonight?" "Yes," she's quite confident, "preventing you from messing around with me at night and worsening the injury. I really feel wronged." "What are you talking about? Just moving a finger hurts. Do you think I'm that kind of lecherous ghost?" She snorted coldly and said, "Humph, haven't you been touching and feeling around at night? And asking me to use my hands, my mouth? A man's mouth is a deceiving ghost. I don't believe you." After saying that, she covered her ears and ran away, not even closing the door. I wanted to cry at that moment. It was so cold outside. I shouted at the door, "At least close the door if we're not sleeping together." Then her voice came from the door. "What do you want to do? Hurt like this and still won't get out of bed? Planning to crawl in my bed?" At that moment, I blurted out, "You're overthinking it. I just want to close the door." Bam! I really wanted to give myself a slap. Long. Oh, Long. Is your emotional intelligence damaged? Couldn't you just go along with her and say, "Yeah, I'll crawl over if I have to"? I struggled to get out of bed. And just as my feet touched the ground, my calf cramped up, causing me so much pain that I almost cried out. Just then, Yamato came back, saw my miserable state, felt sorry for me, and helped me back to bed. "Really, if the door is open, just leave it open. Are you afraid of a pervert coming in?" I took the opportunity to grab her hand and looked at her affectionately. "Yamato, don't go. I'm scared to sleep alone. Aren't you ashamed?" she said, but still closed the door and then started undressing right in front of me. In the end, she was left in just her underwear and crawled under the covers. "I'm warning you, no funny business, or you'll never get to touch a single finger of mine," she warned, pointing at my nose. "Of course not," I replied with a grin, then turned over and pulled her into my arms. Goodness, her expression at that moment seemed to say, "I don't believe you." But she didn't resist and let me hold her. Breathing in her fragrance, I quickly fell asleep. The next morning when I woke up, Yamato was already gone. I felt a bit urgent and got up from bed to use the bathroom. After coming out, I heard some noise in the kitchen, and when I went over to check, it was indeed Yamato making breakfast. I wrapped my arms around her waist from behind and gave her a kiss on the cheek. "Honey, what delicious food are you making?" She turned around, startled. "You're up? Are you feeling okay?" It was only then that I remembered, oh right, wasn't I supposed to be completely broken yesterday? I released her, moved my arms and legs, made a fist, threw a punch, lifted my leg, squatted. Wow, I felt perfectly fine. Damn it. I fully recovered in just one night. Yamato looked at me, lively and bouncing, and sighed. Dear, it turns out you're a monster just like Kaido. Nonsense. I'm just an ordinary person. I denied it verbally, but inside I was already overjoyed. Then I leaned closer to her ear and slyly said, Since I've recovered, shouldn't we do something fun to celebrate? As a result, she directly twisted my ear and said, Emo Long, are you crazy? You just recovered and you're already thinking about this? We were playfully messing around for a while before she finally pushed me out of the kitchen. When breakfast was ready, I was stunned. In front of her, there was a pile of sandwiches that looked like a small mountain, at least a dozen of them. While I only had one lonely sandwich, mainly for companionship, I was just about to protest when I remembered that she was now eating for two. I smiled and pushed back the sandwich I wanted to ask for another of, saying, You eat more, the baby needs to eat too. After breakfast, we moved the chairs to sit in the yard and soak up the sun. That feeling was just so pleasant. Let me tell you, I can't even remember what the earth is like. But just a few minutes into this good life, Day suddenly touched her belly and asked me, Dear, what should we name the baby? I tell you, my mind just buzzed for a moment. Wow, am I really going to be a dad? Isn't this progress a bit too fast? I'm not ready yet. But when it came to my lips, I had to hold my ground. I cleared my throat and pretended to be serious, saying, If it's a girl, let's call her Musiener. If it's a boy, we'll call him Mushun. How about that? Doesn't it sound impressive right away? I felt like a plain but extraordinary naming genius. She heard this, and her eyes lit up, saying it sounded nice. And that's how it was decided. Then she took my hand and said we should go for a walk. It's good for the baby. So, we strolled hand in hand in the woods, with the sound of birds and the fresh air. It was simply wonderful. I thought to myself, if I could live like this forever, I wouldn't trade it for anything. But my mind just couldn't stay idle. Less than 3 minutes into the comfort, my CPU started overheating. I remembered 2 years. Just 2 years later, that guy in the straw hat will be heading to Ghost Island. By then, if Kaido falls, won't my peaceful little life be directly smashed to pieces? I tell you, that fire just surged up in me. Who dares to disrupt my cozy life with my wife and kids? No matter what kind of sun god you are, I'll be like Ho-E, shooting you down with an arrow. I got so excited that I couldn't control my strength and accidentally squeezed Yamato's hand painfully. She was startled and asked me what was wrong. I quickly released my grip, laughed it off, and said it was nothing, just a little excited thinking about our happy life as a family in the future. Who can understand family matters? I've already started planning in my heart. Run away? No way. This isn't a world where one person does the work and another takes the blame. With Kaido down as his daughter and son-in-law, we are walking KPIs. If the Navy catches us, won't we be promoted 3 ranks? Just look at Ace. He was hunted down his whole life just because he was Roger's son. I don't want my future kids to live such a life of hiding. So, there's only one option. To become stronger. To become insanely strong. To hustle. I need to hustle right now. I have to hustle until no one can disturb my life. I stood there seriously and told Yamato, Honey, I'm sorry. I can't go for a walk with you. I need to find her dad. Yamato looked at me with such tenderness and said, Dear, no matter what you do, I support you. Wow. When she said that, I completely broke down, moved to tears, and hugged her for a kiss. Then I immediately let go because I was afraid that if I stayed one more second, I wouldn't want to leave. After parting with Yamato, I headed straight to Kaido's residence. But then, I got lost. Seriously, this ghost island is like a maze, twisting and turning. Even the navigation would be confused. What should I do? I couldn't even find someone to ask for directions. I had no choice but to use a loudspeaker approach. I cupped my hand around my mouth and shouted to the sky. All members of the Beast Pirates, listen up. Kaido is stronger than Whitebeard. If you don't believe it, come and debate. I tell you, the effect is immediate. In an instant, a large group of pirates appeared around me, surrounding me completely. Each one looked fierce, with green light in their eyes. Who are you, kid? How dare you speak about Captain Kaido like that? I think you're just the son of a gun sent by Whitebeard, right? You're simply asking for death. Saying such things on our territory is no different from lighting a lantern in a toilet. At that moment, my heart sank. I felt this operation was pushing the limits, and I might end up in a bad situation. Among this group, several of them had animal characteristics, clearly having consumed artificial fruits. With my limited skills, I could handle a few minions, but against these monsters, I probably wouldn't even be enough to fill their teeth. Just as I was contemplating how to gracefully end this farce, a loud roar came from outside the crowd. Everyone, get out of the way. My Uncle Jack wanted to see who had the guts to act so boldly. As soon as I heard it, my savior had arrived. Jack pushed through the crowd and rushed in. Just as he was about to say something tough, he froze upon seeing me. Mr. Maulong, it's you? His words silenced all the pirates around us. Who is Jack? He is one of the three disasters, and even he has to politely call me sir. Those little minions dared not say another word. Jack glared at them, and they immediately shrank back, going back to drinking and playing cards, dispersing in a hurry. Jack turned to me with a grin and said, Mr. Maulong, you're looking for Mr. Kaido, right? Come, let me show you the way. I had to hold my ground with my hands behind my back, nodding lightly like a gentle breeze. Yes, lead the way. That demeanor was perfectly controlled. Let me tell you, Jack, this tough guy was completely intimidated by me at that moment. He must have thought to himself, a master. This is definitely a master. On the way, he curiously asked me, by the way, sir, did you hear who shouted that phrase just now? What can I say? I just boldly admitted I shouted. Seeing his confused expression, I continued to explain. I got lost and wanted to ask someone for directions. You see, isn't this more effective than sending a signal flare? Jack's expression at that moment was priceless. He must have been thinking that to find someone to guide me, I went all out with the taunting, which was quite a unique approach. If he had known that I was almost beaten up at that time, he probably wouldn't have thought I was clever. Soon, Jack took me to the door of Kaido's room. As soon as I entered, wow, the overwhelming smell of alcohol nearly knocked me out. You think I fell into a vat of wine. After dropping me off, Jack slipped away, and I looked at Kaido, who was completely wasted and looked like a dead pig, thinking I needed to give him a physical wake-up call. I went up to his big face and just slapped it twice. Slap, slap, no reaction. All right, I still don't believe it. I swung my arms left and right, slapping him continuously. I slapped so much my hands went numb, but he remained completely still. With skin this thick, he could probably withstand bullets. As soon as I saw his Wolfong club standing next to him, my eyes lit up. If physics doesn't work, let's use props. I walked over, took a deep breath, and hey, I actually picked it up with one hand. Back then, I couldn't even move an inch with all my strength. But now my power is indeed different. I grabbed that thing and aimed it at Kaido's head, making sure to add some sound effect for the full ceremonial effect. Thunder Bagua. Boom. With a loud bang, I sent my father-in-law flying out of his seat, crashing to the ground with a thud. I was shocked. Could it be that shouting the move's name really gives it an attack power boost? As a result, Kaido, after being hit like that, actually woke up groggily. Rubbing his head, he said in a daze, Huh? My head hurts. Did I drink too much last night? I rolled my eyes and thought to myself, I must have a share of the credit here. I've been scraping your back for almost an hour, big brother. He woke up, saw me holding his stick, and looked quite puzzled. Kid, what are you doing here? Are you healed? I remember you wouldn't be able to get out of bed for at least 10 days or half a month. Can I make him underestimate me? I directly confronted him. Who do you look down on? A little injury like this will heal after a night's sleep. Do you think I'm as useless as you? The wound I got from Yutian 20 years ago is still there as a memento. This statement really stirred up a hornet's nest. Kaido suddenly stood up, pointing at my nose and shouted, Who are you calling useless? That's a backbone now, huh? Daring to mock me? I'm just speaking the truth. I crossed my arms and kept the pressure on him. Do you think I want to train? It's all because you're too useless. In 2 years, you'll be defeated by a guy in a straw hat. If I don't work hard now, I'll have to take my wife and kids into the city and eat cornmeal in the future. Nonsense. Kaido was almost spitting on my face, saying, I'm the strongest creature in the world. Who can defeat me? Yeah, that's true now, but when that straw hat kid comes, you won't be. I've decided. I can't be the only one working hard. I have to drag him down too. I directly gave him a spoiler. Do you think I'm just talking nonsense? Kaido, just think of it as me having awakened the ability to foresee the future with observation hockey, focusing on the information gap. I'm telling you in 2 years, that guy named Straw Hat Luffy will knock you down. Kaido rolled his eyes when he heard this. Blowing hot air without any preparation, you can't even use observation hockey. Yet you can foresee the future? And 2 years from now, are you messing with me? Don't believe it, huh? I sneered. The man who will defeat you is named Monkey D. Luffy, coming from the East Blue, and will ultimately become the next Pirate King. Stahlhat Luffy? Kaido paused for a moment, started searching in his mind. Oh, I remember now. It's that supernova who recently destroyed Eni's lobby and has a bounty of 300 million? Yo, looks like you're quite well informed. I thought to myself, of course, you think he's still a rookie with a 30 million bounty? The plot is almost halfway through, big guy. I'll keep adding. That's right, it's him. 2 years later, he will return to Onigashima with the remnants of the Kazuki clan and turn you, the Azure Dragon, into mudfish. Kaido, after hearing all this, can you still sleep? Do you dare to drink until you can't tell where you are? If you don't work hard now, are you just waiting for them to come and take your territory, kill your subordinates, and throw you into a pot of oil to fry? My words changed Kaido's expression, and the Conqueror's haki exploded, sending me flying. But after venting, he calmed down and looked at me with a cold smile. Kid, I almost fell for your trick. A mere brat with a bounty of 300 million? Even if I give him 10 years, he won't catch up to me. Defeating me in 2 years? Do you think he's a god? I told you. He asked me if I regarded that kid as a god, and I couldn't hold back. I just nodded. I said, yeah, he's the sun god. Isn't he a god? Family, who understands? I've been drawing the rubber fruit for 20 years, and it changes just like that. Even the author couldn't hold back anymore and started patching things up. You say you give him a grandfather who is a naval hero and a father who is a revolutionary army leader. Isn't that already an outrageous setup? Do you really need to add a god-level fruit? Is the next step going to reveal that his mother is a celestial dragon and him is actually his long-lost grandmother? Kaido was dumbfounded right there, looking like he thought this kid had been hit in the head. I couldn't be bothered to explain these settings to him. So I laid it all out. Kaido, we're in the same boat now. Why would I lie to you? That guy really will come and take you down in 2 years. So cut the nonsense if you don't want to be toppled by a young punk. Start training hard with me from today. This ghost island doesn't need any sun. I spoke with such determination that Kaido looked at me and surprisingly sighed. Well, he didn't say he would join me. Instead, he said, all right, since you say this kid is a threat, I'll just strangle this undeveloped threat in its cradle. Won't I? After saying that, he shouted towards the door, Gene, get your ass in here. My heart sank. This old guy is not playing by the rules. As the door opened, a huge figure walked in. He had black wings on his back, flames erupting from them, and wore a mask like a villain, with a big long knife strapped to his waist. The #1 enforcer of the Beast Pirates, Ember. He came in and asked what Kaido wanted. And Kaido pointed at me, then said to him, go to the first half of the Grand Line and kill someone for me. Ember didn't even ask a question, just nodded. Who to kill, you say? Monkey D. Luffy, you know him? The one who just took down Eni's lobby. Find him and kill him. Ember replied with 2 words, not here. Then he turned and left, transforming into a massive, toothless dragon, flapping his wings and disappearing in an instant. I was stunned at that moment. Damn, I wanted you to work hard, and here you are doing physics elimination? Although it's theoretically a piece of cake for Gene to wipe the floor with the current Straw Hat crew, can the main character really be measured by theory? I always feel like this is going to fail. Kaido looked at my constipated expression and laughed at me. Haha, kid, you don't really think my top commander can't handle a newcomer, do you? You're really underestimating my people. I feel speechless inside. Am I really worried about this? I'm actually calculating the aftermath. Just think about it. If Gene really kills Luffy, what about his grandfather, the Navy hero Garp, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, and his guide, the Yonko Shanks? Wouldn't these 3 mountains flatten Onigashima in no time? By then, it won't be the Luffy from 2 years later. It will be the Avengers coming right now. Thinking about it this way, I even kind of hope Gene fails quickly. Forget it, forget it. I won't think about it anymore. Whatever will be. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. I directly picked up a wolf fawn club from the ground and said to Kaido, are you sober now? If you are, continue being my sparring partner. Kaido was taken aback, staring at the club in my hand. Wait a minute, kid. Why does that thing in your hand look so much like mine? I shot him a glance. Does it matter? Anyway, you don't need it right now. What's wrong with letting me practice a bit? So stingy. Fine then. Kaido surprisingly didn't argue, and he extended his palm to me, saying, come on, give me a hit. Let me see if you've grown 10 times stronger. All right, Kaido, take this from me. I shouted, stomping my left foot hard on the ground, causing the ground to instantly crack. The spike club in my hand whistled through the air and smashed down heavily onto Kaido's palm. Bang! The shockwave from that hit made my hair stand on end. just like a super scion. Kaido probably wasn't prepared for it, and I sent him staggering back a few steps. But once he steadied himself and felt the force, his expression surprisingly turned to disappointment. Yes, you heard it right, disappointment. He shook his head and sighed. At that moment, my heart sank. What was going on? I felt like that hit had explosive power. How could he have that expression? No way. I couldn't have trained my heart out all day and laid in bed all night only to see no progress at all, right? What was the point of that? At that time, I started calculating in my mind how to act like a guide when Luffy showed up, so it would seem more natural. I swallowed hard and nervously asked, I'm mentally prepared. You can tell me, no matter what the result is, I can accept it. Kaido looked at my tearful expression, deliberately put on a stern face, and extended a hand. Mokulong, based on my judgment, your strength has increased by about 5 times compared to yesterday. I didn't react at first. Oh, only 5 times? I really am a waste. Wait, what? 5 times? My eyes instantly widened like saucers. Can you say that again? Increased by 5 times. Dude, you clearly shook your head in disappointment. Although it's less than the last time's 10 times, that's not how the calculation works. Last time my base was 1, and multiplying by 10 became 10. This time my base is 10. Multiplying by 5 means it should be 50. That's a net increase of 40 times. This old guy is definitely doing it on purpose. He's just playing me. Kaido saw my expression and got annoyed again. What's wrong? Your power has increased 5 times. Are you proud? He rolled his eyes at me, kid. Don't blame me for bringing you down. Last time it was 10 times. This time it's 5 times. Do you know what that means? It means your growth is decreasing. Next time it might be 2 times the time after that 1 time, and then it will be gone. Now, can you still be happy? Good Lord. As soon as he said that, the little spark I had just ignited was snuffed out. 50 times the strength of an ordinary person sounds impressive. But in the world of One Piece where gods fight, what does that even count for? Those tens of thousands of random soldiers on Fishman Island, which one of them doesn't have dozens of times the strength of an ordinary person? They were all taken out by Luffy with a single burst of Conqueror's Haki. And Luffy, even he was taught a lesson by Kaido with 1 hit when he got to Onigashima, with this little strength of mine. What is there to be proud of? I took a deep breath, my gaze becoming resolute again. Kaido, take me to that place from yesterday. Today, I want to train 10 times harder. Kaido nodded in satisfaction, transforming directly into a blue dragon and flying me back to that small grove. While acting as my punching bag, he also gave me a lesson. Kid, a great era is coming. Look at this year's supernovas. They all exceed double digits. You're still far behind them. Hit hard. As long as you don't train to death, train to the limit. I was furious at that moment. Nonsense. My goal is to beat you to death with a stick, and you bring those supernovas to provoke me? Who do you look down on? Go to hell, Kaido. I shouted and swung my stick at his head. This day was even worse than yesterday, because Kaido not only stood there for me to hit him, but he also started fighting back. He said that strength alone is useless. You also need skill. The result was that by the time he dragged me back, I felt like a pile of mush, not just heavily injured. When Yamato saw my miserable state, she exploded. She held me in her arms, tears streaming down her face as she yelled at Kaido. Kaido, you bastard. Did you do this on purpose? Is it because I didn't listen to you that you're torturing him to take revenge on me and make me hurt? You have such a cruel heart. Let me tell you, that old guy Kaido would be wasting his talent if he didn't become a speaker. He looked at Yamato with a pained expression and began his performance. Yamato, you misunderstand. Why is he fighting so hard? IsNT it for you. For the child in your belly? He is a man. He wants to protect his family. But does he have the strength to do that now? No. So he can only fight desperately. We are pirates. We are the 4 emperors. But the Navy could attack at any moment. No 4 emperor crew can withstand the Navy's full assault. He doesn't want to entrust your fate to others. So he needs to become stronger than me in the shortest time possible. If we don't bleed now, we will lose our lives in battle. As his woman, you should support him, not become a stumbling block on his path to growth because you feel pity for him. Do you understand, Yamato? After this series of punches, Yamato fell silent. She looked down at me, tears streaming down her face, murmuring to herself, could it be? Have I really become his stumbling block? Kaido saw that the timing was right and delivered a masterful blame shift. So you see, you're not wrong, yes, not wrong. It's all the Navy's fault. Surprisingly, Yamato believed him. She grabbed me and ran to the room. At that speed, I was worried she might cause a miscarriage. When I woke up the next day, all my injuries had healed completely. As soon as I opened my eyes, I found Yamato clinging to me like an octopus. This woman didn't even care about breaking my injured bones. But to be honest, this feeling was pretty good. I couldn't help but reach out and pull her closer into my embrace. As a result, I woke her up. She opened her eyes, and we were face to face, staring at each other. Wow. Her face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple, wanting to hide, but unable to, making her look incredibly cute. I told you. At that moment, I got a bit impulsive and touched her wine-red corner. It felt pretty good. I teased her, saying, "Wow, you're going to be a mom soon, and yet your skin is still so thin." I leaned into her ear and deliberately lowered my voice, saying, "After you give birth, I have to unlock 800 new positions for you to really work on your courage." Goodness, she shot me a big eye roll and said I was dreaming, then started squirming in my arms, trying to break free. Did I let her escape? I wrapped her in a bear hug, locking her in place. "Where do you think you're going? It's still early. Let's sleep a bit more." Saying that, I continued to hold her in that position, smooth and a bit cool. Like holding jade, the feel was incredible. She wasn't happy about it and said I shouldn't touch her, making her feel like a pet. I got a bit excited and thought, "Come on, Day, you can't touch this and that. And now you won't even let me touch your corner? That's too domineering. No way, I'm going to touch." She couldn't take it anymore and pushed my hand away, jokingly saying, "If you keep touching, what if the color comes off?" Then she quickly changed the subject, asking me, "By the way, I see you looking vigorous. Is your injury all healed?" At her question, I finally realized, wow, right? Wasn't I almost going to meet the king of hell yesterday? How did I wake up feeling no soreness in my waist or pain in my legs? And I could run up 5 flights of stairs without trouble? To verify, I abruptly threw off the blanket, ready to jump around a bit. But Day let out a sharp scream. I thought I didn't do anything. She thought I was going to go wild, so I quickly apologized. Sorry. I just wanted to do some solo exercise to see how my body is recovering. I got a bit carried away, my bad. When she heard it was solo exercise, she silently pulled the blanket back over herself, muttering softly, "Oh, then it's fine." I was speechless at that moment, looking at her with that thief-like appearance. I said, "Are you serious? You already have a child. Which part of your body haven't I explored? And you're still playing this game with me?" Her face turned red, and she weakly defended herself. I'm just afraid of the cold. It's not that I don't want you to see." Afraid of the cold? Who in the family understands that? This excuse is so flimsy that even AI couldn't come up with it. I looked at her and thought, look at you, Day. You've learned to be bad by following me. You've even learned to lie? This won't do. Lying is the beginning of corruption. To protect world peace, this bad habit must be suppressed. So, I took the time to reason with her. 10 minutes later, she was lying on the bed, covering her, but tears in her eyes, looking pitiful. "Dear, I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied. You've hit me and vented your anger. Can you forgive me now?" Seeing her sincere attitude in admitting her mistake, I nodded in satisfaction and educated her. "It's good that you know you're wrong. You mustn't lie to me again next time. At the very least, you can't lie to me. Lying to others is fine." This matter was settled. But when it was time to make breakfast, this little girl directly acted spoiled, saying her but still hurt, and she didn't want to get up. I had to make breakfast today. As soon as I heard that, I understood. This wasn't T-Pain. It was clearly laziness, looking for an excuse. But since I spoiled her, I thought, all right, I'll do it. When I entered the kitchen, I was dumbfounded. I recognized the pile of ingredients, but they didn't recognize me. Back when I was single, cooking meant instant noodles with an egg. Now this. There was no choice but to go for it. After an hour of struggling, let me tell you, I ended up making a pot of astonishingly chaotic stew. I just boiled the big bone soup well, and then tossed in meat, vegetables, and seafood all at once. The focus was on balanced nutrition. As for the taste, it didn't matter. I'm feeling great. And then Yamato floated over, sniffed, and looked enchanted. "Wow, it smells so good. Darling, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. From now on, I'll leave all the meals at home to you." My mind buzzed, and I realized I had been tricked. For making breakfast, I was directly upgraded to a lifelong chef. I pulled her close, pinched her chin, and said fiercely, "Oh, so you dare to trick your husband? Tell me, did you learn this from some bad woman? Is your little butt itchy again?" Her face instantly turned red because I actually guessed it right. These past few days, she had been running to seek advice from one of the Black Marys among the sextuplets, learning how to be a good wife and mother. As a result, while chatting, she ended up learning a bunch of tricks to manipulate men. I got really angry at that moment and told her right now, immediately cut off all contact with that Black Maria. I said, why did you decide to learn from someone like that? A madam who runs a brothel about how to be a good wife and mother. Isn't that ridiculous? That woman has never been a wife or a mother herself. What good advice could she possibly give you? But Yamato was still reluctant, clinging to my arm and shaking it, saying that Sister Maria was very nice and even taught her how to knit sweaters for babies. She looked at me with those big, watery eyes, pitifully saying that what Maria taught her was that men couldn't resist that kind of charm. But this time, I was determined and dropped the bomb. If you keep in touch with her, I will hate you. As soon as those words came out, Yamato burst into tears, hugging my neck tightly and saying, please don't hate me. I won't see her again. I'll listen to whatever you say. Just don't abandon me. Tears were streaming down her face, soaking my shoulder. I panicked for a moment, not expecting her reaction to be so strong. I quickly hugged her and reassured her, saying I was just joking. How could I possibly dislike or abandon her? After a lot of coaxing, I finally managed to make her laugh. Just as we finished eating my pot of dark cuisine, while chatting and laughing, that old guy Kaido showed up. He saw me performing a somersault for Yamato in the yard. There's no choice. You have to pay a price for coaxing someone. And without saying a word, he transformed into a blue dragon and grabbed me with one claw, shouting, kid, your body has recovered pretty well. Keep training. Yamato was jumping up and down in anger behind him. Kaido, if you beat him half to death again today, I won't let you off the hook. In that same little grove, Kaido threw his kanabo at me and said, come on, kid, hit me with all your strength. I want to see how much power you've gained. I picked up the bat and weighed it in my hands. Hey, it felt much lighter. I knew it wasn't the bat that got lighter. It was me who got stronger. I gathered all my strength, let out a loud shout, and swung the bat down on Kaido's palm. As a result, after catching it, Kaido frowned. My heart sank. It was over. I was too familiar with that expression of his. It was disappointment. In the first training session, my strength increased by more than 10 times. In the second time by 5 times, and this time, he must think I slacked off. He stood there lost in thought. And even after I called him several times, he didn't react. I couldn't hold back any longer and directly asked him, what are you thinking? Do you think my strength is growing too slowly, that I'm not worth training anymore, and you're preparing to give up on me? Kaido was taken aback by my question, then looked at me as if I were an idiot. What nonsense are you thinking? How could I possibly give up on you? You're my son-in-law. He rolled his eyes at me and said with an annoyed expression, I was just thinking about where to get you an awesome devil fruit to enhance your strength. And here you are, accusing me? He said that although my increase this time was less, it was still 2 times, and that speed was already very impressive. As he spoke, he seemed annoyed by my suspicion and raised his hand to slap me, but I dodged it. I felt a bit smug. After being hit by you so many times yesterday, I learned my lesson. Just as I finished speaking, I felt a chill in my chest, and my whole body flew out like a cannonball, crashing into a big tree with a bang. Kaido sneered from the side. Kid, trying to play tricks with me? You dodged once and got cocky? Do you think this is a turn-based game? I got up from the ground, spat out some blood, and felt like my bones were about to fall apart. But to be honest, compared to the past 2 days, this injury really isn't much. Kaido was a bit surprised that I stood up so quickly and praised my physical talent. I took a breath, still unwilling to give up, and asked, Kaido, you still haven't told me. How many times has my strength increased today? He glanced at me and sighed. 2 times. The first time was 10 times. The second time was 5 times, and this time it's 2 times. At this rate, by tomorrow, it will probably be just 1 time left. By then, your strength will be about on par with a pirate with a bounty of 10 million. 10 million bounty. After hearing this, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Family, this is the new world. A 10 million bounty is just a slightly stronger minion, right? As a result, when Kaido heard this, he came over to comfort me. Let me tell you, his comfort was more painful than a knife. He started pouring me a load of motivational nonsense. No, it was toxic positivity. Kid, don't be discouraged. Just think about it. How old was Charlotte Linlin when she took down the giant village? I was the strongest in the kingdom at 13. Shanks became one of the 4 emperors at 30, Whitebeard claimed the title of the strongest at 40, and Roger became the Pirate King at 50. I was completely blown away at that moment. I covered my heart and said to him, "Stop, stop. Are you comforting me or CPUING me? You're putting me under pressure here, right?" But then I thought, hey, I'm not bad either. I straightened my chest and shouted at Kaido's big face, "They're strong, sure, but I'm 22 and I made your daughter pregnant. So tell me, am I not good enough?" As soon as those words came out, the air seemed to freeze. Kaido's face instantly changed from green to a purplish hue. Bam! He slapped me on the head. "You little punk. You got my daughter and still dare to show off in front of me, huh? Just wait until I beat you to death today." Then he pinned me to the ground and started punching and kicking me. I shouted at the top of my lungs, "Kaido, you're not following the rules. You're ambushing me." That's what he said. He spat a mouthful of saliva and said, "I'm being a rogue today, so what? You got my daughter pregnant and are still flaunting it in front of me. Who else will be asking for trouble?" Bang, bang, bang. After a few more kicks, I went black and decided to lie down for a bit. Kaido kicked me for a while, and when he saw I wasn't moving, he nudged me with his foot. "Hey, stop playing dead and get up." I remained motionless. He added a bit more force and shouted, "Get up, damn it." I still didn't respond. At this point, Kaido panicked. "Does anyone understand?" he said as he squatted down and shook my face wildly. "Come on, kid, don't scare me like that." He reached out to check my breathing. It was gone. Kaido was dumbfounded, swallowed hard, and muttered to himself, "No, it can't be. Is it that fragile? Can you really die from this?" I tell you, his expression was 3 parts shock, 7 parts disbelief, as if he was saying, "I haven't even hit you hard, and you already collapsed?" He even started to reflect, wondering which father wouldn't hit someone in this situation. How did he end up killing me? Had all his efforts these days been in vain? Just when he was about to cry from regret, I seized the opportunity and suddenly sprang up from the ground. Bang! A right hook the size of a sandbag landed solidly on his face. With Kaido's massive build, I knocked him straight to the ground with one punch. I put my hands on my hips and laughed wildly. Haha. "Kaido, you big fool. Did you really think I was dead? Don't you know my nickname is the Undying Roach? With that little strength of yours, you might as well be giving me a massage." I was having a great time when I suddenly looked up and a huge shadow loomed over me. Kaido, he stood up, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, his eyes fierce enough to seem like he wanted to swallow me whole. That sense of oppression. Let me tell you, my calves started cramping. "Little brat, do you dare to play dead and trick me into shedding tears? Fine. Since you like death so much, I'll personally send you on your way today." With a loud roar, he punched me right in the stomach. I flew out in an instant, curling up in the air like a big shrimp, blood spraying out of my mouth as if it were free. This punch was more ferocious than his previous combination of punches combined. I felt like my internal organs had shifted. Bang, 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 bang. I crashed through over a dozen large trees like a bowling ball, finally landing with a thud on the ground. I lay there, feeling as if all my bones were shattered. I reached out my hand, wanting to grab something, but ended up grabbing nothing. My hand fell limp, my head tilted, and my eyes widened. This time, I was truly out of breath. Kaido waited in place for a long time. Seeing that I still hadn't returned, he walked over impatiently. When he saw my miserable state, with a large dent in my chest, he was a bit stunned. He kicked me with his foot and said, "Kid, stop pretending. You think you can fool me with the same trick a second time?" I didn't respond. He was really panicking now, leaning in to listen, his heartbeat and breath gone. No way. Something really happened. Kaido's old face turned ashen in an instant, and he plopped down on the ground, pulling me onto his lap. After checking my breath, he pressed his ear against my chest and listened for a long time. But all was silent. At this point, Kaido completely broke down. "You little brat. Don't scare me. Wake up, damn it." He held me and howled at the sky. Wow. With that roar, the whole land of Wano seemed to darken. Dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and a bolt of lightning struck a nearby tree, turning it into charred remains. Soon after, a torrential rain poured down, perfectly masking his 2 lines of old tears. "Aren't you supposed to protect Yamato? Aren't you supposed to be a father? Don't you want to see what your child looks like?" He shook me, crying like a 200-pound child. Then he went insane. "Kaido, you useless piece of trash. Damn it. Damn it." He raised his hand and slapped himself across the face. "Always taking out on your own child. If you're so tough, why don't you go take down Whitebeard? Slap. If you're so tough, why don't you flatten Marine headquarters? Slap." I was stunned watching from aside. Family. Have you ever seen someone PUA themselves? The internal struggle had him all figured out. After exhausting himself, he started banging his head on the ground, and before long, he had created a large pit. In the end, he even picked up his mace and hit himself on the forehead, almost giving himself a concussion. After venting for half an hour, he finally calmed down and accepted the fact of my death. He decided he could no longer indulge in self-destruction. They and the child still needed his protection. So, he prepared to bury me. He was afraid Day would be unable to handle the shock of seeing my corpse, leading to a death for two. He squatted down and began to dig a hole with his hands. Soon, a large pit was ready. He picked me up, gently closed my eyes for me, and muttered, "Kid, go in peace. I will definitely raise your child to be the strongest being in the world, surpassing me." After saying that, he placed me in the pit and started to fill it with dirt, giving a sense of companionship in this funeral. Just as the dirt was about to cover my face, Kaido took one last look at me and then threw a handful of dirt down. Soon, I was completely buried, with a small mound of dirt piled on top. Kaido brushed the dirt off his hands and was about to turn around to find a stone to make a tombstone for me. Just then, a hand suddenly shot up from the pile of dirt. "Kaido, are you out of your mind? I'm not dead yet, and you're burying me? What's next? Planning to inherit my credit line?" The dirt pile exploded, and I stood there covered in mud, cursing at Kaido's back. Kaido froze, his shoulders shaking. He slowly turned around, and upon seeing me alive, he was so excited he couldn't speak. "Kid, how did you?" he shouted and rushed over, picking me up and spinning me around several times. Let me tell you, the sight of two big men being so affectionate was something else, absolutely embarrassing to witness. "Crazy. Put me down." I was dizzy from his spinning. He set me down, his hands gripping my shoulders tightly, staring into my eyes. "How did you come back to life?" "I clearly checked. You were already dead. I told you at that moment. I understood everything. My golden finger is not about training to become stronger at all. It's purely an M physique. The heavier the injury, the stronger I become. That hit just now directly killed me, which is equivalent to giving me an ultimate reboot, completely transforming me." I clenched my fist and felt a surge of explosive power throughout my body. I looked at Kaido and smiled. "Kaido, before I answer your question, I have to properly repay you for that punch you just threw." I took a few steps back, bent down to pick up the spike club from the ground, and weighed it in my hands. It felt just right. "Are you ready?" I asked him while holding the club. Kaido was taken aback for a moment, then thought I was going to retaliate. So he puffed out his chest and said with a guilty look, "Come on, kid. Hit me as hard as you can. I won't fight back. Just consider it an apology." He didn't think for a second that I could actually hurt him. I laughed. "Isn't the surprise here? Kaido, do you remember me saying that you could learn the Thunder Bagua in 3 days?" The sky rumbled with a loud thunder. Kaido looked confused, not knowing why I brought this up. "Maybe," I smiled knowingly, "you'll understand it yourself." I suddenly raised my spike club and shouted to the sky, "Thunder come!" Boom! A purple lightning bolt as thick as a bucket struck down in response, precisely hitting my spike club. The crackling electric current instantly wrapped around the entire club. In the next second, I stomped hard on the ground, and it cracked open instantly. My whole body transformed into an afterimage as I charged in front of Kaido. "Taste your own trick." I gripped the club with both hands, using all my strength, and roared those 4 words, "Thunderclap Bagua." Boom! The spiked club slammed solidly into Kaido's shocked face. In that moment, his entire face contorted. I roared, "Die, Kaido!" Pushing the spiked club, I forcefully knocked him away. Kaido flew like a cannonball, soaring through the air, and the trees along the way snapped like they were made of paper, crackling as he crashed through them. He just kept flying, soaring several thousand meters away, until he finally disappeared from my sight. I'm leaning on the stick, clenching my fist. It feels so good. This is the power I want. I even started to imagine how future history books would write about it. Emperor on the day the world was dark, wielding a massive, thunderous stick by the riverbank, personally slaying the world-destroying blue dragon, saving the world from fire and water. Cough, cough, all right. I can't continue this. After a long while, Kaido finally walked back from a distance, a trace of blood still on the corner of his mouth. That's right, I made Kaido bleed. But instead of being angry, he looked excited and proud, though there was a hint of satisfaction in his expression, as if he was pleased to see his foolish son achieving something. "Kid, you really surprised me." He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and then put on a serious face. But don't get too proud. With this little strength, you're still far from surpassing me. There are plenty of people in this sea who could knock me away. Who do you think you are? His cold water splash immediately woke me up. Yes, I almost got carried away. Kaido didn't even use haki just now. He didn't put up any defense, and I managed to knock him away. I honestly admit my mistake. All right, Kaido, I was wrong. I really have a long way to go. Oomph. You brat are quite perceptive. Kaido was very satisfied with my attitude. You better remember this, the boast you made back then, to take the title of the world's strongest creature from me within 3 years. By that time, I hope you can still use that move to beat me down so I can't get up. Then, lead the beast pirates and make the entire new world tremble under our feet. Kid, tell me, can you do it? I looked at him, and that fire in my heart flared up again. That old guy Kaido, although ruthless, is truly a top-notch motivator. He asked me if I could do it, and I couldn't help but laugh. Let me tell you, I laughed so wildly at that moment. Ha ha ha, Kaido, 3 years? Who do you think you're looking down on? I'll tell you, at most a year, and I can turn your dragon into a bug. Give me another year, and the Beast Pirates flag will be planted all over the world. By then, we'll be the new celestial dragons. You'll be the celestial dragon, and I'll be the human riding you to rule the world. Goodness, after hearing this, Kaido was stunned, complaining about me. What the hell, I'm a celestial dragon. You're just a human? But this old guy was probably secretly thrilled, already imagining himself sitting on the throne of the void. After showing off like this, my confidence skyrocketed, and I felt invincible. I immediately asked him, Hey, Kaido, give me your opinion with my current strength. Am I at the level of the 3 disasters yet? Guess what he said? He spat out a mouthful of saliva and said, Go to hell. 3 disasters? Do you even know your worth before you die? You think dying once will make you 100 times stronger? With your current level, you're at most a supernova, and your bounty can't be more than 100 million. I was really unconvinced at that moment. I said, no way. I at least made you spit blood. Isn't a billion not too much to ask? Kaido shot me a glance and said, Nonsense. That was because I wasn't on guard and you caught me off guard. What is there to be proud of? If you don't believe me, come at me again and see if you can push me back a step. Hey, can I really tolerate this? Without saying a word, I swung my stick, my whole body crackling with electricity, and hit him in the face with another Thunder Bagua move. Boom! A loud noise. I'm telling you, this time I'm really losing my mind. Who understands, family? That old guy Kaido is just standing there without moving an inch. I've literally ground a 1-meter-long scratch under his feet. I was completely dumbfounded. The gap is just too big. But I don't know, Kaido is probably laughing inside. He knows very well that he was in full defense mode just now. And here I am, just a rookie who has been practicing for a week, able to push him back a meter. This talent is simply like being the original dad of version T0. He is just trying to bring me down. Afraid I might get too carried away. He is still pretending to be tough, saying, Kid, now you know the difference, right? As he was saying this, he suddenly froze and asked me, Wait, there was no thunder just now. Where did the electricity on your stick come from? I chuckled and said, All right, let me perform a magic trick for you. I snapped my fingers, and with a flick of my finger, it instantly transformed into a flickering bolt of lightning. Kaido's eyes nearly popped out as he shouted, What the hell? Are you a Logia user? I shook my head and said, Your mindset is too small, Kaido. I just got struck by lightning a moment ago, and then I learned it. His expression was as if he was saying, Do you think I haven't gone through 9 years of compulsory education? Seeing that he didn't believe me, I couldn't be bothered to explain further, and just laid it all out for him. I said to him, Kaido, we both thought wrong before. My ability isn't to become stronger through training, but to become stronger through injuries. The heavier the injury, the stronger I become. When you accidentally kill me before, that was the heaviest injury, so my strength skyrocketed tenfold right on the spot. After hearing this, Kaido was completely stunned, standing there in a daze. After a while, he suddenly rubbed his hands together and showed me an extremely lewd smile. I tell you, that smile has made me tense up. I immediately crossed my arms over my chest and took 2 steps back. Kaido, what do you want to do? I tell you, I'd rather die than submit. But then this old guy snatched the mace from my hands and said, Didn't you say that dying would make you stronger? Come on, I'll smash your head right now and see if you can surpass me on the spot. Saying that, he raised the mace high and swung it down towards my head with a thunderous strike. But just as the mace was about to hit my face, he stopped. I could see clearly that his hand gripping the mace was shaking like he had Parkinson's. He was scared. He was afraid of really killing me with that one blow. As soon as I saw the situation, I directly mocked him. Kaido, are you even capable? Why are you acting like a woman, being so whiny? If you're too scared to fight, then get lost and don't waste my time leveling up. I pointed at my forehead and said, come on, hit me here. Use some strength. This old guy was indeed provoked by me. His eyes turned red. You asked for it, little brat. With a loud crack, he swung his club at me for real. But at the last moment, he held back, just sending me flying and making me spit out some blood, but I ended up fine. I walked back slowly, looking at him with disdain. Kaido, didn't you eat? Is this all the strength you have? This completely set him off. All right, I'll give you what you want. This time, Kaido was truly intent on killing. He took a deep breath, his arm muscles bulging, and the spike club was wrapped in visibly dark haki and purple lightning. Thunderous Bagua. This time, I didn't even see his movement clearly. I only felt an earth-shattering force crashing onto my chest in an instant. Bang! I tell you, I didn't even have the chance to fly out. I just exploded right there. I tell you, I didn't even have a chance to fly out. I just exploded right there. That guy literally exploded, turning into a pile of mosaic, blood, and guts everywhere. My upper body just evaporated, leaving only my 2 legs standing straight in place. I swear, they were steadier than a standing ticket. Kaido was completely stunned, looking like he had been struck by lightning, almost crushing the kanabo in his hands. He just stared at my 2 legs, waiting and waiting for me to resurrect. Time passed, and those 2 legs didn't grow a new body. Kaido couldn't hold it together anymore. Anyone who understands him knows that expression was like investing in stocks at the peak and then facing 10 consecutive limit downs. Utterly desperate. He started his self-PUA, pacing back and forth, muttering, it's over, it's over, it's over, barbecue. I shouldn't have believed that brat's nonsense. Resurrection is all fake. He must have been faking death before. Now look, I've turned him to dust. And what is the point of resurrecting now? Kaido, you big fool. You just killed your own son-in-law. As he spoke, the angrier he got, the more he raised his hand to give himself a big slap. I thought this wouldn't he do. If the father-in-law hits himself, how would I ever show my face again? Just as his palm, as big as a fan, was about to hit his face, I spoke up. Hey, father-in-law, going this big? Practicing face-slapping ASMR? You can't imagine Kaido's expression at that moment. It was like he had seen a ghost. He slowly lifted his head and saw me standing there perfectly fine, smiling at him. In that instant, I swear tears just streamed down his face, as excited as if he had won 500 million in the lottery. Why you? You really came back to life? He could barely get the words out. The next second, he threw the kanabo away and lunged at me like a 300-pound giant baby, wrapping his arms around me, and then he started spinning in place. Anyone who understands knows what this feels like. A 2-meter-tall muscle man holding me and spinning around with love. This scene was simply too beautiful. Even a romantic drama wouldn't dare to shoot it this way. I was so dizzy, feeling like the plot was familiar. Last time I crawled out of the ground, he seemed to have hugged me like this too. I quickly patted him on the shoulder. All right, let me down. If someone sees us like this, just imagine if a reporter comes by. Tomorrow's headline will be shocking. The pirate emperor and his son-in-law's untold story. Am I supposed to have any dignity left? Kaido realized what I meant and quickly set me down. But as soon as I was down, he actually started touching me. He was feeling me up like he was inspecting stamped pork. I was speechless. What are you doing, man? Are you checking my ID or doing a security check? I know you care about me, but come on, we're both guys. Can we not make this so awkward? He awkwardly withdrew his hand and changed the subject. Ahem. Hey, didn't you say that dying once can lead to a rebirth? How does it feel? Did your strength increase? Saying this, he ran back to pick up the spike bat and handed it to me. Here, hit me with it. Let me test the goods. To be honest, I felt around and it seemed like there was too much change. My heart sank. No way. Could it be that my cheat card expired? I said to him a bit dejectedly, forget it. I don't feel any improvement this time. Maybe I've hit my limit. Well, when Kaido heard me say that, he became even more anxious than I was. He forcibly shoved the bat into my hand and started pouring motivation into me. Don't talk nonsense. Just try it. Besides, so what if your ability has hit a wall? Have you forgotten about your wife? Yamato is so beautiful. Now she is fully a wife. Do you know how many old men out there love that? For your wife, you can't just give up. Get yourself together. At a shout, I instantly fired up. That's right. I'm a married man. I grabbed the spike bat and slammed it right into his chest with a thunderous strike. With a loud bang, Kaido was blasted away like a cannonball, flying hundreds of meters before crashing into a big tree and then sliding down. I was dumbfounded at that moment. No, am I really that strong? Previously, when I fought him, he would at most take a step back. So why did he fly away this time? Has my strength really skyrocketed? But before I could be happy for 2 seconds, Kaido angrily ran back from a distance, pointing at my nose and scolding, "You little brat. Still claiming you haven't improved your strength? Are you pretending to be weak to trick me?" As soon as I saw his exaggerated acting, I instantly understood. This old guy is just putting on a show for me. He deliberately let me knock him away just to boost my confidence. Sigh. He really cares a lot for me as a son-in-law. I directly confronted him. "Father-in-law, stop acting. The Oscars owe you a little golden man. Now tell me, what is going on?" Kaido, realizing I saw through him, stopped pretending and laid it all out. "All right, I was acting, but your strength has indeed increased. Probably by about 10%. I analyzed the situation and concluded that you died much more tragically this time. Your upper body turned into mush. So even though the increase is smaller, there is still an improvement. It's just that before, you were multiplying your strength by several times. And now it's only increased by 10, which you just can't feel." As soon as I heard it, I thought it made a lot of sense. The more tragic the death, the bigger the upgrade package. Before, it was a direct level up, but now it's experience points 10. Although it's slower, at least I can still level up. Just as I was thinking about it, Kaido spoke again, his tone ominous. "Kid, that's enough for today. Tomorrow I'll take you to do something exciting, get some real combat in." I was quite excited to hear that, but his next sentence sent chills down my spine. "Tomorrow, I'll take you to the battlefield and let you experience being riddled with countless bullets, chopped into pieces by knives, and blown to bits by cannon fire. Is that a miserable enough way to die? Your strength will definitely increase significantly." When I looked into his eyes at that moment, it felt like I was staring at a psychopathic killer. Damn, big brother, do you have a grudge against me? What enmity or resentment do you have that makes you want to see me shattered? Anyway, you won't die. So what are you afraid of? Kaido had a nonchalant expression, saying that you have power but no experience. Even a casual real fight would easily defeat you. You must go through the baptism of blood and fire, understand? What else can I say? Although I'm extremely unwilling in my heart, he does have a point. Fine, I'll go. It's just right that I also want to find a few inexperienced ones to practice on and regain my confidence. In the evening, Kaido transformed back into his dragon form and took me back to Onigashima. Yamato was sweeping the yard, but her eyes kept glancing up at the sky, clearly waiting for me. When she saw me jump down from the dragon's back unscathed, she was completely stunned, frozen in place. I walked up to her, and she finally came to her senses, looking at me incredulously and asking, "You didn't get hurt today?" Goodness, I pretended to be angry at that moment, pulling her into my arms and pinching her nose, saying, "What's wrong? Are you disappointed? You were hoping I'd get seriously injured and unconscious every day so you could poison me and find a new husband, right?" Dahiki's face turned red with embarrassment, and she pushed me away, turning her back to ignore me. I quickly hugged her from behind and gave her a peck on the cheek, saying, "Hey, I'm just joking. Don't be angry." As I said this, I lifted her up by the waist. "Hey, what are you doing?" she exclaimed. I smirked and whispered in her ear, "What is up? Just got beaten up a couple of days ago. I have to make up for the loss." Saying that, I picked her up and carried her into the bedroom. Yamato's face turned as red as an apple, and she stubbornly said, "Who lost? You trained so hard during the day. Aren't you afraid you'll be too weak to stand tomorrow?" "Well, I'm willing to," I said as I laid her down on the bed. "Come on, my dear wife." An hour later, let me tell you, I felt completely refreshed. All the frustration from being beaten up these past 2 days was released. Kaido, you hit me yesterday. Today I'll hit your daughter." By the time Yamato came out of the bathroom, I was already starving, so I ran to the kitchen to look for food, only to find that there was nothing. I was just about to complain when Day shot me a glance and retorted, "A couple of days ago, I made dinner for you and waited. What happened? You always come back like a dead pig, and it all goes to waste. Whose fault is that?" I thought to myself, hey, that's really true. There's no way to argue against it. All right, it's my fault. I'll roll up my sleeves, you take a break today, and let you taste my skills, dear. I directly built a fire in the yard, set up a grill, and today I must prepare a hearty meal. The grill was set up, and let me tell you, it looked professional. I just tossed that thoroughly marinated small pig onto the rack. Goodness, this isn't just a piglet. It's almost as big as an adult pig I saw in my past life. But you know, in the world of One Piece, everything can be pro max. I was turning the grill, and the grease was sizzling as it dripped down, hitting the charcoal with a pop, and the aroma instantly burst forth. I tell you, even the kids next door were drooling. After about half an hour, I saw that the skin was golden and crispy. It was almost done. With a swift motion, I sliced off a piece of the crispy skin and tender meat and brought it directly to her mouth. Come on, open up. At first, she hesitated, saying that pregnant women shouldn't eat too much oily food. But once her little nose caught the scent, she could hardly hold back her saliva and gulped it down in one bite. The way she ate, her eyes squinting with happiness, still mumbling how delicious it was. I found it quite amusing. After she finished, she sliced a piece for me, and wow, it was a pig trotter. My heart skipped a beat. Did she mean something by that? But then I thought, she doesn't understand our jokes from back home. I was overthinking it. We took turns eating, and somehow managed to finish off those few 100 pounds of food. We were so stuffed that we just laid down on the grass, staring at the stars. With the atmosphere reaching this point, I took off my jacket and covered her with it. She leaned closer and whispered in the past. I fought every day for freedom against Kaido, and never had the time to look at the stars. It wasn't until you appeared that my life started to feel a bit more human. Suddenly, she looked at me very seriously and asked, "You will never leave me, right?" I couldn't help but pinch her cheek and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" She didn't like that, swatted my hand away, and we started to tease each other. I picked her up in a princess carry and headed back inside, and she thought I was up to something else, her face turning red. "I'm warning you. I won't help you with that kind of thing anymore." I was speechless, thinking, what are you thinking? It's so cold outside. I'm just carrying you back to sleep. But then she turned the tables and pushed me towards the bathroom, telling me to go take a shower. No sweaty body on the bed. Goodness, she never complained before. Did she? Fine, I took a quick 5-minute shower, came out wearing just my boxers, and dove into bed, pulling her into my arms. It was really warm. My hands, however, weren't very honest. She gave me a light slap and said, "Don't move your hands." After that, there was no more movement. Her breathing was steady, and I couldn't tell if she had really fallen asleep. I thought to myself, today's training was quite tiring, so I decided to sleep. The next morning, I was sleeping soundly when I felt some movement in my arms. Yamato was getting up, but I couldn't let her go, so I held her tighter and said, "Let's sleep a little longer." She said, "The sun is already shining on my backside." I replied, "That's because the sun is rising early today." Then she accidentally let it slip. Sister Maria said that morning walks are good for kids. That was it. I was done for. Didn't I tell her not to associate with that woman? At that moment, I was acting like a drama queen. "Woman, you treat my words like they are just passing wind. You've changed. Now you even lie to me." I pinched her chin to make her look at me. She still wanted to argue, so I went all out. My eyes turned red, and my voice trembled with a sob. "Are you going to abandon us? Just the two of us, father and daughter, to pursue your freedom? Leaving me all alone on this ghost island to raise the child? Sleeping rough and exposing myself to the elements with tattered clothes? Boo-hoo, I'm so pitiful. And my unborn daughter is even more pitiful. I can't go on like this. I tell you, I acted so heart-wrenchingly. As a result, the good thing is, while I was performing, she really cried. I was completely thrown off and hurried to comfort her, saying, Hey, I'm just joking, don't cry. If our daughter hears this, she'll think I'm bullying her mom." She finally stopped sobbing and asked me why I always thought of our daughter. I said I like daughters, but I love sons just the same. She hugged me and sighed, saying it would be great if someone else thought the same way. With that said, Kaido probably felt like sneezing. Just when we were being sweet, a sudden howl came from outside. A woo-woo. I thought to myself, are there really wolves in this ghostly place? Yamato opened her observation hockey and burst out laughing. She pulled me, looking like a thief, and peeked through the door crack. My pupils shook. Kaido, the world's strongest creature, squatting in the yard like a husky, howling like a wolf. Who understands? My worldview shattered at that moment. What an abstract and fierce act is this? So it turns out this old man-in-law couldn't wait for us to get up and being too embarrassed to barge in, thought of such a terrible idea. I went outside, pretending to be clueless. "Oh, dear father-in-law, you're here? Did you hear the wolf howling just now? This old man Kaido can act too." He said seriously, "I heard it, and I kicked it away. No need to thank me." I couldn't hold it in anymore, laughing so hard I rolled on the ground. Now he looked as black as the bottom of a pot and yanked me up. I finally realized the seriousness of the situation. Mocking the four emperors to their face is basically courting death, right? Kaido gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, you seem to be enjoying yourself? It seems the easy mode doesn't satisfy you. Today, let's switch to hell mode, and I guarantee you'll feel like you're in ecstasy." I quickly tried to explain. "It's a misunderstanding, father-in-law. It's just bugs crawling on my itchy skin." He wouldn't believe it. I was still being stubborn. No wonder Yamato doesn't like you. This time, I've completely ignited the powder keg. He even started mocking me, asking how I've managed to live this long with such a terrible mouth. "Have you turned on your protagonist aura?" Just at this critical moment, Yamato came out after changing clothes, looking confused at us, asking, "What are you two doing?" Let me tell you, that old guy Kaido has a thicker skin than a city wall. As soon as he saw Yamato come out, he immediately put on a fatherly face, one hand still gripping the back of my neck, while the other hand was open, saying, "Oh, my precious daughter, it's fine. I saw a bug on Mokuryu. Let me help him out." He was even winking at me desperately, as if he wanted me to cooperate with his act. Ugh, do I look like someone who would yield to power? I immediately sold him out, turning to Yamato and saying, "Yamato, don't listen to his nonsense. This old man is just a wine gourd who's run dry, taking out his frustration on me. Just look at his posture, grabbing my collar. Isn't it just like a weakling being caught by a master in a fight, about to get a big beating?" Goodness, as soon as I said this, Kaido's face turned green, and his eyes looked like they were going to swallow me whole. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, you really dare to speak like that. Can I be afraid of him?" My neck stiffened, and I got even more excited, of course. Who am I? I'm the son-in-law of the world's strongest creature. Kaido, what do I have to be afraid to say? Family, who understands? Ever since I realized I couldn't die, my self-destructive DNA has completely gone wild, always pushing the limits. If Kaido didn't care about Yamato being present, I bet he would have slapped me across the face by now. His expression is basically saying, "You little brat, taking advantage of my daughter every day, and now you're trying to annoy me with her tricks? Why don't you learn the good things instead of the bad ones?" Sure enough, as soon as Yamato heard this, she immediately fired back at her dad. "Kaido, what the Ink Dragon said is true. Why do you hit him just because you finished your drink? He comes back every day after being trained by you like a dead dog, and you're still not satisfied? You're being so unreasonable. Aren't you afraid that when you die, no one will burn paper for you?" Let me tell you, Yamato's mouth really shows how strong filial piety can be. Kaido was completely on the defensive at that moment. "Yamato, I'm your father. Do you trust me or this brat?" The way he asked that question was practically a death sentence. Yamato didn't even give him a chance to explain and directly choked him with one sentence. "Of course, I trust Momonosuke. You were never a good person. You always vent your frustrations over trivial matters. Isn't that your usual behavior? Don't explain, I won't listen." Kaido put his hand on his forehead. He probably regretted having this daughter. He realized that continuing to explain would only humiliate himself further. So he gave me a fierce glare and said, "Fine, I'm too lazy to talk." Then he turned to the brat. "Come with me. Today's training is doubled." As soon as he finished speaking with a loud roar, he transformed into the massive Azure Dragon. With one swipe of his claws, he grabbed me and soared into the sky. Yamato jumped up and down below. "Kaido, stop. Where are you taking him? I want to allow you to take revenge on him." She reached out to grab Kaido's dragon tail, but Kaido flicked his tail and threw her off, disappearing into the clouds. Floating in midair, the wind was howling. Let me tell you, being grabbed by a dragon and flying was thrilling at first, but now, it's rather dull. Kaido looked at me with a calm expression, seemingly a bit disappointed. "Kid, you don't seem scared at all." I roll my eyes. Does it even matter? Anyway, it won't kill me. Oof. Today, I'll make sure you die a miserable death. As soon as I heard this, my mind started racing with ideas. I pretended to look worried and said, "Kaido, dear father-in-law, can we discuss something? If you keep tormenting me like this, what if I end up with some psychological trauma? I don't really care, but I'm mainly worried about affecting Yamato's happiness for the rest of her life." Think about it. If you turn me into someone who loses interest in women and becomes a straightforward guy who only knows how to get stronger, what will happen to Yamato? I thought this move would work on him, but wow. Kaido's eyes lit up after hearing it. That's great. Women will only affect the speed at which we become stronger. Kid, you're absolutely right. I've made up my mind. Today, I must torment you in the most twisted and cruel way, making you completely give up on any thoughts. So that from now on, all your focus is on getting stronger. I was dumbfounded at the time. Who understands my family? My move was all about reverse marketing. I originally wanted to plead for myself, but I ended up stabbing Kaido. This guy is willing to sacrifice his daughter's happiness just to make me stronger? No wonder Yamato wants to kill him every day. Now I want it too. Kaido grabbed me and flew for who knows how long, finally stopping above a vast sea of clouds. I looked down and saw nothing but white clouds. While I was puzzled, he suddenly released his grip without warning. Kaido, I curse your daughter. The sensation of weightlessness hit me instantly, and I fell straight down like a stone. The sound of wind rushed past my ears, and my face was distorted by the force. This old bastard, just because I mocked him a few times, he directly gave me a free fall from 10,000 meters? His mind is as small as a needle's eye. As I was falling, I finally saw that below was an island, and there were dozens of warships parked around the island. Damn, this bastard threw me into a naval base? Boom! With a loud crash, I smashed into the concrete ground, creating a large pit and instantly turned into mush. But that was nothing. In the next second, I returned to my original form. I looked up, and to my surprise, the pit was surrounded by layers of Navy personnel, all staring at me like I was a monkey. A guy who looked like an officer shouted down at me from a height. Kid, who are you? Don't you know this is the Navy G5 base? Speak. Are you a pirate here to carry out a terrorist attack? I was so furious that I couldn't help but laugh. How could I, with my temper, endure this? I pointed my finger at him and shouted defamation. He's defaming me. I was just sleeping on a cloud, accidentally rolled over and fell down. I was ready to just dust myself off and leave. And yet you dare to say I'm a pirate? Fine. This matter is far from over. That's right. I'm here to destroy your pathetic base. I said it. Not even Jesus could stop me. The Navy colonel named Eric was taken aback for a moment after hearing my words. Then he laughed as if he had just heard the biggest joke. Just you? A nameless nobody, thinking you can destroy the G5 branch? Do you think you're one of the 4 emperors? He looked at me with disdain, feeling confident that he had me figured out, especially since my bounty poster didn't even have my face on it. I laughed, watching his mocking expression as my body began to change. My muscles bulged, my height skyrocketed, and dragon scales and horns sprouted from my face. Eric's smile instantly froze on his face, his eyes bulging like copper bells, and he stammered, "Why, you? Kaido of the 100 Beasts? How is that possible?" I transformed into Kaido's form, looking down at him from a height, and reached out to pat his shit-eating face. Little guy didn't expect this, huh? He was so scared that his legs went weak, and he almost peed himself. Just then, a clever little soldier beside him suddenly shouted, "Colonel, don't be fooled by him. If he is Kaido, then who was that pretty boy just now? This must be an illusion." As soon as Eric heard this, he instantly came to his senses, straightened his back, regained his courage, and pointed at me while laughing. "Hee hee, you bastard. I almost got tricked by you, the imposter." I thought to myself, not bad. Quite clever. I glanced over and saw a giant marine next to me holding a huge spike club. I beckoned him with my finger and said, "Throw your weapon over here." The giant was so scared that he sat down on the ground, dropping the spike club. He walked over, effortlessly picked up the wolf fawn club that was taller than me, slung it over my shoulder, and then approached the little soldier who had exposed me. With a grin, I said, "So, you think I'm a fake?" The little soldier was so scared that he backed away, only to be kicked out by Eric. "What are you hiding for? With me here, are you afraid of counterfeit?" "Hee hee," I sneered, "then let me prove it to you." Saying that, I swung the wolf fawn club in my hand, used Kaido's signature move, and unleashed a powerful strike. Thunder Bagua. With a loud explosion, the marine soldier was hit like a cannonball, flying several hundred meters and crashing into a warship. The tremendous impact directly broke the main mast of the warship, which then collapsed and struck another row of warships nearby, instantly triggering a chain of tragedies. At that moment, I tell you, the whole place fell into silence, especially that colonel named Eric, whose eyes bulged like copper bells, continuously mumbling, "Thunder Bagua? How is this possible?" Goodness. Looking at his expression, he must have done a complete 360-degree Thomas spin in his mind. He actually started to self-analyze. Family, who understands? He looked at my handsome face and then thought of Kaido's fierce demeanor and astonishingly came to a shocking conclusion. That my face is Kaido's true form. And this appearance is just a skin. As soon as this thought came to him, his expression changed faster than flipping a book. One moment he wanted to kill me, and the next, he came over like a little lapdog, grinning from ear to ear. "Oh, Lord Kaido, you must be tired from swinging your club. How about I get you some horse meat to relax?" He then turned and yelled at his subordinates. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and bring a chair for the great Lord Kaido. Prepare the best wine. Get food and drinks ready. If you neglect our esteemed guest, I'll throw you all into the sea to feed the sharks." I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. This guy was really playing a role of being different inside and out, submissive to outsiders, but hitting hard against his own people. His subordinates, those Marines, couldn't hold back anymore and whispered to each other, "What a disgrace being a dog for pirates. And we're not even sure if it's true. And he's already kneeling? Let's go find Vice Admiral Virgo and tell him we have a traitor here." Eric, who was very sharp-eared, exploded at that moment, pointing his finger at those Marines and cursing, "Are you rebelling against me? Dare to conspire behind my back? Do you believe I can deal with you right now? Kneel and apologize to me." TSK, TSK, TSK. His official authority was really being put to use. Unfortunately, those Marines were tough and completely ignored him, turning around to report to their Vice Admiral Virgo. Eric was so angry he was stomping his feet, but he didn't dare to chase after them and could only watch them leave. Once they were far away, he immediately switched back to a flattering mode and smiled at me, saying, "Ahem, Lord Kaido, don't bother with those newbies. A bunch of foolish kids, still holding on to some sense of justice. They really don't know what's what." I was almost amused by him at that moment. I shook my head and said, "Really? I actually think that people who do not succumb to power for the sake of justice are quite admirable. On the contrary, I really dislike someone like you who takes advantage of the situation and strikes hard against your own people." I watched his face turn pale in an instant, and then slowly added a knife. "Moreover, you got it wrong. I really am not Kaido of the 100 Beasts." He was instantly petrified. I continued, "Think about it. A domineering CEO like Kaido wouldn't need to prove who he is to a small character like you, right? With the way you just acted, his Kanabo would have smashed your head 100 times already. So, you see, not only are you weak, but your character is trash, and your IQ is garbage too. I really doubt how you became a colonel. Even using backdoor connections would make you look bad." I tell you, his face at that moment went from white to red, from red to purple, like a dye factory had opened, with bloodshot eyes, pointing at me and stammering you for a long time without saying a word. He probably thought his career was over, and he might even have to go to the sewing factory in the city, completely on the verge of collapse. But just then, I saw a change in his eyes, from despair to that of a hungry wolf seeing meat. Wow, did his brain finally start working? Was he planning to grab me and then go back to take credit with his superior, claiming he had endured humiliation and gone deep behind enemy lines, and that his earlier cowardice was all an act? I directly exposed all his little schemes. "What? Are you trying to catch me to make up for your mistakes? And then beautify that servant-like demeanor of yours, as if it were to gain my trust while enduring hardships?" He was completely dumbfounded, and his expression seemed to say, "Are you the worm in my stomach?" I smiled and then asked him, "Aren't you curious why I told you I'm a fraud?" To my surprise, he actually started analyzing it, snorting coldly. "Isn't it obvious? You must know you can't deceive General Virgo, the highest officer of the Veil G5. So you expose yourself." I almost couldn't help but applaud him at that moment, praising him. "You really are quite clever." Then I leaned towards his ear and whispered, "But you know what? The more you know, the earlier you die. Especially someone like you, who is so full of themselves." As soon as I finished speaking, I swung my spiked club and delivered another thunderous blow. With a bang, his head exploded like a rotten watermelon, splattering red and white all over me. Unbelievable. Just as I dealt with him, the main character arrived. A guy wearing sunglasses, with a face that screamed, "I'm so cool," walked over surrounded by a group of Marines, and happened to witness me smashing Eric's head in. "He is Virgo." He stopped, stared at me for a long time, and finally shook his head, his eyes seemingly saying, "Dude, that thunderous blow of yours must be from a discount store, right? The power is lacking. It's just for show." As soon as I saw the look in his eyes, I knew he couldn't keep up the act any longer. So I simply canceled my transformation and returned to my original form. Virgo walked over and stopped 5 meters away from me, looking up at me with a frown, clearly not fond of the height difference. He adjusted his sunglasses in a pretentious manner and spoke with a domineering tone. "Go ahead. Tell me who you are and what your purpose is in impersonating Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Be honest, and you might leave with your whole corpse. Otherwise," he pointed at Eric's corpse on the ground, "you'll end up worse than him." Although I really hated that trash, after all, when dealing with a dog, you have to consider its owner, right? I laughed at the time. So you look at the owner when you hit a dog, right? If he wants to bite me and I resist, isn't it quite reasonable to take you, the owner, down with him? He was so angry that he laughed. Take me down? A mere nameless person. You have quite the audacity, thinking you can look down on the entire Navy? Sorry, but I'm looking down on the entire Navy. I feel be straight away. When Virgo heard this, he got excited and stretched out his hand. "Someone, bring me my sword." A nearby sailor awkwardly reminded him in a low voice. Vice Admiral Virgo, you're not a swordsman." Goodness, the situation became very awkward. This guy actually has a memory lapse, primarily using a brain fog attack. He paused for a moment, then waved his hand nonchalantly. "Well, that's not important. Dealing with a little brat like you doesn't require a weapon. I don't care if he's embarrassed or not." I directly mocked him. "You haven't even asked my name, and you say you haven't heard of me? Yes, I look down on you." This really pissed him off. "Let me tell you, this guy doesn't play fair and resorts to sneak attacks." He said with his mouth that anyone who looks down on him is dead. "Do you think you'd be the exception?" He tried to grab my attention with a question, but before he finished speaking, his fingers suddenly jabbed into my chest. Normally, anyone else would have definitely knelt down on the spot, but I had been training with Kaido these days, and I had taken much worse injuries than this. This little pain felt like a mere scrape. I didn't even bother to frown. Virgo looked at me, unfazed, and was stunned. I glanced down at the wound, then looked up and smiled at him. "You talk too much." Saying that, I suddenly stepped forward and punched him right in the face. Bang! Although he quickly brought up a metal block to defend himself, I still sent him flying with one punch, and the lenses of his sunglasses shattered all over the ground. The Marines were dumbfounded. Their pillar of strength was actually knocked away by a nobody like me. Virgo sprang up from the ground in a flip, tossed aside his broken sunglasses, rubbed his face, and said, "Kid, your punch is pretty strong. Huh? Looks like you have 30 million in strength. What's your name? Which supernova are you?" I laughed. "Sorry, you might be mistaken. I'm not some supernova. Of course. If the news of me destroying the G5 branch gets out today, then I should have a spot as a supernova this year, right?" He sneered. "Kid, you're too conservative. If you really can destroy G5, why settle for just one spot? The title of Chief Supernova this year will definitely belong to you. Who knows? Maybe the Navy will even invite you to become the new Shichibukai." I pretended to be really foolish and naive. No way. Is the Navy so shameless? I destroyed the Navy branch, and they still let me become one of the 7 warlords? Virgo rolled his eyes. "Of course. That's impossible, idiot. Are you really taking my joke seriously?" I chuckled to myself. "Are you kidding? I don't think so. You have to know the Navy's nature." Later on, even the guy who chopped off the former admiral's arm and the lucky god of destruction, Buggy, became a warlord of the sea. Destroying a branch doesn't mean anything. Besides, that Vice Admiral Virgo from the G5 branch was there acting all high and mighty with me at that time. Let me tell you, that guy is completely crazy. One moment he was looking down on me, interrogating me, saying something like, "Kid, state your name, this is your last chance," with his neck cracking as he twisted it. Acting all tough. And what happened next? Before I could even open my mouth, he pointed a gun at my chest and shot me, making a hole right through me. I was completely stunned at that moment. I said, "Dude, do you have amnesia or something? You just asked a question and then started attacking. This is way too extreme." He tilted his head, looking confused, and asked me. "Asked a question? When did I ask a question? Goodness, who understands this? Dealing with someone with dementia is really tough." "Fine, you don't want me to talk, right? Then I'll just hit you." I threw a punch at his face, but this guy was quick after dodging. He grabbed my arm and threw me onto the ground with a shoulder throw. With a loud thud, I felt like my internal organs had shifted, and I spat out a mouthful of old blood. He stepped on my chest and disdainfully said, "You little punk. You really think you're tough just because you ambushed me once?" The arrogant newbies I've seen have grass 3 meters high on their graves. I coughed up blood while laughing, saying, "Who do you think you are? How can you compare with me? Do you even deserve it? I am a man destined to dominate the world." After that roar, I grabbed his leg that was stepping on mine and unleashed a surge of 100,000 volts directly onto him. The electric current made him tremble all over like a frog getting electrocuted, and he was paralyzed on the spot. The opportunity had come. I kicked him away, and my whole body followed, leaping into the air to catch up with him. I delivered a knee strike hard to his chest, sending him crashing back down to the ground, creating a large pit. Now, it was his turn to spit blood, and the amount was much more than what I had just coughed up. I stepped on his chest and said, "How about that, Virgo? Didn't expect karma to come so quickly, right?" It's a classic case of instant retribution. He lay in the pit, still being stubborn, saying my electric shock was nothing, claiming there were many who could generate electricity in this world, like the Mink tribe or Kaido, and he didn't take me seriously at all. Just as he was about to resist, I started discharging electricity again, but guess what? This time it didn't work. I looked down and saw that his whole body had turned pitch black, glistening like a piece of coal. Armament hockey, never seen it before. Huh, you country bumpkin? He mockingly grabbed my ankle, completely ignoring the electric current, and suddenly stood up, lifting me off the ground like I was a weight. My mind went blank from the shock, and before I could react, he swung me around like a shot put and slammed me into the ground. I plowed a trench dozens of meters long into the cement ground, like a hoe, before finally coming to a stop. I just managed to prop myself up and was about to get up when this bastard suddenly kicked me in the face and then kicked me in the waist. I heard a crack, and it felt like my whole body was folded in half, flying out like a boiled shrimp, rolling and tumbling on the ground. Finally lying there motionless. When he saw I wasn't moving, he looked quite disappointed and said something like, "Is that it? Too easy to play with. I haven't even warmed up yet," and then called over a bunch of little Karami sailors to deal with my corpse. Those little soldiers were also amusing. They ran over to lift me, but I intentionally moved a bit, which scared one of them so much that he yelled, thinking I'd come back to life. The people next to him scolded him for being an idiot, saying how could a dead person move. I thought it was about time. So I opened my eyes and stood up from the ground. At that moment, the surrounding navy were all dumbfounded and kept retreating. One brave soul pointed at me and asked, Are you a human or a ghost?" Virgo was already prepared to leave. But when he heard the commotion and turned around, he saw me stretching like nothing had happened, and his brows twisted into a knot. I smiled at him and said, "Hey, Virgo, the battle isn't over yet, and you want to clock out already?" To be honest, I was feeling fantastic at that moment. I realized that every time he killed me, my body's strength evolved. Wow, this guy wasn't just giving me a cheat. It was like a wholesale market for resurrection armor. Virgo's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, saying that I was so pretentious that I didn't care about my life. He could kill me once. He could kill me 100 times. After saying that, he charged at me again with a shave attack, a technique called finger gun, Gale, with countless finger phantoms stabbing towards me. The scene was like a 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara. Poo 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 poo. In an instant, dozens of blood holes appeared on my body, making me look like a bloody sieve, standing there as a blood-soaked person. After he finished attacking, he hid his hands behind his back and trembled secretly because he realized something was off. He said my body had become harder the first time he poked me. It felt like poking tofu, but this time it was like poking a wooden board. I wanted to laugh and said, "Brother, if you come a few more times, I'll upgrade you to diamond." Seeing me covered in blood, yet still standing, he probably thought I was dead and cautiously reached out to gently poke my forehead. I immediately fell straight backward. TCH thought I was someone important, but turned out I was just pretending. He shook his head and ordered his men to throw me into the sea to feed the fish. Just as he turned around, I suddenly shouted behind him, "Who the hell are you feeding to the fish?" As soon as I finished speaking, I kicked him in the back, sending him face first into the ground. He got up from the ground, looking at me, who was intact and even had a fresh set of clothes, with his eyes nearly popping out. He was completely stunned, giving him a little cyber shock. He yelled at me, asking what kind of devil fruit ability I had. I shook my head. I've never eaten that thing. Of course. He He didn't believe me and said he wanted to see today whether I recovered faster or he killed faster. Another jab came at me, and this time, wow, his finger got stuck in my chest. He completely lost it, saying how my body had become stronger again, going from tofu to wooden board and now directly to stone. Looking at his eager expression for knowledge, I teased him. Want to know? Call me Dad, and I'll tell you. This really pissed him off. His fingers instantly wrapped in hockey, turning pitch black, and then he unleashed a crazy barrage, this time successfully turning me into a sieve. I endured the excruciating pain and managed to slap him hard. That slap stunned him. He probably thought even my dad never hit me. He was utterly furious, retracted his finger gun, and punched straight through my chest. His fist came out of my back. Blood was foaming in my mouth as I looked at the big hole in my chest, yet I could still laugh. With my last bit of strength, I slapped him back and said, "How about it? Is Daddy's reward making you happy?" After saying that, I laughed until I ran out of breath and collapsed in a pool of blood. Virgo was so angry that he laughed, saying I was still tough, even at death's door, challenging me to stand up and fight him again. But before he could finish his sentence, he watched in disbelief as the big hole in my chest instantly healed, and I stood up alive and well. Now, he was completely broken, shouting impossible, saying even novels wouldn't dare to write this. I leaned in close to his ear and said, "Virgo, is there a possibility that in this world, when a person is killed, they don't actually die?" Though he shivered in fear, he still insisted, saying that devil fruits have limits, and he would kill me until I couldn't resurrect anymore. After saying that, he leaped into the sky and bombarded me with a flurry of kicks. Countless green slashes came down, slicing me into countless pieces of flesh. But it was useless. The next second, I was whole again. He kept hacking at me, and I kept resurrecting. It was like a loop. He slashed, I lived, he slashed again, I lived again. In the end, when his slashing kick hit me, it only made a metallic clanging sound, not even breaking my skin. Virgo was dumbfounded in the sky, yelling at me. "What the hell are you, some kind of monster?" I touched my handsome face and retorted, "Monster? How can I look like a monster when I'm this handsome? Are you jealous of my looks? Trying to slander me on purpose?" Virgo was probably speechless. He might have realized that if this continued, he would just be my personal sparring partner. Understanding the terror of my existence, he fell down from the sky, looked at me seriously, and asked, "Kid, are you interested in joining the Navy?" I was completely baffled at the time. What the heck? You want me to join the Navy? I pointed at my own nose, thinking, buddy, did I knock your brains out? This plot is so absurd that it's like Kaido bursting into the Navy headquarters. And then Admiral Sengoku kindly takes his hand and says, "Come, join us. Let us build a harmonious and beautiful new ocean together." What kind of third-rate writer would dare to write something like this? And guess what? He actually played it out that way. Virgo looked eager and started painting a grand picture for me, saying that the Navy is the only true ruler and my talents should shine here. He even promised that if I nodded, he would make me a Navy colonel right away. Goodness, let me tell you, his tactics were all about pulling off a con. I saw right through his little scheme. He just wanted to trick me into joining the Navy, tie me to his ship, and then slowly persuade me to defect to his so-called Don Quixote family. I laughed and teased him while stroking my chin. "Colonel, huh? It sounds quite tempting, but as a lieutenant general, do you really have that much power? Can you directly appoint a colonel?" He exuded an air of dominance. "The G5 branch. I have the final say." I thought to myself, that's true. The Navy branches in this new world are all like local emperors. I turned my eyes and a bad idea came to me. I smiled and looked at him. "Joining ISNT impossible, but as a colonel, your vision is too narrow. How about you let me take your position as a vice admiral for a while? I might be more interested. Who understands? I just want to see how he reacts. After all, I've already partnered with Kaido, but who says I can't be a double agent? Navy and pirates, of course. I want them all." When Virgo heard this, he laughed in anger. "Kid, your appetite is too big. You want to sit in my position? Aren't you afraid of bursting yourself?" I shrugged my shoulders and looked at him as if it were obvious. If you don't have big ambitions, can you still call yourself a man? At my age, it's all about being young and reckless. Besides, what is wrong with me making a small request? Just look at that guy, Doflamingo. He used to be a celestial dragon, and doesn't he dream every day of sitting on an empty throne and ruling the world? I tell you, as soon as I said that, Virgo's face changed instantly. His pupils shook, and he froze, looking as if he had seen a ghost. He must have been in turmoil inside. How does this kid know the identity of the young master? How does he even know that the young master is a celestial dragon? That's it. The way he looks at me has completely changed, and the feeling is that this kid cannot be left alive. In the next second, this old man disregarded all martial ethics. Without saying a word, he dropped down a kick right to my chest, and with a crack, my rib cage broke immediately. But could I let him have his way? In the moment I was kicked away, I grabbed his ankle, taking him along as I flew out, then swung him like a hammer and smashed him into the ground, creating a huge pit. He, however, was tough and resilient, brushing off the dust and standing up without a scratch. I, on the other hand, was in pain, holding my chest and gritting my teeth. But I couldn't lose my momentum, so I shouted at him, "Come on, keep hitting me." He was completely enraged by me, signaling to his little brother beside him, who quickly handed him a short, pitch-black bamboo stick. Virgo twirled it in his hand, and then, with his entire body covered in armament hockey, the bamboo stick instantly became harder and blacker than steel. He stared at me intently. "Kid, I'm going to get serious." Just as I was about to reply casually, before I could even say a word, a shadow flashed past, and that black bamboo stick struck me hard with a whoosh. With a loud bang, I flew backward like a boiled shrimp. My body arched as I crashed through a building, causing it to collapse with a thunderous roar, burying me completely. Virgo retracted the bamboo and spat disdainfully into the ruins. Too weak. But the next moment, with a loud crash, a huge stone slab was lifted by me from underneath. I stood up from the rubble, holding that large stone with one hand, and grinned at him. "Here, take this back." With that, I exerted my arm, and the stone flew towards him like a cannonball. He smashed the stone into pieces with a single strike. But amidst the exploding debris, I suddenly lunged out and landed a solid punch on his face. He was caught off guard and flew back. However, he reacted quickly, stabilizing his body in midair with a moon step, then hardened his entire body with armed color and charged back at me, thrusting the tip of the bamboo fiercely into my heart. The force was so powerful that I stumbled back several steps before regaining my footing. I looked down at the bamboo piercing through my chest, then reached out with an expressionless face and, with a squelch, pulled it out, blood splattering everywhere. I casually tossed the bamboo aside and smiled at him. "Virgo, is this your full strength? If this is all you've got, do you think you can kill me again after I revive?" With a smile, I fell straight back. Virgo was truly a bit flustered this time. He looked at my corpse, his brows furrowed tightly enough to crush a fly. He realized that if this continued, I would only grow stronger with each death, and he would eventually face a downfall. So, he panicked. He was really panicking. He shouted to the distant marine, "Someone, bring me the sea stone handcuffs." Good heavens. He thought my resurrection ability was a devil fruit power and wanted to use this to restrain me. He felt confident about this move. Soon I revived, and the sea stone handcuffs were delivered. I looked at the thing in his hand and laughed. "What's this? Can't kill me. So you're preparing to lock me up?" He waved the handcuffs in front of me and began to explain. "Kid, don't think that just because you have a powerful fruit, you're invincible. I've seen plenty of newbies like you. Today, let me show you the power of the sea stone." He spoke grandly about the sea stone, claiming it was the nemesis of all ability users, that putting it on would turn me into a useless person, waiting for my face to show signs of terror. Unfortunately, I maintained a smile throughout. Does anyone understand? He thought he had grasped the truth with those handcuffs, only to find that the other party didn't play by his rules at all. Seeing me so calm, he became uneasy. "Why aren't you afraid? Why aren't you scared?" I almost laughed out loud. Why should I be afraid? Come on, you can't really think that all superpowers come from devil fruits, right? Then let me ask you, are all these strange races in the sea created by eating fruits? So, I'm not a user at all. Why should I be afraid of your sea prism stone? He didn't believe me at all, pointing at my nose and saying I was just putting on a brave face, trying to trick him. I shook my head, and at that moment, I felt it. The familiar yet strange power surged out of my body once again. This time, it was a transformative rebirth. The newbie village training partner, Virgo, had already been drained of all his experience, and my body automatically leveled up significantly. I stretched my neck, and the bones made a cracking sound. I looked at him as if he were an NPC about to be deleted and said, "But that doesn't matter anymore because you're about to die." Virgo was taken aback for a moment after hearing this, then suddenly burst into wild laughter, almost to the point of tears. How ridiculous. Just you? The useless waste I toyed with before? Who can kill me? Who can kill me? Who can kill me? He asked 3 times in a row, filled with the disdain of a king. Then, with a push of his toes, he turned into a blur and charged towards me with the sea stone handcuffs, wearing a cruel grin on his face, muttering, "Die, little brat. This time, let's see how you revive." Let me tell you, at that moment, his speed was fast. But to my eyes, it was like a slow-motion replay. He rushed in front of me, and the smug expression on his face seemed to freeze. I didn't even change my posture. Casually, I just raised my hand. Slap! A crisp and loud slap echoed. Time seemed to stand still. Virgo's whole body was like a spinning top that had been hit, spinning and jumping. He closed his eyes, his face severely deformed as he flew out hundreds of meters, rolling on the ground who knows how many times before finally stopping. He struggled to get up, but his head was completely dazed. The whole world was spinning around him. He wobbled as he stood up, but his legs gave way, and with a devilish gait, he took 2 steps before crashing down again. In the distance, the Marines had their jaws dropped to the ground, their eyes wide open like copper bells, completely petrified. Their invincible Commander Virgo of the G5 branch, one of the 16 vice admirals of the naval headquarters, was now being told by a little brat he had previously crushed that he could take a hit. Wasn't this humiliation? He was so angry that the veins on his body were bulging, and when he opened his mouth to curse at me, the sound that came out was wah wah. I was stunned. Everyone was stunned. He was also taken aback, reaching out to touch his chin, and with a forceful twist, he popped his dislocated jaw back into place with a crack. Now, he could finally speak, yelling at me in anger. "Brat, don't get too cocky. It was just a successful sneak attack." His whole body was covered in armament hockey, shining darkly. I laughed. "Sneak attack? Virgo, you still haven't realized the reality. Right now, in my eyes, you're just like this piece of rubble on the ground." Saying this, I lifted my foot and stomped down hard on a small stone, and with a bang, the stone was instantly ground to powder. As the wind blew, the stone dust flew right into Virgo's face, causing him to sneeze. He was completely enraged, growling fiercely. A mere piece of rubble. Who can't handle that? To prove himself, he bent down, fingers together, and jabbed into the concrete like he was stabbing tofu, pulling out a large chunk of stone. Then in front of me, with a crunch, he crushed it into powder. He spread his palm, brought the powder to his mouth, wanted to show off like me, and gently blew. But, unfortunately, a gust of wind rushed back, covering his own face with the dust he had just blown out. Achoo! 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 He was choking, tears and snot streaming down his face, looking utterly ridiculous, like a scene from the 2025 Comedy Awards. Not far away, a Marine couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Now, he had poked a hornet's nest. Virgo, furious and embarrassed, instantly used a shave flash to appear in front of that Marine, his gaze cold enough to kill. The poor guy didn't even have time to say anything before Virgo shot a finger gun that pierced through his heart. Looking at the fallen body, Virgo coldly said, "I don't like to hear explanations. If you want to repent, go to hell." TSK, this was getting serious. He was completely losing it. Just as he finished speaking, that guy's face twisted into a mess, threatening me, saying he would deal with me, an outsider, even harsher. I laughed at that moment and said, "Buddy, who can't talk tough? Come on, let me see what level your full power as a vice admiral really is." I even beckoned him with my finger, meaning come here. Goodness, he really came. Let me tell you, his speed was incredible. He took off from a standstill, and I couldn't even see his shadow. Just felt a gust of wind rush past. When he reappeared, he was right in front of me, a leg covered in hockey aimed straight at my head. He was imagining that with this kick, my head would explode like a watermelon, splattering everywhere with red and white. What happened? I simply raised my left arm, and hey, I firmly blocked it. And you see my expression? Calm, and even a bit of a smile. Now he was completely thrown off, with disbelief all over his face, mumbling, "This is impossible." He said this was a full-powered strike with no reserve left. How could it be so easily blocked by me? This was even more shocking than when I had slapped him away before. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I said, "What's impossible about this?" Isn't it normal for me to block your full force attack? With that, I reached out with my right hand to grab his leg, intending to throw him over my shoulder. However, this guy reacted pretty quickly. He activated his observation haki and predicted my move in advance, pulling his leg back and throwing a punch at my chest, forcing me to retreat. His confidence came back, and he started to show off, saying that no matter how strong the power is, it's useless if you can't hit the target. I thought to myself, oh, observation haki, huh? Predicting my moves? Are you showing off your advanced radar skills here? All right then, just watch how a newbie who doesn't know armament haki or observation haki takes you down. As soon as I finished speaking, I launched a strike. Let me tell you, the speed was incredible. He was able to predict, right? Yes, he predicted that I would appear in front of him. But his broken body couldn't react at all. I instantly appeared in front of his face, grabbed his ugly face with one hand, giving him no chance at all, and bang, I slammed his whole head hard into the ground. With a rumble, the entire G5 base shook 3 times. The ground was smashed by me into a large pit dozens of meters wide, with cracks spreading out like spider webs for hundreds of meters. I released my grip, stood up, and looked down. Good grief. That Virgo was lying at the bottom of the pit, blood all over the back of his head, his eyes rolled back, and his body was twitching continuously. Looking at him, I couldn't help but mock, truly unable to withstand a single blow. In the distance, those Navy soldiers were completely stunned, their faith shattered, kneeling on the ground and crying out, pleading for their invincible Vice Admiral Virgo to stand up. But he had lost consciousness. He couldn't hear a thing. Let me tell you something even funnier. That big blue dragon in the sky, Kaido, woke up. He opened his eyes and was stunned, blinking his huge lantern-sized eyes hard and cursing. Damn, am I still not awake? When he looked again, he was completely dumbfounded, muttering to himself, what is going on? How did Virgo lose? Did I miss some version update while I was sleeping? Wasn't this kid still being one-shot by me before I fell asleep? How come when I opened my eyes, he is lying at someone's feet, rolling his eyes? However, even though he was confused, he felt pretty good inside. After all, his son-in-law me had made progress. In just a week, he had grown from a rookie to someone capable of taking down a Navy Vice Admiral. At that moment, the Navy down below went crazy. An officer led the charge, shouting, "Fire! Avenging Vice Admiral Virgo!" Hundreds of guns instantly surrounded me, with dark muzzles all aimed at me. At the command, a storm of bullets came raining down on me, all aimed at my upper body, probably afraid of hitting the Virgo lying on the ground. What happened next? It was a clattering sound like I was getting a scraping treatment. All the bullets ricocheted off me without even breaking my skin. When they ran out of bullets and saw me unharmed, everyone was stunned. The commander, a certain Major General Oshark, became frantic, yelling for them to bring up the Italian cannon. Oh no, the rocket launcher. Goodness, this guy is something else. He kicked a little soldier away and shouldered the rocket launcher, ready to fire. The little soldier even reminded him that Vice Admiral Virgo was still at my feet, asking if he didn't think that would blow them both up. But let me tell you, Oshark knew exactly what he was doing. That was the effect he wanted. If Virgo died, wouldn't he naturally climb the ranks? He was all about getting promoted and a raise. He had the whole script planned out, reporting back to headquarters that Virgo died heroically, and then he bravely took down the evil me, thus stepping onto the peak of his life. He was dreaming big. He directly grabbed a rocket launcher in each hand and started a barrage against me. The sound of explosions, the billowing smoke. Anyone who didn't know would think this base had been attacked by demon-slaying orders. After the explosions, he looked at the thick smoke and laughed maniacally, declaring that from now on, he was a Navy Vice Admiral, cursing me for being so foolish as to not dodge. But family, who understands? The truth is that the villain dies from talking too much is a universal law. A gust of wind blew, the smoke cleared. I stood there completely unharmed, and even smiled at him. His laughter, suddenly choked, and then he plopped down to his knees, howling at the sky in despair. I bet at that moment, it was just missing a background music of snowflakes falling. I walked towards him step by step, and the surrounding minions were so scared that they kept retreating. He looked at me coming and collapsed, crying out, Don't come over. I stood in front of him, amused. You weren't this scared when you were firing earlier, were you? He knelt on the ground, tears and snot all over, begging me to spare him, and saying he would be my servant. I thought to myself, who would want to ride this greasy middle-aged bald man? With a snap, I exerted force with my hand and twisted his head a full 180 degrees, decapitating him on the spot. After dealing with this, I realized that bastard Virgo was still not dead. Taking advantage of the chaos, he was crawling forward like a worm, propping himself up with his arm. I walked over and stepped on his back. He couldn't move and turned his head, asking me with eyes full of hatred what my name was. I said, "All right, let you die knowing who killed you. The one who killed you is called M.O. Long." After saying that, I raised my foot to step on his head. Just then, Kaido descended from the sky, shouting, "Kid, stop." I was puzzled and asked, "Kaido, why do you care about this?" Upon hearing Kaido, Virgo thought his savior had arrived, and his eyes lit up. Kaido explained to me that killing a vice admiral would offend the Navy headquarters, and it wasn't necessary. I laughed directly and said, "You, the strongest creature in the world, a man who loves to commit suicide, are afraid of that. I'm very disappointed in you." Kaido, provoked by me, immediately retorted, "How could I be afraid? I'm afraid you can't handle the admiral." I said, "If I can't handle it, isn't there still you?" We were arguing when Virgo on the ground got anxious and shouted, "Kaido-sama, I'm a member of the Don Quixote family. Please save me." Upon hearing this, Kaido stopped again. He pushed me aside and asked Virgo if he was one of Doflamingo's men. Virgo quickly nodded and said he was an undercover agent, begging Kaido to spare him for the sake of his dealings with their master. Kaido hesitated. After all, Doflamingo was his supplier of artificial devil fruits. He turned to discuss with me, saying that this guy was a subordinate of his ally, and having killed me so many times didn't really cause any loss. Instead, it made me stronger, so he had a debt of gratitude towards me. I was so angry that I laughed. I said, "Are you saying I'm ungrateful? Besides, Emir Doflamingo doesn't deserve your respect as one of the 4 emperors. If he dares to refuse, I'll go and destroy Dressrosa tomorrow." Seeing that Kaido was somewhat swayed by my words, Virgo quickly upped the ante and started threatening, saying that if he was killed, Doflamingo would definitely cut off the supply of artificial devil fruits, and then the Beast Pirates would be just a name without substance. I listened to him babbling endlessly and smiled, asking Kaido, "What do you think?" Kaido also laughed and said, "Indeed, he's talking a bit too much. Moreover, this guy doesn't understand that I can't be intimidated. How dare he threaten me with this? If he doesn't die, who will?" Kaido also said that if he really gets annoyed, he could just go and snatch that scientist who creates the devil fruits. Keeping Doflamingo around is just a matter of some street cred. As soon as I heard this, why bother being polite? I exerted force under my feet, and with a bang, I directly crushed Virgo's head. Looking at his corpse, I calmly said, "In this world, the only one who can save you is yourself. When you can't even save yourself, it doesn't matter who you bring out. It's useless. I hope you understand this principle in your next life. To be honest, even if you bring out Doflamingo, I can't give you that face. If you were to bring out Shanks, I might hesitate for a moment, but that's just a possibility. After all, my Yamato is much more appealing than his daughter. I told you I was just being mouthy at the time, quietly muttering about how Kaido was trying to win me over through his daughter, and then, lo and behold, that old man Kaido has ears as sharp as a radar. And he heard me right away. "Hey, what are you muttering about? Did I just hear something about red-haired?" At that moment, my heart skipped a beat. Who understands the fear of being caught bad-mouthing the boss behind their back? I quickly laughed it off, smiling. "No way, Kaido. You must have heard it wrong. How could I possibly know someone as important as red-haired? I know him, but he doesn't know me." This old guy actually believed me, staring at me for 2 seconds. And just like that, I managed to fool him. I hurriedly urged him, let's go. We need to get back to Onigashima quickly. It's almost dark, and I'm waiting for my wife Yamato to make me a heartfelt dinner. To be honest, I'm so tired of all the fighting. Nothing beats going home to hug my wife." Kaido was straightforward too. He roared and transformed back into that massive azure dragon, scooping me up on his back with his claws and soaring into the sky. And guess what? Halfway through, this old guy suddenly stopped in the clouds. I was puzzled. Why are we leaving? Kaido's enormous dragon head turned to look at me, and his voice was like thunder. "Kid, we're just going to leave like this. Didn't you expose the fact that you killed Virgo? Although I'm not afraid of the Navy's revenge, it's better to avoid trouble." As soon as I heard it, I knew what he was up to. He wants to eliminate the root of the problem. I have to tell you, at that moment, I was also feeling uncertain. The G5 branch down there has at least a few thousand Navy personnel, and he said to kill them, just like that. Kaido, that old guy, saw my hesitation and directly started giving me a lesson in ideology and morality, saying that if I wanted to be the master of this world, I couldn't be soft-hearted. Today, these people are nothing. In the future, when we go to war with the world government, the death toll will be in the millions, a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Who understands my family? I originally just wanted to live a simple life with Yamato, focusing on companionship. But after his PUA tactics, I was completely overwhelmed. But then I thought he was right. If I killed a Navy Vice Admiral, could the Navy let me go? Impossible. If I wanted to live a peaceful life, I had to crush all troubles in their cradle. Once I realized this, my gaze became resolute. I looked at him and asked in a deep voice, "So how do you plan to do it?" Kaido sneered and answered me with action. He suddenly opened his dragon mouth, and a massive fireball gathered inside. Then Heatwave, a flame pillar comparable to a nuclear explosion, descended from the sky, precisely striking the center of the G5 branch. Boom! In that moment, I tell you, the whole world fell silent, immediately followed by a devastating shockwave. The office building instantly evaporated, and all the structures on the island were torn apart as if made of paper. The Navy personnel didn't even have time to scream before being swept into the explosion's firewave. A gigantic mushroom cloud surged hundreds of meters into the sky, and the warships in the harbor were flipped over and torn apart like toys. I stood on the dragon's back, looking down at the hellish scene below, unable to suppress a gulp. Wow, is this the power of the four emperors? One move to annihilate an island? Kaido didn't forget to show off beside me. Kid, do you see this? This is the strongest power in the world. Don't think you're impressive just because you killed Virgo. That kind of trash. Even one of my beast pirates can easily take care of. I rolled my eyes at that moment, thinking if you're going to boast, at least draft a rough outline, right? After all, you're a vice admiral. But then I thought about it carefully, and it seems the position of vice admiral in the Navy really emphasizes abstraction. Look, in the anime, the squirrel was almost taken out by the Empress. That giant vice admiral was taken out by Kizaru in one hit. Those two from Dressrosa, one was taken out by Luffy's brain-dead fan, and the other by Sabo. Virgo was sliced by Law. Even Smoker was toyed with by Doflamingo. When I think about it this way, it seems like what Kaido said isn't that exaggerated. If Law can take out Virgo, and Law is on the same level as Drake from the Flying Six, then the Flying Six can take out Virgo. It seems like the logic makes sense too. Oh man, this ridiculous power ranking makes my head hurt. Forget it. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. When the flames cleared, the entire G5 branch had vanished from the map, leaving only a huge bowl-shaped pit, with seawater pouring in from all directions like crazy. Some of the lucky Marines who survived the explosion were directly swallowed by the terrifying influx of seawater. Kaido was still there giving me motivational talks, saying that being weak is original sin, urging me to work hard to become stronger and surpass him, as he waited for me in the position of the world's strongest. After saying that, he took me flying towards Onigashima. I was actually a bit stunned by what he said at the time. And then, let me tell you the funniest part. Kaido was working hard to destroy the evidence, but just 1 second before the explosion, the G5 branch managed to send a photo back to the Navy headquarters via fax. In the photo, there I was, striking a cool pose with my foot on Virgo's chest. Isn't that hilarious? All his dragon breath was completely wasted. The next day, the Navy headquarters was in an uproar. Admiral Sengoku was so angry that his face turned green, calling all 3 admirals, the lazy Kizu, the righteous Akiji, and the hot-tempered Akainu, to his office. Sengoku slammed my photo on the table, cracking it. The G5 branch is gone. Thousands of Navy personnel with no survivors. This is the most serious provocation against us. Find out who did this. No matter who it is, bring them to justice publicly. The 3 admirals leaned in to take a look, and all said they didn't recognize me. Kizaru, that old sly fox, stroked his chin and said, "Oh, dear, how scary. Perhaps it's some rookie trying to get famous?" Akainu, with his bad temper, suggested directly issuing a bounty. Let those bounty hunters in the New World go crazy looking for him. Sengoku agreed. And then the most exciting part came, discussing the bounty. Kizaru opened his mouth, and said, "Why not go all out and set the bounty at 1 billion? Damn, he completely stunned Akainu. Are you crazy? A rookie with his first bounty, and you're offering 10 billion? Even Roger and Whitebeard didn't get that kind of treatment." Kizaru leisurely retorted, "So Roger, when Whitebeard first started, could he destroy a Navy base with a Vice Admiral station there in one move?" Akainu was immediately at a loss for words. Then Sengoku asked him about his most favorite Akiji. Akiji began to muddle through, saying that 10 billion was too much and broke the rules, but a bounty too low would be disrespectful to the fallen Marines. Akainu got furious upon hearing this. What the hell are you trying to say? As a result, he was scolded by Sengoku, who said he didn't look like a general at all. Let me tell you, Akainu's face was so dark at that time. He must have cursed Sengoku's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. In the end, Akiji suggested, "Let's offer a bounty of 5 billion. Although he's also the first in history, he's worth that price." Kizaru also agreed. Sengoku made the final decision. "All right, it's unanimous. It's 5 billion. They treated him like air. Akainu must have been so angry that he wanted to defect on the spot and become one of the 4 emperors. But then they discovered a fatal problem. They didn't even know my name. Now that was awkward. In the end, Sengoku had no choice but to let Akiji lead a team to investigate in the New World first, and this matter was temporarily put aside. You have to say, these Marines are really a bit flustered, right? By the time I flew back to Onigashima, it was already a thing of the past. I had no time to care about those Marines. Going home to hug my wife was the real priority. I told you, Yamato's belly is already quite obvious. At that moment, I squatted down and put my face against her belly, trying to listen to the movements of my baby. Yamato nervously asked me, "Did you hear anything?" I deliberately teased her, putting my finger to my lips. "Shh, don't speak. I'm about to hear something. With you shouting, I can't concentrate. Look at me like this." And Day had no choice but to obediently close her mouth and cover it with her hand. I listened for a while longer, and she couldn't help but ask again, "Dear, it's been a long time. You should be able to hear clearly now, right?" I raised my head and said to her very seriously, "That's right, I heard it." You should have seen her surprised expression. Her eyes lit up, and she grabbed my arm, nervously and eagerly asking, "Really? So, what do the babies say?" I deliberately built up the suspense, leaned down to her ear, and whispered, "Babies said." Halfway through, I stopped. She playfully punched my chest and said, "Darling, stop teasing. Quickly tell me what the babies said." Did she call me mom? I tell you, this is not the case. As soon as I said that, Yamato's face, full of anticipation, instantly fell, looking as wronged as a baby 300 months old, with her little mouth pouting like it could hang an oil bottle. "Huh, no way," she said. "I even teach it every day," while looking at my belly. I looked at her little antics and felt like I was going to laugh myself crazy. I mean, you're a mother, and every day you're talking to your big belly, calling it mommy. Isn't this prenatal education a bit too advanced? Who understands? The baby can talk while still in the womb? That's not scientific. So what do the babies say? She still won't give up, thinking that as long as the child speaks, no matter what they say, it proves our baby is a genius. I deliberately paused again, and then, oh my gosh, a sharp pain shot through my waist. She went straight for it, grabbing the soft flesh on my waist and doing a complete 360-degree spin. Ouch, it hurts so much. I was almost in tears at that moment. Don't ask me why I'm not afraid of pain after going through so much. But I'm terrified of my wife pinching me. It's a mystery. It's just like how Nami can beat Luffy into a pulp. It's completely unreasonable. Yamato still didn't believe it and huffed, "I don't believe you would feel pain." I'm wronged. I'm really wronged. I directly lifted my shirt to show her, "Look, you've made it all red. Hurry up and rub it for me." As I said this, I grabbed her hand and placed it on my waist. Hey, I have to say, when a beautiful woman rubs it, it really doesn't hurt anymore. All right. She was worn out by me and had no temper left. So she quickly asked, "What did the baby say?" The look in her eyes, let me tell you, was like a knife, clearly written. "If you keep me in suspense, I'll cut this piece of meat off you and fry it tonight. I dare not be mischievous anymore." I quickly cleared my throat and seriously said, "Nonsense." Baby said, "Dad is the world's #1 handsome guy, and Mom marrying Dad is simply the result of 8 generations of good fortune." Day. She was silent for a full 3 seconds, then asked softly, "Do you think I'm easy to fool?" I nodded sincerely. Isn't it? Ah. The next second, I took off right there. Her hand, which was originally rubbing, instantly transformed into a deadly iron claw, spinning 365 degrees without any blind spots. My dear, I am so silly and naive. Being coaxed into bed by you in just a few days, and even wanting to have your child. Aren't you very proud of that? As soon as I heard it, I thought, oh no, she's gone bad. Where did that naive and sweet day go? She's definitely been hanging out with the Black Maria crowd for too long and got led astray. I quickly denied it 3 times. How could it be deceiving? It was my true love that moved you, okay? Think about it. When you were utterly hopeless, standing on the edge of a cliff, ready to drown yourself. It was me. I came down from the sky and saved you. And then you pledged yourself to me. This story, with just a little artistic embellishment, could be turned into a play and passed down through the ages. Wait. Day directly gave me a look, interrupting my spell casting on the spot. This isn't just a little embellishment. It's downright crazy exaggeration, okay? When did I ever want to drown myself? I was just venting after failing to challenge Kaido. I touched my nose, feeling a bit awkward. Huh? Is that so? Looking at your scene, it was so miserable that anyone would think someone was about to jump. Forget it. Anyway, the raw rice has already been cooked into a meal. That's not important. I quickly changed the subject. Just right. I don't have to train with Kaido today. He gave me a day off. Yamato's eyes lit up as soon as he heard this. So what are we going to do at home today? I gave her a knowing smirk, and she immediately understood and refused. No way. Wow, I hadn't even said anything. She pouted and said, I can tell what you're thinking just from that expression. How about, you help me make a crib for the baby? I was dumbfounded at the time. Me? Making a crib? I'm still a big baby myself. But looking at her pitiful little eyes, could I say no? A man can't say no. I patted my chest. No problem. It's just a crib, piece of cake. While I was boasting, I was already regretting in my heart, thinking it would be better to practice with Kaido instead. But I decided to go for it. I went out to the nearby, small forest, and with a swift motion, I chopped down 2 big trees and dragged them back. Day was still in the yard, making a heart gesture for me. I don't even know where she learned that from. With all the tools and materials ready, I then faced a dilemma with the 2 big logs. How was I supposed to turn this into a bed? But looking at Day's encouraging eyes filled with expectation, I could only brace myself and get started. Planing the wood, sawing the boards, cutting, sanding. I, a combatant, was doing carpentry, sweating profusely. Day was also quite considerate, coming over to wipe my sweat and handing me a piece of watermelon from time to time. Just like that, with united efforts, we made great progress. After a busy afternoon, a crib measuring 2 meters long and 1.2 meters wide was born. You heard that right. This size is more than enough for an adult to sleep in. But who cares? With Day being almost 3 meters tall, her baby probably won't be small either. I put my hands on my hips and proudly showed off to her. How about that? Your husband is amazing, right? Day ran over, hugged me, and gave me a kiss on the cheek. Darling, you're the best. I took a step further and pointed to my lips. This place too. She smiled and kissed me again. This time, how could I let her escape easily? I directly wrapped my arms around her waist, taking the initiative, almost making her kiss me into the next episode. Until she could barely catch her breath and started pounding my chest with her little fists, I finally let her go. She gasped and scolded me. You bastard, do you want me to suffocate to death? I chuckled and said, sorry. Who made you so charming? It's just your fault. It's just because you're so charming. The 2 of us cuddled for a while, watching the sunset, feeling that time was peaceful. But the next morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, my cheap father-in-law Kaido was sitting at my door like a ghost. As soon as I stepped outside, without saying a word, he grabbed me and transformed into a dragon, soaring into the sky. Once we reached the clouds, he threw me onto his back. I finally managed to speak and immediately exploded. Kaido, I swear at your daughter. What kind of madness is this so early in the morning? Kaido ignored my greeting and calmly said, the early bird catches the worm. If you wake up earlier than me, you can finish this boring training sooner. Do you think the matter with Virgo can be kept secret for long? If you don't want to be caught by the Navy and lose your family, stop complaining. Great. Now he's using Yamato and the kids to provoke me. The key is I actually fall for this. Am I pathetic or what? I won't admit defeat. Humph. Even if I'm caught, I won't need your help. Kaido sneered, just keep talking tough. While flying, I realized the direction was wrong. Aren't we going to the small forest today? Today I'm taking you to Monster Island to fight monsters and level up, Kaido said. As long as you can conquer the monsters on that island, your strength will be about at the level of the 3 calamities. As soon as I heard it, Monster Island? It sounded exciting. Soon, the sky ahead was overcast, with flashes of lightning and thunder, and below was a gloomy little island. Kaido said that even the weakest creatures on this island have a bounty of 100 million. He once tried to subdue these ferocious beasts, but they prefer to die rather than submit, proud and untamed. I got fired up at that moment and directly mocked him. Kaido, you can tolerate this? Being looked down upon by a bunch of beasts? Your title of beast is losing its value. Kaido, enraged, glared at me. Kid, if you have the ability, go conquer them. If you can conquer them, I'll call you Dad. I'll call you Mo Long. Family. Family. He's getting anxious. He's getting anxious. He even said he would call me Dad. Is this incredible fortune finally coming my way? My mind instantly started calculating. In the future, he calls me Dad. I call him father-in-law. Everyone has their own title. No problem. Seeing my expression, Kaido realized I was thinking wrong and quickly explained. Hey, I misspoke. I really misspoke. I gave him a knowing smile. No need to explain. Explanations are just covers, and covers are the truth. Kaido was so angry that his dragon whiskers were trembling, and in the next second, he arched his dragon back and directly bounced me down from 10,000 meters in the air. Wow, he was really angry out of humiliation, but I'm experienced now. Not flustered at all, still crossing my legs in the air posing. Just when I was still showing off, suddenly everything went dark, bang, and it was gone. Everything around was sticky and soft, and I was startled, thinking, please don't tell me I was swallowed by something. I don't want to end up as a pile of debate being thrown out. With that thought, I gathered my strength and jabbed at the soft flesh in front of me. Ouch! A scream came from outside. I grabbed it with both hands and tore it hard. With a rip, I directly crawled out from the belly of a huge crocodile. The look in that crocodile's eyes before it died was as if it was pondering who I was, where I was, and why I gave birth to a monkey. Whatever. I haven't had breakfast yet. I immediately started a fire and began to roast. Just as the meat was getting fragrant, a pure white wolf emerged from the nearby forest. I looked at it and thought, oh, a white wolf. Isn't that a coincidence? It looks just like my wife Yama's fruit form. I instantly felt affectionate and tore off a crocodile leg, waving it at the wolf. Come, little cutie, are you hungry? Here, eat. But this wolf was also quirky, wanting to eat, but not daring to come over, taking 2 steps back and walking further away. My patience was running thin, so I yelled, if you want to eat, eat. If not, get lost. To my surprise, when I scolded it, it happily ran over. What's wrong with it? Just like Kaido, is it a masochist? Forget it. Since it looks good, I'll be magnanimous. I patted its head and held the crocodile leg to its mouth. Here, eat slowly. In the next second, it opened its huge mouth, and with one bite, it clamped down on the crocodile leg along with my arm. I was stunned at the time. A sharp pain shot through my arm, and I kicked it away. Damn it, you ungrateful wretch. I kindly fed you. And you even wanted to take my hand along with it? I looked down at my arm and saw 2 rows of bite marks, perfectly aligned, deep enough to see the bone. If it weren't for my well-trained physique, that bite would have put my Chilean arm out of commission right then and there. I had kicked that white wolf away, and it fell to the ground looking aggrieved, howling at me. At first, I really thought it knew it was wrong and was apologizing to me. I thought this little thing is quite perceptive. It must be hungry and couldn't tell the difference between me and meat, making a mistake that all starving wolves would make. I figured, whatever, I'll have it as my mount for a lifetime, so I'll just consider it an advance payment. But what happened next? Who understands the situation better than family? Its howls became increasingly inappropriate, and soon wolf heads started popping up in the woods. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, dozens of white wolves had surrounded me, each with glowing green eyes. At that moment, I realized, oh damn, this old fellow wasn't apologizing at all. It was calling for help. I had just been there getting all sentimental. What a joke. I was going to offer my heart to the bright moon, but alas, the bright moon turned out to be a pack of wolves, ready to feast on me. So you guys have been struggling on this island, forced to eat grass every day, and today you finally see a bipedal creature that looks a bit dim-witted, and you're ready to have a meat feast, huh? Using a wolf pack tactic, how clever. How? With the Wolf King's command, one wolf suddenly pounced at me. Just as it was about to strike, a dramatic scene unfolded. Out of nowhere, an eagle swooped down from the sky, swiftly and precisely, and with one claw, it snatched that leading wolf away. A scream echoed in the air. Wow, even delivery guys aren't this punctual. At that moment, I thought, this is called retribution. It deserves it. The remaining wolves, seeing this, were so frightened that they backed away several steps, trembling on the ground. Unfortunately, it seemed that the eagle was a solo player. After grabbing one, it disappeared without a trace. The Wolf King saw that there was no danger from above, and its courage returned. With another howl this time, all the wolves charged at me together. I tell you, in that scene, dozens of wolves suddenly pounced on me, their heads, arms, and thighs hanging off me like a human-shaped Christmas tree. But I let them have their way. With a flash of purple light on my body, I unleashed a burst of high-voltage electricity. I shouted, "Get the hell away from me!" A surge of electricity erupted, and with a bang, all the wolves flew out like petals scattered by the wind, landing on the ground, twitching and foaming at the mouth, their bodies charred black, giving off a scent of roasted meat. A few of them, tougher than the rest, struggled to get up, bared their teeth at me, and then turned to run. "Hey, you think you can just come and go as you please? Did you ask me?" I dashed forward, knocking each one out with a punch, sending them all away. After dealing with these ungrateful wolves, I returned to the campfire, ready to continue my crocodile barbecue. But when I looked, my crocodile meat had turned into a piece of charcoal, completely ruined. I was so angry. It was the first time in my life I was going to eat crocodile, and now it was gone. It was all because of this pack of bastards. But then I thought, well, at least I've never eaten wolf meat. So, I happily kicked the crocodile charcoal away, grabbed the fattest wolf, skinned it, removed its innards, and put it over the fire to continue roasting. Just as the wolf meat started to sizzle, a shadow descended from the sky. That old guy Kaido actually came down himself. He looked at me with an unhappy expression. "I told you to come train, and you're out here having a picnic and camping, huh?" Before I could say anything, he plopped down right across from me and said himself, "I see you can't finish that whole wolf by yourself. Let me help you out. Wasting food is shameful." With that, he pulled out his big wine gourd from his waist, took a few big gulps, then reached over and tore off a wolf's leg, bones and all, and tossed it into his mouth, chewing it with a crunch that was simply delicious. Not bad, crispy, with a chicken flavor, perfect for drinking. Damn, I worked hard to defeat this monster, and I haven't even taken a bite yet. And you already showed off? I'm not going to be polite anymore. I'll quickly tear off a leg and start eating. We were just like that, one bite after another, like we were fighting over food. In less than 3 minutes, the hundreds of pounds of wolf meat was reduced to just a skeleton. Kaido wiped his mouth and, surprisingly, still wasn't satisfied. He lifted his chin at me and said, "Kid, not full yet? Roast another one." I lay down directly on the ground, patting my round belly. "Sorry, I'm full. I want to cook for myself." "Hey, I'm your father-in-law. What's wrong with asking you to grill some meat? Are you feeling wronged?" Kaido started to act tough with me. I directly opened up and said to him, "That's really unfair. Lying in front of you is the future leader of the Beast Pirates, the General of Wano, the strongest creature in the world, the only designated father in the New World, the Pirate King who will unify the Grand Line. You want me, such an impressive person, to grill meat for you? Don't you think I'm being treated unfairly?" I listed a long string of titles in one breath, directly burning out his CPU, leaving him stunned and speechless for a while. In the end, he probably got too lazy to argue with me and dragged a wolf head over, preparing to do it himself. Just then, a sound came from the forest. I thought, oh, is there another delivery? Soon, a fierce tiger emerged from the woods. This guy must have been awakened by the smell of meat, and upon seeing a pile of wolf corpses on the beach, its eyes lit up as if it were New Year's. It glanced around, then looked at me and Kaido sitting next to each other, showing no fear at all, as if we were zookeepers. It strutted over to a wolf corpse, opened its mouth, and with a snap, bit off the wolf's head, flaunting it right in front of us. Does anyone understand? Do the animals on this island have some sort of social anxiety disorder? To snatch food in front of 2 top-tier fighters without even putting on show? I poked Kaido next to me and said, "Hey, how can you tolerate this? Being ignored by a mere tiger. Where does that leave your face as one of the four emperors. Kaido didn't even lift his head, focused on flipping his roasted wolf meat, and leisurely replied, "If a young punk like you can endure it, what can an old man like me tolerate? Back in the day on the rock ship, I was even looked down upon by his pet cat. What did I say?" He paused, lowered his voice, and with a mysterious look said, "I didn't say anything. It's just that during the Battle of God Valley, I secretly gave him a backstab, which caused the rock pirates to fall apart." I laughed at that moment. Come on. Are you serious? You're not even preparing your lines before boasting? Why don't you say that the rocks pirates fell apart because you betrayed them? I didn't expect that old guy Kaido had a bit to drink and went along with my words. That's right. I was the one who betrayed him. Yamato is the result of that time. I was amused by his nonsense, kicked the empty wine gourd at his feet, and said, "Hey, can you do some math? How many years has Locks died, and how old is Day? Your timeline doesn't add up." We were just chatting when I kicked the wine gourd, and it rolled right to the feet of that tiger. The tiger was enjoying its meal, and when it saw the round object, its feline instincts kicked in. It actually mistook Kaido's precious wine gourd for a yarn ball and started batting it around with its paws. Well, that was it for Kaido. He instantly exploded with rage. "You can ignore me, but you can't play with my wine gourd." He raised his hand and slapped down with a loud smack. The tiger didn't even have time to scream before it was turned into a pile of meat sauce, and along with it, the wine gourd was flattened. I was left speechless. Was it really worth it for a wine flask? After eating and drinking enough, I couldn't be bothered to deal with this drunkard anymore. I stood up and walked straight into the depths of the jungle. I was here to get stronger, not to go on vacation. The trees on this island were really damn tall. The deeper I went, the taller they got. After walking a few hundred meters, the surrounding trees were almost piercing the sky. Just as I was wondering why I hadn't encountered any fierce beasts, suddenly, I heard a roar from above, and a cheetah was staring intently at me. In the next second, that cheetah flashed right in front of me. I tell you, it was so fast that I couldn't even catch it with my dynamic vision. Before I could say a word, it felt like my chest had been hit by a battering ram. I was sent flying and crashed hard against a big tree, then bounced back to the ground. I looked down and saw 3 bloody claw marks on my chest, deep enough to see the bone. When I looked up again, the cheetah was leisurely licking the blood off its claws. My heart skipped a beat, and I thought, wow, I've encountered a tough opponent. This speed, this strength, is much stronger than that Virgo from before. Such a small body contains such powerful strength. It's simply as impressive as mine. I beckoned it with my hand. "Come on, keep going." The leopard was not polite either. It flashed and disappeared again. I quickly activated my technique, but just halfway through, I felt a tremendous force coming from behind, and I was directly slapped to the ground, creating a human-shaped pit. I struggled to get up. Damn it, this is no cheetah. It's a monster. Before I could turn over, a paw pierced through my chest with a soft thud, then it gently pulled back. I watched in disbelief as it held a still beating heart in its claws. Goodness, isn't that my heart? Then everything went black, and I knew nothing. When I opened my eyes again, I found that the leopard had just eaten my heart as a snack and was preparing to come back and continue enjoying my body. But when I looked up, I saw myself standing in front of it, completely unharmed, staring at it intently. In that moment, I saw the leopard completely stunned, backing away in fear as if it had seen a ghost. The opportunity had come. I stepped forward and knocked it flying with a punch. It turned out to be a fragile assassin. Although it was fast and had high attack power, its defense was just too weak. Roar. The leopard, dazed from the hit, allowed an angry roar at me. "I just love seeing you angry and unable to do anything about it." I stepped forward with my right foot, and the ground exploded as I charged ahead. But it was still faster than me. At the moment I reached it, it leaped behind me, its claws leaving a trail of afterimages. I didn't even feel pain before my vision spun, and my body was torn into pieces, becoming a mosaic on the ground. The cheetah landed, looking at the pile of shredded meat, probably thinking, "Now it's definitely dead." Then its eyes widened in shock, and its jaw nearly dropped to the ground, because it watched as that pile of meat reassembled into me. Let me tell you, at that moment, I felt its worldview collapse. After dying twice, my speed increased. I charged directly in front of it, kicking it into the air. It couldn't leverage any strength while airborne and became a live target. I jumped even higher than it did, delivering a powerful axe strike to its waist. I clearly heard the sound of bones breaking with a crack. The cheetah let out a terrible scream, like a cannonball, as I sent it crashing to the ground, creating a deep pit several meters wide. It lay at the bottom, convulsed a couple of times, and then it was gone. I fell from the sky and stood at the edge of the pit, feeling incredibly inside. Indeed, having a strong body is the way to go. I can let you hit me countless times, but as long as you hit me once, the game is over. Just as I want to put my hands on my hips and act tough, shouting I ask again, who else? A thunderous roar answered me. The next moment, a giant cheetah, 10 times larger than the one before, appeared in front of me, roaring at me with its massive, bloody mouth wide open. I was completely speechless. Is this the legendary case of the small one provoking the big one? Is it over? The big cheetah ignored me, looking down at the small cheetah in the pit, letting out a mournful whimper with tears rolling down its face. I can't stand this kind of thing, so I thought to myself, as a living lay foam, I'll go all the way and help this father and son reunite. I jumped high and landed a heavy punch right on the big cheetah's chin. As a result, with a clang, I felt like I had hit a steel plate. The big cheetah didn't even flinch from my full force strike. Sure enough, being 10 times bigger makes a difference. It was disturbed from its sorrow, let out a roar, and raised its paw, which was bigger than me, and slapped me. I felt like a mosquito being slapped down to the ground, directly crushed into a paper-thin piece. But let me tell you, this is where it gets ridiculous. Just as I was flattened into a picture, in the next second, whoosh, I was 3D printed back to life, as if nothing had happened. The big cheetah was still there, mourning over its son's body in the pit, sobbing and howling, holding a memorial service. I tell you, the words were flowing, talking about how the father would avenge the son, that he would find a new mother for him, and have a little brother to take care of him in his old age. Goodness, I felt like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Are you mourning or holding a family annual planning meeting? Are you just painting a picture for your son here? I couldn't hold back my temper and shouted at it on the spot. Hey, leopard over there, who are you chanting scriptures for? Do you know you're affecting my resurrection? I did it on purpose, so what? Anyway, the attack doesn't break my defense now, and if it doesn't get angry and kill me a few more times, where am I going to farm experience? That big leopard turned around, its big eyes wide open like copper bells, filled with question marks on its face. Its CPU probably almost burned out, thinking, wasn't this thing just turned into a two-dimensional creature by me? How did it bounce back up? But it didn't bother to think. It's just a bipedal beast anyway. It raised its paw, aimed at me, and slapped. I returned to my familiar paper doll state. Then it went back to crying over its son. As for me, I just kept standing up. When it saw me standing up, it kept attacking. I kept standing up. It kept attacking. I tell you, it's like we're playing whack-a-mole, and I'm the mole that never gets finished off, while it's the one swinging the hammer. The ground shakes with the rhythm of our battle, and before long, the surface looks just like the moon, covered in its huge claw prints. Back and forth we go, and by the time I respawn for the 100th time, this big leopard finally loses patience. It stops crying, stops muttering, and just stares at me intently. Its eyes filled with 3 parts confusion, 3 parts shock, and 4 parts philosophical questioning of what the heck I am. It probably thinks I've seen humans before, coming to the island on their little boats, trying to tame divine beasts, and most of them ended up as afternoon tea for the island's wild animals. Even the few strong ones, the beasts here would rather die than submit, thinking, you want me to be your pet? Maybe in the next life. But something like me, who can bounce back like a spring after being flattened, truly exceeds its understanding. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in its big head. Hey, this thing can respawn infinitely, so can bring my son back to life too? Wow. Its gaze towards me changes instantly, from looking at a pesky fly to seeing a lifeline. Then it starts roaring at me, as if it just spotted a long-lost relative. But I don't understand beast language. When I hear its roars, I think it's provoking me. Hey, I have a bit of a temper. I endured before when I couldn't beat you. But now I've died a full 100 times, my experience bar is maxed out. And you dare challenge me again? Leopard, oh leopard, I flex my wrists and give it a charming smile. You enjoyed hitting me earlier, right? Now it's my turn. As soon as I finish speaking, I spring forward, landing right in front of it. I raise my leg and deliver a standard front kick, smashing it right on the chin. Bang! With a loud crash, that 100-kilogram leopard's chin folds like origami from my kick. The immense force sends its entire body spinning in a 365-degree Thomas full rotation, and then with a thud, it smashes face first into the ground, creating a human-shaped. Oh no, leopard-shaped pit. It lies in the pit, probably completely dazed. It can't comprehend how just a second ago my attack felt like a tickle, and now it feels like being hit by a truck. Before it can figure it out, my second kick arrives. This time, I kick it right in the stomach. It goes flying like a bowling ball, skidding along the ground for dozens of meters before finally crashing into a large tree with a thud. The big leopard wobbles back up, opens its mouth, and coughs up a mouthful of old blood with bits of meat mixed in. It glares at me with blood-red eyes and lets out a roar, but all that comes out is bloody foam, clearly indicating it's seriously injured. But this big guy is tough. The next second, it suddenly disappears. The speed is absurd. When it reappears, I'm already lying on the ground, a massive paw pinning me down. I struggle with all my might, but I'm still lacking in strength. I can only watch helplessly as its massive maw inches closer to my head. Damn it! A surge of electricity crackles through my body, spreading along its paw. And what happens? To it, it feels like getting an electrical therapy session, completely ineffective. It bites down on my head, then tilts its neck back, swallowing me whole like a noodle. I can even hear the crunching sound as I'm ground into bits in its mouth before being swallowed down. Family, who understands? I just experienced an immersive predation. After finishing me off, this leopard happily returns to the pit where its son was, just about to start digging when suddenly it feels a tumult in its stomach. Ow! Ow! It rolls on the ground, clutching its belly in pain. No kidding. I just respawned in its stomach. You bastard, dare to eat me? Watch me perform an endoscopy on you today. Inside its stomach, I punch out, and immediately a fist-shaped bulge appears on its belly. It howls in pain, starting to jump around madly, trying to shake me off. Surprisingly, it works a bit. I feel like I'm on a roller coaster in its stomach, tossed around by stomach acid and undigested food scraps, nearly throwing up my breakfast. Just when I'm about to lose it, I grab onto a piece of meat on its stomach wall to steady myself, and then I punch again. This punch breaks through its defenses, making it howl at the sky with its mouth wide open. Here's my chance. I leap out, shouting, "Leopard, open your mouth, I'm out." As soon as I emerge, I collapse on the ground and vomit. It's disgusting. The smell is unbearable, worse than my college roommate's stinky socks. That big leopard stares at me as I crawl out of its mouth, its big eyes blinking in disbelief. It can't comprehend. Wasn't this thing eaten by me? How is it alive again? Was it the one partying in my stomach just now? Realizing this, it trembles in anger. As one of the two overlords of this island, when has it ever suffered such humiliation? This is a tremendous disgrace. It roars angrily and lunges at me. But at that moment, a loud crash echoes, and a bigger shadow rushes in from the side, slamming into the leopard and sending it flying, breaking a large tree in half. I took a closer look, and, good heavens, there was a giant black bear standing up that was 2 heads taller than me. It was standing upright, pounding its fists on its chest, and roaring at the leopard. It seemed to be saying, "You damn leopard, is this ever going to end? Crying in the early morning? You're disturbing Grandpa Bear's sleep." The leopard, having been hit and spitting out blood, got up angrily and shouted at the black bear. "What do you want, stupid bear? My son is dead. So what if I'm sad? Does that bother you? If you have guts, move away." As soon as I saw this situation, I couldn't help but laugh. I jumped onto a big tree, found a comfortable branch to sit on, and prepared to watch the show. The two island overlords clearly had a long-standing grudge, and after failing to communicate, they went straight to fighting. The leopard's speed was off the charts, and when it ran, it left only a shadow behind, creating a whirlwind strong enough to uproot trees. As for the black bear, it was like a bloodthirsty tank, standing its ground and taking the hits. The leopard's claws scratched its body like a mere scrape, barely causing any damage except for pulling out a few tufts of bear fur. The black bear was furious, roaring loudly, and when it threw a punch, the leopard had already dashed 100 meters away. It stomped its foot on the ground, and with a thunderous sound, the entire island shook and the ground cracked open, creating a giant pit several hundred meters wide. It roared at the leopard, and the shock wave dispersed the clouds above, while the surrounding seawater surged into a tsunami dozens of meters high. The tree I was sitting on was uprooted by the sound wave, flying several miles before plummeting into the sea with a splash. The leopard, still at a distance, mocked it. "Big dumb bear, do you think I'm stupid? Why would I not use my speed advantage and go head-to-head with you? We're not humans. What martial ethics are we talking about? The bear was infuriated. They had fought before, one being too fast to hit, and the other having too high defense to be harmed. So they ended up living in peace, avoiding each other. But today, the bear was truly provoked. It was said that it had a beautiful dream, dreaming of marrying a pink little female bear. And just as it was about to consummate the marriage, it was awakened by the leopard's cries. Who understands the pain of being single for 10 years? How can anyone endure that? Just when I thought the bear would be driven to death by anger, guess what happened? The bear suddenly had a moment of brilliance. It saw the giant tree it had knocked down, and its eyes lit up. It picked up the tree like a giant baseball bat and swept it towards the leopard with a mighty swing. The leopard never expected the bear to use a weapon. It was caught off guard and was struck hard, flying away like a cannonball. An opportunity arose. The big black bear got on all fours and chased after it madly. Just as the leopard hit the ground, the bear leaped into the air, coming down with a slap that broke the leopard's claws, then pinned its neck and slammed it down hard. To prevent it from escaping, the bear simply sat on the leopard. It sat atop the leopard with a wicked grin. Scream, go ahead and try to scream again. The leopard, tough as it was, actually let out a cry. Whack! The big black bear slapped it hard, distorting its face and knocking out a tooth. Still dare to scream? You think you're so tough? On this island, there can be no existence more formidable than me, the bear. Die for me. With that, it tightened its fist and slammed down. With a bang, the leopard's head burst like a watermelon. After killing the leopard, the bear spat on the corpse and began to pound its chest and roar, declaring itself the sole king of the island from that day forward. I was staring in awe from a distance. This fighting power is just too fierce. However, after a moment's thought, I realized that such a powerful beast deserves a man like me. I made up my mind. I want to tame this big black bear as my mount. Just as I was preparing to go down and battle the bear for 300 rounds, using my unbeatable charm and strength to conquer it, a little pig appeared beside me out of nowhere. It was about a meter tall, pink and fluffy, looking harmless. Then it spoke. Human, do you want to tame that stupid big black bear as your mount? Let me tell you, at that moment, my aesthetic changed. What big black bear? Ugly and clumsy, totally outdated. A real man should ride a pink pig. That's the top trend pairing of 2025. Do you understand the value of the contrast cuteness? I immediately put on a friendly smile. Little pig, do you want to be my mount and conquer the world with me? I thought to myself, on this monster island, those who survive must be no simple characters. This pig is definitely pretending to be weak while hiding its strength. The little pig laughed. Interesting human, aren't you afraid others will mock you for being a pig knight? I waved my hand. Only the weak will be mocked. As long as I'm strong enough, if I say you are a dragon, no one will dare to say otherwise. Calling a pig a dragon? The little pig laughed. You are quite to my taste. However, if you want me to follow you, you must first defeat that big black bear to prove your strength. As soon as I heard it, I laughed. Did I get it wrong? It's me who should tame you, and you're testing me? In that case, if you can take down that big black bear, I'll admit you have the qualifications to be my mount. I just said it casually to provoke a bit. And guess what? This little pig seems to not be very bright. It really jumped down from the tree, waddling on its 4 short legs, step by step towards the big black bear that was gnawing on a leopard's corpse. I was sweating for it at that moment, thinking, I hope it doesn't get blown away by a bear's fart. But if it dies, it seems like we could have roasted pig tonight. I saw that little pig walk behind the big black bear, suddenly standing on its hind legs, raising its right front leg, and kicked the bear's butt. Bam! That 100-ton heavy black bear was kicked 3 feet off the ground. After landing, the bear angrily turned around and roared. But when it looked around, there was nothing. It rubbed its butt, looking completely bewildered. Bear, what are you looking at? The little pig called out from beside its feet. The bear looked down and saw a pig no bigger than its toe, and it burst out laughing, slapping its thigh until tears came out. However, the next second, it couldn't laugh anymore, because the little pig in front of it suddenly swelled up like a balloon, growing wildly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a mountain, a moving mountain of meat. It stood a full 1,000 meters tall, with its head poking into the clouds. Not to mention the bear. I was dumbfounded. Even Kaido, who was peeking from the sky, was shocked and popped his head out from the clouds, exclaiming, "What the hell? How is there such a monster on this island?" That little pig, no, it should be called the giant pig now, looked down at the bear, which was so scared it had knelt down with weak legs, hands clasped together, begging for mercy, and sneered. Now, bear the price you cannot afford. After saying that, it lifted a leg, which was like a pillar of heaven, and stomped down on the black bear. Boom! A deafening sound. The black bear was directly crushed into meat paste, and even the entire monster island seemed to sink several meters with that stomp. The ground instantly tore apart. Countless bottomless ravines appeared, and surging seawater rushed in from all directions, as if the whole island was going to sink. As the instigator, the pig quickly shrank back to its original size, then weakly lay on the ground, clearly exhausted from using all its strength. I wouldn't dare to delay. In one swift motion, I dashed over, scooped up the precious little pig, and hugged it to my chest, then yelled at the sky, "Kaido, bring your damn ship to pick me up." As soon as I finished shouting, the sky darkened in an instant. I looked up, and there it was, a giant dragon shadow completely enveloping me. Kaido's big face emerged from the clouds, and without a word, he stretched out his dragon claw and grabbed both me and the pig, lifting us into the sky. Let me tell you, that feeling was like riding a rocket. Whoosh. I was out of the tsunami's attack range in an instant. It was unbelievable. Not long after I left, the camera shifted to the Navy's side. Who was it? Vice Admiral Aokiji. This guy casually sailed his warship right above the G5 branch. When he looked down, he was stunned. What branch? Beneath the crystal-clear sea was a giant freaking pit, a bottomless underwater crater. Aokiji was dumbfounded, pondering what kind of power could wipe out a naval base like that. A bomb? Even if you set off every ammunition depot in the entire G5 branch, I can tell you, it wouldn't create this effect. Nearby, a lucky little Navy soldier who survived was still trembling. I tell you, this guy was really lucky. He happened to be out on a mission when it happened. Escaping disaster. Now, looking at the massive pit on the seabed, he was probably thanking his superiors and ancestors. If it weren't for that troublesome mission, he would have been feeding fish at the bottom of the sea by now. The new world is too terrifying. Mommy, I want to go home. That little soldier was probably thinking just that. Aokiji looked for a while, and, without saying a word, leaped off the warship. The other Navy personnel were dumbfounded. Dude, aren't you a devil fruit user? You're jumping into the sea voluntarily? Have you lost your mind? What happened next? The sound of him hitting the water was completely unheard. The Navy personnel leaned over the side of the ship and saw, good grief, Aokiji was standing steadily on the surface of the sea, and beneath his feet, the entire sea surface crackled and froze into a super huge ice block. An ice fruit user really is unreasonable. Someone break the ice for me, Aokiji commanded, and the Navy below was in trouble. What does it mean when someone above just has to say a word and those below have to run for their lives? This is a living example. A group of people with shovels began to dig at the ice surface, which was as thick as a city wall. After a tremendous effort, they finally managed to break through the surface ice, revealing the ruins of the G5 base. Aokiji crouched down, touched the ground, and then brought his hand to his nose to sniff. Something's off. There wasn't even a hint of gunpowder. This ruled out the possibility of explosives. So who did this? Aokiji began his process of elimination. Whitebeard. He uses tremors, not explosions. Pass. Red-haired. A swordsman. Do you expect him to use energy waves? Pass. Big Mom. Her little son Prometheus can explode, but its power seems a bit lacking. One hit to destroy a base? Not likely. So by this reasoning, the most suspicious one is that old rascal Kaido. His dragon breath is just the right high-temperature flame explosion. Fits perfectly. So it was Kaido, Aokiji muttered, then took out a photo of me, the one where I was stepping on Virgo. He looked at the photo, puzzled. Then who is this man? He immediately sent someone to the nearby island to inquire if anyone had seen a green dragon flying by. His aide, a guy named Mark, came over and said, "Admiral, are you suspecting Kaido? I S&T that a bit too much. He hasn't troubled us Navy folks for years. Why would he tear up a branch just to confront headquarters? That is a small mindset, really small. If he wanted to stir things up to promote himself, wouldn't he go directly after the Navy headquarters? Does he really need to make a personal appearance just to take down a branch? His subordinates, the all-stars, aren't they capable?" Aokiji shook his head, insisting on his judgment. The scene fits Kaido's abilities the best. I'm starting my investigation from him. On the other side, I was lying on Kaido's dragon back, feeling the icy wind at high altitude. As Kaido flew, he looked at the little white pig sleeping soundly in my arms with a very strange expression. Kid, is this pig, could it be? I nodded. That's right. It's what you referred to as, is it really? Kaido twitched the corner of his mouth. I haven't finished my sentence yet. I laughed. You don't need to say it. I know you're asking if it's that giant pig from before that was 1,000 meters tall, right? I'll tell you yes. No problem there. What on earth is going on? Kaido was puzzled. How could it grow so big? Even if it ate the growth fruit, it shouldn't be this outrageous, right? I patted the little pig in my arms. Hey, wake up. Stop pretending to sleep. Someone is asking you a question. The little pig, unable to keep up the act, had no choice but to open its big, watery eyes, blink a few times, and start pretending to be silly. What do you want to ask me? I'm just an ordinary little pig. I don't know anything. Well, here you are playing with me like you're my sister, and I'm your treasure? I pinched its little ear. Come on, confess. How did you get so big? The little pig innocently retorted. Isn't it normal for pigs to grow big? Can't you grow big too? I was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted. What the heck? All right. It seems I can indeed get bigger. See, isn't this normal? Kaido, listening from the side, had veins popping on his forehead. Damn. Kid, are you messing with me? You believe everything it says? I shrugged my shoulders and said, what else can we do? If it doesn't want to talk, I can't just roast it, right? Besides, such a cute little pig. Even if we roast it whole, there wouldn't be much meat, not enough to fill our teeth. The little pig immediately exploded upon hearing this, staring at me in disbelief. I thought of you as a partner, and you actually see me as backup food? In the evening, at the G5 ruins, Akiji's investigation finally yielded results. The Navy that was sent out returned, excitedly reporting, Admiral, you were right. The residents of Mushroom Island said they really saw a green dragon flying across the sky yesterday afternoon. It's confirmed it must be Kaido. Akiji remained calm, as if everything was under control. But his Vice Admiral, Mark, was not calm at all, his imagination running wild, even bigger than the pit at G5. I'm telling you, his analysis is simply amazing. He thinks this is a signal that the four emperors are teaming up to overturn the world. He said, Admiral, think about it. Whitebeard is on his last legs. What will happen to his sons after he dies? He must find a backing, right? So he teamed up with Kaido and Big Mom. Her lifelong dream is to have the strongest children with the strongest man. Kaido would definitely agree to help her out. Now, 3 out of the 4 emperors are in one team. What does Shanks count for? Kaido destroying G5 is just to remove the Navy's eyes in the new world and pave the way for their grand plan. After hearing this, Akiji laughed. Mark, are you overthinking this? Someone like Whitebeard would team up with Kaido. Impossible. Big Mom and Kaido teaming up is possible, but your conspiracy theory has too many holes. Let me ask you, if that's really the case, what about the man in my photo? Saying this, Akiji revealed my photo and then proposed a bolder guess. What if this kid in the photo is Kaido's illegitimate son? Kaido brought him to the G5 branch for training, and he single-handedly took down the entire base. Then to hide the existence of this amazing son, Kaido directly wiped out the whole G5, killing everyone to keep it quiet. Goodness, if I had been there, I would have definitely handed Akiji a cigarette and thought, dude, did you come here with a script? You can guess this? As a result, his officer Mark directly shook his head 3 times and denied it. Impossible. Admiral, your idea is too absurd. Kaido only has one daughter. Besides, if you want training, you should train with the 3 disasters. Coming to G5 is just unnecessary. Then Mark proposed his ultimate brainwave. I think this is completely unrelated. The kid in the photo is just a rookie pirate who is desperate for fame, and he got lucky taking down G5. Then Kaido happened to pass by, and for some reason was in a bad mood, so he blasted the base along with this unfortunate rookie. That's right. It's a tragic story of trying to show off and getting killed instead. Guess what? After hearing this, Akiji actually found it somewhat reasonable. Meanwhile, the real illegitimate child, me, had already returned to Onigashima with Kaido. As soon as we landed, a figure rushed over like a cannonball, diving into my arms. It was Yamato. I naturally lifted her chin and kissed her. Nearby, the little pig murmured, Wow, can I really see this? Yamato was startled and looked around. Who's talking? Woman, look down. I'm right here. The little pig was very dissatisfied with being ignored. Yamato looked down and saw a cute little white pig, her eyes instantly lighting up. Wow, darling, is this cute little pig your dinner ingredient? It looks so adorable. It must be delicious. The little white pig was so angry it started digging the ground. How can you eat such a cute pig? Ah, you can talk. Yamato was even more shocked, thinking that if the ingredient could talk, it must mean it tastes even better. The little white pig was completely speechless, wondering what kind of thought process this woman had. It turned to me and shouted, "Aren't you going to manage your woman? She actually treats your best partner as an ingredient. I'm not saying you, but this woman shouldn't be kept. You should replace her as soon as possible. Roast it. It must be roasted." Yamato was so furious she gritted her teeth, pointing at the little white pig and shouting at me. The little white pig, however, sat down proudly and confidently said to Yamato, "Hee, woman, do you think too highly of your position in his heart? I am his partner through thick and thin, a valuable assistant for his future ambitions. Do you think he would abandon me for just one word from you? Impossible." It saw that I was silent, turned around and went into the house, becoming even more smug, saying to Yamato, "See, he's definitely going in to pack your things, telling you to get lost. What do you have to compare with me? Don't think just because you're pretty you're something special. There are plenty of beautiful women in this world." Mokulong is a smart person. He knows how to choose between power and beauty. Yamato was a bit flustered by its words, but still retorted, "You're talking nonsense. I know him very well. If he had to choose, he would definitely say, 'Only children make choices. Adults want them all.' Want them all? Then why is he going inside?" The little white pig questioned disdainfully. Yamato couldn't answer. Seeing her hesitate, the little white pig laughed even more happily. "That's why you're so naive. Even if he is a man who wants it all, isn't there a possibility that he is already tired of you? And look at you, since being with him. You must have been eating and drinking every day. Just look at your belly. How fat you've gotten." I almost laughed out loud when I heard that. Fat? Am I really fat? Who understands family? I'm obviously pregnant. And Long doesn't he know how much he likes my chubby appearance? This pig really lacks insight. I shot at a glare and directly retorted, "You idiot. I'm pregnant. There is a little baby in my belly." The little white pig blinked its big eyes, looking completely confused. "Pregnant? What is that?" Just as I was about to enlighten it, Long came out. Let me tell you, he was holding a bundle of rope. Now the little white pig got even more excited, talking to itself. "Oh no, he has got rope. He must be planning to tie this woman up and throw her out. I knew it. She definitely wouldn't go quietly. It thinks it's so clever, considering all the possibilities." I couldn't help but laugh, thinking to myself that this pig's brain was really messed up. Long took out a rope. And who was he going to tie up? It had to be you, getting ready to roast a pig, right? The next moment, the plot indeed followed my script. Long reached out and pushed the pig down to the ground, quickly tying up its four hooves tightly with the rope. The little white pig was dumbfounded. "Hey, wait a minute, Long. Why are you tying me up? That woman is over there." Long sneered, "What nonsense. If I'm not tying you up, who am I tying? That woman in your mouth is the mother of my child. I must be out of my mind to listen to a pig and tie up my wife." After saying that, an even more explosive moment came. Long directly pulled out a large knife and a whetstone, squatting in front of the little white pig, scratching, starting to sharpen the knife. Let me tell you, that sound was simply the BGM of hell. The little white pig was completely scared out of its wits and screamed, "Long, are you crazy? I'm your partner. Why are you sharpening the knife? Are you going to eat your dearest partner? Do you have no humanity left?" Long stopped sharpening the knife, turned to it and smiled. That smile was something else. He said, "Little pig, did you get something wrong? When did we become the closest partners?" This left the little white pig completely at a loss. It started to add drama to itself. "How can you do this? I give sincerity for sincerity, and yet you treat me like this? You are heartless. You are cold. You are unreasonable. You scumbag. Oh my God, did you steal Aunt Xiong Yao's script?" Long was stunned and complained, "Are you here acting out Princess Returning Pearl with me?" He shook his head and continued, "Forget it. You're just an ingredient. No need to understand so much." Then he turned to me and shouted, "Go inside and boil some water. I'm going to scald the pig hair later." I stifled a laugh, nodded, and turned to go inside. At this point, the little white pig completely broke down and started playing the emotional card. M.O. Long. Don't eat me. I saved your life after all. You can't repay kindness with hostility. M.O. Long looked confused. You saved me? How come I didn't know? On Monster Island. I helped you kill that big black bear. Otherwise, you would have been digested into dung by now. This is a life-saving grace. After hearing this, M.O. Long casually replied, Is it possible that even if you didn't take action, I could have taken it down myself? After saying that, he stood up, picked up his brightly polished knife, and walked step by step toward the little white pig. Why you? Don't come over. Don't come over. The little white pig struggled frantically, but the ropes were tied too tightly to break free. It regretted it to its core. If it had known, it wouldn't have pretended to be that cup and used all its energy at once. M.O. Long looked at its cowardly appearance and smiled creepily. Go ahead and scream. The louder you scream, the more excited I get. With this acting, the entertainment industry would lose half its KPIs without you. The little white pig was so scared that it started crying. Help. There's a pervert here trying to eat me. Seeing that this tactic wasn't working, it quickly changed strategy and started playing the benefit card. M.O. Long, you can't kill me. I'm very useful. I can grow as big as the island. If you kill me, you're giving up a powerful weapon. M.O. Long paused, returned to his original spot to continue sharpening his knife, giving a chance to prove itself. Really? Then why can't you even break free from a rope? The pig was desperate to survive and began to confess. It said that it had eaten something similar to a devil fruit on Monster Island, and since then, it could accumulate power by eating, and even gain the abilities of the creatures it consumed. The earlier quick defeat of the big black bear was because it had unleashed all the energy it had accumulated over the years in one go. It could even talk because it had indirectly eaten humans. After hearing this, M.O. Long was stunned, feeling that this pig's golden finger was even more powerful than the protagonist's. It was simply the chosen pig. He couldn't help but want to argue with the author, wondering if the cheat code had been given to the wrong character. The little white pig saw his shock and pitifully asked, I'm really awesome, so please don't eat me, okay? But M.O. Long just smiled widely and decisively refused. Sorry, no. Then he continued to sharpen his knife. I tell you, waiting for death is the scariest thing. That little white pig probably imagined an entire performance of the top 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. The butcher dissecting a pig, thinking about things like having its throat cut and being gutted. As it thought about it, it rolled its eyes and fainted. Just then, I came out of the room, of course, not holding any boiling water. When I saw the pig was fainted, I asked M.O. Long, what's going on here? M.O. Long shrugged. It got scared and fainted, didn't expect it to be so timid. Family, guess what? It was all an act. M.O. Long and I were putting on a show together. It was all about PUA, just to fix this pig's bad habit of wanting to take the lead right away. M.O. Long never intended to eat it. He was planning to give this cute little pig as a pet to our unborn daughter. I walked over and touched the little white pig. Its fur was soft and felt quite nice. I asked M.O. Long, what should we do now? We can't just leave it lying on the ground, can we? M.O. Long thought for a moment and said, I'll build it a pig pen. After that, he went to chop wood. He was quick and agile, and in no time at all, he had put together a simple wooden pig pen. Although it was rudimentary, at least it could shield the pig from the wind and rain. He was also very thoughtful, bringing out a few old quilts from the house to lay on the ground. After finishing all this, he proudly asked me, so what do you think? Is my craftsmanship okay? I looked at the pig pen that resembled a doghouse and really couldn't bring myself to praise it. I thought to myself, when this pig wakes up, it will probably be spewing foul words. M.O. Long untied the rope, grabbed the little white pig by the scruff of its neck, and tossed it into the pig pen. Then he asked me a bit uncertainly, do you think our daughter will like this pig? I rolled my eyes and said, well, you're still the kid's dad. Why are you asking me? But seeing his nervous expression, I comforted him, don't worry. Even if the kid doesn't like having pets, they will definitely enjoy eating its meat. So giving a pig is definitely not a mistake. M.O. Long was speechless after hearing this. Daihe, your analysis is really quite sharp. Before long, the little white pig in the pig pen woke up. The first thing it did was to check its body all over, realizing it was all intact, and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. I almost became braised pork. Then it looked around and found itself in a house, with a soft blanket under its feet. It immediately imagined a grand scene, thinking that Mo Long had specially built a luxurious single room for it, and even gave it his blanket to sleep on. It was so moved that it cried, Mo Long, you are too good to me. You are 1,000 times better than my previous owner. I even doubted you were going to eat me. I really am not a pig. You must be joking with me, right? Mo Long heard the crying and walked over, looking at it strangely as it was self-pitying. He tentatively asked, Pig Hero, are you okay? The little white pig was taken aback for a moment, then realized this was the new name he had given it, and got extremely excited. Master, are you calling me? This name is amazing. Like a great hero. It immediately started calling him master. Its will to survive was clearly at its peak. It stood up proudly and in the most domineering tone, said the most cowardly words. I've decided. I want you to be my master. Just then, I shouted from outside. Darling, stop looking. The hot pot is ready. Come eat. As the spicy aroma wafted over, Pig Hero almost drooled, immediately turning into a little tail, following Mo Long closely, eagerly asking, Master, can I eat too? I saw it and deliberately teased it. Pig Hero, are you awake? Are you going to let Mo Long replace me again? This directly scared Pig Hero so much that it sat down on the ground, desperately begging for mercy. My lady, I was wrong. I was talking nonsense. Please forgive me. You and the master are truly a match made in heaven. Seeing it so cowardly made me laugh, so I picked up a piece of meat from the spicy pot with my chopsticks and threw it to it. Since you're so good at talking, this is your reward. Without thinking, Pig Hero jumped up and swallowed the meat whole. But the next second, it fell from the air with a thud, its entire pig face turning bright red, rolling on the ground. Ah, it's poisonous. So painful. I'm going to die. It thought I had poisoned it to harm it, and went into full drama mode, even starting to say its last words. Mo Long was both amused and annoyed. Walked over and kicked in the butt. Enough already. You just got a little spiced up. Do you have to act like you're dying? Only then did Pig Hero realize what had happened, but it was still a bit shaken. Once it calmed down, Mo Long, while eating, deliberately asked me, was the meat you just gave Pig Hero pork? I nodded in agreement. Yes. I tell you, after hearing that, Piggy's whole pig life turned gloomy. It looked at the meat in its bowl, which it had just eaten so deliciously, and then with a retch, it ran to a distant tree and vomited until it was dizzy. I looked at its back and shot a glance at, Dear, you really have a twisted sense of humor. It's clearly lamb, yet you insist it's pork. Is it really that fun to bully it? Shook his head, grinning as he looked at me. What's so fun about bullying it? Bullying you is much more entertaining. Unfortunately, he said, glancing down on my belly. I instantly blushed and spat at him. Ew, bad person. As soon as he heard me scolding him, he got even more excited, leaned in a blow on my ear, and said something in a husky voice. Let me tell you, that line was so suggestive that after I heard it, my face turned bright red, all the way down to my neck, even redder than the hot pot base. I was so angry at that moment that I pushed him away and turned my back on him. What's wrong with this person? I never realized he could be such a jerk. Does he not have anything serious to think about all day long? Just because I'm pregnant now. He thinks he can push me around, acting all high and mighty. I was plotting in my heart. Just wait. Once the baby is born, you'll see what the iron fist of love really means. Just as we were in this extreme tug of war, a loud crash startled me. I turned around to see, good grief, our conspicuous pet, Piggy Hero, was holding its food bowl, which was bigger than its face, looking at us with big eyes, as if to say, Hey, you two, don't just focus on your romance. Piggy is hungry. It's time to be fed. Mo Long also found it funny and asked it, Weren't you just throwing up? How are you hungry again? Can you guess what the pig said? It had a wrong look and complained to Mo Long. It's all your fault. You told me there was pork and made me think I was eating my own kind. How could I not throw up? I tell you, I almost laughed to death when I was standing next to them. Directly switched to his sharp-tongued mode and said, That's because you're stupid. You can't even tell the difference between lamb and pork. Don't always blame the uneven road. It's better to find reasons within yourself, okay? Rolled his eyes in anger and said, It's the first time I've eaten meat in my life. If I can tell the difference, then it's a ghost. You're just talking nonsense. Was even more serious and asked him, Do you dare say you've never dreamed of gnawing on your own hooves while sleeping? Family, who understands? These two, one person and one pig, almost ended up in a one-man comedy show just over a piece of meat. I really couldn't watch it anymore. So I directly scooped a full large bowl of meat from the pot for her and told him to go eat in peace. That pig, having taken advantage of the situation, even threw a proud glance at before leaving, as if saying, "See, it's still the mistress who loves me," was both angry and amused, shouting at its back, "Go ahead and eat. Eat more. Get fat for the new year," was momentarily frozen. The whole pig fell into deep thought, probably wondering if there was some generational gap in their communication. Good heavens, while we were still lively, eating hot pot and singing songs on the other side, at the Navy headquarters, a storm capable of breaking the sky was brewing. Navy Admiral Sengoku was just about to off work when the office phone rang like a death knell. When he answered, it was Admiral Akiji on the other end. Let me tell you, Akiji went out this time to investigate the case of the G5 branch being wiped out. As soon as this guy opened his mouth, he dropped a bombshell. "Marshal, I cracked the case. The G5 incident was definitely done by the Yonko Kaido of the beasts." He went on to analyze, saying that there were witnesses who saw a dragon fly by, and since there was no smell of gunpowder at the scene, it must have been Kaido who wiped it out with a breath of his dragon fire. After hearing this, Sengoku asked a crucial question. Then who is the guy in the photo stepping on Virgo? What's his relationship with Kaido? As a result, Akiji, with his wild imagination, actually guessed. "Marshal, listen to my analysis. Is it possible that this person is Kaido's biological son? Kaido took his son to G5 to level up, and after training, to keep it a secret, he casually blew up the entire base. I was listening nearby and felt like giving him a round of applause for his imagination. It's a shame he doesn't write novels." Sengoku immediately retorted, "You brat, think a little. The intel clearly states that Kaido only has one daughter, Yamato. Where does son come from? Besides, the guy in the photo, doesn't he have horns?" Akiji still wasn't convinced and weakly asked, "Well, is it possible he inherited it from his mother, so he doesn't have horns?" Sengoku was amused and said, "Stop being so stubborn. Even if he's not a son, he could be a son-in-law or a disciple." But he immediately became serious and said, "The point is, this kid is young and has already taken down someone like Virgo, a vice admiral. That is already monstrous." Akiji initially dismissed it because, in his eyes, a vice admiral is no different from a soldier. They can all be taken out in one hit. But Sengoku gave him a lesson, using big data to show him that a young man in his 20s, who just started out, has reached a height that 99 of pirates would never achieve in their lifetime. Isn't that a monster? Akiji understood immediately. "I tell you, this kid is very clever." As soon as he heard the situation was serious, he proactively volunteered to go to Onigashima to take on Kaido one-on-one to get to the bottom of this. He was really trying to solve the case. He just wanted to rack up some KPIs before Sengoku retired to compete for the next fleet admiral position. As a result, Sengoku turned pale upon hearing this and shouted at him over the phone, "You better give a rest. If you poke the hornet's nest with Kaido, what will happen to my grand plan here?" Akiji was taken aback and asked what plan. Sengoku took a deep breath and dropped a real bombshell. He said, "The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Port Gas Diaz, has been captured. I plan to execute him publicly." Akiji was stunned and said, "Is it really just for Ace? Is it that serious?" Sengoku sneered, "Do you think I'm doing it just to execute him? I want to use this opportunity to completely eradicate the remnants of Whitebeard's old era, along with his pirate crew, from this world." My goodness, I felt my heart sink when I heard that. This old man usually looks as steady as a rock, but I didn't expect him to pull such a big move right before retirement, after holding it in for 20 years. He has to go head-to-head with the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Kazan was also completely stunned and immediately expressed his full support, saying he wouldn't go to Ghost Island and would return to headquarters to stand by. After Sengoku hung up the phone, he sat alone in his office, feeling the immense pressure, and sighed heavily. Just then, the office door creaked open. Here comes the Navy S-1 slacker, the hero Garp, swaggering in with a rice cracker in his mouth. As soon as he walked in, he heartlessly mocked Sengoku. "Hey, Sengoku, who made our marshal angry? Tell me, so I can have a good laugh." Sengoku was already furious just seeing him, and this time he exploded, pointing at Garp and shouting, You bastard Garp. You know how to come back? I gave you a 7-day leave, and you disappeared for half a month. Playing ghost, huh? Garp, as if nothing happened, plopped down on the sofa, crunching on a rice cracker, and said, "Come on, don't be mad. I have to say, your Office-S rice crackers are really good." Sengoku didn't want to waste time with him and directly asked, "I heard you want to catch your grandson. How did it go?" "A newcomer with a bounty of 300 million. It should be easy for a Navy hero like you, right?" Garp's expression became a bit unnatural, and he began to make excuses. "Cough, don't mention it. That kid is too cunning. You have no idea his ship can fly. It zoomed away right in front of me. What do you want me to do?" He spread his hands, looking desperate. With such acting skills, he'd be wasting his talent if he didn't T-star in a movie like Gambling Everything. Sengoku rolled his eyes in anger. If he believed that, he'd be a fool. He earnestly warned Garp, if you let him go today, 10 years later when he grows up, you won't be able to catch him even if you want to. Monkey D. Luffy has already become a target that our Navy must eliminate. So, guess what Garp said? He waved his hand dismissively, looking disdainful. "Oh, you're overthinking it. That silly kid Luffy. How could he possibly become an emperor? I know exactly what he is capable of." I have to say, after I said that, I felt a bit guilty, so I quickly added, "Oh, even if he really becomes one of the 4 emperors, I can guarantee with my title as a marine hero that he is definitely not the kind of person who causes trouble." As a result, Sengoku immediately shot back at me. "Ha, of course, you're going to speak in favor of your grandson." Then, to my surprise, he started listing names. "Your grandson has been at sea for half a year, coming out of the EC, cutting through enemies like chopping vegetables. Croc, Buggy, Kuro, Arlong one after another, all taken down. And when he entered the Grand Line, it got even crazier. He took out a warlord, Crocodile, right off the bat, then blew up Eni's lobby. The strongest genius of CP9 in 800 years? Straight to the ICU. The more Sengoku talked, the more excited he got. According to his route, he is probably already at Moria's territory now. Do you think he can take him on? Or are you already prepared to collect your grandson's body?" I shrugged at the time, continued munching on my rice crackers, and pretended to be indifferent. "Sigh. He chose his own path. What can I do? I was desperate too. Let me tell you, my acting back then could have earned me an Oscar. If he really ends up as a zombie because of Marilla, then it just shows his abilities have limits. At worst, when I go back to collect his body, I could just casually twist off Marilla's head and give it to him as a burial gift." Sengoku was so angry that he was puffing his cheeks and glaring, probably cursing me in his heart, thinking that I'm so great and high-minded. Then he suddenly changed his tone and dropped a bombshell. "Forget about your grandson. Let's talk about your other grandson." My heart skipped a beat as I munched on the rice crackers, urging him to hurry up and let it out. "Ace has been caught. I told you," with a crack, the rice cracker in my mouth instantly shattered. I was stunned at that moment. "And you asked who?" "Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, is currently imprisoned and impelled down." My fist instantly clenched. How is this possible? How could he be captured? Sengoku sighed and said, "It's all because of your good grandson, Luffy. He took down Crocodile, and a position in the Warlords opened up. That guy Blackbeard showed up and said he could bring in a worthy pirate to take that position. As a result, he captured Ace and brought him here. Blackbeard." I gritted my teeth as I uttered that name. I had just returned from outside, and Sengoku had given me such a big surprise, knowing full well that Ace was raised by me. Seeing my expression change, he quickly gave me a political lecture. "Garp, don't forget your identity. You're a soldier, and he's a pirate. Did he ever consider your feelings when he went out to become a pirate?" What can I say? I can only suppress my anger and replied coldly, "I didn't intend to save anyone. He chose his own path, and if he was captured because he wasn't skilled enough, who can he blame?" After saying that, I stood up, not even finishing my senbei, and told him I was tired and needed to rest. That silhouette, even I felt it was desolate. But just as I reached the door, I suddenly remembered something and turned back. I said to Sengoku, "By the way, I forgot to tell you something. I happened to catch someone during my outing. It's Ember of the Beast Pirates, and he's currently locked up in our headquarters dungeon." After saying that, I left without looking back. Who understands family? I just love that feeling of throwing a bomb and running away, focusing on the element of surprise. Sengoku was dumbfounded on the spot. Probably his mind was blown. He was just about to use Ace to bait Whitebeard, and I'd already brought Kaido's big boss back. Now I was lively. I feel so frustrated. My grandson got arrested, and I still have to pretend to be a fool. Where can I vent my anger? Hey, isn't there a ready-made punching bag right here? I went straight to the dungeon, opened the door of Jin's cell, and smiled with my big white teeth at him. So, you're Jin, right? I'm not in a good mood right now. I want to hit someone. That's right, I want to hit you. Do you have any objections? That guy still had a tough mouth, and as a result, I educated him with a round of my loving iron fists. From the beginning, when I told him, Kapu, you're going too far, to later saying, Mr. Kaido will take revenge for me, he eventually ended up crying, Woo, please stop. You've swollen my handsome face. Huh, a guy who wears a mask every day talks to me about faces? After I'm done with him, I'll tell you. I feel great all over. On the other side, on Ghost Island, Kaido is still drinking, completely unaware that his big boss has already been captured by me. And he's still pondering why Jin hasn't come back. Meanwhile, that brat Mokuryu has been in seclusion for half a month, feeling like he's back in shape. He finds Kaido and, without saying a word, throws a punch. Wow, that punch directly turns Kaido into a shrimp flying backward. Kaido isn't angry. Instead, he's excited. Kurorara. Good kid, but you're still far from it. Mokuryu immediately flashes in front of him and throws another steel fist, and with a bang, Kaido spits out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. Now Kaido is serious, transforming into his dragon form, coiling in the sky. Kid, if you have the ability, make me spit blood in dragon form. I tell you, I've never heard such a ridiculous request in my life. Also got fired up, his arm muscles bulging as he went in hard. As a result, he was still knocked away by Kaido. Seeing the advantage was on his side, Kaido opened his mouth and unleashed a blast of hot breath, but shouted sword come. His pig transformed into a demon sword and flew into his hand. Holding the sword, he charged straight into the pillar of flame that could melt steel, forcefully splitting the fire in half. In an instant, he appeared in front of Kaido's dragon head, gripping the sword with both hands, and struck down fiercely at the thick and hard dragon horn. With a loud roar, drove the sword deep into the dragon horn. Kaido reacted and swiped at, tearing him in half, but it was already too late. Let me tell you, the result of being a step too late is that his proud dragon horn snapped with a crack. Goodness, Kaido was dumbfounded right on the spot. Really dumbfounded. He transformed back into his human form, holding the broken piece of his dragon horn in his palm, and the whole dragon became emo. The next moment, that guy went crazy, roaring at the sky. The anger was so intense, I tell you, the sky turned dark and there was thunder and lightning. Like a calamity was happening. You bastard, you actually dared to chop off my horn. He looked down and roared at me, saliva flying everywhere. It was outrageous. I just finished my rebirth, brushed off the dust on my body, looked up at him, and said with an air of nonchalance, Kaido, you can't say that. If my blade had aimed for your neck, do you think you would still have a chance to argue with me here? As soon as I said that, Kaido was choked up. As for that impressive demon sword from earlier, it had already transformed back into the form of my pet pig. My precious pet pig was now lying on its back on the ground, tongue hanging out, looking as if its energy had been completely drained. Who understands this among my family? For that earth-shattering strike just now, it had forcefully showcased the strength of over 1,000 ferocious beasts. All its energy was spent. This thing is just like a power bank, but a one-time use special move. Once used, it's useless. Kaido obviously realized this too. He stared at me intently, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Kid, what on earth was that power? It definitely wasn't your own. Well, of course, I never claimed it was mine. I shrugged and pointed at the lifeless pig on the ground, saying that my pet pig had eaten some unknown divine fruit, which allowed it to convert everything it consumed into stored energy. That strike just now was the culmination of its life as savings. Unfortunately, it's not sustainable. The more you use, the less you have. Haven't you seen it stomp on an island in one step? To put it simply, as long as there's enough food, it's like a walking ancient weapon. Kaido, in the face of that power, are you afraid? My half-truths completely tricked Kaido, leaving him deep in thought. Indeed, this ability is too overpowered. Luckily, it's a one-time use. Otherwise, who could compete with a pig in this world? After coming to this realization, Kaido's anger flared up again. All right, get your pig out of here. Next, let me give you a good beating, or I won't be able to swallow this anger. I'm completely dumbfounded. No, Kaido, this is too much. Didn't you say you'd be pleased if I became stronger? Why are you still hitting back? Can you pin me to the ground now? Kaido's rhetorical question left me speechless. All right, I admit that last attack was a bit underhanded. I sighed, picked up Piggy Hero, struck a shot, put throwing pose, spun around twice, and with a whoosh, I threw out of sight. Kaido's eye twitched. Is this how you treat it? What else? Should I worship it like an ancestor? I clapped my hands, standing my ground, and told you, pets can't be spoiled. If you spoil them, they won't know who their master is. You must make it understand that I am the master, and it's just equipment at most. Kaido was taken aback, actually finding some truth in what I said. But he still felt sorry. That's not just any pet. Who in the world can withstand that kind of power? If I had a pig like that, I would treat it better than my own daughter. Good heavens. I feel like I can hear the distant sound of Yamato sharpening a knife. Comparing a daughter to a pig is one thing, but actually losing? This dad is really putting his daughter in a tough spot. I quickly dismissed his thoughts. You're overthinking it. That devastating move. Piggy Hero probably only uses it once in his lifetime. Besides, it got so big and is as slow as a turtle. It might step on an island, but to hit someone, who would be silly enough to stand still and let it stomp on them? Kaido still wanted to say something, but it turns into a sword. Stop right there. I cut him off. Did you not see it looking like a dead pig just now? How much energy would it take to recover from that one strike? Our beast pirates aren't exactly wealthy, and raising such a money-consuming beast would only make things worse, right? To swing one strike and deplete our entire fortune. Is that a good deal? After this analysis, Kaido finally gave up on the idea of selling my pet. With that topic over, it was time to get down to business. Kaido hadn't avenged his broken horn yet. He wouldn't be able to get over it without beating me up first. Windblade. The next second, Kaido opened his mouth and spat. Let me tell you, that wasn't saliva, it was a blade. Waves of wind blades, several meters long, came flying at me like they were free, shredding the surrounding forest as if it had been gnawed by a dog. At first, I dodged, my movements twisting like a snake, performing all sorts of flashy maneuvers. But then that old guy Kaido got impatient and unleashed his full firepower, his wind blades weaving like a net, sealing off all my escape routes. I couldn't dodge anymore. I steel my heart and thought, why dodge? Come on, let's hurt each other. It was just the right time to test my current physical strength. So I braced myself and took the hits. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Let me tell you, it felt like being subjected to lynching, death by 1,000 cuts. With dozens of deep cuts visible down to the bone appearing on my body, not a single good piece of flesh left. Blood was flowing, turning the ground beneath my feet into a small stream. I was desperately recovering while being relentlessly sliced apart. My recovery speed couldn't keep up with the rate of damage. Even Kaido, watching from above, felt it was a bit cruel. So, he decided to help me find relief. He gathered his strength and unleashed a massive wind blade, dozens of meters long, straight down at me. Poochie, with a sound. My body was split in half from chest to waist, the upper half thudding down to the ground. Kaido, panting heavily from expelling that wind blade, was exhausted. He looked at me, who was regenerating on the ground, with a complex expression, a mix of admiration and excitement. Kid, keep going. I think you can evolve further. Kaido beckoned to me with his claw. I suddenly had a jolt. This guy. Could it be that he was treating me like some game character leveling up? Every time I died and respawned was like a form of evolution? Goodness. To make me stronger, he really planned to push me to my limits. My father-in-law truly cares for me. So, I was killed by Kaido in various ways hundreds of times, from morning until dusk. In the end, we each grabbed a spike club and shouted in unison, Thunder Bagua, boom! The two clubs collided with such force that the noise was unbelievable. The shockwave tore the ground open, creating a massive pit, and we both fell in. This time, it was a draw. Kaido looked at me with satisfaction, his gaze like that of a proud father watching his most accomplished son. He believed that my success today was all thanks to his excellent teaching. Then, that old rascal suddenly put his arm around my shoulder and leered, saying, Kid, let's go. Tonight we're hitting the brothel. I'll get you a girl. Let us have some fun. It's all about balancing work and rest. I was stunned at that moment, looking at him. Wow. Do you even realize you're my father-in-law? Is there really a father-in-law taking his son-in-law to a brothel in this world? This operation is too abstract. How could there not be? Kaido looked at me as if it was the most natural thing in the world, saying, my subordinates take their dads with them after getting paid. That's called filial piety. I'm completely speechless. Aren't you afraid that Yamato will find out and cut you off? I asked tentatively. Humph, if you don't say anything and I don't say anything, how will she know? Kaido didn't care at all, and besides, men work so hard outside. What's wrong with relaxing a bit? What does she, a girl, know about it? I thought to myself, is that called hard work? What you're doing is robbery. While I was still hesitating, Kaido began to coax me. Kid, don't you want to experience the gentleness of Yamato from Wano country? Don't be afraid if Yamato finds out. Just blame it all on me and say, I forced you to go. To be honest, I really didn't want to go. I swear. But the father-in-law's hospitality is hard to refuse. I cleared my throat and seriously recited my lines to him. All right, if Yamato asks, just say that you insisted on going, and I was too embarrassed to go alone, so you dragged me along. Although I was extremely unwilling, I just can't resist your strong arms, so, in the end, I can only be dragged away in tears. Kaido looked at my attempt to distance myself from the situation and laughed like a fox, nodding vigorously. No problem. All responsibility lies with me. If Yamato wants to hit or scold, I'll take it all as the father. Men. Later, I found out that this old guy wanted to be sworn brothers with me. He said something about the 3 great bonds of manhood, sharing the same roof, going through all sorts of experiences together, and even serving time in prison together. I thought to myself, training every day counts as sharing a roof, right? Now, is this the second step? Is the next step going to be him taking me to storm the Navy headquarters and then getting locked up together? Just like that. I rode on Kaido's transformed Azure Dragon, flying towards the flower capital of Wano. Along the way, I looked down at the forest we had turned into a wasteland and contemplated that Kaido's training experience was almost exhausted. If I wanted to get stronger next, I would have to find a tougher opponent to take me out. Just as I was thinking, we arrived at the flower capital. I tell you, that scene was spectacular. When our Qinglong flew over the sky, the people on the street below let out a cry and instantly scattered like birds and beasts, all rushing into their homes, closing doors and windows. Just a second ago, the bustling commercial street was filled with voices, and the next second, not even a ghostly shadow could be seen. I couldn't help but tease Kaido. What have you done to the people of this country? As soon as you show up, it feels like the bandits have come to the village. Kaido's face turned red, and he quickly shifted the blame to Orochi. Soon, he landed in front of the most extravagant brothel, making such a loud noise that even the red lanterns on the eaves shook. Madam, we have guests. Why aren't you out to greet them? Kaido shouted at the top of his lungs. An old woman, her face smeared like a monkey's backside, scrambled out, her legs trembling. Yet she forced a smile. Oh, Lord Kaido, what brings you here? Kaido snorted coldly, too lazy to waste words with her, and pointed at me, declaring grandly, Go. I've heard there's a beauty from Wano named Kamurasaki. Bring her out to entertain this young brother. Only then did the madam notice me. After all, next to Kaido's massive frame, I looked like a mere ornament. She quickly apologized to me, slapping her own face in humility. Then, she bowed and invited us inside. Let me tell you, the door here is really flimsy, or rather, Kaido's build is truly outrageous. Just by walking normally, with a crack, the entire door frame was smashed to bits by his shoulder like it was made of paper. The madam turned pale, but didn't dare to say a word. Fortunately, the interior of the building was spacious enough for Kaido to walk upright. We were led to a private room, and as we sat cross-legged on the tatami, the madam dashed out like a rabbit to fetch someone for us. At that moment, Kaido confided in me that he also had places like this on Onigashima, but men, like to try something new. The key point was that he said he would take me to his own venue, and this couldn't be kept a secret from Wano. Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. Here was a grand emperor, known for being strict with his daughter, and if Wano found out he took me out to learn bad habits, he would probably come charging in with a kanabo. It would be better to keep this under wraps. Before long, the madam led in a large line of girls, a whole bunch of them, with dozens in total, and all the drinks and food were served. Because Kaido was there, the entire brothel was cleared out. I heard that a few guys next door jumped out the window without even pulling up their pants. terrified that Kaido would come to check the rooms and catch them red-handed. Kaido took a sip of his drink and nudged me with his elbow. "Hey kid, take a look, what do you think?" I took a glance, and to be honest, the quality was uneven. None of them were worth it. Since I was already here, could I still play a few rounds? I directly asked, "Where's Xiaozi? Bring your top performer over." As soon as the Mama-san heard this, she broke into a sweat and stammered, Xiaozi just got called away by the General Orochi. She's not here. I haven't even spoken yet. And Kaido is already losing it. Bang! A slap hit the tatami beside him, and the wooden board shattered into pieces. His voice was as loud as thunder. "Damn it. I don't care where she is. I command you, now, immediately, right away, bring Xiaozi back to me. Don't say she's with Orochi. Even if she's on her way to marry Ehua right now, you still have to bring her back to me. Let me tell you, Kaido is really generous to me. He thinks this might be the first and possibly the last time he takes me out to relax, so he has to let me experience the best. What kind of situation would it be without the #1 courtesan of Wano accompanying me?" The Mama-san was so scared that she fell to the ground, bowing her head repeatedly. "I'm sorry, Lord Kaido, I'll go right away. I'll have someone bring back Kamurasaki." "Have someone go? You go yourself." Kaido glared. "Half an hour. If I don't see Kamurasaki in half an hour, I'll tear this place down." The Mama-san was truly frightened, scrambling out, jumping on a horse, whipping it like it was a telegram, desperately rushing towards the castle of Orochi. In just about 10 minutes, she finally intercepted Kamurasaki, who had just gotten out of her palanquin at the castle gate. Goodness, because she was running too fast, she slammed the brakes, and the horse threw her off its back, landing flat on her face right in front of Kamurasaki. Kamurasaki was quite the jokester, taking out a gold coin and saying, "Mama-san, it's not even New Year yet, and you're giving such a big gift? Here, this is your New Year's money." The Mama-san had no mood for jokes, quickly getting up and grabbing her hand, almost in tears. "My dear, stop messing around. It's a matter of life and death. Come back with me." "What are you talking about? I still have to celebrate Orochi's birthday." Kamurasaki was not pleased. "Who cares about Orochi?" the Mama-san instinctively shouted. As soon as the words came out, the guards nearby all surrounded her. Saying such things at the general's gate? Wasn't that asking for trouble? The Mama-san quickly remedied the situation, bringing up the big Buddha that is Kaido. "Gentlemen, you misunderstood. What I meant was, Lord Kaido is currently waiting for Kamurasaki in my establishment. I believe General Orochi wouldn't want to see Lord Kaido angry, right?" As soon as Kaido's name was mentioned, the guards immediately backed down. Let me tell you, this little Z is definitely a master among masters. As soon as she heard it was Kaido, her eyes lit up with an idea. She first agreed to Mama-san, then turned to the guards, and with tears streaming down her face, she acted so genuinely. "Brothers, you heard it too. It's not that Z doesn't want to celebrate the general's birthday. It's just that Lord Kaido is forcefully pressuring me, and I am powerless to resist. More importantly, I don't want to cause a conflict between the general and Lord Kaido because of me, otherwise I would be the sinner." Wow. A high-level hunter often appears in the guise of prey. This display of tea art was on point, clearing her name while also gaining some favor from Orochi. After saying that, she hurriedly rode off on a horse with Mama-san. On the other hand, Orochi was in his mansion drinking and listening to music. After hearing the guard's report, he smashed his wine cup in anger. He first cursed the guard for being useless, watching as the woman he liked was taken away. But after hearing Z's heartfelt message for his sake, he was immediately overwhelmed with emotion, imagining an 80-episode tragic drama of love and sacrifice. "No way. Z loves me so much. How can I let her suffer this humiliation?" Orochi was instantly fired up, jumping up from the tatami mat, drawing his sword, and shouting, "Come here. Sword in hand, follow me. Rescue Z and kill Kaido." I was drinking with Kaido, watching a group of dancers perform, when the door creaked open. Mama-san dragged in a disheveled little purple girl, her face pale. As soon as she entered and saw Kaido, her eyes were filled with uncontainable hatred. After all, he was the murderer of her father. But she held it back, adjusted her expression, and prepared to move closer to Kaido, probably wanting to play the role of enduring humiliation and waiting for an opportunity. However, Kaido didn't even look at her and pointed directly at me. "Woman, go accompany him." Little Purple was stunned, realizing for the first time that I was sitting next to Kaido. Her eyes were full of question marks, probably wondering who this pretty boy was that Kaido was giving so much face to. When Kaido saw her not moving, he frowned. What's wrong? My words don't work. Little Purple shivered in fright and quickly walked over to sit beside me. I took a careful look at her and clicked my tongue. Her makeup was so thick it looked like she painted a wall, and the powder was almost falling into my drink. To be honest, she wasn't even as pretty as my wife, who has no makeup on. Maybe my expression of disdain was too obvious, and she seemed a bit insecure. Kaido couldn't stand it any longer and directly mocked me. Kid, why do you look like you're on a blind date? Can't you loosen up? What do family members know? What could I do in front of my future father-in-law? But with him saying that, I lost face. Fine, let's turn up the intensity. I reached out and wrapped my arm around Little Purple's slender waist. She stiffened for a moment, but quickly relaxed, raising her wine glass to feed it to me. Here, my lord, open your mouth. Hey, I have to say, wine fed by a beauty is indeed sweet. Kaido laughed heartily beside us, finally getting into the mood. Just then a loud bang echoed. The sliding door of the private room was kicked open and smashed to pieces, wooden splinters flying past my face. Immediately after, a disgusting voice rang out across the room. Little Purple, don't be afraid. Your big snake brother is here to save you. I almost spit out my drink. With that ugly look of yours, you dare to call yourself Big Snake Brother? Are you here to deliberately disgust me? Hey Tanda, she kicked the door open and just happened to see me holding Xiao Zi. His eyes instantly turned red, and he pointed at my nose. Cursing, you bastard kid, let go of that girl and let me come. I won't be able to handle it directly. What a straightforward thing to say. Before I could say anything, Kaido exploded first, slamming the table. Bang. Orochi, you're drunk. I'm not drunk. I'm perfectly sober, Orochi retorted, pointing at the Little Purple in my arms. Kaido, Xiaoji is mine. Are you trying to steal her from me? Kaido rolled his eyes, too lazy to engage with him, and shouted at the ninja troops behind him. Aren't you going to drag your general back to avoid embarrassment? As a result, Orochi blocked his subordinates and directly challenged Kaido. Kaido, I'm asking you right now, are you going to give Xiaoji to me? He didn't regard me at all, thinking that as long as he dealt with Kaido, everything would be fine. As he spoke, he noticed my hand still resting on Xiaoji's waist, which made him even angrier. And you little brat hand, let go of her hand. I laughed and said, I'll hug mine, you shout yours. And everyone won't delay each other. Isn't that great? As soon as I said this, I gave Kaido a knowing glance. Kaido understood immediately. Orochi had to be dealt with today. Orochi, seeing my provocative attitude, was furious and pointed at Kaido, shouting, Kaido, we're allies. Are you just going to stand by and let this bastard who popped out of nowhere humiliate me while holding my woman? Kaido tried to smooth things over, saying, Orochi, it's just a woman, right? Those who achieve great things don't sweat the small stuff. No way. I want Kamirasaki. Orochi was genuinely enraged, seeing me not only holding her, but also my hand wandering over her body, places he had never touched, was equivalent to a direct slap in the face. He was furious and charged right in front of me, raising his hand to slap me. Who does he think he is? Bang! Before his slap could land, I lifted my leg and kicked him squarely in the stomach, sending him flying and crashing into a group of ninjas behind him. Orochi got up from the ground, holding his stomach, pointing at me, and was so furious he could barely speak. Bastard, you dare to kick me? Why wouldn't I? I laughed. I dare to kick even Kaido, so what are you, a mere snake? Kaido's face darkened beside us. I could feel he wanted to say, don't drag me into your show-off act. To push the provocation to the limit, I simply wrapped my arms around Kamirasaki and, right in front of Orochi, kissed her hard on her lipstick-covered lips. Then I looked at Orochi and provocatively smiled. Not only am I holding her, but I'm also kissing her. What are you going to do about it? You. Orochi's face turned from purple to green in an instant. He was about to explode with rage. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Everyone, attack. Tear him to pieces. His ninjas were about to move, but Kaido slammed his thigh, the sound like thunder, freezing all the ninjas in place. They didn't dare make a sound. Orochi pointed at his subordinates, cursing, bastards. I am your master. Kaido was completely furious now, and as he stood up, the oppressive aura made the whole room shake. Orochi, you really don't give me face, do you? Trying to kill my guest at my banquet? Don't forget who helped you eliminate Kazuki Oden, so you could become this general. Kaido, that's not right. Orochi still dared to argue back. Even if you contributed 99% of the effort, didn't TI play a part? Even if just 1%? I, Kaido of the Beasts, have achieved my current status solely through my effort and wisdom, working tirelessly to build it up. What have you done? You merely killed Kazuki Oden, right? What's so great about that? Just a pirate showing off like that? Of course, these words were not spoken by Orochi. He understood that with his current strength, he could not contend with Kaido. However, he also didn't want to endure the humiliation of being overshadowed. A true man can endure humiliation, but he cannot allow his woman to suffer humiliation from another man. Therefore, this time he would confront Kaido head-on. Kaido, I don't have the energy to say much more. Today, I'm laying it out clearly. Either you have me or you have him. You choose. Orochi declared that he was all in. Kaido, are you in or not? He couldn't believe that Kaido would give up an ally for a pretty boy without his support. Orochi couldn't believe that Kaido could govern Wano country. After all, Kaido was just a pirate, and he, Orochi, at least had the lineage of a daimyo. Although sitting as shogun wasn't entirely legitimate, at least it was a case of one of their own governing their own people. It was, at the very least, more acceptable than having a pirate in charge. Therefore, Orochi believed that he was indispensable to Kaido, even if Kaido merely regarded him as a puppet. But being a puppet isn't something just anyone can do, right? Kaido caught Orochi's gaze and felt that Orochi had truly become arrogant. How dare he make Kaido of the Beasts choose? Sorry, I want both Wano and you, the Black Dragon. Since you, Orochi, are seeking death, then don't blame me for disregarding our alliance. Orochi, come here. Kaido waved his hand at Orochi with a smile. Seeing Kaido's smiling face, Orochi thought Kaido was backing down. After all, in Orochi's view, unless the pretty boy in front of him was Kaido's own son, there was no reason for Kaido to abandon him as an ally. Being a pirate isn't just about fighting and killing. It's about human relationships. Even a powerful pirate like Kaido needs allies. Orochi believed he was still qualified to be Kaido's ally. So, when he heard Kaido calling him, Orochi immediately walked over. However, what Orochi didn't expect was that when he reached Kaido, Kaido instantly changed his expression. From gentle to ruthless and iron-fisted. Kaido, you. Orochi wanted to ask how a man could change his face faster than a woman could turn against him. But, before he could say it, he saw Kaido extend a large hand and grab him by the face. His mouth was also covered by Kaido's palm, unable to make a sound. The next moment, Orochi felt his feet leave the ground. He was lifted up by Kaido, suspended in midair. Orochi's legs flailed around, kicking and trying to make Kaido let him go. Unfortunately, his legs were a bit short, unable to reach Kaido. Orochi, you don't know that the thing I hate most in life is being threatened? Do you think you are important? Haha, if you think so, I can only say you're overestimating yourself. And you think without you, he can't do anything? Do you even know who that kid sitting next to me is? No, you don't know anything. You dare to threaten me. I have to say, I admire your courage. But, Orochi, after being a shogun for 20 years, is that position really so comfortable? Chapter 127, Orochi's Death. Wano country changes hands. Orochi was whimpering in Kaido's hands. He didn't know what Kaido wanted to say. Orochi, letting you be shogun for 20 years was my mercy. Did you really think you were qualified to sit in that position? Puffed, just a crawling insect, thinking of being friends with a true dragon? Do you deserve it? What do you deserve? Kaido, what are you doing? Quickly let go of Shogun Orochi. At this moment, Orochi's subordinates also reacted, pointing at Kaido. But Kaido ignored these guys. Orochi, since you also said we are allies, then allies should be willing to stab each other in the back, right? Now, it's time for you to make a sacrifice. Kaido's grip on Orochi's face tightened. Orochi seemed to sense something and began to struggle violently. But it was completely useless. At this moment, the ninja troops who had been intimidated by Kaido also began to act. Various hidden weapons rained down on Kaido, but they did not even scratch him. Woman, don't just stand there, come, pour me some wine. At this moment, the black dragon looked at the dazed little purple, patted her bottom, and told her to pour him some wine. In a moment like this, it feels better to drink with a beautiful woman, right? The more dangerous, the more exciting, the more interesting. Huh, what? Little Purple was stunned, realizing the Black Dragon's actions, but not hearing his words clearly. Because what was happening right now was just too shocking. She never expected that Orochi would fight with Kaido. Oh no, that is not right. It's that Orochi was being beaten by Kaido. That seems wrong too. It's that Orochi was being grabbed by the face and lifted up by Kaido, with no power to resist, as if he was about to be killed. And the reason was actually to compete for her. As expected, I am a femme fatale. For some reason, Little Purple felt a bit fortunate. Perhaps she thought her beauty was finally useful. Although she regretted not being able to take revenge on her enemy, Little Purple was still very happy to witness Orochi's death. Huh. What? I said, pour me some wine. The Black Dragon shot Little Purple a glance, wondering why this woman looked so foolish. It was just a conflict. What is so shocking about that? Oh, I got it. The Black Dragon spoke again, and Little Purple hurriedly started pouring wine for him. However, in her fluster, Little Purple accidentally knocked the wine cup to the ground. It shattered. The sound of the wine cup breaking startled everyone present. They thought it was a signal to break the cup, but it was just a slip that caused it to break. Kaido withdrew his gaze, and the strength in his hand began to increase. Crack, crack, crack. Kaido's palm tightened forcefully. Orochi's face was being squeezed by Kaido, making his bones creak as if they were about to shatter. Woo-woo. Orochi grabbed Kaido's fingers that were holding his face with both hands, trying to pry Kaido's fingers away, but their strengths were on completely different levels. As Kaido exerted more force, Orochi felt his face compressing, as if it was shrinking. It was being crushed by Kaido's grip. His bones were even being crushed. How could it not shrink? Kaido let go of Lord Orochi. The ninja squad was very anxious. However, their hidden weapon attacks were completely ineffective, leaving them helpless. Even more ninjas appeared above Kaido, gripping katanas tightly and aiming to stab down fiercely at the top of Kaido's head. But it was completely useless. Not a single hair was harmed on Kaido. Instead, the katanas in their hands could not withstand the force and shattered into several pieces. Damn it, this guy is a monster. The ninjas gritted their teeth, yet felt powerless. Bang! The next moment, a sound like a ripe watermelon bursting echoed. Orochi's head was crushed. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Seeing this, the ninja squad also stopped. After all, their lord had already died. What was the point of continuing to attack? To avenge their deceased lord? Orochi was not that beloved. Do you want to die with Orochi, or choose to pledge loyalty to me? Kaido said, picking up a handkerchief to wipe the red and white substance off his palm. Looking at the ninja squad, the ninjas glanced at each other. In the end, we are willing to pledge loyalty to you, my lord. The ninja squad decisively knelt down, finding themselves a new lord. After all, being a servant to someone is still being a servant, right? Changing to a more powerful master seems not so bad. Haha, very good. Those who know how to adapt are the true heroes. Kaido did not expect to win over Orochi's loyal followers so easily, so he was very happy. In the future, you will definitely be glad about your choice today. Someone, throw the corpse out. Don't ruin our mood. Kaido shouted. Soon, the Mama-san from outside came in. However, when the Mama-san saw Orochi's headless body, she fainted on the spot. Seeing this, Kaido shook his head, finding it really boring. You all, take care of the corpse for me, Kaido said directly to the ninjas. Yes, the ninjas smiled wryly. They did not expect that after joining the new team, the first task would be to deal with their former lord. Wait, just as the ninjas were lifting Orochi's corpse to leave, they were stopped by Moku Kid. What's wrong? Kaido asked, puzzled. Kaido, I think you should burn Orochi's body, just to be safe. After all, didn't this guy eat the devil fruit of the Yamato no Orochi? The Yamato no Orochi has 8 heads, and you only blew up one of his heads. What if he is not dead? Moku reminded Kaido. Since he killed him, he should completely eradicate the threat and not give the enemy a chance to come back. Moku remembered that in the original story, it seemed Orochi was still alive after Kaido chopped off his head. So, if he could live after losing his head, then now that his head exploded, he might still be alive. Moku didn't want to leave himself a ticking time bomb. Ha ha, you're right, kid. You think ahead. Kaido laughed heartily, directly snatching Orochi's corpse from the ninjas. Then he walked out of the brothel. After leaving the brothel, Kaido threw Orochi's body into the sky. Then he transformed into an azure dragon, breathing out countless wind blades in the air, slicing Orochi's body into pieces. Then he exhaled a hot breath, turning the pieces of Orochi's body into ashes. After doing all this, Kaido clapped his hands and re-entered the brothel. Although Kaido was unsure if the blown-up Orochi could still live, he was certain that after being dismembered and burned to ashes, Orochi would definitely not survive. After all, a monster like Mokulong, who could come back to life no matter how he died, was the only one in this world. Chapter Osuta Doze Chiopt, Capturing Siozi, ultimately committing the mistake that all men will make. Kid, this room is no longer clean. How about we switch rooms and continue drinking? Back in the room, Kaido found that Mokulong was actually feeding Xiaozi alcohol. He found it very interesting. Is it that women don't get drunk, men have no chance? Then let us change rooms. Mokulong nodded. Then he patted Xiaozi's butt, prompting the girl, who had fallen into his arms, to stand up. No, I want to stay here. Unexpectedly, Xiaozi seemed to really be drunk. She wrapped her arms around Mokulong's neck, her eyes hazy as she said. However, Mokulong didn't believe it. He thought Xiaozi was acting. How many cups of alcohol had he fed her? How could she possibly be drunk? Mokulong suspected that Xiaozi might have some ulterior motive. Perhaps she wanted to use her beauty to entice him, rely on him, and infiltrate the beast pirates? Very likely. Mokulong thought this possibility was quite high. Although Xiaozi didn't clearly know his identity, she was well aware of the scene where Kaido had just killed Orochi for him. At least, based on that, she could determine that he was very important to Kaido. And for Xiaozi, Kaido was the murderer of her father, and so was Orochi. Now, Orochi was dead. Only Kaido remained. However, seeing those ninjas attacking Kaido without being able to harm him at all made Xiaozi understand that she couldn't deal with Kaido through conventional means. Although Xiaozi had always known how terrifying Kaido was, today was the first time she was so close to him. The first time she saw Kaido able to withstand the attacks of the ninjas solely with his physical strength. You have to know, these ninjas were the strongest troops under Orochi. They were not nameless underlings. And even these strongest troops under Orochi could not harm Kaido at all while he stood still and did not resist. So what could a weak girl like her do? Ordinary attacks were ineffective. Poison. That was the method Xiaozi thought had the most chance of success. His physical body was so strong that attacks were ineffective. So, were his internal organs equally strong? Could they withstand extremely potent poison? Xiaozi didn't know, but she was willing to give it a try. However, getting Kaido to consume the poison she had carefully prepared was not simple, of course. The first point was to infiltrate the beast pirates, then find an opportunity to secretly poison Kaido's wine or food. As long as it succeeds, even if she is caught and executed immediately afterward, she would willingly accept it. After all, for these 20 years, the only thing that has kept her going is revenge. Kaido looked at the two people snuggling together. Suddenly, he smiled and changed his mind, saying, "Kid, forget it. We won't drink tonight. You relax properly. I'll go handle the aftermath. Orochi is dead. But now, only they and the already subdued ninja forces know. Others are still unaware." Kaido decided to take advantage of the night to directly change the regime of Wano country. By the time the sun rises tomorrow, the flag flying in Wano should be that of the beast pirates. After saying this, Kaido left with the ninja forces. That night was bloody. Countless people deeply involved with Orochi were executed on the spot. All who dared to resist Kaido's rule were also exterminated. Kaido showed no mercy. He aimed to conquer the entire Wano country as quickly as possible. Watching Kaido's departing figure, Malong didn't know what to say. "I'm your son-in-law. Are you serious about letting me relax with a courtesan?" Looking at the beautiful woman in his arms, who seemed intoxicated and unaware, Malong's throat moved. He felt a bit thirsty, not knowing why. Did he drink too much? "My lord, please, be kind to me." Xiaoji wrapped her arms around Malong and suddenly looked up and kissed him on the lips. "Hold on." Malong sighed. "You're forcing me to make a mistake. Which pirate can withstand such a test?" Malong admitted he couldn't. And then he made a mistake. An hour later, Malong leaned against the headboard, entering his sage time. Xiaoji rested on Malong's chest, her fingers circling on his chest. Neither of them spoke. At this moment, Malong really wanted to smoke a cigarette. My lord, from now on, I will be yours. Xiaoji looked into Malong's eyes and said softly, "What does this mean? Are you clinging to me?" Malong felt that things were a bit complicated. He just made a mistake for a moment, right? Does this mean he has to repay it for a lifetime? Even if he was willing, Yamato wouldn't be willing. Not to mention Xiaoji's identity. Bringing Xiaoji home. Who knows if this woman would do something detrimental to Yamato? After all, Kaido killed her father. If she couldn't kill Kaido, what if she had malicious intentions towards Yamato? Even if she couldn't defeat Yamato, he had to consider many things. Even though Malong had thought about having multiple wives and a harem. But Xiaoji's identity clearly didn't fit. This is a ticking time bomb. Who knows when it will explode? Cough, cough. Xiaoji, how much for a courtesan for a night? Malong ultimately decided to treat tonight's events as a financial transaction. Even though he felt a bit reluctant about Xiaoji's body, but a man, if he can't control his lower body, will definitely end up dying because of it. Xiaoji was stunned. She didn't understand what Malong meant. Asking her how much for a night, Malong wanted to tell her that sleeping with her would cost money. So she could only get money from him. If she had other thoughts, she should cut them off quickly. Is this something a person would say? Is this something a man should say? Can a man actually say this? He really has no shame. Chapter 129. Does the Lord dislike the identity of a courtesan? Thinking back to how she had tried her best to please Malong to be accepted by him. After all, this was her first time. As a courtesan, being able to preserve her first time took her a lot of effort. Now, she had given him everything. But what she got in return was Malong asking, "How much for a night? Do I care about that little money?" Xiaoji felt wronged. She didn't understand where she went wrong. She was the most beautiful woman in Wano country. So, does Malong not want to take her by his side to indulge in her day and night? Just one time was enough? My lord, what do you mean by that? Do you want to cast me aside? Did I do something wrong? Was it my previous service that dissatisfied you? If that's the case, I can learn. It's my first time, so I'm not very skilled at some things. However, I can guarantee that as long as you give me a chance, I will make you feel good. Xiaoji knelt on the bed, assuring Malong, just hoping that he wouldn't abandon her. If the Lord really wants to abandon me, then you might as well kill me. For me, a future without the Lord is worse than death. The moment I saw you, I was deeply attracted by your charm, and I understand I've already fallen. I've become your slave. I absolutely cannot be without you by my side in the future. Such days are worse than death. Xiaoji babbled on. In summary, Yu Yinpeng patted his thigh and cried out, "Swallow, I can't live without you. How can I live without you?" Xiaoji's pitiful appearance moved Malong's heart. For a moment, he even thought about taking Xiaoji back to Onigashima to raise her. Only, after thinking about it, he felt it was quite inappropriate. Daimyo's personality, although very carefree, surely isn't someone who would willingly share with other women, right? The key is that it's not just about Daimyo's consent. The main issue is that Koizumi has a vendetta against Kaido. If this hatred isn't resolved, keeping Koizumi by his side is ultimately a hidden danger. "Please, I beg you, let me stay by your side," Koizumi pleaded, kneeling on the bed and clutching Malong's arm, looking pitiful. Malong frowned, but still shook his head. "No, I am a man with a family." Koizumi was taken aback. She didn't expect Malong to respond like that. Was it true, or just an excuse? Looking into Malong's eyes, she wanted to discern the truth from his gaze. However, after staring for a while, Koizumi realized she couldn't see through him. "It's fine. I can be your maid and promise not to disturb your family." Koizumi didn't mention anything about being a concubine. Although Wano isn't monogamous, to lower Malong's guard, she chose to say she would be a maid. That won't do either. Malong shook his head again. In the future, perhaps taking care of children would indeed require a maid's presence. But he couldn't trust Koizumi to take on that role. "Why? Don't you care about me at all?" Koizumi looked at Malong with tear-filled eyes, appearing helpless, as if her heart was shattered. She hadn't done anything wrong. Why should she be looked down upon like this? Is it, "Lord, do you despise my identity as a courtesan?" Koizumi seemed to realize something and asked Malong, "But, Lord, you just experienced it. Although I'm just a courtesan, I have always kept myself pure. This was my first time giving myself to you." "Ahem, I know it was your first time." Malong thought, "It's precisely because it was your first time that I'm conflicted. Otherwise, I would have left without hesitation. After all, It's not like there aren't other women. Why keep a broken shoe by my side? Chapter 130. Announcing to the world. The future of the summit. So, why won't you accept me? Koizumi was puzzled. She believed she was still very charming. Not someone a man would lose interest in after just one encounter. Even someone like Kaido, the general of Wano, was still at her mercy, right? Koizumi didn't know that her identity had been exposed. Mulong simply didn't want a ticking time bomb by his side. Although she seemed like a weak woman with no threat, Mulong wouldn't allow even the slightest hint of danger near him, especially since, before long, his child would be born. What if, imagining the worst, Koizumi took his precious daughter hostage, forcing him to act against Kaido? What if he didn't act and they killed his precious daughter? Once that thought crossed his mind, Mulong was even less inclined to keep Koizumi around. However, Mulong also didn't want Koizumi to remain in the brothel. Perhaps this is a man's possessiveness? Even if he didn't need her, he didn't want her to be taken by someone else. Meanwhile, Kaido returned to Orochi's palace with his ninja troops, beginning to eliminate dissenters. Anyone who didn't submit to him would be dealt with. Thanks to the ninja troops leading the way, Kaido easily found Orochi's other subordinates. However, Kaido was surprised that Orochi's subordinates were quite cowardly. None of them resisted. Basically, when he showed up, they surrendered. This made Kaido feel a lack of accomplishment. Thinking back to 20 years ago, when dealing with Odin, none of the Red Scabbards surrendered. One could only say that Orochi was a complete failure compared to Odin. However, for Kaido, this was a good thing. It allowed him to more easily control the entire Wano. At the same time, countless carrier pigeons flew out of the Navy headquarters tonight, heading in all directions. They were to convey the news that a week later, Port Gasti, Ace would be executed at the Navy headquarters. Sengoku had made ample preparations. Next, it was just a matter of waiting for Whitebeard to walk into the trap. He just hoped everything would go smoothly. At this moment, Sengoku stood at the window of his office, looking through the darkness at the white carrier pigeons flapping their wings in the sky, letting out a breath. The plan to eliminate the 4 emperors of the New World began today. As long as he could lure Whitebeard in and eliminate the Whitebeard pirates, then, using the same method, he would wipe out the Beast pirates. After that, under his and Garp's leadership, they would directly sail hundreds of warships into the New World, capturing Shanks and Charlotte Linlin. Then, the New World would return to the Navy's control, and his name, Sengoku the Buddha, would resonate throughout the world, passed down through generations. The entire script was already written in this wise general's mind. As for Oda, he was just someone who drew comics. What did he know about pirates? Garp, do you think this time will go smoothly? Although the script was already written, what if? The actors didn't cooperate, so Sengoku was still somewhat worried. He looked at Garp and asked, hoping for the approval of his comrade of decades. Garp looked at Sengoku, his face twitching as he said, "Do you think I should hope for it to go smoothly?" Sengoku, okay. How could he forget that if everything went smoothly, then Ace would definitely be executed without issue? This was indeed hard for a grandfather to accept. However, Ace was just a bait, and since it was already publicly announced that he would be executed, Ace must die. Therefore, he could only apologize to his old comrade. Garp, don't be sad. Even if you lose Ace, you still have an even more outstanding grandson, right? Sengoku comforted Garp, based on the Straw Hat Kid's performance. Whether he was better than Ace was debatable, but the commotion he caused was definitely larger than Ace's. Garp was too lazy to respond to Sengoku. These days, because of Ace's matter, he found even his favorite sunbae tasteless, looking as if he were sick. Sengoku saw this and knew it was a heartache that couldn't be treated, unless news came that Ace had escaped from Impelled Down. At that time, Garp shouldn't say he has no appetite due to illness. Even if a Sea King were placed in front of him, he could still eat it. However, Sengoku does not believe that Fire Fist Ace could do the same. In the history of Impelled Down, only the Golden Lion has successfully escaped from prison. The Golden Lion was the man who nearly defeated Roger, making it impossible for Fire Fist Ace to be born. Fire Fist Ace is far from being comparable to him. Chapter 131. Imprisonment. The messenger birds are rapidly delivering news. I fear that, by tomorrow morning, the news of Fire Fist Ace's execution will spread throughout the Grand Line. However, this has nothing to do with Morgans. Wano country is closed off. External information is difficult to transmit inside. Messenger birds simply cannot fly into Wano country. The only way to obtain news from the outside is through the members of the beast pirates going out to sea. My lord, are you really that heartless? Watching Morgan's about to leave her behind, Kamurasaki couldn't believe it. She pretended to be pitiful to gain sympathy, trying to seduce Morgan's, using countless methods, but Morgan still did not intend to take her with him. Is she a venomous snake? Otherwise, why is Morgan's avoiding her like this? Kamurasaki truly did not understand. Was her title as the most beautiful woman in Wano country a lie? Could she not even seduce a single man? Or is it that this man really cares so much about his family? He doesn't want to ruin his family because of her presence? But if he really cared about his family, then why come to the brothel? Is it because of Kaido's invitation, which he could not refuse? Even if he couldn't refuse the invitation, then why sleep with her? If Morgans hadn't slept with her, she wouldn't have thought so much. But because Morgans did sleep with her, she started to think a lot, using Morgan's identity to infiltrate the beast pirates. However, Morgans gave her hope and then despair. It's not that I'm heartless, but I have a wife at home. There's really no place for you. Morgan shrugged and explained. But Kamurasaki did not believe it. If he really liked her, how could family be an obstacle? She had been a courtesan for so many years. How many people had she seen whose families were destroyed because of her? How many men wanted to hear her play a song and sold their property? Even their wives and children? So, Morgan's not taking her away couldn't possibly be because of family. There was only one reason. He didn't like her enough and didn't love her deeply. If he really liked her, then even abandoning his wife and children would absolutely not be a problem. But Morgan's not liking her made it very difficult for Kamurasaki. Clearly, she had used all her means. Up until now, her body was still a bit soft and even painful. But even after giving so much, Morgan still wanted to abandon her afterward. Clearly, when she served him, he promised her everything. But once it was over, he discarded her like a shoe. Scumbag. A capital S scumbag. However, even though she knew Morgan's was a scumbag, what could Kamurasaki do? Are you not afraid I'll serve other customers? Watching Morgan's about to step out the door, Kamurasaki used her trump card. Morgan's foot stopped in midair, although he didn't want to bring her home. He naturally didn't want Kamurasaki to serve other customers either. The reason might be man's possessiveness, right? Woman, are you threatening me? Morgan's turned around, came to Kamurasaki, reached out, pinched her chin, lifted her face up to meet his gaze, and asked, do you know what the consequences of doing this are? Do you want to kill me? Kamurasaki looked into Morgan's eyes, without a trace of fear in her gaze. That's fine. Anyway, in the future without adults, I will end my life myself. Since it's going to be death anyway, it's better to die at the hands of an adult. Damn it. Hearing Kamurasaki's words, Morgan's knew she was serious. However, Morgan's is not someone easily threatened. Fine, wait here. When I come back, I will give you a response. Morgan's pointed at Kamurasaki and said. Then he left without looking back. Kamurasaki was stunned. She didn't know where Morgan's was going or what he was going to do. However, since Morgan's said he would come back to give her a response, Kamurasaki decided to wait. She wasn't afraid he would not return, because Kamurasaki could see the possessiveness in Morgan's eyes. This man definitely wouldn't want her to accompany other men. However, what Kamurasaki did not expect was that Morgan's really did not come back. After Morgan's left, he went to find Kaido. Then, he asked Kaido for a few female subordinates. He had them imprison Kamurasaki and not allow her to serve customers. After giving the orders, Morgan's returned to Onigashima. Yes, Morgan's chose to imprison Kamurasaki to avoid the possibility that if she really went mad and served other customers, Morgan's did not want to be cuckolded. As for whether Kamurasaki would commit suicide or the like, Morgan's believed it wouldn't happen. After all, she hadn't avenged her father's death, hadn't seen Kaido die with her own eyes, and hadn't even seen Momonosuke, whom she hadn't seen for 20 years. How could Kamurasaki bear to die? Chapter 132. You smell like her perfume, but a knock on the door sounded. Kamurasaki thought it was Morgan's coming back. However, the person who entered was a woman with the body of a horse, which stunned Kamurasaki. She nervously asked, "Who are you and what do you want?" The woman looked at Kamurasaki's nervous and fearful appearance and smiled. "Don't be afraid. I was sent by the vice captain to take you to a safe place. Recently, Captain Kaido wants to take Wano country, so it might not be peaceful. That's why the vice captain sent me to take you to a safe place. Although on the surface, it was to imprison Kamurasaki, Morgans would certainly not let the people he sent say it directly. It was naturally framed as being for Kamurasaki's safety. People are just so hypocritical, clearly imprisoning someone, but saying it's for your safety, acting as if it's for your own good. Hearing what the woman said, Kamurasaki lowered her guard. Indeed, she had seen Orochi being killed by Kaido with her own eyes. She had also heard Kaido say he wanted to take Wano country. So, in the coming days, Wano country would likely experience war and conflict. Those remnants of Orochi would definitely not sit still. Although, such upper-class conflicts should have nothing to do with her, a courtesan. But, what if someone went mad and wanted to enjoy themselves before dying? Then, as the most beautiful woman in Wano country, she would indeed be in some danger. She could easily become a target for violence. So, why isn't he coming himself? It was only when she referred to him as he that Xiao Zi realized she didn't even know Mo Long's name. Thinking of this, Xiao Zi couldn't help but smile wryly. She had given away her first time, yet the person she gave it to, she didn't even know his name. What kind of situation was this? It seemed quite ridiculous. Are you talking about the vice captain? Speed asked Xiao Zi. To be honest, she was surprised when Kaido called her over and introduced Mo Long as the future vice captain of the Beast Pirates. When did the Beast Pirates get a vice captain? Even if they were to have one, shouldn't it be chosen from among the three calamities? Who was this man in front of her? She had never seen or heard of him, so why should he be the vice captain? Of course, none of this had anything to do with her. She was just a mere fighter, a mid-level position in the Beast Pirates. No matter who became the vice captain, it wouldn't affect her. And this new vice captain's first task was to bring the most beautiful woman of Wano to a secret place and imprison her. As for why she was to be imprisoned and for how long, Mo Long hadn't said. However, since this was the first task given by the vice captain, she naturally had to do it well to show her abilities to him. Therefore, facing a weak woman like Xiao Zi, she was quite wary. Although she was the only one entering, the entrance was still guarded by dozens of people. The vice captain. So he is the vice captain of the Beast Pirates? Xiao Zi smiled. No wonder he could come to the brothel with Kaido, drinking and laughing together, appearing to be of equal status. So young, yet able to become the vice captain of the Beast Pirates. Xiao Zi felt that she hadn't misjudged this time. If she could win Mo Long's heart, perhaps she could really one day take down Kaido. After all, as the vice captain, Mo Long's strength, even if weaker than Kaido, shouldn't he be too far off, right? Looking at the ages of Mo Long and Kaido, Mo Long looked to be in his 20s with unlimited potential for growth. But Kaido, he was nearly 60 and would only grow weaker with time. In this comparison, surpassing Kaido was just a matter of time for Mo Long. As long as she could win over Mo Long, frequently whispering in his ear, perhaps he would be swayed, and the villain Kaido, the more she thought about it, the more hopeful she felt. Xiao Zi clenched her fists. At this moment, she didn't realize that Mo Long sending Speed over was to imprison her. She thought Mo Long was genuinely worried about her safety and sent his subordinate to protect her. Miss Xiao Zi, please hurry and get dressed so we can leave. It's chaotic in the city right now, and I prepared a villa for you in the countryside. Let us hurry over, Speed, urged Xiao Zi, worried that the longer they stayed, the more dangerous it might become. Although she could have forcibly knocked Xiao Zi out and taken her away, Mo Long had instructed her to treat Xiao Zi well. Moreover, in Speed's view, Mo Long likely intended to keep Xiao Zi as his personal possession. In that case, if she treated Xiao Zi poorly, what if Xiao Zi gained Mo Long's favor in the future and whispered bad things about her? Therefore, to avoid such a situation, Speed's attitude toward Xiao Zi was very good. Speed's demeanor made Xiao Zi trust her words even more. After all, if it weren't truly for her safety, there would be no need for Speed to treat her so well. It was known that the Beast Pirates were notoriously arrogant in Wano. Now that Kaido had killed Orochi and was about to take over Wano, it could be seen that the Beast Pirates would become even more tyrannical in the future, treating all of Wano as their home and exploiting it to the fullest. Okay, just wait a moment. I'll tidy up and get ready to leave with you. Xiao Zi was currently just wearing a revealing nightgown, which wasn't suitable for going out, so she needed to change first. Speed, being a woman herself, naturally understood the preparations women make before going out. Take your time. I'm not in a hurry. With that, Speed stepped outside. Half an hour later, Xiaozi finally opened the door. The sheer nightgown had been replaced with the kimono she usually wore. In her arms, she held a large bag, likely filled with cosmetics, clothing, money, and other items. Speed didn't pay much attention and led Xiaozi to the little house prepared in the countryside. On the other side, Mo Long had returned to Onigashima. He had transformed into a bird and flown back. Since Kaido was still busy consolidating Orochi's forces, he didn't have time to take him back. Mo Long couldn't force him, so he had to return alone. Fortunately, he remembered the way. Of course, if he didn't remember, it didn't matter. He was flying in the air as long as he knew which direction Onigashima was in. He landed in the yard and found Yamato sitting in a lounge chair, seemingly waiting for him. Mo Long pretended as if nothing happened, squatting down next to Yamato, placing a hand on her stomach and gently stroking it, then said, "Dear, it's so late. Why aren't you resting? The wind in the yard is strong. You might catch a cold." Chapter 133. It's my nose's fault you know it's late? Then why did you just come back now? Yamato's eyes were fixed on Mo Long, seemingly trying to read something from his face. Normally, Mo Long would return before dark. There had never been an exception. Now it was already past midnight. Coming back so late made it hard for Yamato not to suspect whether Mo Long had been out fooling around. Although, she didn't want to believe that Mo Long would be fooling around outside. However, when Mo Long got close, she surprisingly caught a whiff of another woman's scent on him. This made Yamato feel a surge of anger, even though Mo Long had taken a shower before coming back. Yamato's devil fruit was the white wolf. What scent could escape the wolf's nose? Ahem, this isn't my fault. It was mainly Kaido who said I had been training for so many days and was too tired, needing to balance work and rest. So he took me out for drinks. Mo Long rubbed his nose as he explained, "That's right, just like that. Drinks?" Yamato shot Mo Long a glare. "I think you were out drinking at a brothel." Yamato had indeed detected the smell of alcohol on Mo Long. Mo Long was taken aback. How did Yamato know? Could it be someone snitched? But who could it be? There shouldn't be many people who know he went to the flower house with Kaido, right? Those who know are all women from the brothel, and they don't know his identity. So how could they tell Yamato? Could it be Yamato is trying to trick him? Thought it was very possible. So Yamato, who did you hear it from? How could I possibly go out to drink flower wine? Stepped forward, put his arm around Yamato's shoulder, and smiled as he spoke. "Don't touch me." However, Yamato shrugged off his arm and said coldly "Are you still planning to hide it from me?" "Side, fine, I'll come clean. I did go to drink flower wine, but it was really Kaido who took me. I couldn't refuse, could I? But I promise I don't think theirs." "Go on, why don't you continue?" In Yamato's hand, a wolf-tooth club appeared out of nowhere. Seeing this mate's head hurt, he thought, damn, did Yamato install a surveillance device on me? Why does it feel like Yamato knows everything? "Yamato, let's go back inside, it's cold outside." Walked behind Yamato, pushing him toward the house. Yamato hesitated for a moment and then nodded. After entering the house, Yamato sat on the sofa, also wanted to sit down, but was slammed by Yamato's hand on the arm of the sofa, angrily scolding, "Who told you to sit?" The fierce aura of a tigress. Had never seen such a strong-willed Yamato. It felt like Yamato was different from usual. No way. Does she really know he was cheating outside? Smiled bitterly. Damn, just once I went out to cheat and I got caught? Am I that unlucky? Well, this is my own home. Do I need someone else's permission to sit down? Looked pitiful. This isn't being afraid of his wife. This is loving his wife. And, Yamato, don't be angry. It's not good for the child. Hee. You even know that being angry is not good for the child? Yamato looked at with a cold smile. Since that's the case, why are you still making me angry? Honestly, did you go to the brothel? Nodded yes. Louder. Yamato shouted. Yes, I went. After all, it was my fault first. Couldn't say Yamato was unreasonable. You went? And you still have a nerve to say it? Yamato was also amused by. She thought would lie to deceive her. But unexpectedly, he admitted it directly. She had heard Maria say that when a man likes a woman, after doing something wrong, he often chooses to deceive the woman to avoid making her angry, leading to a broken relationship. But now, actually admitted it directly, unwilling to deceive? Could it be that he's already tired of her? Yamato's body trembled with anger. feeling a chill in her heart on such a hot day. Because I'm honest, I don't want to deceive you. Seemed to sense Yamato's emotions. He walked over, sat beside her, held her in his arms, and softly said, "Dear, don't be angry. I really just want to drink. It was just a casual thing. Don't think too much." Yamato wanted to say something, but in the end, she chose to sigh, forget it. I don't want to say too much. Just remember, you have a home, a wife, and a child. It's fine to play outside, but at least know to come home when you're tired. I'm here waiting for you. Yamato didn't want to pursue it any further, because even if she found out, Indeed played with other women outside. So what? What should she do? Should she divorce? The key is, they aren't even married. Or should she kick out? Let the child grow up without a father? After weighing the pros and cons, Yamato chose to skip this matter. Just pretend nothing happened. Moreover, drinking flower wine, she could understand. After all, Onigashima has its flower streets and willow lanes. Many pirates go to the flower streets and willow lanes to play at night. Although she hadn't been there, but after staying on Onigashima for 20 years, Yamato knows what kind of temperament pirates have, right? Compared to those pirates, can be considered very good. After all, for so many days, he basically returned home after dark. Only tonight, he came back a little late. Yamato also understood that men need their privacy, and if she interferes too much, it might not be good. With this thought, Yamato's mood relaxed. Just because went to drink flower wine to unwind, it was merely an occasional form of entertainment. And it wouldn't mean he would abandon her or treat her badly because of it. Yamato, what you said makes sense. You're my wife, this is my home. Of course, I will come back. Moreover, I really just want to unwind casually. Don't be too sensitive, thinking that I don't like you anymore. That's impossible. I've been working so hard these days just to become stronger to protect you and our child. His hand rested on Yamato's belly. He felt that Yamato's belly was bigger. It better be like this. If you dare to betray me, I will personally kill you and then jump into the river to die with you. After threatening, Yamato stood up from the sofa and went back to her room. Followed her, but was locked outside the door. Go take a shower. You can't come into the bedroom until you wash off the scent of other women on you. Upon hearing this, finally understood where his flaw was. So it turned out the scent of on him was detected. No wonder Yamato was angry. To be honest, if the roles were reversed and she became Yamato, if she knew her man was fooling around with other women, she would be angry too. If there's blame, it should be on him for not being able to control his lower body. In the end, men have to pay for their mistakes. Chapter 134. Role play. He didn't expect Yamato's sense of smell to be so sharp. Clearly, he had already taken a shower once before coming back. Yet, he was still found out. Bathroom. Stood under the shower, his whole body covered in bubbles. Then he turned on the shower, letting the water pour down, which rinsed off the bubbles on him in an instant. After cleaning his body, raised his arm and sniffed under his nose. Besides the scent of body wash, there was no other smell. Although, he had also smelled it before while showering, and he didn't detect the scent of. One could only say that Yamato's sense of smell was much better than his. Didn't care anymore. Anyway, he had finished showering. Now, he just wanted to go back to the room and sleep with Yamato. He put on his slippers, didn't even bother to wrap a towel around himself, or put on pajamas. The figure slipped directly into the bedroom, and then lifted the blanket and burrowed in. From behind, they hugged Yamato. Don't hug me. Yamato looked a bit angry. You're my wife. Who else should I hug? Do you want me to go outside and hug another woman? Pressed against Yamato's back, whispering provocatively in her ear. Sure enough, Yamato was aroused by S teasing. Turning around to face him and coldly huffing. If you have the guts, go hug those outside women. Can I really stop you? Although she said that, looking at the way Yamato's eyes were about to pop out, knew she was speaking the opposite of what she felt. If he really dared to do that, Yamato would actually dare to kill him. Is that so? Then I might really go. However, to make Yamato forget about the previous incident, decided to tease her a bit. Saying this, lifted the blanket and stepped down onto the floor. It seemed he was really going to leave? No, don't go. However, just as feet touched the ground, he felt his waist being tightly embraced. Yamato's voice came from behind him. Don't go. I won't yell at you anymore. At that moment, Yamato felt heartbroken. She was genuinely afraid of leaving her, even though she thought was just joking with her now. But at that moment, Yamato was very sensitive inside, feeling insecure, especially since she was pregnant. She was really afraid of being abandoned. Feeling the tremble of Yamato's body behind him, immediately turned around, only to find tears streaming down Yamato's face. Are you going to cry? Panicked and quickly wiped away her tears. Yamato, don't cry. I was just joking. How could I abandon you for another woman? That's impossible. It's all my fault. Please don't cry, okay? Was he very good at dealing with crying girls? Seeing Yamato on the verge of tears, he didn't know how to comfort her. Fortunately, Yamato wasn't an unreasonable girl. Some girls cry harder the more you try to appease them. Yamato was completely the opposite. Seeing S' concerned apology, she immediately smiled through her tears and said, "You said it. It's all your fault. You're not allowed to sneak off to find other girls anymore, even if it's just for fun, got it? If you really want to drink with the ladies, then I can dress up like a courtesan." At this point, Yamato lowered her head, her face turning beet red. She couldn't believe she had the audacity to say such things. It was all S' influence. That's right. During their time together, often played role-playing games with her. Now, in the closet, there were maid outfits, nurse uniforms, and catgirl costumes. Yamato just couldn't understand what was going on in a man's mind. Although she had always viewed herself as a man, S' thoughts were something she truly couldn't comprehend. This. Isn't good, right? Hearing Yamato's words, chuckled. Yamato shot him a glare. Haha, you're smiling so wide. How is that not good? Since you think it's not good, then I'll burn all those messy clothes in the wardrobe later. No, those are treasures. Shook his head at Yamato, quickly stopping her actions. Those clothes cost him a lot of money to have handcrafted by the famous artisans of Wano. Each piece was exquisite. He couldn't bear to tear off those stockings when Yamato wore them. The next day, when the sun rose, was still sleeping while holding Yamato. However, the New World had already erupted. At dawn, residents on various islands in the New World received a world announcement sent directly from the Navy headquarters. Everyone looked at the newspaper that read, "In 7 days at noon, there will be a public execution ceremony for the 2nd Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Fire Fist Ace." This information spread like wildfire throughout the New World. As a key party, the Whitebeard Pirates naturally received the news as well. Whitebeard, upon hearing his son Marco finish reading the newspaper, sat up from his seat, clenched his fist, and punched the distant sea. Boom! It sounded like the space shattered. The distant sea surface seemed to be pressed down hard, forming a bottomless whirlpool on the surface. "Sengoku, you really dare?" After venting a bit, Whitebeard gritted his teeth and said, clearly, "I'm about to retire. Why can't I just retire peacefully? Why do you want to clash with me? Dad, what should we do?" Marco, seeing the news, was very worried about Ace's situation. What to do? Naturally, we gather the troops and head to the Navy headquarters to flatten it and rescue Ace. "My son, Whitebeard's son, cannot be executed by that old man Sengoku so casually. That's impossible," Whitebeard stated with great authority. "I think Sengoku gave me 7 days for this purpose, to gather everyone and have a big showdown with the Navy headquarters. But isn't Sengoku taking a huge gamble? Does he not fear setback?" "Understood, Dad, I'll gather the captains out there right away." Marco nodded, and then began to summon the affiliated pirate crews of the Whitebeard Pirates scattered throughout the New World. Although Marco knew that since Sengoku dared to do this, he must be confident. However, even knowing it was dangerous, they had to go. Could they just watch their companion be executed without doing anything? That's not the style of the Whitebeard Pirates. Chapter 135. The Four Emperors Red-Haired. In another Four Emperors territory, Red-Haired also received the news. He looked at the contents of the newspaper with a frown. After all, was it really a miscalculation? You see, because of Ace. He had specifically boarded Whitebeard's ship, asking Whitebeard to call Ace back and not to pursue Blackbeard. Because Red-Haired knew that Ace was definitely no match for Blackbeard. However, Whitebeard didn't believe it. He didn't listen to his advice. What a conceited man. Red-Haired internally criticized. Although, the content of the newspaper was somewhat different from what he expected. In Red-Haired's view, Ace going after Blackbeard would likely lead to him being ambushed and killed. But unexpectedly, the news he received was that the Navy headquarters was going to publicly execute Ace. However, combining this with the earlier news of Blackbeard becoming a warlord, Red-Haired roughly guessed that Blackbeard must have captured Ace, who was there to arrest him, and then handed Ace over to the Navy in exchange for becoming a warlord. After all, The previous newspaper about Blackbeard becoming a warlord did not report how he achieved that. But with today's newspaper, maybe others are still unclear. However, he and the Whitebeard pirates understand. The Navy is planning to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates in one go. Red-haired analyzed the contents of the newspaper and sighed. He doesn't believe the Navy is spreading the news across the seas just to publicly execute Ace. The Navy definitely intends to lure the Whitebeard pirates to the Navy headquarters and then take them all down at once. He never expected that old Sengoku would want to make a big move right before retirement. Red-haired shook his head. Such aggressive actions by the Navy aren't good news for him as a pirate. After all, the structure of the New World has been maintained for many years. The Navy's provocation of war will undoubtedly disrupt that structure. Captain, what do you think we should do? You went to the Whitebeard pirates for Ace before, and now we hear Ace is going to be executed by the Navy. By the way, Captain, you care so much about that kid. Do you have some sort of unspoken relationship with him? A chubby man with a big bone in his hand, still chewing meat. Teased red-haired. Don't talk nonsense. How old is the captain? He can't possibly have such a big, illegitimate child. The vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, Ben Beckman, also smiled. I didn't say he was an illegitimate child. He could also be a long-lost brother, right? Enough, you two stop guessing. Red-haired shot them a glance. They were getting more and more ridiculous. He cares about Ace simply because he knows Ace is Roger's son and that he once interned on Roger's ship and received Roger's care. Thinking of this, Red-Hair decided not to hide it anymore and directly told his crew. Because Red-Hair thinks that Sengoku's move likely indicates he already knows Ace's identity. So, it won't be long before the news of the Pirate King Roger's bloodline being alive will become common knowledge. There's no need to hide the information anymore. What? Fire Fist Ace is the son of Pirate King Roger? Red-Haired's crew was shocked after hearing his words. They never imagined that Roger had a son alive. However, for Roger's son to become Whitebeard's son, isn't Ace's thought process a bit abnormal? They should know that Whitebeard was a strong competitor to Roger's pirates. They must have clashed at least 8 times. Ben Beckman shook his head. This act of recognizing the enemy as a father is truly hard to understand. Does that matter? Red-haired shook his head. It doesn't matter. Everyone has their own way of living. Ace can choose who to acknowledge as his father. It's his own freedom, and no one has the right to interfere. Okay, let's not talk about that. Let us talk about Ace being executed. Captain, are we going to save him? Ben Beckman knew Red-haired was sentimental. Although, Red-haired and Ace don't have much connection. But who made Red-haired and turn on Ace's father's ship? Red-haired shook his head. Ace has his own father, Whitebeard. To save him, what do I need to do? Even if I have a relationship with Roger, that's my relationship with Roger. And it has nothing to do with Ace. Going to Whitebeard's ship before and having Whitebeard call him back was already showing enough kindness. It's Whitebeard's overconfidence in Ace that led to this consequence, which he must bear himself. Then Shanks, do you think Whitebeard can win? Ben Beckman asked after thinking. Facing the massive Navy headquarters, even the world's strongest man, leading 50,000 crew members, should find it difficult to fight, right? Inva. Only after a result comes out can we deduce the process. They haven't even fought yet. Who knows who will win or lose? Although on paper, Whitebeard is at a disadvantage. Red-haired smiled. All right, let us not talk about these worries. Let us drink. Yes, what does Ace matter to us? That kid Luffy will probably arrive in the New World soon, right? Speaking of Luffy, the group started chatting excitedly. After all, that little guy has been shouting to surpass Shanks and become the Pirate King. In the blink of an eye, several years have passed. That little brat has grown into a powerful young man with a bounty of 300 million. Even for this group, that bounty is considerable, because most of them have bounties in that range. Even though the red-haired pirates are called the most comprehensive and balanced pirate crew, a few hundred million is not a small amount. After all, besides the 4 emperors with over 4 billion, the strongest officers under the 4 emperors are only at the billion level. The red-haired pirates have few members, with only about 10 core members, which is just a bit more than the current Straw Hat pirates. The fewer the numbers, the more balanced the strength is certainly true. Luffy. Speaking of Luffy, a smile appeared on Red-haired's face. Yes, it's been 8 years. I wonder what that kid has grown into. Captain, You're being uninteresting. We've collected a lot of Luffy S bounty notices, so we know what he looks like. Ha ha, it's my fault I misspoke. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Saying this, Red-haired began to pour himself some wine. The crew looked speechless. Is this punishing himself with 3 cups? It's clearly rewarding himself with 3 cups. Who doesn't know Red-haired loves to drink? By the way, I remember Ace seems to be Luffy's brother. Suddenly, someone spoke up. 2 years ago, Fire Fist Ace had brought his spade pirates to this island to visit Shanks, thanking him for taking care of his brother Luffy. However, this matter was quite brief, and not all the officers were present at the time, so it was almost forgotten. Now that it's brought up, Red-haired slapped his forehead. Right? I actually forgot about that. This muddled appearance is hardly the demeanor of an emperor. It seems we need to let the Mountain Bandit King wake him up with a beer bottle. Chapter 136, Itchy Heart Wano, Cake Island. Big Mom also received the news. Regarding Ace, this former rookie, Big Mom, also has some understanding. A guy with the Logia-type, Flame, fruit ability. 3 years ago, he charged into the new world like a fierce beast, seemingly wanting to crush the 4 emperors and reach the highest throne. Then, there was no further news. He obediently called Whitebeard Dad. It seems Whitebeard is heading to the Navy headquarters. Big Mom has started to calculate her own plans. Given Whitebeard's personality, he would definitely not ignore the execution of his child. Therefore, Whitebeard will surely bring people to the Navy headquarters. Big Mom is even considering whether to wait until Whitebeard leaves the New World before directly leading her crew to occupy Whitebeard's territory. In Big Mom's eyes, Whitebeard's chances of success in the New World this time are minimal. It's almost impossible. Even if a miracle occurs and Whitebeard wins, he would certainly return with a group of injured and defeated men. At that time, Big Mom would be resting while waiting, and there would be no need to fear the returning Whitebeard pirates. However, this idea was quickly dismissed by Big Mom. The current situation is that the Navy is about to take action against the 4 emperors. If they engage in internal strife, they might be completely wiped out by the Navy. Ultimately, Big Mom decided to hold back. She obediently stayed at home, waiting to watch the live broadcast of the war a week later. Based on the results, she would adjust her plans and actions accordingly. Finally, there is the Beast Pirates. Kaido has also received the news. Although Wano country is closed off and external information cannot reach it, the Beast Pirates have intelligence teams outside. They are responsible for collecting information from the outside world and sending it to the headquarters on Onigashima. After all, if they can't get news from the outside world, how is that different from being blind? Even as pirates, they need good intelligence, right? Otherwise, how would they know when the Navy is coming to attack them? Being wiped out in their sleep would be terrible. Therefore, news that spreads throughout the world is quickly delivered to Kaido's office by the intelligence teams of the Beast Pirates. Kaido looked at the small newspaper in his hand. The tiny letters were hard to read unless he squinted hard. Haha, he thought it was something big. But it turns out that this bastard Ace is going to be executed. Kaido was very happy to learn this news. After all, when Kaido was out conquering territories, that bastard Ace had stolen his home. Moreover, he had corrupted his precious daughter, making Yamato's resistance against him even fiercer. Kaido couldn't be more pleased if Ace was executed. He even decided that if Whitebeard prepared to rescue him, he would intercept Whitebeard's fleet halfway, preventing him from saving Ace. Speaking of which, that bastard Jin. It's been over half a month. Why hasn't there been any news? Damn it, could he have been caught by the Navy like Ace? Suddenly, Kaido had a bad premonition. After such a long time, Jin should have dealt with the Straw Hat Pirates and returned by now. Even if the sea is vast and he couldn't find them, he should have at least sent a message, rather than having no news at all. If it weren't for the fact that there was still Jin's life paper safely stored in Onigashima, he would really think that Jin might already be dead. Someone, Kaido, shouted towards the door. Soon, a pirate came over. Kaido said to him, "Take this and go find Jin for me." The pirate took the life paper from Kaido's hand, nodded, and assured Kaido, "Governor Kaido, I will not let you down and will bring Lord Jin back." After saying that, he exited the room, gathering his subordinates to prepare to set sail to find him. After the pirate left, Kaido leaned back in his chair, still feeling a bit of a headache. Last night, he had been busy for most of the night, uprooting the entire power of Orochi. He returned only in the early morning and then sent his trusted subordinate, Jack the Drought, to take over Wano country. Speaking of which, he is just a pirate. He has never been a king. Now that Wano country has been taken down, Kaido is faced with the dilemma of how to manage it properly. Running a country is definitely different from running a pirate crew. Even though his pirate crew has more than 20,000 people, Kaido's original plan was to make Yamato the new king of Wano country. However, now that Yamato is pregnant, it is clearly inappropriate. As for Momonosuke, the guy doesn't seem to have any management skills in Kaido's eyes. And apart from his daughter and son-in-law, Kaido doesn't trust anyone else. Even though the All-Stars are loyal, they are ultimately outsiders. They can share hardships, but the position of a general must be held by his own child to make him feel secure. It can only be said that plans cannot keep up with changes. Kaido originally didn't plan to end Orochi so quickly, because Kaido believed that he had not yet achieved his goal. He was originally prepared to wait until Momonosuke grew strong enough to be on par with him before taking down Orochi, taking control of all of Wano country, and then using Wano as a fortress to develop in all directions. But because of Momonosuke, he dealt with Orochi ahead of schedule. Although most of Wano is already under his control, it's easy to conquer a territory, but difficult to maintain it. Kaido sighed. Can you believe that one day I would be helpless because my territory is too large to manage? Really, what a strange situation. At Yamato's villa, the sun is high in the sky. Momonosuke finally woke up. However, he seems a bit out of sorts. Momonosuke suspects that he may have overexerted himself on Shinobu last night. Was he drained? There's no helping it. After finally indulging in some pleasures, Momonosuke indeed drank a bit too much. You're up. Were you too tired last night? Yamato said teasingly while sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at the awakened Momonosuke. Momonosuke, feeling teased, didn't get angry, but rather played along with Yamato's words. Yeah, I don't know who was clinging to my neck all night, pressing down on me, and mumbling, Momonosuke, don't leave me, I can't live without you. How would I survive without you? Being pressed like that all night, how could I not be tired? You're talking nonsense. I didn't do that. Yamato pointed at Momonosuke, her face turning red and her neck thickening as she spoke. I never said it was you. Why are you so worked up? Momonosuke smiled at Yamato. You're confessing without me even accusing you. Yamato, are you silly, or do you think I'm silly? We slept together last night. Who else could it be if it wasn't you? Momonosuke paused halfway through his sentence because he almost forgot that Yamato had been angry with him for going to the brothel. Originally, Momonosuke wanted to say, didn't you say I slept with another woman? Why can't what I said be about the other person? But, thinking about saying that, Yamato would definitely get angry. Momonosuke had no intention of provoking her anger, so he retracted his words. What, keep talking? Yamato fell niche when she heard Mo Long speaking halfway. Forget it, I'm hungry. Did you make me breakfast? Mo Long skipped the topic. He had expended a lot of energy last night, so now his stomach was growling. Chapter 137. The Beasts. Come out to welcome your strongest vice captain after breakfast. Kaido came to find Mo Long. Today, Kaido was preparing to introduce Mo Long to all members of the Beast Pirates. It was time for Mo Long to officially appear in front of the world. What? You want me to be the vice captain? Hearing Kaido's words, Mo Long's mouth fell open. Sorry, I'm not interested. Mo Long felt that his current life was pretty good. He had no intention of managing a pirate crew. In the future, after Yamato gave birth, he could settle down at home as a dad. Then, when the child grew a bit older, the whole family could go out to sea and travel everywhere. This was the life Mo Long had always fantasized about. No work, a wife and kids, and the freedom to play around. Aside from not having a computer or the internet, everything else seemed fine to Mo Long. Of course, this was because he was in an oppressive class in this world. If he were in the oppressed class, he wouldn't have such thoughts. Not interested. Kaido was stunned after hearing Mo Long's words, looking at him incredulously. In this day and age, there are still men who are not interested in power, although Mo Long had mentioned something about becoming the king of the world. He actually had no strong desire to sit in the highest position. After all, even if one became the best, would there be no worries? No. Perhaps there would be even more troubles. After all, too many people want that position. If one really were to sit in that position, they might have to listen to daily reports from subordinates about where people are rebelling and where someone is trying to dethrone them. It would be too much trouble. A lazy life suits him better. But unfortunately, Kaido wouldn't allow it. He pressed him along, saying, "Kid, stop talking nonsense. You're not satisfied with being the vice captain and want to sit in my captain's position, right? But the captain's position is still too early for you. However, I can guarantee you that in 3 years, I will make you the captain in charge of the entire Beast Pirates and Wano country. Don't refuse anymore. Do you think this is just any time? You want to be lazy? No problem. But do you think your enemies will let you be lazy? Just this morning, I received news that the Navy is about to move against Whitebeard. Do you know what this means? It means the balance of the New World is about to be broken. Once the Whitebeard pirates are destroyed, the Navy will taste the sweetness and turn their sights on the other 3 emperors. Think about it. Your child hasn't even been born yet. If the Navy moves against us, are you sure that lazy you'll be able to see your child being born? Do you hope that Yamato, with a big belly, will be captured by the Navy? Mo Long looked at Kaido strangely and smiled. Kaido, do you have to be so alarmist? Also, the Navy is moving against Whitebeard. How come I didn't know? Kaido, who do you think you are? The Navy is moving against Whitebeard. Do they still need to report to you? Don't tell me you're secretly a celestial dragon? Mo Long. Cough, cough. Kaido, you're overthinking it. How could I be a celestial dragon? Mo Long shook his head. But is it true that the Navy is moving against Whitebeard? Could it be the butterfly effect has occurred? Mo Long was puzzled. He didn't remember the Navy taking action against the 4 emperors. Wait a minute. Could it be? Mo Long suddenly remembered the Marineford War. Indeed, if one were to say so, this could barely be linked to the Navy taking action against Whitebeard. So, is the Marineford War about to start? The next moment, Kaido confirmed Mo Long's guess. Kaido slammed a newspaper in front of Mo Long. Mo Long saw the headline, which was about the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. Looking at the date on the newspaper, it was today. So, a week later would be the day of the Marineford War. Then, the Straw Hat Kid should be at Sabati Archipelago dealing with the Celestial Dragons, right? Well, that's not important. Mo Long knew the outcome of the Marineford War, so he wasn't as anxious as Kaido. Although Whitebeard would die, a Blackbeard stronger than Whitebeard would emerge. As the final pirate boss, Blackbeard 2 years later would likely be stronger than Whitebeard. By the way, a Whitebeard too would also appear. They said it was Whitebeard's son, but there was no definitive statement about it. Also, the worst generation that grew up with Luffy. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly fierce individuals are popping up one after another. And Mo Long suddenly felt a sense of urgency. His strength was still lacking. He had no confidence facing these people. Fortunately, there was still time. Although the time left for him was not much. It was definitely more than that of the national football team. Now do you understand the urgency of the situation? Seeing Mo Long staring blankly at the newspaper, Kaido thought Mo Long was feeling the pressure from the Navy and decided to work hard, striving to gain the strength to overpower the Navy by the time they moved against them. But in reality, Kaido, don't worry too much. The Navy is just going after Whitebeard. It's not a big deal. That war will be the Navy's Waterloo, Mo Long said with a smile. Gathering the strength of the Navy headquarters and the 7 warlords, they can't even take down a 4 Emperor crew intact. It's a mess like this, and they still dare to broadcast it to the world. By then, the Navy's face will be completely lost, and Sengoku will be so ashamed that he resigned from his position as admiral. Kaido, kid, what are you talking about? Although I know the meaning of every word you said, I don't understand how you came to that conclusion. The damn war hasn't even started, and Whitebeard might not even engage. How can you have already analyzed the outcome? Didn't I tell you before that I can foresee the future with my observation haki? Mo Long once again used observation haki as a shield. Although the war hasn't started yet, I have already seen the outcome. By then, Whitebeard will die at the Navy headquarters, and the traitor Blackbeard will seize Whitebeard's devil fruit ability, along with his territory, becoming the new 4 Emperor. Kaido didn't believe it, but decided to listen to Mo Long ramble. Blackbeard? That guy who killed Whitebeard's 4th Division captain for a devil fruit, and then betrayed the Whitebeard pirates? You think that sinister guy can replace Whitebeard and become the new 4 Emperor? Kaido found it quite absurd. Chapter 138. Someone must become the Pirate King. So why can't it be me? That's right, don't underestimate that guy. He will be more impressive than you in the future. Said to Kaido. Kaido, damn it, kid. You really can't help but hit me where it hurts, can you? You said before that I would be defeated by a rookie pirate in 2 years. And now you're saying this nobody who suddenly emerged will be stronger than me? What? Is my title of the strongest creature just a stepping stone for others? Rolled his eyes and thought, isn't that the case? No, that guy's already a warlord now, so he can't be considered a nobody anymore. Said, a week ago, he saw the official announcement. The newspaper about Blackbeard becoming a warlord is still propping up the corner of his kitchen table. Ah, a warlord. Isn't that already a joke? Kaido said disdainfully. Ever since the news of Crocodile and Gecko Moria being defeated by rookie pirates spread across the world, the title of warlord has become increasingly worthless. Originally, everyone thought the warlords were impressive. After all, they were one of the 3 major powers of the Grand Line, alongside the 4 emperors and the Marine headquarters. But in the past few months, with 2 warlords being taken down by rookies, countless people began to doubt the actual value of the warlords. Even Kaido started to wonder if he had overestimated Doflamingo. That guy, does he really qualify to collaborate with him? Looked at Kaido strangely, thinking, don't be so gleeful. He's a warlord now, and in 2 years, he could be one of the 4 emperors, and you'll be the first to suffer. The happier you are now, the more miserable you'll be in 2 years. If it weren't for me, who knows if you'd be defeated, and your daughter could have been kidnapped. It would be truly tragic, Kaido. Of course. S knowledge of the plot before his crossing hadn't reached the point where Kaido was defeated. So, he wasn't sure how the future would develop, mainly relying on speculation. However, Kaido's defeat was a certainty. After all, he had already clashed with Big Mom. And if he were to clash with Kaido again, only to run away afterward, it would truly be treating the readers like fools. Unless Oda wanted to get rich by selling razor blades, it wouldn't be possible to write such a plot. For you, the warlords might be a joke, but for others, even with 2 warlords being defeated as a precedent, the warlords are still impressive. Replied calmly, all right, don't say any more. I'll take over as the captain. Just consider a title. Otherwise, Kaido will keep nagging, and that would be annoying. That's right. A man should have ambition. Hearing agree, Kaido happily patted his shoulder. Ambition? You can have ambition as a pirate? Shook his head. Let's go. We're heading to the banquet hall. Kaido said, looking at now. The members of the Beast Pirates are all waiting for you there. After all, it's to introduce. Kaido had almost called back all the pirates from outside. Only a few positions couldn't be left empty. For example, after just conquering Wano, there were still people needed to guard it, to prevent any remnants of Yamato from retaliating. Kaido left a few real fighters. At this moment, Beast Pirates, Banquet Hall, tens of thousands of pirates gathered together, making this spacious hall feel somewhat stuffy. Many people were discussing and trying to find out what was happening. Why did Kaido summon them all? Hey, let me tell you a secret. I heard from my 7th aunt's 8th uncle's 2nd cousin's 3rd uncle's son that Captain Kaido has conquered Wano, and starting today, he will give up his identity as a pirate. We will become the guardians of Wano. Is that true? Why don't I believe it? Just 2 days ago, I was drinking at the flower capital in Wano. At that time, the flower capital was still peaceful, and General Orochi was also drinking at a brothel. You tell me, how is it that just 2 days later, Wano has been conquered by Lord Kaido? Of course, I'm not doubting Lord Kaido's ability, but Kaido and General Orochi were cooperating well, so it doesn't make sense for them to turn against each other, right? TCH, we're pirates. Why can't we turn against each other? Orochi was able to secure his position as general thanks to the Beast Pirates, right? Now, if Lord Kaido doesn't want to support Orochi and is looking to take the position himself, is that hard to understand? Everyone be quiet. At this moment, the Disaster Queen, standing at the front, spoke up, saying that everyone should stop making baseless assumptions. Whatever should be known will naturally be known. And what shouldn't be known, just shut up. It's not the time for you to know yet. As the main board of the Beast Pirates, Queen naturally knew that Wano had been taken down. He was just waiting for the official announcement. However, such matters should wait for Captain Kaido to announce himself. He didn't want to steal the captain's thunder. Exactly. Everyone shut the hell up and wait for Captain Kaido to arrive. The Drought Jack also spoke up. He was even clearer than Queen, because last night, he personally led a team to the flower capital to clear out Orochi's remnants. With the 2 main boards shouting like this, everyone quieted down. However, one of the Flying Six, with a disdainful sneer, said to Jack, "You want everyone to shut up? Jack, you have quite the authority. Sasaki, what do you want to say? Jack frowned at Sasaki's mockery. This overconfident guy had always wanted to challenge his position. But he didn't think about it. The three calamities had followed Kaido since the early days, being the initial partners. How could a newcomer like him push Jack out of his position? Jack thought back to when he first followed Kaido. He was only a meter tall, a small and cute figure, and now he had grown into a small giant of 7 to 8 meters. Ah, time is indeed ruthless, softening bananas, darkening grapes. Okay, I digress. What I want to do is to take your position as the main board. Sasaki straightforwardly expressed his ambitions without any hiding. Internal strife within the Beast Pirates is normal. There are only so many positions, so naturally, whoever is stronger will rise. Sasaki had long coveted the position of the main board, and he felt he was no weaker than Jack. So, why should he remain under someone else's roof? Someone must become the main board, so why can't that person be me? A beast pirate who doesn't want to become the main board isn't a good beast pirate. Jack, let us have a fight. The winner becomes the main board, and the loser goes to be a flying six. Do you have the guts? Sasaki looked at Jack. Eager to try. Chapter 139. What reason is there to stop a man from going to sea? Hearing Sasaki's words, Jack looked at him as if he were an idiot. Ha, Sasaki, you can't be serious, right? The winner becomes the big signboard, and the loser becomes the flying six? I'm already the big signboard. Why would I compete with you? No matter what, I'm the big signboard. Do you think I'm as foolish as you? Sasaki. Although he felt Jack had a point, he chuckled. Jack, I think you're scared, aren't you? Afraid that this newcomer will take you down. And you won't be able to face it. That's why you refuse to duel with me? Sasaki's gaze was infuriating, and his tone even more so. Who would have thought that the mighty drought Jack would turn out to be a coward? Sasaki, are you looking for death? Jack wasn't the type to have a good temper. Being called out like that by Sasaki would definitely make him angry. If it weren't for the fact that Mr. Kaido would be coming soon, and he didn't want to be seen beating up someone and accused of bullying a partner. He would have taught this Triceratops a lesson right now. Damn it. Just because Jean is a dinosaur and Quinn is a dinosaur. He thinks he should sit in the big signboard position too? Looking down on mammoths, huh? You think you're worthy. I'm super brave, all right? Do you think the title of King of the Sea belongs to just anyone? Roger would run when he saw Carp's warship chasing him. I dared to go near when I saw Sengoku's warship coming. Let me ask you, how impressive is that? Just then, the enormous wooden doors of the banquet hall were pushed open. A giant bull-headed man, oh no, it was Kaido, appeared in front of everyone. Moke followed closely beside Kaido. Everyone looked curiously at Moke by Kaido's side, wondering who this guy was and why he was with Lord Kaido. Only Jack knew that he was Lord Yamato's man. After all, it was he who brought Moke to find Yamato when he first set foot on Onigashima. In Jack's view, Kaido's appearance with Moke now was likely to be a declaration to everyone. Wow, there are really a lot of people. Moke was also startled by the crowd in the hall. Fortunately, Moke was someone who had seen big scenes before. He quickly regained his composure, crossed his arms, and walked straight ahead. Kaido, this kid really knows how to show off. Kaido didn't expect Moke to leave him behind and walk straight ahead. The many pirates watched as Moke approached them, and they all began to part ways. Soon, a massive pathway opened up in front of Moke. Even though they still didn't know who Moke was, they understood that Moke was with Kaido. Even if they were dense, they realized that today Kaido had summoned all the pirates, likely to announce something important, and that matter was probably related to the man before them. Before long, Moke passed through the 100-meter corridor and directly walked up to the high platform. Then, he sat on the throne that originally belonged to Kaido. Kaido walked up from behind, saw this scene, was speechless but chose to give Moke this face, and stood beside him. Sitting on Kaido's throne, Moke waved to the pirates below and smiled. Hello, comrades. The pirates? Although they didn't know what Moke wanted to do, they naturally wouldn't pretend not to hear him when he greeted them. They uniformly replied, Hello, my lord. You all have worked hard. Moke continued. The pirates. They felt that waiting there for so long was indeed quite hard. But could they say that out loud? It seemed inappropriate to say they weren't tired either. So, you worked hard, my lord. The pirates looked at Moke and said in unison, Kaido, this kid, what the hell is he doing? All right, stop talking, let me speak. Kaido directly stood in front of Moke and looked down at the pirates, saying, I called you all here today because I want to announce something. From today, the Beast Pirates will have a vice captain. That's right, the man who just greeted you, Moke. After hearing Kaido's introduction, the pirates weren't that surprised. After all, Moke had already taken Kaido's place. That was a position that even the big signboard wasn't qualified to sit in. Therefore, with Moke's actions, when Kaido told them that Moke would become the vice captain, it was no longer shocking news for the pirates. Even if Kaido said he wanted to pass the position to Moke, everyone might feel it was quite normal. After all, Moke made a grand entrance, sitting on Kaido's throne while Kaido said nothing, just standing to the side. What a joke, Lord Kaido. Who is he to become the vice captain? In the end, someone chose to jump out at the wrong time. The speaker was none other than Sasaki, who had previously wanted to challenge Jack. What? Do you have an opinion on my appointment? Kaido was furious to hear someone dare to publicly counter him. He unleashed a conqueror's haki, intimidating Sasaki. Sasaki was shaken back 3 steps from the impact. His face was drenched in cold sweat. Then he forced a smile and looked at Kaido, saying, well, Lord Kaido, I don't mean to question your authority, but I just want to know what qualifications he has to become vice captain. I haven't seen his bounty on the wanted posters. This clearly implies that he looks down on Moke. Thinking Moke lacks the strength to prove himself and only relies on connections to sit in the vice captain position. Of course, Sasaki couldn't say that outright, so he used the bounty as an excuse. What do you want? Kaido thought for a moment and asked. Kaido wasn't stupid. He understood that while only Sasaki had raised doubts now, there were definitely more pirates below who were questioning Moke's abilities. Since that was the case, why not let Sasaki be the first to step up? Let Moke use Sasaki as a stepping stone to make a name for himself. Sure enough, Sasaki's next words did not surprise Kaido. Lord Kaido, I don't want to say much. As pirates, we naturally speak with strength. Let me fight him. If he can defeat me, I will naturally acknowledge that he has the qualifications to be the vice captain. If he loses to me, Sasaki didn't finish his sentence, but it was clear that if Moke couldn't beat him, he naturally wouldn't qualify to continue being the vice captain. No problem. You two can have a match. Kaido smiled. After all, what reason could there be to stop a man from volunteering to take a beating? Dragon. Kaido, are you playing me? Chapter 140. Replacing, marrying Yamato, and reaching the pinnacle of life as long as you can defeat. I'll let you take this position of captain. Kaido shouted at Sasaki. Really? Really? Sasaki looked at Kaido in disbelief, feeling that happiness had come too quickly. Half an hour ago, he was still thinking about jumping over Jack to become the top figure. But now, he actually had the chance to skip being the top figure and become the vice captain directly? Oh my god, you're not treating me poorly. Indeed, I, Sasaki, am the protagonist of this sea. Once I step on to become the vice captain, I will then propose to Lord Kaido, marry Yamato, and a few years later, take over Lord Kaido's position as captain, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of life. Sasaki had already completely written the script in his mind. He was so excited that his heart was pounding violently. Of course, looking at Sasaki's overly excited expression, Kaido shook his head. This kid is thinking too small. He gets overly excited over trivial matters. How can he accomplish great things? Looking at, this kid was sitting on his throne with a smile, as if he were naturally meant to be in that position. There was no comparison, absolutely no comparison. Although didn't he possess Conqueror's haki? Who said only those with Conqueror's haki could succeed? In fact, Rox brought a ship full of those with Conqueror's haki to challenge the celestial dragons on God's Island. And he still lost, didn't he? There are dozens of people in the sea who possess Conqueror's haki. Does that mean each of them has the potential to become a ruler? Ahem. Well, Kaido, it's not good for you to decide this for me at that moment. Sitting on the throne, coughed. Hearing his words, Kaido rolled his eyes. Thinking, kid, you say it's not good. But you've probably been laughing inside for a long time, right? You've been feeling so stifled these days. And now I'm providing you with a platform to show off. So just smile secretly. In Kaido's view, young people who doesn't like to show off, especially now. Facing Sasaki's provocation, was probably already eager to try, wanting to knock Sasaki down in front of everyone and then listen to the various praises from the pirates. What? You ask why Kaido knows so clearly. Did he get the script in advance? Of course not. After all, who isn't been young? Kaido went through the same thing. Is that so? Then should we just let it go? Hearing his hypocritical words, Kaido replied, Sasaki, how can we just let it go? Sasaki wanted to argue back, but someone was faster than him. Spoke up, ahem. Well, Kaido, since you've announced it, how can you just let it go? After all, a Yonko's word is as good as a promise. I still have to give you this face. Upon hearing this, Sasaki breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was his opportunity to become the ruler of the Beast Pirates. How could it be erased by Kaido's simple words? Soon, the banquet hall was cleared out, creating a large circle. This was the battlefield for the two. Sasaki stood at the center of the circle, looking at on the throne, his eyes filled with combat intent. Also stood up from the throne, looking down at Sasaki from the high platform. With one hand behind his back and the other beckoning Sasaki, he said, "Come on, come over here." This expression gradually made Sasaki grit his teeth. "Kid, since you wanted to make the first move, don't blame me for not giving you the chance to fight back." Sasaki glared at and let out a loud roar. His entire body transformed into a massive triceratops. The triceratops stomped its front legs into the air and then slammed them down heavily. With a loud boom, the ground was directly torn apart. The entire banquet square trembled violently several times. Next, the triceratops dug its front hoof into the ground, then fixed its gaze on the high platform and charged forward. It aimed to pierce with its sharp horn and crush him with its hooves. With each run, the earth shook. For the Beast Pirates, this was also a shocking battle. After all, one side was a member of the Flying Six, one of the top 10 figures in the Beast Pirates. The other side was the vice captain appointed by Kaido, the second in command of the Beast Pirates. Under normal circumstances, the vice captain would definitely crush the Flying Six. But now, mainly because appearance was too inexplicable and didn't he look very strong, especially that face. So pale and tender. How could a strong person have such a baby face? Some pirates even speculated that became the vice captain because he had hooked up with their young master Yamato. In the eyes of the pirates, S-looks were very much in line with a girl's aesthetic. Although young master Yamato had always considered himself a man, girls are girls. How could they be men? Vice captain, I invite you to your death. At this moment, Sasaki was almost at front. His fierce dinosaur face revealed a murderous expression. Invite me to my death? Do you think you're worthy? Clenched one hand into a fist now. Let me show you how great the gap is between the Flying Six and the vice captain, Sasaki. Accept your punishment. After finished speaking, he leaped up. The next moment, he appeared in front of the Triceratops, with a punch aimed at the Triceratops's head. Crack! Without any surprise, S fist struck one of the Triceratops's horns. The hard horn could not withstand its punch and was directly broken. The remaining half of the unbroken horn was driven into the Triceratops's flesh-bized fist. In the next moment, the fist also struck fiercely against the Triceratops's head. The Triceratops was directly knocked over to the ground. Its massive body fell sideways onto the ground. The tremendous impact crushed the ground, creating a large pit. The Triceratops, after hitting the ground, even rebounded a few times due to the shock. Under this punch, the Triceratops's eyes rolled back and spat out blood. The entire dinosaur collapsed on the ground, twitching a few times. After that, it no longer moved. If there were X-ray vision, one could see. The Triceratops's broken horn was driven into its body by piercing through its internal organs. S punch had also shattered the Triceratops's skull. In short, it was a one-hit knockout. A show of strength from Malo. Facing someone who doesn't give him face, dares to provoke him, and wants to take his place. Malo naturally had no need to hold back. He used all his strength and knocked his opponent out with a single punch. Chapter 141, Pirates. Why aren't you kneeling to welcome your vice captain? Everyone was shocked. They looked at the triangular dragon lying on the ground, twitching once and then lying still. They never expected that the battle hadn't even started yet, and it was already over. Soon, the triangular dragon transformed back into human form. But Sasaki never stood up again. Could it be that he died? The pirates looked at Sasaki, who lay motionless like a corpse, and whispered. A bold pirate stepped forward, crouched down, and checked Sasaki's nose. Dead, really dead. The pirates were terrified by this scene and backed away, sitting down on the ground with their legs still kicking, hoping to distance themselves from Sasaki. Hearing this pirate's words, the remaining pirates looked at Malone with fear. They never expected their new vice captain to be so ruthless. Is this what they call a new official taking office with a bang? And the first bang was to kill one of the Flying Six, Sasaki. Kaido also didn't expect Malone to be so ruthless. Kid, you've gone too far. For Kaido, talent is the most important. Sasaki, as one of the Flying Six, was naturally considered talent by Kaido. But unexpectedly, he was directly killed by a punch from Mulong. This suddenly made the Beast Pirates, who originally had limited combat power, suffer an even greater setback. This can't be blamed on me, right? Who told him he couldn't take a hit? Mulong innocently shrugged his shoulders and said, I thought animal-type fruit users were tough enough to withstand it. It seems I overestimated him. But this isn't my fault. Who told this guy to have the ambition to replace my position? Originally, I thought he had such ambition and should also have the strength to match it. But it seems now that his strength was just talk. Kaido shot Mulong a glare, as if to say, do you think I would believe your nonsense? TCH, believe it or not. Mulong rolled his eyes. Then he looked down at the pirates and arrogantly said, now, is there anyone who still doesn't accept me sitting in this position? With that, Mulong turned around and sat back on Kaido's throne, even leaning against the backrest with one foot resting on the chair. He looked extremely imposing, especially in the eyes of the pirates. Mulong's body seemed to suddenly grow taller. Was it an illusion? Clearly, when Mulong stood next to Kaido before, he looked small. But now, he appeared to be even larger than Kaido. The throne that originally belonged to Kaido seemed a bit small for Mulong to sit on. They even felt that Mulong should have been sitting there all along. And Kaido, standing next to Mulong, seemed like a bodyguard. Of course, this wasn't an illusion. Mulong had inadvertently grown bigger. This led the pirates to think they might have seen it wrong. Since no one is rebutting, why not kneel down and welcome your vice captain? Mulong looked at the pirates below and said arrogantly. The pirates were dumbfounded. They never expected Mulong to be so domineering. Even Kaido didn't make them kneel. Or I did Mulong have. Cough, kid, that's enough. Kaido stepped in to save the situation. He was really afraid that if Mulong continued, his subordinates would revolt. You're just a vice captain, not a celestial dragon. Making people kneel is really too much. Since you said that, I'll give you some face. No kneeling today. We'll kneel tomorrow. Mulong said casually. Kaido, is this what you call giving me face? The pirates exchanged glances, realizing that Kaido didn't actually blame Mulong, nor did he rebut Mulong's words, allowing him to act as he pleased. They knew in Kaido's heart, Mulong was likely more important than all of them combined. Could it be that Mulong is Kaido's illegitimate son? Such doubts arose in the minds of the pirates. The matter was declared over. Next came the banquet, to celebrate Mulong becoming the vice captain of the Beast Pirates. Tables of feast were brought in from outside. Barrels of wine were carried in. Soon, everyone was drinking, eating meat, and watching the beauties sing and dance, starting to indulge in revelry. Come on, kid, cheers. Kaido wanted to make up for the drinking he missed last night. Time passed second by second. Soon, the sky darkened. Mulong was drunk, his originally fair cheeks now flushed. He looked like a shy bride on her wedding night. Kid, what are you dawdling for? Keep drinking. Kaido pushed Mulong, and, judging by Kaido's condition, he was also a bit drunk, not much better off than Mulong. Of course, this doesn't mean Kaido and Mulong had the same drinking capacity. It was just that Mulong hadn't drunk nearly as much as Kaido. Looking at the barrels of wine piled up beside Kaido, it was like a small mountain high. Kaido had drunk at least more than his weight in alcohol, yet Kaido's belly hadn't grown much. This made Mulong wonder where all the wine Kaido drank had gone. Kaido, it's getting late. I need to go back. After drinking from noon to night, Mulong had no interest in continuing to drink with Kaido. Don't go, there is still so much wine. Kaido pointed at the barrels of opened wine on the ground. Mulong shook his head, looking at the empty barrels, and said to Kaido, Kaido, you're drunk. After saying that, Mulong left. You are the one who is drunk. I'm not drunk. Kaido rebutted after hearing Mulong's words, then reached out and put his arm around Jack's shoulder, said, come on, Jack, that kid wants to drink with me. You drink with me. With that, Kaido stuffed the wine barrel in his arms into Jack's embrace. Then he reached for an empty barrel next to him. He raised his head, lifted the barrel high, and poured the wine into his mouth. After a while, Kaido put the barrel down, then wiped his mouth with his sleeve as if imagining the wine stains, finally laughing heartily, good wine, really good wine. Jack saw this scene and wanted to say something, but he realized it was pointless. He couldn't say, Mr. Kaido, Mr. Mulong is right, you really are drunk. The barrel just now was empty, yet you still said it was good wine. You can't even tell if you just drank or not. He thought to himself that if he said that, Kaido would definitely slap him back. Damn, Jack, what the hell are you talking about? Do not know whether I've had a drink or not. When he got home, found Yamato watching TV. That's right. It was a projection from an image phone bug. Inside, it was footage of Yamato training. Yamato was watching with great interest. Walked over, sat next to Yamato, and asked curiously, "Darling, what are you watching?" Chapter 142. Next time you do it, I'll break it. Hearing's voice. Yamato was startled. She turned her head and saw that it already sat beside her, with his arm around her waist. Yamato asked in confusion, "Isn't there a banquet today to celebrate you becoming the vice captain of the Beast Pirates? Why are you back so soon? I thought you wouldn't be back until midnight." Upon hearing Yamato's words, smiled. "Those rough guys aren't worth my time drinking with them. It's a sin to neglect my little wife at home for them." Saying this, leaned in to kiss Yamato. Not sure if it was because of the alcohol, but the more looked at Yamato, the prettier she became, and the more impulsive he felt. What are you doing?" Seeing lunging at her, Yamato immediately raised her hand to block his chest, preventing him from getting any closer. "What am I doing?" S lips curled into a wicked smile as he softly whispered in Yamato's ear, "Of course, I'm coming for you." "You." Yamato didn't expect to be so shameless. Or was it that his true nature was revealed after drinking? Well, always seemed to be quite shameless. Yamato shook her head and said, "No, you've been drinking, you smell of alcohol, you're not allowed to touch me." "Oh, come on, Yamato, don't say that." Pouted, acting cute, while hugging Yamato. But Yamato rolled her eyes and pointed towards the bathroom, saying, "Go take a shower. If you don't shower, you can't sleep in bed tonight." Seeing Yamato's serious expression, had no choice but to get up and head to the bathroom. Splashing sounds soon came from the bathroom. 3 minutes later, came out wearing a bathrobe. He sat next to Yamato again, continuing to hold her, ready to continue, but was pushed away by Yamato again. "What are you doing?" "I've already showered." Was unhappy with Yamato's actions. "Showered? You finished in 3 minutes? I bet you just rinsed off with the shower head, right?" Yamato was speechless. Even showering was so perfunctory. "Go, wash again." The smell of alcohol on was still quite strong. Yamato didn't want to end up in trouble while getting close to him. Was a bit impatient, lamenting, "Women are such a hassle. Is there no freedom even in showering?" But unfortunately, if he wanted to sleep in bed tonight, he had a shower. Soon, the sound of water came from the bathroom again. This time, took half an hour to wash. "Now is it okay?" After finishing, stood in front of Yamato, spreading his arms as if to show her the results of his wash. Yamato sniffed. Although there was still a hint of alcohol, it was much better compared to before. It's fine now." Yamato nodded. Just as she finished nodding, she found herself lifted off the ground. It turned out that it bent down and directly picked her up, carried Yamato into the bedroom. On one side, the old were cheering, and on the other, the new were crying. In a villa on the outskirts of Flower City, Xiaoji looked at the centaur woman and asked, "Where did go? Why hasn't Teehee come to see me yet? It's been a day. Has he forgotten me?" The centaur woman shrugged and smiled. "I don't know. Aren't you going to ask him?" Xiaoji questioned. The centaur woman shook her head, "But he's the vice captain. Can I question him? Then what should I do? Am I just supposed to wait here alone?" Xiaoji hadn't expected this at all. She thought, once she was taken out by his people, she would be able to live on Onigashima. That way, she could uncover the details of the Beast Pirates. But now, she felt as if she had been abandoned. A day had passed without a trace of. Although meals were prepared 3 times a day, she couldn't go outside. It was as if she was imprisoned. "Sai, what are you doing?" The centaur woman saw Xiaoji about to leave the room and immediately blocked her path. Xiaoji glared at the woman in front of her and yelled, "Since you one T help me find, I'll go find him myself. Get out of my way." "That one T do." The centaur woman shook her head. "I was given orders. Without S permission, you are not allowed to leave this room. Or else I'll separate your upper half from your horse half." The thought of being dismembered made the centaur girl even more resolute. "Xiaoji, please be patient and wait here. The vice captain will come to see you sooner or later. After all, you're the most beautiful woman in Wano. Don't you believe in your own charm?" Flattered by the centaur woman, Xiaoji felt a little happy. But she didn't lose her head. She shook her head and said, "When is sooner or later? Tomorrow, the day after, or next year? Give me a specific time. If you say he'll come tomorrow, I'll go lie down and sleep right now." The centaur woman hesitated. She was just someone who did errands. How could she know when would come? "See, you don't know either, right?" Xiaoji smiled. "So, You're a woman. You should understand that it's tough for a woman to be alone. So Speed, you can understand me, right? Xiaoji hugged Speed's arm, her big watery eyes filled with a pitiful look, trying to evoke sympathy from the centaur woman. However, sorry, I don't really understand that kind of thing. Speed shook her head. Xiaoji, all right, looking at Speed's horse half. She seemed to understand why Speed couldn't empathize. On the other side, Yamato returned from the bathroom, standing by the bed. She glared at and scolded. You bastard, if you dare to mess with my face again next time, do you believe I'll break it? Tensed up all over. Showing an awkward smile. Haha, well, Yamato, it's just a little thing, why threaten me? I'm timid, I'm scared. Huh, when you mess with my face. Why weren't you scared? Yamato sneered. Chapter 143, Suicide Sleep. Mo Long didn't want to continue discussing this topic. Although he knew that he was just saying it casually, he could still tell from Dahi's tone that he was really angry. But this wasn't Mo Long's fault. When it came down to it, he couldn't hold back, could he? Although he could change the subject, only a fool would do that. Watching Mo Long slap the bed beside him, Dahi shot him a glance, then said nothing and went to bed. However, Dahi turned around. Facing away from Mo Long was quite shameless. Regardless of whether he was angry or not, he directly squeezed over and wrapped his arms around Dahi's waist. He didn't make any other moves, after all. It was sage time. Don't hold me. Dahi shuddered, trying to shake off Mo Long's hand. But Mo Long held on too tightly, and he couldn't shake it off at all. After trying for a while and finding it useless, Dahi gave up, seeing that Dahi had given up. Mo Long used both hands to pull Dahi into his embrace. Soon, the two were chest to back. The next day, Mo Long woke up to find that Dahi was already gone. However, the spot where Dahi had been lying was still warm. So he must have left not long ago. Mo Long sat up in bed, leaning against the headboard and stretched. Speaking of which, not training suddenly made Mo Long feel a sense of loss and confusion. It was as if something was missing from his life. It was like a student suddenly stopped going to school and felt that not attending school was really boring, painful, and meaningless. The student would say, no, we don't feel that way. Getting out of bed, Mo Long heard some noise coming from the kitchen. He was making breakfast, or maybe lunch. Mo Long looked at the time and found it was already 10 in the morning. Dear, what are we having for lunch today? Mo Long walked over, wrapped his arms around Dahi, rested his chin on Dahi's shoulder, turned his head, and gave Dahi's face a kiss while asking. Dahi was cutting vegetables and didn't respond to Mo Long, and Mo Long didn't mind, letting go of Dahi, grabbing a cup of water, and taking a sip. Then he returned to his position and moved Dahi aside. Let me do it today. Boredom was still boredom. Mo Long planned to find something to do. However, just then, there was a knock on the door. Mo Long felt a bit strange, wondering, who could it be? No one usually comes here. Even Kaido wouldn't knock if he came. I'll go take a look, Mo Long said to Dahi. Soon he arrived at the door. He opened it to find Speed, who looked out of breath, as if she had done some intense exercise. What happened? Mo Long frowned as he looked at Speed. He remembered that this centaur had been ordered to guard Xiao Zi. But now she was here. Could it be? Something happened to Xiao Zi? Speed leaned on her knees, gasping for breath, and said in a low voice, Vice Captain Xiao Zi. She had an accident. Speed's chest heaved up and down, and she stuttered, unable to finish her sentence in one breath. What happened to her? Mo Long pulled Speed to a distance before asking. After all, Dahi was in the room, and if he heard something bad, it could affect their relationship. Xiao Zi, she committed suicide. Speed looked at Mo Long with great concern, fearing that he would blame her for not taking care of Xiao Zi properly, especially since she had heard the news last night that one of the Flying Six had been killed by this man with a single punch. This showed that he was a ruthless person. Suicide? Mo Long frowned and asked, what was the reason? Why did she commit suicide? I don't know, maybe it's because you didn't go to see her? Speed shook her head. What? Are you saying her suicide is my fault? Mo Long looked at Speed with a cold smile. Speed shook her head vigorously. No, it's my fault. It's because I didn't take care of Xiao Zi. Please punish me, sir. Speed immediately knelt on the ground. So what about her now? Is she dead? Mo Long asked indifferently. Although he had been intimate with Xiao Zi once, he didn't care that much. If she didn't cherish her own life enough to commit suicide, then why should he care about someone who didn't care about herself? No, fortunately, she was discovered in time. Xiao Zi has been rescued, but she is still very weak. Lying in bed. Sir, Would you like to go see her? Speed was worried that if Mo Long didn't visit, even if Xiao Zi was saved this time, she might still attempt suicide again. She could discover her once in time, but could she discover her every time? What if Xiao Zi really succeeded in committing suicide? What would happen to her, the one assigned to guard her? Would she be buried with her? Mo Long tapped his fingers on the back of his hand, thought for a moment, and said, "All right, I will go, but not now. I promised He I would cook." Mo Long couldn't break his promise. At noon, Mo Long made a full table of dishes and fed He at the dining table, as an apology for the abruptness of last night. After eating, Mo Long left. Soon, Mo Long appeared in the countryside villa where Xiao Zi was imprisoned. At this moment, Xiao Zi was lying in bed, pale, with her eyes closed. Her face showed no trace of color. Speed had told him that Xiao Zi had attempted suicide by cutting her wrists. So, she must have lost a lot of blood. Now, this pale skin was quite fitting. Ick, ick. Hearing the sound of footsteps on the floor, Xiao Zi, lying in bed, slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, Mo Long had already appeared at the foot of Xiao Zi's bed. Mo Long looked down at Xiao Zi, who had just opened her eyes, smiled, and said, "You attracted me here with your suicide, woman. Your purpose has been achieved. What scheme do you plan to use on me next? Pretending to be pitiful, acting innocent, portraying yourself as a poor woman who was toyed with and then abandoned by me, hoping to gain my sympathy, to have me keep you by my side? If that's the case, I advise you to give up that thought. It's impossible for us." "Why?" Xiao Zi shouted loudly at Mo Long. "I just want to follow you, to serve you, to look up to you. Can't you fulfill this small wish of mine? Or do you think I have ambitions and want to become your legitimate wife? Is that why you're so wary of me?" Shook his head and said straightforwardly, "I am indeed on guard against you. But it's not because you want to become my legitimate wife, Xiaoji, the first beauty of Wano country. Almost 20 years have passed, and perhaps not many people in this country remember Kazuki Odin and this princess anymore. But you shouldn't have forgotten her, right? After all, you are her." "What?" Xiaoji's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at. She couldn't understand how he knew these things. For 20 years, she had hidden herself well. No one had ever discovered her, and as time passed, it became even harder for anyone to find her. But now, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Xiaoji was still pretending, because she wasn't sure whether had evidence to prove it or if he was just grasping at straws. If it was just a wild guess, then might be testing her. If she admitted it herself, that would be too foolish. Chapter 144. Slapping Xiaoji. "Stop pretending. I'm not trying to trick you." Seeing Xiaoji acting innocent, confused, and foolish, shook his head and said, "I'm not Kaido. I don't have a grudge against you. Just because I know your identity doesn't mean I will take action against you." Xiaoji fell silent. She never expected that her identity, hidden for nearly 20 years, would be revealed like this. Initially, she wanted to struggle a bit, but looking into his eyes, which seemed to see through everything, she chose not to struggle anymore. "That's right. I am Kazuki Odin, once the princess of Wano country. So, Mr. Vice Captain of the Beast Pirates, since you know my identity, are you going to deliver me to Kaido for a reward?" In response to Xiaoji's mockery, smiled woman, "You have no idea what my relationship with Kaido is. I wouldn't hesitate to take a reward from him. Everything he has is mine. Even if Kaido has everything, I wouldn't care, because in the future, what I will gain will definitely exceed what Kaido has." Bragging. Xiaoji didn't believe it. Kaido was currently at the pinnacle of piracy. Did this guy really think he could surpass Kaido and become the Pirate King? "When did you find out my identity?" Xiaoji was very curious. "That's not important." Shook his head. "Then what do you plan to do with me?" Xiaoji continued to ask. "You just have to stay here obediently, and I won't do anything to you. Of course, if you're planning to commit suicide again, I won't care," said with an attitude that suggested he was ready to ignore her. "Is this your way of keeping a mistress? When you feel like it, you come here to play with me, and when you don't, you just abandon me. Is that what you mean?" Xiaoji felt that it was likely so, was infatuated with her beauty, but worried about her identity. He couldn't keep her by his side, but didn't want to give her up either. Huh, is this what men are like? Lusting after her body, but too cowardly to be straightforward, only able to sneak around. Despicable, shameless, worthless. Keeping a mistress? Originally didn't mean it that way. Mainly, who told Xiaoji to threaten him with her services earlier? He naturally couldn't let himself be cuckolded, so he thought of the method of confinement. Think what you want. had no intention of explaining. A man of integrity doesn't need to explain things to a woman. Are you not afraid of my identity being exposed? If Kaido finds out, won't he suspect that you and I are colluding? Xiaoji tried to crawl out of the blanket, leaning her back against the ship's wall. Just doing this made her breathless and her face even paler. There was no choice. She had lost too much blood. Now her body was too weak. Even such a simple action made her feel uncomfortable. You really overestimate yourself, shook his head upon hearing Xiaoji's words. Don't say I'm just keeping you here. Even if I took you back to Onigashima, Kaido wouldn't suspect me. All right, I know you must be wondering. If that's the case, why don't I take you back, right? Now I'll tell you. It's naturally because I'm worried you might harm my wife. You probably don't know yet, but my wife is Kaido's daughter. Now you know. You are Kaido's son-in-law. Xiaoji gritted her teeth, her angry gaze seeming capable of murder. She never expected that her body would be occupied by Kaido's son-in-law. You bastard, you deceived me. If I had known was Kaido's son-in-law, even if I died, I absolutely wouldn't let succeed, let alone take the initiative to offer myself. Enraged, Xiaoji directly threw off the blanket and was about to get out of bed. However, as soon as her feet hit the ground, she felt weak and fell to the floor. She fell right in front of, originally. Could have helped her up, but he didn't. The reason was simple. He sensed murderous intent in Xiaoji's eyes. This woman wanted to kill him. Facing a woman who wanted to kill him, naturally couldn't kindly help her up. Damn it. Xiaoji, who had fallen to the ground, clenched her fists and pounded the floor hard. It seemed she was blaming herself for being so useless. Hud. Her weak fist struck the floor, making a thudding sound. Soon, the skin on Xiaoji's knuckles was scraped open and blood flowed out, staining the floor red. Seeing the scene, shook his head and said, "Why bother?" Saying this, bent down and grabbed Xiaoji's fist that was pounding the floor. "Let go of me." Xiaoji glared at and shouted angrily. "If I don't let go, what can you do?" Said to himself, "Woman, you need to understand here. You have no decision-making power. Everything you have is given by me, including your life. If you dare to commit suicide again, do you believe I will hang your corpse at the city gate of Flower Capital for all to see?" Faced with threat, Xiaoji gritted her teeth. "Demon, you demon. What do you want? Having obtained my body, are you still not satisfied? Do you want to gain my heart as well? Stop being so narcissistic. The only thing that attracts me is your body. Whether your heart belongs to me or not, who cares?" Responded with words full of a scumbag's flavor. "I." Slap. "Woman, you've gone too far." One of his hands blocked the slap that Xiaoji swung at him. Then, with the other hand, he released Xiaoji's injured fist and slapped her back. The slap landed on Xiaoji's face, leaving a bright red handprint on her pale cheek, which was so obvious. You hit me?" Xiaozi covered her reddened face and looked at Mo Long in disbelief. "Is it not allowed? You're not going to tell me that your father never hit you, right?" Mo Long smiled and said, "I'm just telling you that everything comes with a price. You can hit me. Why can't I hit you? Just because you're a woman, does that mean I have to let you off the hook? Or do you think that since I took your body, I must accommodate you? Come on, we had a deal, okay? I paid for it." "Nonsense. When did you pay?" Xiaozi retorted as she looked at Mo Long. "Does this house not count? The servants I provided for you don't count? The 3 meals a day I provide don't count? You are just grasping at straws." After hearing Mo Long's rebuttal, Xiaozi felt that his reasons were not valid. The house was meant to imprison her, and providing her meals was just a way to keep her alive so that she could be enjoyed by Mo Long. As for the servants? The servants who wouldn't even let her leave her room. Are they really servants? Since you say I'm grasping at straws, then I will grasp at straws. What can you do about it? Mo Long stopped pretending. What could Xiaozi do? She couldn't do anything. Chapter 145. New and old loves, just kill me. Suddenly, Xiaozi raised her beautiful neck in front of Mo Long and said defiantly, "If my later life is to be imprisoned by you and toyed with, I might as well be dead." She didn't want to live that kind of life. "I thought that a woman with a vendetta against her father and country would endure any hardship and live on, because only by living can she have the chance for revenge. But I didn't expect you to give up your life so easily. Do you think your parents who raised you would be proud of that? Do you think the commoners who hope for the rescue of the Kagetsu family will be proud? Do you think I should be grateful for buying you? Wait, the first 2 points are normal, but what else with the last one? When did you buy me?" Xiao Zi stared wide-eyed at Mo Long T-Sich. Do I need to tell you that I bought you? Mo Long rolled his eyes. He was just talking nonsense. He really asked Mama-san to buy Xiao Zi. Of course. If Mama-san didn't collect money, that was another matter. Who made the other party so afraid of him? When he said he would pay, Mama-san would kneel down for him. In Wano, who would dare to take money from the Beast Pirates? Not to mention Mo Long, who was a big figure sitting with Kaido drinking flower wine. What do you want from me? Xiao Zi sat on the ground, somewhat resigned, looking at Mo Long. Her identity being exposed turned all her previous plans into illusions. Of course, she was unwilling. But what could she do about it? She was just a weak woman. The only thing she could use was her unparalleled beauty and enticing body. But these two seemed to mean nothing to Mo Long. If it weren't for the shock she felt from Mo Long the night before, she would really doubt whether he was a man or if he was interested in women. Or maybe the women in Mo Long's house were much prettier than her. But even so, wouldn't a home flower lose its fragrance compared to a wildflower? IsNT, that what men often say, even if the home flower is beautiful, seeing it every day would get boring, right? Should a newcomer like her be more popular? New and old loves. IsNT, that a man's trademark? What do I want? Ha ha! Upon hearing Xiao Zi's words, Mo Long laughed. It's not about what I want, but what you want. If you hadn't pretended to commit suicide to lure me here, I would still be sleeping in bed with my wife. Xiao Zi. Stop with your nonsense. What time is it now? Are you still sleeping with your wife? Didn't you sleep enough at night? As for what I want you to be responsible for me, to bear the responsibilities that a man should bear. What do you say? Come on, miss, you're a courtesan. Even without me, you would eventually be sold off. Our relationship is just a transaction. There are no feelings involved. I owe you no responsibility. Mo Long cursed directly. So what if I'm a courtesan? Innocent. You've experienced it yourself. Does that mean I shouldn't have love just because I'm a courtesan? Besides, who told you that our relationship is only a transaction? That's your one-sided wishful thinking. I'm with you because I like you. How can you say it's a transaction? If I just wanted money, why would I submit to Orochi? He.S. the general of Wano, and with his affection for me, I could become the queen of Wano. But I gave up that chance to be with you, a pirate, and you dare say it's a transaction? Mo Long, you've disappointed me too much. With tears streaming down her face, Xiao Zi shouted at Mo Long. However, even if Xiao Zi showed genuine emotion and expressed her willingness to give up her identity as a queen and live with him as a pirate, Mo Long wouldn't be moved. The prettier the woman, the better she could deceive. Mo Long didn't believe that Xiao Zi was truly infatuated with him. That was impossible. This woman was not the kind of innocent girl who could be swept away by love. Only girls like Yamato, who were truly innocent but a bit foolish and had little contact with outsiders, could be easily fooled. Xiao Zi had seen all kinds of men in the brothel. Most men couldn't even touch her fingers before being deceived into bankruptcy, yet they still loved her passionately. That was the typical case of being sold, yet helping to count the money. Do you want me to help you wipe your tears? Watching Xiao Zi's tears drip down and almost form a puddle on the floor, Mo Long thought, indeed, women are made of water. They can shed tears quickly. Get lost. Who wants you to help me wipe my tears? Don't you dislike me? Go accompany your wife Kaido. Xiao Zi seemed to realize that pretending to be wronged and pitiful wouldn't win in Mo Long's favor. So she changed her strategy, employing a tactic of feigned indifference. When dealing with men, Xiao Zi had plenty of tricks. Hearing Xiao Zi's words, if it were any other man, they might have offered some comfort. But as for Mo Long, he stood up, walked out, and casually closed the door, disappearing from Xiao Zi's sight. This series of actions left Xiao Zi stunned. You actually left? Xiao Zi pointed at the already closed door, unable to believe it as she said, You bastard, go die. I curse you to never get up for the rest of your life. She cursed while pointing at the door. After the scolding, she felt even more wronged. She lay on the floor, sobbing loudly. Her life had never been this miserable, nor had she ever been so pitifully toyed with by any man. It left her feeling utterly helpless. It seemed that apart from crying, there was nothing left to do. Outside the door, Mo Long leaned against the door, listening to the loud cries from inside. This time, it shouldn't be pretending, right? Mo Long crossed his arms and muttered to himself. However, he did not go in to comfort Xiao Zi. He knew that if he went in at this moment, it would certainly make Xiao Zi take advantage of him, leading her to think that he still cared about her. Otherwise, why wouldn't he let her cry alone? It was impossible to say he didn't care. After all, Xiao Zi was also his woman. If he truly didn't care, there would be no need to arrange for her to be here under his watch. But caring also has its degrees. Just like parents who have 2 children might have personal preferences and wouldn't treat them equally, they would certainly prefer the obedient child. If parents treat their children this way, let alone others? Half an hour passed. Mo Long noticed that the crying inside had quieted down. Only then did he turn around and open the door to walk in. Chapter 146. Drink more hot water, Xiao Zi. She looked at Mo Long, who walked in from outside the door, her lips twitching slightly. She wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent, because her throat was already hoarse, and she couldn't speak for the time being. Xiao Zi was just afraid of Mo Long's heart of stone. Mo Long's appearance now indicated that he had definitely been outside listening. A man could stand outside the door with a heart of stone, listening to a woman inside crying her heart out for half an hour. This woman was still his woman. One could imagine how hard and cold his heart must be. Mo Long thought he was just a bit colder than Xingji and a bit harder than Kaido. It should be noted that when Mo Long first went out, Xiao Zi had suspected that he might not have left but was standing outside eavesdropping, so she chose to cry loudly. In her mind, if Mo Long was really outside listening, then hearing her loud cries might soften his heart and make him come in. But after crying for several minutes, Mo Long still didn't come in. Xiao Zi gave up her suspicion and believed that he had really left. Otherwise, how could a man watch a beautiful woman cry without any reaction? Thinking that Mo Long had really left, Xiao Zi felt even more wronged and cried even louder. Until half an hour passed, and her throat became too hoarse to continue crying. After stopping her crying, Xiao Zi stared wide-eyed at Mo Long, who had walked in, as if her eyes were saying, "You bastard, are you really a cold-blooded animal? You just stood at the door, listening to me cry for half an hour without saying a word? Are you even human? Why aren't you speaking? Is your throat hoarse too?" Mo Long, however, smiled and squatted down in front of Xiao Zi, looking at her as she stared wide-eyed at him without speaking, and he chuckled. He certainly understood Xiao Zi's grievances. She must be cursing him in her heart right now. But Mo Long didn't care. Excellent men always face countless slanders from women. As for why, naturally, it's because of unfulfilled desires leading to resentment. Mo Long understood. He believed everyone else would understand too. After all, they were all excellent men. You know that, right? Xiao Zi didn't speak, but shot Mo Long a fierce look with her eyes. Mo Long surprisingly understood. He got up, walked to the kitchen, brought back a cup of water, and handed it to Xiao Zi. "Say, come on, drink more hot water. It's good for your throat." Seeing the hot water brought to her lips, Xiao Zi opened her mouth. What did she think? She had to drink it herself. Did she expect him to feed her? Seeing that Xiao Zi actually opened her mouth, waiting for him to feed her, Mo Long didn't give her any face and directly placed the cup on the floor. Then he sat cross-legged in front of Xiao Zi. Xiao Zi looked at the cup of water placed on the floor. If she picked it up to drink, she felt a bit embarrassed. But if she didn't drink it, her throat was just too uncomfortable. "You bastard." Xiao Zi opened her lips and said softly to Mo Long in a hoarse voice. Mo Long's ungracious behavior made Xiao Zi very angry, but she had no choice. Moreover, Mo Long had made her angry more than once or twice, and Xiao Zi had already gotten used to it. After cursing Mo Long, Xiao Zi picked up the cup from the floor and brought it to her lips, taking a small sip. In an instant, it felt like a dry rice field was being nourished by rainwater, making Xiao Zi feel much more comfortable in her throat. As for Mo Long, although he heard Xiao Zi cursing him, he didn't really catch what she said. To him, it sounded like a mosquito buzzing by. That hoarse voice was probably only understood by Xiao Zi herself. Slowly, one sip at a time, Xiao Zi finished all the water in the cup. She put down the cup and looked at Mo Long, asking Mo Long, "Let us be honest now, what exactly do you want? If your answer is to keep me imprisoned here and humiliate me whenever you feel like it, then you might as well kill me. Although I have my own grievances, that's not something a girl should bear. That grudge should naturally be avenged by my brother. As for women, I just don't want the clothes I've worn to be worn by someone else. The reason you're being imprisoned here has nothing to do with me. Have you forgotten that you once threatened me, saying you would put a hat on me? I was just making a desperate move to protect myself. If you want to give up everything and live like a country bumpkin, then I can choose to give you your freedom. Mo Long had never thought of keeping Xiao Zi imprisoned for a lifetime. That wasn't very realistic. Xiao Zi would definitely choose to escape. And even if she couldn't, staying in a small space for too long would drive anyone crazy. Mo Long didn't think of himself as a good person, but wouldn't do something to drive someone mad. Of course, this was premised on the other party not having harmed him or his loved ones. Otherwise, he would make the other party wish they were dead. After hearing Mo Long's explanation, Xiao Zi fell silent. She didn't expect the cause of the matter to actually be her fault. At that time, when Mo Long wanted to leave alone and abandon her, she had to say something about putting a hat on him. But she was just joking and didn't really intend to do that. However, perhaps that sentence still touched Mo Long's nerve. After all, men have a strong sense of possession over women. No man would want his woman to be played with by others. Xiao Zi understood. So, can I take back that statement now? Anyway, Xiao Zi is not willing to be imprisoned for a lifetime. Of course, Mo Long said lightly. I can even give you freedom. This house and the surrounding 100 acres of land, I can give to you. The only requirement is that you live here, give up your past, and quietly be a beautiful village girl. If I say yes, would you believe me? Xiao Zi looked at Mo Long suspiciously. It would be easy for her to agree to Mo Long. It was just a word. But would Mo Long believe her agreement? Of course not. So I will leave some people to watch you. Mo Long said lightly, you don't have to mind them. Just treat them as your servants and bodyguards. After all, a beauty like you, if left alone in this wilderness, would likely attract unwanted attention, and you wouldn't even have the strength to protect yourself. Is there really no possibility for us? After a moment of silence, Xiao Zi looked at Mo Long, wanting to negotiate a bit more. If I say, in the beginning, she really just wanted to use Mo Long. But now, she does have a little bit of affection for Mo Long. Chapter 147, Are You Cheating Outside? That depends on what aspect of possibility you're referring to. Mo Long said lightly, wanting to follow me is not entirely impossible. It's just that I don't trust you. After all, you're the daughter of Kazuki Oden, bearing a deep enmity. Keeping the daughter of an enemy by my side makes me uneasy, but there is no hatred between us. I only have enmity with Kaido. Xiao Zi wanted to struggle a bit. What is the point of saying such things? I am Kaido's son-in-law, and in a sense we are one. His enemies are naturally my enemies. Mo Long shrugged. Unless you can make me believe that you can give up all hatred. Xiao Zi laughed. Give up all hatred? To be honest, after so many years, she has indeed forgotten a lot of the past hatred. After all, she never even witnessed the scene of Kazuki Oden's execution. She couldn't empathize at all. She only heard others say that her father was fried in an oil pot by Kaido for an hour before being shot dead. Is there a problem? No problem at all. Although I can withstand an hour of frying in an oil pot, I cannot withstand a bullet. Hey, I'm just joking. You can't let go of hatred, and I can't trust you. You see, we just can't reach an agreement, can we? Mo Long spread his hand, so you should hide your name and live as a village girl here. That's the best choice for you. After all, you don't want to die, and I don't particularly want you to die either. This is the best compromise. In the end, Mo Long and Xiao Zi reached an agreement. Mo Long granted Xiao Zi freedom, but she had to hide her identity, abandon the past, and could only live in this rural area in the future. Whether Xiao Zi would comply, Mo Long was unsure, but he believed that the people watching Xiao Zi would make her comply. After all, what kind of storm could a woman without the strength to tie a chicken cause? However, before leaving, Mo Long gave Xiao Zi a harsh lesson. After Mo Long left, Xiao Zi lay weakly on the bed, her face flushed, drenched in sweat, lying helplessly, turning her head to look at Mo Long's departing figure, then slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep, because she was really too tired. Speed from now on. You don't need to imprison Xiao Zi anymore. You can give her the freedom to go out, but just that, don't let her go to the city, and don't let her meet any former acquaintances. From now on, call her Little Green Girl. Xiao Zi has to say goodbye to the past. Mo Long instructed Speed. Speed nodded vigorously. She thought, sure enough, the vice captain is comfortable now. going from being imprisoned in a small room to gaining the freedom to go out. As for how Speed knew, of course it wasn't a guess. It was because she had been outside in the yard. Inside the room, Xiao Z's lingering voice coming out made her limbs go numb. In fact, Speed even cursed Xiao Z for being so cheap. How could she shout so loudly without shame? Didn't she know there were people outside in the yard? Was she trying to show off? After instructing Speed, Mo Long left. However, to avoid being discovered by Yamato like last time, when she smelled the perfume of another woman on him, Mo Long found a small stream and soaked in it. He soaked for 3 hours and only left when it was time for dinner. Now, there shouldn't be any smell left, right? Mo Long changed his clothes, and after being washed for 3 hours in the stream, if Yamato could still smell something else, I would chop off my head for the readers to use as a ball. However, as soon as Mo Long returned home, he was greeted by Yamato's words, "Dear, were you cheating outside?" Mo Long was taken aback. How the hell did she figure it out? However, upon being discovered, Mo Long was not flustered and pretended to be calm, saying, "Yamato, what nonsense are you talking about? With a beauty like you at home, how could I possibly cheat outside?" Yamato was taken aback, looking at Mo Long strangely, and said, "What does your cheating have to do with having me, a beautiful girl, at home? I can smell the fishy scent on you. Why don't you admit it?" Mo Long. Hearing Yamato's words, Mo Long let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, Yamato, so what you meant was this kind of cheating? Then that's right, I did cheat. I really did cheat. Now that I think about it." Mo Long realized the stream he soaked in had a lot of fish. Yamato looked at Mo Long's cheerful expression, somewhat speechless. "What are you so happy about? Is the fish really that delicious? I didn't see you bring one back for dinner?" Well, it was not delicious at all. Not at all. Although Xiao Z was quite delicious, he definitely couldn't answer truthfully. "Forget it, it's so baffling." Yamato shook her head and went inside to cook. By the way, taking the clothes hanging outside. As soon as she entered the house, Yamato poked her head out and glared at Mo Long fiercely. Mo Long thought she had seen through something, but unexpectedly, Yamato was just asking him to take in the clothes. Mo Long wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Sigh. These days of outsmarting each other with Yamato are really thrilling. But does Yamato really not know? Of course, it doesn't matter. Since Yamato pretended not to know, Mo Long would just assume she didn't tea. Love is like this, a constant process of compromise. You give me an inch, I'll give you an inch. That's love. If no one concedes, then there will be breakups, divorces, and people will stop believing in love. Of course, this has nothing to do with you being single. Scratch that. How can I say that about the reader? Isn't that too outrageous? How could the reader possibly be single? They're definitely lying in bed, legs crossed, one hand holding a phone, and the other arm around their girlfriend, right? Navy headquarters. Sengoku looked at the photo on the desk and rubbed his temples. He was quite speechless. He didn't expect that Akainu was telling the truth. The one who destroyed the Navy's G5 branch was indeed Kaido. And now, the man in the photo on his desk was the one from the last transmission sent from the G5 branch. Moklong was sitting on Kaido's throne, announced by Kaido as the vice captain of the Beast Pirates. This intelligence came from a spy within the Navy embedded in the Beast Pirates. Of course, this spy was just a low-level thug. Otherwise, the Navy wouldn't have allowed Drake to infiltrate the Beast Pirates. Sigh, just when one wave settles, another one rises. Sengoku sighed. What does that guy Kaido really want to do? Initially, Akainu had no evidence, even though some islanders saw Kaido flying over the G5 branch. But Kaido flying over didn't mean he did anything. But now, that man who stepped on Virgo has appeared in the Beast Pirates and become the vice captain. So the ironclad fact is right in front of them. The destruction of the G5 branch is absolutely related to Kaido. Chapter 148. Sacrificing a bit of yourself, is this kid the one who destroyed the G5 branch? At this moment, Garp also leaned over, picked up the photo, and laughed. TSK, TSK, TSK. He's quite handsome, has the charm of my youth. If this guy can become a Navy soldier, he will definitely become the strongest Marine like me. Garp, just stop talking. Sengoku rolled his eyes at Garp. You said the same about Ace. And you said the same about Luffy. And what happened? They both ended up becoming pirates. And now this one is directly a pirate. You're just a jinx. Garp, don't say that. Garp directly put his arm around Sengoku's shoulder and laughed. I really think this kid is good. Trust my judgment. How about I go to Wano country and see if I can turn him to our side and make him join the Navy? What do you think? Garp, stop messing around. Sengoku rolled his eyes. That guy is the culprit behind the destruction of the G5 branch. How could the Navy let someone like him join? Besides, the most important thing right now is to respond to the Whitebeard pirates. We don't have time to deal with extra branches. From the intelligence in the New World, Whitebeard has already started to summon his subordinate pirate crews, so Whitebeard will definitely come to the Navy headquarters. One Whitebeard pirates is enough trouble for us. I don't want the Beast pirates to come along because of you. If Moklong heard this, he would definitely say it's fine after all. That old man didn't play much of a role in the Marineford War. TCH, if they come, they come. What is there to be afraid of? Let them taste my iron fist of love, Garp said, clenching his fist. On Onigashima, Moklong finished washing his clothes and started cooking dinner. He didn't know that the Navy had already set their sights on him. Of course, even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. The two sides would eventually meet. The next day, Kaido came looking for Moklong again. Moklong found it strange. Wasn't his training already over? What else did Kaido want? Moreover, in 5 days, it would be the execution ceremony for Fire Fist Ace. Even if Kaido wanted to do something, he should wait for the outcome of the upcoming battle. Right? After all, if Whitebeard dies at the Navy headquarters, the balance of the New World will be broken. At that time, it might trigger a bloody storm. Countless pirates wanting to replace Whitebeard would definitely rise up and start occupying Whitebeard's territory. If Kaido wanted to take advantage of the situation to expand his territory, it would be the best time. Although, Moklong, who knew the plot, understood that Kaido shouldn't have done anything. Otherwise, Blackbeard wouldn't have been able to smoothly replace Whitebeard. Kid, the battle between Whitebeard and the Navy is about to begin in a few days. Right now, the eyes of the whole world are focused on Whitebeard and the Navy, so we should take this opportunity to expand our power, Kaido said eagerly. Looking at Moklong, today, I'm planning to take you to Big Mom. You want to make a move against Big Mom? Moklong blinked, surprised that Kaido would make this decision. It's worth noting that Kaido had a decent relationship with Big Mom. After all, the fish fruit was given to Kaido by Big Mom. Moreover, 2 years later, they formed an alliance. Although Moklong thought this was quite embarrassing. To deal with 3 supernovas, 2 emperors formed an alliance? Is that reasonable? That's right. Kaido nodded. We need to take this opportunity to take down the Big Mom pirates to strengthen our Beast pirates. Otherwise, once the Navy takes care of Whitebeard, they will likely come after us next, and we must be on guard. Kaido saw clearly. He didn't believe that Whitebeard could leave the Navy headquarters unscathed. After all, Whitebeard wasn't him. That fragile body, if hit by Akainu's fist, would almost lose half his life. And he might not even be injured at all. That's the margin for error. He could fight to the death with others without needing to defend, relying on his powerful defense to outlast the enemy. But Whitebeard couldn't do that. He was an old man who relied on 4 drips to survive. Even if nothing happened, he wouldn't necessarily live for many more years. In this situation, to go to the Navy headquarters and face the relentless assault of the 3 admirals, ISNT, that just asking for death, is it worth it to sacrifice your life for one son and even the entire Whitebeard pirates? Anyway, if it were Kaido, he wouldn't be so foolish. With so many sons, losing one is just losing one. It's not like he is biologically related. Roger's biological son. Why would you risk your life? Those who don't know might think Ace was born from your affair with Roger. And I deliberately chose this timing because at this moment, if we make our move, there will be no obstacles. The Navy's focus is all on Whitebeard, and the pirates in the New World are almost all waiting for the outcome. Caught in a period of silence. As long as we take down the Big Mom pirates with a thunderous method, by the time everyone realizes, it will be too late. Kaido felt that his strategy was brilliant. Should it be a full-scale war? Or just the 2 of us go? Moklong, on the other hand, had no objections to taking down the Big Mom pirates. No need for a full-scale war. Kaido shook his head, and, at such a sensitive time, it wouldn't be good to mobilize the entire Beast pirates. Just the 2 of us is enough. In Kaido's view, he could take down Big Mom, and for the rest, Moklong would be enough to handle it. Even if Moklong couldn't do it, once he took down Big Mom, he could help Moklong. So, When Kaido of the Beast Pirates decided to take action against the Big Mom Pirates, there was only one path left for them, to be conquered. Are you sure you can make Big Mom submit? Moke Long wasn't too sure. Even if Kaido could defeat Big Mom, with her personality, would she really submit to Kaido, who was once her subordinate on the same ship? He wasn't certain. Kaido shook his head, but I believe that in this world, no one is willing to die. And Big Mom isn't a born ruler. When she was weak, she still boarded Rock's ship. Since she could board Rock's pirate ship, why couldn't she board my Beast Pirate's ship? If she would rather die than submit, then I would have to sacrifice a bit myself. Kaido gritted his teeth. For the supreme power, Big Mom must be taken down. Sacrifice a bit of myself? Moke Long scanned Kaido up and down, not knowing what this so-called sacrifice referred to. Chapter 149, Conquering Big Mom. Speaking of which, Kaido, it seems Big Mom has always wanted to have a child with you. She seems to believe that a child born from the strongest creature like you will definitely be the most terrifying and powerful existence in the world. Moke Long looked at Kaido and smiled. So this so-called sacrifice you're talking about now, could it be? Kaido, you're talking nonsense. You're thinking wildly. You're slandering me. I didn't I'm not interested in that old lady at all. Kaido denied it 3 times. Even to conquer Big Mom, he absolutely wouldn't sacrifice his body. Mainly because, with Big Mom's appearance, how can a normal man bring himself to do it? If it were Boa Hancock, that would be different. Even if she has given birth to dozens of children, there are definitely quite a few willing to take the plunge. After all, beauty is justice. Isn't her catchphrase? No matter what bad things I've done, I will be forgiven because I am just too beautiful. But, Big Mom? If Dongjua had kidnapped Big Mom, Cao Cao probably wouldn't even have the guts to attempt an assassination with a 7-star sword. After all, if he really succeeded and Big Mom took a liking to him, what if she insisted on offering herself? King Zhou of Shang set fire to the lords with a smile of Daji. If the woman beside King Zhou were like Big Mom, the lords would probably rush in and tear Big Mom apart with 10,000 swords, right? Since it's not about conquering with the body, then what is it? Moke Long was very curious. After all, their essay saying that the closest path to a woman's heart is. But Kaido seemed to want to give up this closest path and seek a distant one. Moke Long felt that with Kaido's personality, he wouldn't be able to achieve great things. A man who does big things must be harsh on others, and even harsher on himself. Just sacrificing a bit of charm to gain the assistance of an emperor-level figure. Isn't that a good deal? If it were him, he definitely wouldn't do it. But Kaido is different. A fierce god and a lustful fat woman. It feels like they are made for each other, right? You don't need to worry about that. Kaido shot Moke Long a glance, thinking, this kid is definitely cursing me in his heart. Because Moke Long's eyes were rolling around. This was an action that appeared when Moke Long's inner thoughts were rich. Moke Long didn't even realize it. After all, it's dark under the lamp. But Kaido had been with Moke Long for so long that he could naturally notice this action of Moke Long. And Kaido was sure that what Moke Long was thinking was definitely not something good. He might be thinking that he and Big Mom are made for each other, and that him looking down on Big Mom is just being pretentious, not daring to be harsh on himself for the sake of power, which would lead to a lifetime of failure, and so on. But even so, Kaido still wouldn't sleep with Big Mom. Over the years, Big Mom has had dozens of husbands. None of them ended well. Of course, Kaido wasn't afraid of this. He was stronger than Big Mom, and she definitely couldn't do anything to him. However, no man would want the woman sleeping beside him to have been with dozens of men. Although, courtesans also have such treatment. But they are beautiful. Alright, in the end, it's still about looks. Big Mom was also a great beauty when I was young. Okay? Even Boa Hancock, just look at her 30 years later. Will she become a fat old woman? Boa Hancock. What does that have to do with me? I haven't even made an appearance yet, and this can be brought up? In the end, Moke Long was still persuaded by Kaido. Without even having lunch, he was taken by Kaido to Whole Cake Island. Whole Cake Island. Today, a birthday party is being held. It's the birthday of one of Big Mom's sons. As for which son, that is not important. What is important is that Big Mom wants to eat birthday cake today, so someone must have a birthday today, whether there is one or not. That is how domineering she is. Cake, cake, cake. Big Mom sat at a large round table, one hand holding a fork and knife, the other holding a knife, constantly banging on the table, shouting for cake. She looked just like a playful little child. A 700-month-old little child. In the distance came the sound of heave-ho, heave-ho. Looking over, several people were carrying a gigantic cake, walking towards her. As the cake got closer, Big Mom shouted louder and louder, getting more and more excited. Boom! Just then, a thunderous sound echoed in the sky. Dark clouds enveloped the sky. A light drizzle began to pour down heavily. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Big Mom looked up at the sky. It had just been clear. How could it suddenly rain? This is unscientific. Staring at the dark clouds in the sky, Big Mom seemed to see what was happening above the clouds. The next moment, Big Mom picked up her hat, directly turning it into the Emperor's sword. She swung at the sky. The powerful slash tore the sky apart. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing a sky that was originally clear and bright. Ha ha ha, Lingling, your temper is still so big, always ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. As the clouds retreated, Kaido's cheerful laughter echoed in the air. A blue dragon descended from the sky, crashing down in front of Big Mom with a loud boom. Kaido, are you provoking me? Big Mom glared at the playful Kaido, gritting her teeth. The circular teeth ground against each other, making a piercing sound. No, no, no. Kaido waved his hand and shook his head, saying, Lingling, you should know about the Navy's decision to execute Fire Fist Ace, right? So what? Big Mom looked at Kaido, puzzled. What does that have to do with me? Are you implying that Fire Fist Ace is my lost child? Well, at this point, Big Mom couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, that is certainly impossible. Kaido laughed heartily. What I mean is, don't you see anything from the Navy's actions? Are they really going after a small pirate with a bounty of only 500 million? No, the Navy is preparing to go after Whitebeard. So what, Kaido? What exactly do you want to say? Big Mom was too focused on the cake to consider anything else. Don't you understand yet, Lingling? Kaido covered his face with one hand, feeling speechless. We are pirates, naturally enemies with the Navy, since the Navy has already started preparing to go after Whitebeard. Who do you think will be their next target once they finish with him? ISNT at you and me? So let us join forces, Lingling. Kaido wanted Big Mom to submit, but of course, this had to be done step by step, starting with the idea of teaming up to test Big Mom. After all, to say right off the bat, Lingling, I want to conquer you, would be asking for trouble. Although Kaido wanted to fight, he couldn't just say, let us fight, without any excuse. After all, Big Mom had done him a favor. He couldn't repay kindness with enmity. Chapter 150. The battle is imminent. Join forces? Big Mom didn't expect Kaido to say this. Ha ha, Kaido, are you trying to make me laugh to death? I never thought that the beast Kaido would actually be so timid, choosing to join forces with me out of fear of the Navy's attack. Is this the courage of the world's strongest creature? Kaido, aren't you ashamed of your actions? Whitebeard dares to lead his men to attack the Navy headquarters. Yet you're afraid of the Navy headquarters attacking you? As a fellow strongest in the world, don't you feel embarrassed? Kaido, damn, I'm here to conquer you, not to let you criticize me. Afraid? How could I be afraid? I just need an excuse to conquer you and realize my ambition to conquer the world. Did you really think I was worried about the Navy coming after me? So I came to join forces with you? What a joke. Lingling, out of respect for the favor you've done for me, I want to hold your criticisms against me today, but you have to agree to join forces whether you want to or not. Kaido said domineeringly. Kaido, are you threatening me? Big Mom took a few steps forward, standing next to Kaido. The overwhelming pressure of Conqueror's haki erupted. Kaido also stepped forward. The clash of their Conqueror's haki changed the color of the sky and earth. The chairs that had been set up for the birthday party were blown away by the impact. The cake is really delicious. At that moment, a voice came from afar. It was Moku Long sitting on the ground. In front of him was a 9-layer cake as tall as he was, brought out by Kaido without having lunch. Now that he found cake to eat, Moku Long started devouring it without hesitation. Ah, you. Big Mom's eyes bulged at this scene. She pointed at Moku Long, almost speechless. You, who are you? How dare you eat my cake? I'll slice you. Furious, Big Mom charged at Moku Long with the Emperor's sword in hand, swinging it down hard toward his head. However, just as the Emperor's sword was about to hit Moku Long, a thick black and hardwool fawn club appeared from the side, blocking Big Mom's attack. Kaido, are you trying to stop me? Big Mom glared at Kaido. What do you think? Kaido rolled his eyes at Big Mom, saying if I wanted to kill your son, would he not stop me? Oh, sorry, I forgot. You don't value family ties that much. Maybe you really wouldn't stop me. But I'm not as heartless as you. What? Your son? Big Mom looked incredulously at the boy in front of her. This guy's your son? I didn't know. I thought you only had Yamato as a daughter. What did you have a son? Cough, cough, not a son, a son-in-law. Kaido, please watch your wording. Mokulong stuffed the cake in his mouth, wiped the cream off the corner of his mouth, and then said, son-in-law. Big Mom was stunned. Then looked at Kaido. You married your daughter to this kid? Is that a problem? Kaido retorted. Big Mom began to reassess Mokulong, curious about what could make a man like Kaido take notice of him. In Big Mom's eyes, Mokulong looked like an ordinary, unremarkable person, lacking any aura of a strong person. However, he had quite a bit of guts, because he showed no fear in front of her. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? Mokulong felt goosebumps all over as Big Mom scrutinized him. He worried about what would happen if Big Mom took a liking to him. After all, this old woman had dozens of husbands. One more wouldn't make a difference. Ha ha ha. Kid, you have guts to eat my cake in front of me? Don't you know I love cake the most? Big Mom questioned Mokulong. So what if I know, and so what if I don't? Mokulong didn't care. He was here to fight today. Who cared about provoking Big Mom? In fact, if he didn't provoke her, the fight might not even happen. Do you know that anyone who steals my cake has died? Big Mom looked at Mokulong with a sinister expression. Do you think it will be the exception? Of course. Is there anyone in this world who would eat cake knowing they would be killed for it? Since I've eaten it knowing the consequences, it means I have the confidence to protect myself and not get killed. As he spoke, Malone reached out again, grabbing a small piece of cake and stuffing it into his mouth. You little coward, are you provoking me? Big Mom clenched her fists, not expecting Malone to tear off another piece right in front of her after finishing what he had. It was as if she wasn't even in his sights. I'm just eating cake. How can that be considered provocation? Malone smiled. After all, we came from afar as guests. IsNT it only right for you, the host, to treat me to some cake? Indeed, if you were a guest, I would invite you to eat, but can someone who barges in uninvited really be considered a guest? Besides, you said I should invite you to eat, but did I, as the host, invite you? I didn't invite you, yet you ate. Taking without asking is considered stealing, you little thief. Big Mom shouted at Malone, saliva flying out of her mouth. Fortunately, Malone dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have been drenched. He was pleased when she sprayed Yamato, but if it were him, he would have been in trouble. Big Mom, what you're saying is ridiculous. We are pirates. Stealing is our profession, right? It's not like you've never taken something that doesn't belong to you, Malone retorted. How dare you rebut me? You really want to die, don't you? Big raised her sword again, aiming to slash at Malone, but once again, Kaido blocked her. Kaido, are you declaring war on me? Big Mom shouted at Kaido, clearly angry. Bring it on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin. Kaido, wielding his kanabo, stood in front of Malone and glared at Big Mom. How about this, Lin? Since you're upset that Malone ate your cake, why not handle it yourself? It wouldn't be fair for you to fight him directly as the elder. You can let your son fight him. If he can defeat Malone, then I want to interfere and you can deal with him as you wish. And if my son can't defeat him, Big Mom sensed a trap in Kaido's words. This guy wouldn't let his son be taken down by her. Haha, it's simple. If your son loses, Lin, you'll submit to me, join my beast pirates, and become the fourth disaster, sole disaster Big Mom. How about that? Kaido laughed heartily, finally steering the conversation back in his direction. 300,000 words in. Chapter 151. Kaido, let's have a baby Kaido. So this is why you came here today, Big Mom looked at Kaido and smiled. She never expected that the intern from decades ago would want to subdue her today. Kaido, do you know what you're saying? Have you forgotten who gave you your power today? If it weren't for the fish fruit I gave you back then, do you think you could have become the strongest creature today? Why not? Kaido countered. I became the strongest warrior in my country when I was 10, with a bounty of over 70 million. By the time I got off the rock ship, I was already worth hundreds of millions. Even without the fish fruit, I would still be me. Kaido never believed that his current status was solely due to his fruit abilities. Even without the fruit, he had ways to enhance himself in other aspects. Having the fruit just made him focus on developing its capabilities instead of improving himself in other ways. Lin, you say I rely on my fruit abilities. What about you? Do you think your current achievements are solely because of the soul fruit? Kaido asked, looking at Big Mom. I'm not like you. I'm a born warrior. The fact that I almost destroyed the giant village of Elbaf as a child is proof of that. Big Mom retorted. I'm not like you. You were so strong at 10 because you trained hard and grew through war and bloodshed. While I almost destroyed the giant's homeland without ever training. That's talent. So, we're different. Well, let me say this. Only the weak dwell on past glories. What's the point of arguing about who was stronger before? What matters is who is stronger now, right? How about this? You two fight, and I'll be the referee. Kaido, if you lose, you'll have a child with Big Mom. Big Mom, if you lose, you'll join the Beast Pirates and become the fourth disaster. How about that? Mulong said, looking at the two who were arguing endlessly. If he could subdue Big Mom without having to fight, he would be more than happy. Kid, when did I start talking to you? When did it become your turn to interrupt me? Big Mom was not pleased with Mulong's words. And you, Kaido, haven't you taught this kid any manners? When adults are talking, what status does he have to interrupt? Big Mom questioned Kaido again. Kaido awkwardly scratched his head, thinking, this kid usually curses at me. How could I teach him? Of course, he couldn't say this to Big Mom, or he'd be mocked. Lin, I think this kid is right. How about we have a fight? Kaido said to Big Mom. Didn't you always want me to have a child with you? As long as you fight me. If you win, I'll have a child with you. If you lose, you'll submit to me and become the fourth disaster. How about it? Lin, Kaido. We're quite familiar, aren't we? Why are you being so friendly? Big Mom looked at Kaido with annoyance. Besides, today is my precious son's birthday. I'm definitely not fighting you. Lin, I think you're scared. Kaido used provocation tactics. Scared? Me? Nonsense. What do I have to be afraid of? Big Mom glared at Kaido. What are you afraid of? Do I even need to say? Of course, you're afraid of losing to me. What else could it be? Kaido rolled his eyes, clearly aware of the truth, yet he still had to bring it up. Now that he said it, in front of her children, her invincible image crumbled. Not so good, right? Huh. Kaido, who do you think you are? Am I afraid of you? When I was making a name for myself on the seas, you were still a little brat. Big Mom glared at Kaido, gritting her teeth. So what? That just means you had the advantage of age back then, and now that you don't, you can't beat me. If not, why won't you agree to fight me? You said you wanted to have a child with me, right? As long as you win, I'll fulfill your wish. Since you think you can win, why not agree? If you think you're tough, then just agree. Kaido whispered provocatively in Big Mom's ear. Big Mom's face turned red and her neck thickened when Kaido questioned her. She certainly wasn't afraid of Kaido, nor did she fear a battle with him. It's just that, losing to Kaido and becoming his fourth calamity, to be at his beck and call, was something Big Mom absolutely couldn't endure. After all, when in her life has she ever been ordered around by anyone, except during her time on a rock ship, being a subordinate? Experiencing it once was enough. She would never want to experience it again. Indeed, to put it bluntly, Big Mom lacked confidence in herself. She believed that if a fight broke out, she was very likely to be the one who would lose. When a Yonko speaks, even a team of horses cannot catch up. If she were to lose, she would definitely keep her promise and become Kaido's fourth calamity. Therefore, to avoid such a result, avoiding battle was Big Mom's best choice. If I really went to war with you, Whole Cake Island would be destroyed. This place isn't your Onigashima. You wouldn't care if it got destroyed, right? Big diverted the topic, thinking that if a fight had to happen today, then let my children fight your son-in-law. Big Mom also understood that since Kaido came with a purpose, if he didn't achieve his goal today, he probably wouldn't leave easily. Moreover, she really didn't want to miss out on an opportunity to have a child with Kaido. Although the cost of losing was terrifying, winning would mean she could have the strongest child she had always dreamed of. After all, one of Big Mom's dreams was to give birth to the most powerful child. For this dream, she married dozens of husbands and gave birth to hundreds of children. It's just a pity that these children have all disappointed her. Up until now, none of her children could challenge her, let alone be strong enough to surpass her. The reason for such results. Big Mom placed all the blame on the men. She believed that her husbands were simply useless. After all, her genes were very powerful, but even with such strong genes, she couldn't give birth to anyone who could be compared to her. The only possibility was that the genes of the men were too weak. resulting in children who were all like their fathers. If it weren't for this, why would none of her many children inherit her iron balloon skin? Therefore, Big Mom believed that only by finding a man who was the same as her, or even stronger, and combining with him to give birth, could they possibly create a child with both of their traits, possessing a terrifying physical constitution from birth, and potentially become a true monster among monsters. And undoubtedly, in Big Mom's eyes, Kaido was the man who perfectly met her requirements. Unfortunately, this guy Kaido didn't care at all about the favor she once showed him by giving him the fish fruit. She had sought Kaido many times to propose a partnership, but Kaido had outright rejected her. Because of this, they had fought before, but it generally ended in a few days with no clear winner. And then they went their separate ways to raise their children. Now, the opportunity had come, and Big Mom naturally wanted to seize it. Chapter 152. The battle between son and son-in-law. However, Big Mom was also somewhat worried. Did Kaido really have 100% confidence in this? If that's the case, wouldn't agreeing to Kaido be like walking into a trap? Yet, Big scrutinized the dragon and couldn't discern any sign of strong presence from him. Generally speaking, a strong person, even if they don't show it, can still be perceived. Their powerful aura emanates from within. Moreover, throughout her life, Big Mom had seen countless pirates. What kinds of pirates hadn't she encountered? Those who were incredibly strong from the start, with strength written all over their faces. Those who hid their strength, only to reveal it astonishingly. That little pirate who had lived as a lowly ant for years, only to step up at a critical moment to turn the tide. Over 50 years of a pirate career, witnessing the rise and fall of many. Yet, she just couldn't see through the dragon. However, one thing was certain. A man who could be chosen by Kaido as a son-in-law couldn't be too far off. Of course, no problem. Let the dragon fight your child. Hearing Big Mom's words, Kaido was very pleased. He brought the dragon over precisely for this purpose. He understood that proposing a fight with Big Mom would likely lead to her refusal. That's why he brought the dragon, allowing the younger generation to battle it out. Kaido had considerable confidence in the dragon, even if in absolute strength. The dragon might not be able to defeat Big Mom's child, he wouldn't die, and after dying, he would revive full of energy. With such abilities, even if the dragon exhausted Big Mom, he wouldn't find it surprising, let alone against Big Mom's child. No, Kaido, I have one more request. Seeing Kaido agree so readily, Big Mom understood that he was undoubtedly very confident, believing his son-in-law would win. However, she had no choice. After all, if she didn't reach an agreement with Kaido today, a great battle would be unavoidable. She certainly wasn't afraid of a great battle, just of a meaningless one and one that she might lose. Besides, she had confidence in Katakuri. Although this son was still far from her, among the younger generation, he was quite good. Well, excluding Shanks, that guy was a monster just like them. What request? Kaido quietly watched Big Mom, waiting for her to make a request. After all, Kaido believed he was sure to win. No matter how outrageous Big Mom's request was, he would agree. If I lose, I will become the fourth calamity of the Beast Pirates. Then, if you lose, you will naturally become the fifth star of the Big Mom Pirates. That would be fair, rather than just having a child together and calling it quits. Big Mom looked at Kaido and said, calculating in her heart, as long as Kaido joined the whole cake, how could he escape? At that time, not only would he have to have children with her, but also several of them. After all, if only one was born and it didn't work out, what then? The more, the better the chances. Kaido hesitated for a moment. Of course, it wasn't genuine hesitation. Rather, it was to create an image of indecision for Big Mom. In this way, Big Mom would feel that he actually doesn't have 100% confidence. Otherwise, if he agreed too quickly, what if Big Mom changed her mind? Although he could forcibly defeat Big Mom's pirate crew, at that time, Big Mom would definitely no longer submit. What he wanted was a Big Mom who would submit to him and serve him, not one who was imprisoned and unwilling to yield, even in death. After hesitating for a while, Kaido showed a difficult expression and said to Big Mom, "All right, no problem. Our fate will be decided by our respective children. Whoever wins, the loser will obey." After seeing Kaido's indecision, Big Mom felt more confident and said, "Kaido, you only have this one son-in-law, but I have hundreds of children. If you only let one of your children compete with my son-in-law, wouldn't that be unfair to my other children? Linlin, that's too much. You have so many children. Are you suggesting that all 100 of your children attack my son-in-law together? Kaido didn't expect Big Mom to say something so shameless. Although Kaido felt that even if all of Big Mom's children attacked together, the final result wouldn't change. However, if he didn't refute this, Big Mom would definitely start to doubt that the Dark Dragon was actually incredibly strong, far surpassing Big Mom's best child, Katakuri. Cough, cough, Kaido, don't be so excited. I didn't say all of them would attack at once. Big Mom coughed, and indeed felt that her request was a bit shameless. However, this was a battle that would determine her future fate, so she naturally had to be cautious. A war of attrition won't work, Kaido retorted. Then how about this, Kaido? I have over 100 children, so I'll only send 10. That's less than 1/10, Kaido. You only have one son-in-law, so you can focus all your efforts on training him. I have so many children to train, and most of them haven't received my true teachings, so they definitely can't compare to your all-in son-in-law. All right, enough. 3. You can send at most 3. Kaido didn't want to listen any longer and directly held up 3 fingers to Big Mom. As for Big Mom's claim about training, Kaido didn't believe her nonsense. For a lifetime, she was either pregnant or on the way to being pregnant. Where would she find the time to train her children? And the claim that having many children distracted her from training? Nonsense. As for his own all-out training, if he was talking about Yamato, that would be more reasonable. But the Dark Dragon? The total time he spent training him didn't even add up to a week. Where was the all-in effort? Even during that week of training, he just stood there and let the kid beat him up or picked up a stick to unilaterally bully him. That had nothing to do with training. It could only be said that the Dark Dragon's abilities were there. He didn't need any special training, just needed to be beaten up. Chapter 153. PK Desert 4 Commanders 3, huh? Looking at the 3 fingers Kaido held up and his gritted teeth expression, Big Mom felt that this should be Kaido's limit. All right then, 3 it is. Big Mom thought that if the 3 strongest of the 4 commanders couldn't deal with the Dark Dragon, the rest would probably just be giving away food. Since that's the case, there was no need to argue with Kaido about sending more people. It was meaningless. Soon, a large space was cleared in the square of Cake Island. Outside the space, pirates formed a circle, preparing to witness the unprecedented battle between the 2 Emperor pirate crews. Although the battle scene might not be very shocking, after all, it wasn't the emperors themselves who personally participated. However, this was a battle that would determine whether the beast pirates would be swallowed by Big Mom or vice versa. Moreover, everyone present was from Big Mom's pirate crew. They were even more nervous. After all, this battle was taking place on their territory. If they lost, wouldn't that mean losing face? Come on, Cracker, go kill that little brat. You're the strongest, go for it. In the center of the square, the Dark Dragon and Charlotte Cracker stood facing each other. The crowd surrounding the battlefield cheered for Cracker. As for the Dark Dragon, although he wasn't being overwhelmingly belittled, he was completely ignored. After all, one had to have grace. Little brat, I really didn't expect Kaido to bet the fate of the beast pirates on a man like you. Cracker looked at the Dark Dragon and mocked. The Dark Dragon. Damn, can anyone just call him Little Brat these days? It's one thing for Big Mom to call me that since she's an old lady. But you, as a son, also call me Little Brat? Aren't we of the same generation? You got it wrong. It's not Kaido betting his fate on me, but Big Mom betting her fate on you 3 brothers. Soon, she'll realize what a wrong choice she made. The Dark Dragon said calmly, Little Brat, being quick-tongued is useless. A little brat that I've never heard of, even if trained by Kaido for many years. So what? I don't believe you're stronger than me. After Cracker finished speaking, he started clapping. Clap, clap, clap. In the air, pieces of cookies appeared. Come out, biscuit soldiers. Under Cracker's command, those cookies transformed into soldiers. Standing in front of him, Little Brat, get crushed by the biscuit soldiers. Cracker shouted at the Dark Dragon. The biscuit soldiers clumsily began to walk towards the Dark Dragon. Step, 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 step. Dozens of biscuit soldiers surrounded the Dark Dragon, moving towards him. Soon, the Dark Dragon was surrounded inside and out. The biscuit soldier closest to the Dark Dragon was less than 3 meters away. However, the Dark Dragon still showed no signs of movement. Little brat, are you scared? Seeing the Dark Dragon standing still, Cracker was puzzled. Normally, when facing a majority of enemies, one would definitely try to create distance and defeat them one by one. Otherwise, if surrounded, it would be difficult to resist. After all, once surrounded, you would always have to face surprise attacks from enemies behind you. Are you an idiot? The Dark Dragon looked at Cracker in confusion. Scared? Do you think Kaido is so eager to have children with your mother that he randomly found someone to let you defeat? If it weren't for that, how could you have such a strange thought, thinking that I would be scared silly by your cookie soldiers? After being questioned back by Malong, Kalia's face twitched. He just wanted to mock Malong a bit, okay? He certainly knew that Malong wouldn't be that easy to deal with. But didn't he expect Malong would even start reasoning with him? Come on, you're a pirate. What reasoning does a pirate have? When you go out to sea to rob, do you also need to reason with the person you're robbing? Convincing them with your grand reasoning to voluntarily hand over their treasures? There's no point in saying more. Cookie soldiers, take him down. Kalia clapped his hands and commanded the cookie soldiers. Upon hearing Kalia's order, the front row of cookie soldiers raised their large swords and charged at Malong. Not even dodging? Standing in the back, Kalia watched as the large swords of his cookie soldiers were about to hit Malong. Yet Malong remained standing still, unmoved. This left Kalia very puzzled. Could it be? Suddenly, a thought arose in Kalia's mind. Yes, it was that thought in Kalia's heart. The blades of the large sword stabbed directly into Malong's body, making a clanging sound, as if stabbing into metal. Sure enough, this guy's body has a monstrous defense. Just like Kaido. Seeing that not a single large sword from the cookie soldiers could pierce Malong's body, Kalia understood that while Malong wasn't Kaido's son, he had still been trained by Kaido to have powerful physical defense. Clang, 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 clang. The large swords continuously struck Malong's body. But no matter how hard the cookie soldiers tried, they couldn't inflict any damage on Malong at all. Kaido, is this your proud creation? Big Mom and Kaido sat on a distant high platform, watching the battle in the center of the square. Proud creation. Hearing Big Mom's evaluation, Kaido chuckled, haha. If you want to say that, it's fine. Malong is indeed the most proud and outstanding creation of my life. He will become a monster that surpasses me. Kaido, are you serious? Big Mom didn't expect Kaido to say this. A monster that surpasses you? That kid? Why can't I see that he can surpass you? That just shows your vision is lacking. Kaido mocked Big Mom. Hearing Kaido's taunt, Big Mom's mouth twitched. You say my vision is lacking? Nonsense. Don't need to say that. Isn't that obvious? Kaido laughed and shrugged. If you don't believe me, let me give you an example, starting from your dozens of husbands. All of them are useless. Did I say anything wrong? Finding dozens of husbands who are all useless just shows that your vision is poor, right? You, Big Mom, furious, pointed at Kaido, wanting to say something to refute. But the facts were right in front of her, and it seemed she couldn't argue back. In the square, the battle escalated. Malong performed a sweeping kick, directly kicking the first circle of cookie soldiers surrounding him into pieces. Immediately after, one punch, one by one, he smashed all the dozens of cookie soldiers summoned by Kalia. Kid, quite capable, huh? All the cookie soldiers he summoned got blown to pieces. But Kalia didn't show any worry at all, because Chapter 154, one slap to death clap, clap, clap. With Kalia's clapping, those cookie soldiers that were shattered by Malong reassembled. Kid, surprised? Are you stunned? That's right, these cookie soldiers can be restored at any time. So what if you shatter them? Kid, just struggle slowly in the cookie soldiers' attacks, and eventually you'll exhaust your strength and die. That's your script. Kalia looked at Malong and said arrogantly, TSK, 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 just a mere sweet dessert, 4 emperors, really arrogant. Malong smiled. The next moment, he vanished from his spot. Where'd he go? Malong's sudden disappearance startled Kalia. Don't look for me, I'm right here. Malong's voice came from behind Kalia. The next moment, Kalia felt a large hand pressing down on the back of his head. Boom! Immediately after, Kalia heard a violent ringing in his ears. His entire face was slammed hard into the ground, causing the ground to collapse into a huge pit due to the immense force. The powerful impact shattered the cookie armor on Kalia's body, revealing his true appearance. Unlike the square and rigid cookie soldiers, he was a tall-looking man. But now, this man's face was slammed hard into the ground, covered in blood. His body suffered a huge blow, and he was twitching all over. Releasing the hand pressing on Kalia's head, Malong stood up and stared at Kalia who was lying on the ground, twitching once before stopping. How could this happen? Kalia was killed in an instant? No, it can't be. Kalia, get up. Stand up quickly. Don't forget, you carry the fate of the big MOM pirates on your shoulders. Don't act like a coward, lying on the ground after one hit. Get up and keep fighting. Stand up, stand up, stand up. The surrounding pirates stomped the ground, roaring at Kalia. The ground trembled under the pirate stomps. But Kalia showed no reaction at all. It looked as if he had truly lost consciousness. Ling Ling, it's over, what a pity. Kaido smiled at Big MOM upon seeing this scene. Big gritted her teeth. This was something she had never expected. Kalia was actually taken down in an instant. What a joke. That kid. Does he really hide such terrifying power in that seemingly weak body? Kaido, where on earth did you find this kid? Big MOM looked at Kaido. Wanted to know how such a powerful young man came to be in his hands. Why Haven T, I encountered him. If she had met Malone first, she might have directly made him her 50th husband. This is a long story. All I can say is, I have a good daughter. Kaido sighed. A good daughter? Hearing Kaido's words, Big Om rolled her eyes. Kaido, you really dare to say that? Do you think I don't know that you treat your daughter poorly? You've kept her confined on Onigashima with an explosive handcuff since she was little. I suspect that under those circumstances, did you find that son-in-law for your daughter? Or did she find him herself? Of course, it's me who found it. Naturally, the marriage of my daughter should be decided by her parents. The heavens sending this little ghost before me signifies my rise, which will be unstoppable. Kaido has taken all the credit for himself, completely forgetting that initially, he wanted to eliminate the bastard, Mo Long, who made his daughter pregnant. He signifies your unstoppable rise? Come on, Kaido, are you joking? Hearing Kaido's words, Big of him laughed heartily. How old do you think you are this year? You're already an old man, and you still want to rise? That's really a joke. How old am I? I'm not even 60 yet. Who says a 50-year-old man can't rise? Is rising only the prerogative of the young? Kaido sneered. All right, Lin Lin, stop wasting time. Krija is done for. Hurry up and let him down. Get someone else to continue. I can't wait any longer for the moment you call me captain. Ha ha. Kaido laughed like a villain. Speaking of which, Kaido seems to have always been a villain. Well, that doesn't matter. Kaido, don't celebrate too early. Krija hasn't been defeated yet. Mo Long's strength is somewhat beyond Big Mom's expectations. So even though Big Mom knows Krija is definitely not a match, she still needs Krija to get up and continue to wear down Mo Long's stamina, giving the later fighters a greater chance. After all, she has staked her own fate and the fate of the entire Big MOM on this. This gamble absolutely cannot be lost. Krija, how much longer are you going to sleep? Are you not going to get up for me? Do you want to die? Big Mom looked at Krija, who was lying on the ground like a corpse, unmoving, and said in a cold, emotionless voice. Hearing Big Mom's voice, Krija's ears twitched. In the next moment, he fully revived. He jumped up from the ground, turned to look at Mo Long. Little ghost, your strength is indeed beyond my expectations, but this is where it ends. You don't think that the me you faced before was the real me, do you? All right, stop pretending. You've already lost your will to fight. If it weren't for Big Mom's intimidation, you'd still be lying on the ground. Mo Long didn't take Krija seriously at all. The two were clearly not on the same level. Mo Long felt that his current strength was at least in the range of 1.5 to 2 billion, much stronger than the billion-level suite commanders. Not to mention, the Krija before him wasn't even at the billion level. You bastard, can you not expose my weaknesses? Hearing Mo Long say he woke up because he was afraid of Big MOM, Krija exploded like he had stepped on a cat's tail. Indeed, Big Mom's terror is deeply ingrained. Even when dealing with her own children, Big MOM never holds back. In the entire Big MOM pirates, there is no one who isn't afraid of Big MOM. Compared to the Whitebeard pirates, where everyone loves Whitebeard, the Big MOM pirates are almost the complete opposite. Pretzel. After Mo Long exposed Krija's weakness, he wanted to kill him to silence him. A large sword spun in Krija's hand, forming a conical shape, and stabbed directly at Mo Long. Pretzel? That's really a ridiculous name for a move. Speaking of move names, I think you should consult a certain directionally challenged person. He's the best at naming moves. As soon as the words were spoken, Krija appeared right in front of him. The spinning sword's tip had already reached M.O. Long's chest. Little ghost, stop with the nonsense, die for me. Kreja stabbed the sword into M.O. Long's chest. A look of joy appeared on his face. Success. You idiot, you don't think my move is as weak as those biscuit soldiers, do you? You actually dared not to dodge. Go to hell and regret it. Ha ha. Chapter 155. Your daughter wants to take my daughter's man. Aren't you going to do something about it? Idiot, what are you so happy about? M.O. Long was speechless. Is this guy really that naive? I stand still. Doesn't that just show my confidence in my body's defense? But this guy actually thinks I'm waiting to die? What? You, how are you fine? Kreja looked at M.O. Long in disbelief. He looked down and saw his large sword stabbed into M.O. Long's chest, spinning continuously, even producing sparks, but the blade couldn't break M.O. Long's skin and stab into his heart. What kind of perverse physique is this? Kreja gritted his teeth, even using all his strength. He gripped the large sword tightly and pushed down hard, but it was still useless. Enough. I'm not interested in playing with a small fry like you anymore. After saying that, M.O. Long reached out and directly grabbed Kreja's large sword. In an instant, the spinning sword stopped. Then, M.O. Long exerted force with his palm. Crack, snap. The large sword instantly shattered, breaking into pieces. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kreja's eyes widened, watching helplessly as his big sword was crushed by M.O. Long's punch. This was simply challenging his perception. In his eyes, only a monster like Big M.O.M. could do such a thing. But now, a man who could be his son actually accomplished what only Big M.O.M. could do? What joke? Impossible? No, the word impossible doesn't exist in my dictionary. After saying that, M.O. Long slapped Kreja hard across the face. Half of Kreja's face was distorted under M.O. Long's slap, his cheekbone shattered, and he flew horizontally, several teeth knocked out of his mouth. Soon, Kreja, who was sent flying, landed face down, dragging along the ground for hundreds of meters. Along the way, he even knocked several pirates watching the drama around the square flying. Linlin, this time, can you wake him up? Kaido looked at Big M.O.M. and provocatively asked, Linlin, I think there's no need to continue with the remaining 2 matches. You can see how strong my boy is, much more impressive than those useless kids of yours, right? Kaido, are you provoking me? Big M.O.M. glared at Kaido. Just because Kreja won doesn't mean there's anything to be proud of. Kreja's strength is just average and doesn't stand out among my many sons. This was, of course, said to save face. As the 3rd-ranked Sweet Commander, Kreja's strength was among the best in the Big M.O.M. pirates, far from what Big M.O.M. claimed was insignificant. Hee, as long as you're happy. Kaido naturally knew that Big M.O.M. was putting on a brave front, but he didn't say it out loud, because he didn't want to provoke Big M.O.M. too much. Otherwise, if Big M.O.M. got angry and directly tore up their agreement, wouldn't he be working hard for nothing? Smokey, you're up this time. Big M.O.M. shouted at a tall woman in the crowd. Yes, Mama. Smokey stepped out from the crowd and walked up to Malong. Standing over 4 meters tall, it still put some pressure on Malong. After all, Malong had always kept his height just over 3 meters to match Yamato's physique, making him a full meter shorter than Smokey. Little brother, you're pretty handsome. How about being my man? Smokey licked her lips, threw a flirtatious glance at Malong, and said seductively, Lingling, is this your upbringing? Your daughter is so brazenly trying to steal my daughter's man? Isn't that a bit shameless? Aren't you going to do something about it? Kaido couldn't bear to watch any longer. Of course, Kaido wasn't too worried about Malong being swayed. Smokey was far inferior compared to his daughter in Kaido's eyes. Why should I care? A good man naturally needs to be strong. I trust Smokey's judgment. Kaido continued. By the way, Kaido, are you afraid? Afraid your son-in-law will be taken by my daughter? Big M looked at Kaido with a mocking expression. If that's the case, you really lack confidence. Kaido, no, it should be that you don't believe in your daughter's charm. Lingling, don't kid yourself. Do you really think Smokey can attract Malong? That's my son-in-law. His standards are high. Don't think just because you have long legs that you're beautiful. The most important thing for a woman is her face, and your daughter's face is lacking. Malong won't like her, Kaido said seriously. TCH, Kaido, you're outdated. Don't you know about leg play? Some men just love long legs. I don't believe there are men who don't like women with long, beautiful legs. Big M thought that if Smokey could win over Malong, it'd be the best outcome. Because if Smokey could secure Malong, Wouldn't her bet with Kaido be won without a fight, given the strength Molong displayed? Big Mom was already lacking in confidence. No. Faced with Smokey's seduction, Molong directly rejected her. I don't like ugly women. Smokey? What, you think I'm ugly? Smokey got angry. No woman likes to be called ugly. Angry? I'm just speaking the truth, Molong shrugged. Man, I'm going to squeeze you dry. Smokey reached out to Molong, grabbing him firmly. Then, she twisted him like a freshly washed, water-soaked garment. Smokey, a user of the squeeze fruit, had the ability to squeeze juice out of a person's body. Splash, drip, drip. As Smokey twisted hard, Molong felt like a sponge soaking up water. All the moisture being wrung out of him, orange juice was squeezed out. Smokey somehow pulled out a cup, caught the juice, took a sip, and said, "Not bad. Man, you were careless." Smokey looked at Molong, who she had casually tossed to the ground, his body now thin and dry, as if all the moisture had been squeezed out. Careless? No, woman. Let's talk about that when you've completely drained me, Molong said deliberately. After all, he needed to experience various deaths to become stronger, and being squeezed dry was quite a cruel way to die. For Molong, it could potentially make him much stronger. Mun, do you want to die? Molong's words surprised Smokey. After all, most of the human body is made up of water. If she really squeezed him dry, he would definitely die. Right now, Molong looked a bit like a candle flickering in the wind. Smokey didn't hold back at all, fully aware of what this battle meant. So, when Molong didn't T-dodge and allowed her to hold him, she activated her ability, squeezing out most of the water from his body. Of course, she left a little for Molong. After all, what if she really killed him? What if Kaido went back on their agreement and started rampaging on Cake Island? It wasn't that she was afraid of Kaido. Mainly, she couldn't start a war between Big Mom and the Beast because of her own desires. Chapter 156, Squeeze Dry Kaido, It Seems I've Won. Big Mom took a bite of cake, her mouth smeared with cream, and happily looked at Kaido. If you want to blame someone, blame your son-in-law for being too pretentious, really thinking his physical body is invincible. He actually let Smokey's ability be used on him. That's the consequence of arrogance. Haha, Kaido, now you should be calling me Captain. Lingling, what are you thinking? You don't really believe Molong's strength is like this, do you? Kaido shook his head, feeling Big Mom was too early in her celebration. Kaido, don't be a sore loser. In Molong's current state, what else can he do? He is so weak that even a strong breeze could blow him down. Can he continue fighting? Big Mom thought Kaido was just being stubborn. If your daughter can kill him, then I'll kneel down and sing conquer to you right now, Kaido said, unfastening the wine gourd at his waist and taking a big gulp. Big Mom, are you serious? What grudge do you have? You actually want your son-in-law to die? Could it be you actually don't like your son-in-law, but you don't want to do it yourself, so you brought him here just to have me do it? Kaido had to admire Big Mom's imagination. She really could think of anything. You're overthinking it. He's the cornerstone of my world conquest. Without him, I could never conquer the world. So how could I let him die? Kaido shook his head. The cornerstone of world conquest? Kaido, you really are out of your mind. Thinking you can conquer the world with that little brat? Do you think you're playing house? Big Mom shook her head. You can't even conquer the new world. Can't conquer the 4 emperors. Can't even conquer me. And you dare to dream of conquering the world? Is that a bit of stretch? Who gave you the courage to think you can conquer the world? I'm not underestimating you, Kaido. Compared to rocks, you're still far off. But even rocks couldn't take down a single god island, let alone conquer the world. How dare you have such ambitions? Big Mom continued to criticize Kaido. You don't really think that with that little brat, you can fulfill your ambition to conquer the world, do you? Kaido, are you trying to make me laugh to death? That little brat is indeed good. If given time, he might grow to our level, but can you wait that long? Not to mention, that little brat is even more arrogant than you. He never dodges any attacks, and such a guy, no matter how powerful he is, will eventually capsize. He's not invincible. Even someone as strong as Kaido has left permanent scars on his body, right? Big Mom said, looking at the cross-shaped wound on Kaido's chest. No, Big Mom, you're wrong. That little brat is different from me. Really is invincible. To make Big Mom submit, one must possess absolute power. Otherwise, even if you force her to submit through a bet, Big Mom would likely comply outwardly, but not in her heart. Therefore, Kaido had no intention of hiding the power of the Ink Dragon. In fact, he wanted to show Big Mom just how powerful and terrifying the ink dragon is, making her realize that it possesses the power to overturn the world. As the father-in-law of the ink dragon, he could naturally leverage this power. He wanted Big Mom to understand that following him, Kaido of the Beasts, is the best choice. Does he really possess immortality? Ha ha ha, Kaido, to make me submit, you actually spun such a ridiculous lie? Big Mom laughed heartily, saying, how could anyone in this world possibly be immortal? Don't joke around, it doesn't exist. Lingling, you don't understand how terrifying the ink dragon is. Do you believe that just over half a month ago, the ink dragon was an ordinary person, and in less than a month, he has grown to this level? Kaido said to Big Mom, impossible, absolutely impossible. Big Mom didn't believe it. There couldn't be such a monster in this world. Growing from an ordinary person to this level in less than a month? Kaido, this joke isn't funny at all. Of course, it's not a joke. It's a fact. Kaido said seriously. Otherwise, do you think at my age, I would still have the ambition to conquer the world? Am I just playing around? Of course not. It's because I feel I have gained the power to conquer the world, which is my son-in-law, the ink dragon. Kaido, since you say so, let's let the facts speak for themselves. Big Mom looked at Kaido's serious expression, feeling that he might not be lying, but she couldn't believe that someone could be immortal. Smuggy, kill that little brat. Big ordered Smuggy. Kaido, didn't you say the ink dragon won't die? So, you shouldn't mind if I give this order, right? Big Mom looked at Kaido. Of course I don't mind. Kaido made a gesture of invitation. Smuggy. She didn't understand why her mom suddenly gave such an order. Could it be that the discussion with Kaido fell through? As you wish, Mom. Smuggy nodded towards Big Mom. She was a loyal supporter of Big Mom, and she would unconditionally fulfill any of her orders. Man, did you hear that? Your father-in-law seems to have given up on you, Smuggy said to the emaciated ink dragon, noting that without any moisture, the ink dragon would remain in this state until death. Woman, don't you know that villains die from talking too much? If you want to kill, then just do it. Why talk so much? Are you trying to make me beg for mercy? The ink dragon said, rolling his eyes at Smuggy. Man, since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill your wish. Smuggy reached out her hand, once again grabbing the ink dragon. To Smuggy's surprise, the ink dragon, having learned a lesson once, still did not dodge or resist. She couldn't help but wonder, what does this man mean? Doesn't he know that if I twist him again, I will squeeze out all the moisture from his body? Forget it, why think so much? Since Mom wants him dead, I will just complete the task. With that thought, Smuggy tightened her grip on the ink dragon's body, twisting it in opposite directions, applying great force. Drip, drip. The remaining moisture within the ink dragon was squeezed out. Smuggy twisted until no more juice could be extracted, then threw the ink dragon's dry corpse on the ground. The moisture-less corpse fell to the ground with a thud, shattering into countless pieces like weathered wood. Chapter 157. Really? I don't believe it. Hooray, we won. The pirates cheered, raising their fists at the sight. Although, they were also puzzled as to why the ink dragon had not resisted or dodged at all, which was practically equivalent to seeking death. However, looking at the shattered dry corpse on the ground, it was definitely dead beyond dead. Perhaps the ink dragon really had a problem with his head? Kaido, what do you think? Big Mom used her observation haki to sense the shattered remains of the ink dragon. Without a doubt, it was dead beyond dead. Now she wanted to see what Kaido had to say. What do I think? I'm just sitting here watching. What else can I say? Kaido rolled his eyes and continued to drink. Big Mom. Kaido, stop pretending. Your son-in-law is dead, which means our bet is that I won. So, shouldn't you now honor the agreement and merge the Beast Pirates into my Big Mom Pirates and call me captain? At that moment, it felt to Big Mom like a pie falling from the sky. She had unexpectedly gained a Yonko crew? Am I dreaming? Otherwise, why would such a good thing happen? Lingling, why are you in such a hurry? Looking at the anxious Big Mom, Kaido shook his head. I'm still here. How could I run away? The matter is not over yet. Didn't I say that the ink dragon is immortal? Come, have a drink, and let's keep watching. Kaido offered his wine flask to Big Mom. You should keep this for yourself. Big Mom only liked desserts. If it were fruit wine, she might have been interested. But liquor? Forget it. How is that possible? What is happening? At that moment, the onlookers began to stir. They watched as the ink dragon, originally drained of moisture and turned into a dry corpse, was slowly recovering. The shattered corpse was reassembling. The dry body was becoming moist again. Soon, a living person reappeared before them. "You guy?" Smuggy stared at the recovering ink dragon, her brows tightly knitted, a deep furrow appearing on her forehead. "Surprised?" Seeing Smuggy's astonished expression, the ink dragon smiled and said, "By the way, have you ever considered the possibility that a person can actually be resurrected after death?" "Smuggy, what nonsense are you talking about? How could a person be resurrected after death? Moreover, did you just use a trick?" Smudgy doesn't believe that someone can come back to life, thinking that Malong used an illusion, just like before, when fighting Krija, standing still and enduring various attacks. In fact, Krija probably didn't even attack Malong at all. Similarly, she might not have drained Malong either. It was all an illusion, and she was deceived. Is it really an illusion? On the high platform, Big Emon looked at Kaido and asked. Kaido smiled at Big Emon, lingling, "Don't you have any resolution in your heart? What kind of illusion in this world could deceive beings like us? So, that little brat can really come back to life? Is it some kind of devil fruit ability?" Big Emon continued to ask. Kaido shook his head. "It's that kid's talent. In short, it's not a devil fruit ability." "Really? I don't believe it." Big Emon shouted at Smudgy. "Smudgy, don't be fooled by that brat. This isn't an illusion. He really came back to life. It must be some kind of devil fruit ability. Throw him into the sea." "Yes, Mom." Hearing Big Mom's voice, Smudgy immediately complied. She reached out to grab Malong. But this time, she didn't catch him. "Woman, you don't think you can easily catch me, do you?" Malong's voice came from Smudgy's right side. Accompanied by the voice was Malong's kick. Bang! Malong kicked Smudgy's arm. Smudgy was kicked into the air, flipping 360 degrees before landing, then standing firmly on the ground. "Man, don't think I'm as weak as that Krija guy." After taking Malong's kick, Smudgy drew her sword and charged at Malong. "Oh, you mean you're strong, huh?" Malong smiled, clenched his fist, and the muscles in his arm bulged up. In an instant, Malong's right arm was twice as strong as normal. "Woman, if you can block it, then show me." Malong stomped the ground and instantly charged out. So fast. Watching Malong appear in front of her in the blink of an eye, Smudgy barely reacted. Even if she had foreseen it with Kinbunchaku, she couldn't react in time. "I won't show mercy just because you're a woman, Dai." Boom! Malong's punch directly hit Smudgy's face, causing her face to sink in. The immense power made Smudgy's feet leave the ground, and the sword she held fell to the ground due to the loss of strength. Bam! Smudgy was directly sent flying, landing on her back, the terrifying force tearing the earth apart and creating a deep ravine. Dragged across the ground, Smudgy's mouth gaped. Her eyes rolled back, and she lost consciousness from that blow. Bang! Sliding along the ground for hundreds of meters, Smudgy crashed into Big Mom's throne. Looking at Smudgy, who was beaten to a pulp at her feet, Big Mom gritted her teeth in anger and kicked Smudgy away, cursing, "Useless woman, go die." Link link. "You're really strict. I think your daughter is not bad, although she can't compare to my son-in-law. After all, my son-in-law is a once-in-a-millennium talent." Ha ha! Kaido laughed heartily. "Damn, Kaido, I still have another candidate here. Don't act like you've already won, okay?" Big Moem clenched her fist tightly, crushing the cake in her hand. It was evident how furious Big Moem was now. She didn't even have the mood to eat her most beloved cake. After all, if she lost this bet, the Big Moem pirates would cease to exist. She, Big Moem, would also become Kaido's subordinate. That was something she could not tolerate. "Lingling, what are you still holding on to? You've seen Malong's strength, and the remaining one, your strongest son, is called Katakuri, right? Do you think he has a chance to win?" In Kaido's eyes, this match had already ended when it began. The four commanders couldn't stop the already grown Malong. "Katakuri, you must win this battle, understand? If you can't win, then die in battle." Big Moem shouted to the most dazzling man in the crowd. In the crowd, the man with a scarf around his mouth stepped forward, pressed his right hand to his chest, and bowed to Big Moem. "As you command, Mom. This battle will either be a victory or death. There'll be no third outcome." Chapter 158. Devour the Big Moem Pirates. "Very good, Katakuri. As the captain of the Sweet Commanders, it's time for you to contribute to the Big Moem Pirates. Go, kill that brat, take down the Beast Pirates, and dominate the entire new world, starting now." Big Moem roared angrily. Understood, Mom. Katakuri shouted. 1 hour later, Katakuri knelt on the ground, his twisted hands. Torn clothes and blood-soaked body indicated that a fierce battle had taken place earlier. I lost. After saying this, Katakuri fell straight to the ground. Yes, you lost, but being able to last an hour is something to be proud of. Looking at the fallen Katakuri, Malong said lightly. The foresight ability made Malong feel a headache. If it weren't for his strength rising again during the battle, and if Katakuri had only wanted to evade and not fight, he would have found it very difficult to hit his opponent. But once his speed increased to the point where Katakuri couldn't evade even if he predicted it, the battle was already over. Lingling, the battle is over. Kaido looked at Big Mom and said lightly, you won't go back on your word, will you? Big Mom's fists were tightly clenched, making a creaking sound, the bones of her palms rubbing against each other, creating an eerie noise. Big Mom did not respond to Kaido's words. It seemed she was struggling inside, choosing between adhering to the bet or breaking it. Little brat, I want you dead. Suddenly, in her fury, Big Mom leaped from her seat, crossing hundreds of meters and directly appearing above Malong. The Emperor's sword in her hand aimed at Malong's head, delivering a fierce slash. Flames of fury and thunder wrapped around the Emperor's sword. The four Emperor's thunder strike directly split Malong's head in two. Kaido didn't expect Big Mom to suddenly erupt, missing the chance to intervene. However, it was no longer necessary to intervene now. Previously, the obstruction was to prevent Big Mom from knowing the details of, so he could strategize to subdue the Big Mom pirates. Now, he has done everything he needed to do. If Big Mom chooses to violate the agreement, then he can only forcefully subdue her. Lingling, you have vented your anger. Now answer me. Will you join me or be my enemy? Kaido stood up from his seat and walked towards Big Mom. Soon, the two stood face to face. The fierce conquerors' haki clashed, filling the sky with two colors. Big Mom, are you really going to play dirty? You actually ambushed me? Revived, rubbed his head, feeling slight pain. Seeing this, Big Mom sighed, indeed able to revive. Yes, Big Mom's furious strike, just now, was merely to test whether it could really come back to life, as Kaido said. Now that the test has been confirmed, there is no need to continue fighting. Kaido, abeti sabet. Starting today, the Big Mom pirates will merge into the Beast Pirates. Big Mom said to Kaido, will you call me Lingling? Kaido smiled at Big Mom. Captain. Looking at Kaido's smiling face, Big gritted her teeth, but still called him Captain. Louder, Lingling, I didn't hear you. Kaido said, Kaido, don't go too far. Calling you Captain once is already very reluctant for Big Mom, but Kaido actually wants her to continue calling him that. Is he trying to assert dominance? Haha, just kidding, just kidding. Seeing that Big Mom seemed really angry, Kaido skipped the topic. Big Mom, that really hurt. Rubbed his head and then threw a punch at Big Mom. His fist hit Big Mom's belly, directly causing her round belly to cave in. She was sent flying. You little brat, what do you want to do? Big stood on the white clouds, glaring at. Do you want to fight me? Don't think that just because you defeated my 4 commanders, you can provoke me. You are far from it. Big Mom, this is just returning the favor for that sword strike you just gave me. Clapped his hands, fully aware that he was still far from being on the same level as the 4 emperors. Is that so? Then forget it. Big Mom sheathed the Emperor's sword, transforming it back into a hat, placing it on her head, and looked at. Kid, Kaido said you grew to this extent in less than a month. I want to know, is that true? If so, what if it is true? And what if it is false? Shrugged, if you don't believe what Kaido said, do you think you would believe what I say? I just want to hear your answer. Big Mom didn't want to submit to Kaido, so she needed an excuse that could convince herself. That is, this guy in front of her possesses a talent that surpasses her former captain, Rocks. If that is the case, Big Mom could convince herself that she is submitting to a being that surpasses Rocks, not Kaido. As one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom naturally has her own dignity. The relationship with Kaido makes it really hard for her to submit to him. My answer is yes, I grew to this point in less than a month. Are you satisfied? Although Big Mom, but saying it doesn't cost anything. Good, as long as you admit it. Big Mom sighed in relief, then walked up to the high platform, looking at her children and subordinates, and loudly declared, Kids, now I announce that from this moment on, the big MOM pirates will merge into the Beast Pirates, and from now on, the big MOM pirates are dissolved. Boom! As Big Mom's announcement came out, the members of the big MOM pirates felt their faith collapse. No, don't. Mom, why do we have to dissolve the big MOM pirates? Yes, even if we are joining the Beast Pirates, there's no need to dissolve our own pirate crew, right? And we haven't lost, have we? We are so many. And Kaido and his crew only have 2 people. If we fight, we might win. Some people were unwilling to just let the big MOM pirates be dissolved and shouted at Big MOM. You bastards, are you questioning my decision? Big MOM was very angry, appearing directly in front of the one questioning her, reaching out and ripping the person's soul from their body, swallowing it. Now, who else dares to question my decision? Big M looked around, and everyone trembled, but no one dared to speak. Just like that, on this day, the big MOM pirates were dissolved and merged into the Beast Pirates. However, Kaido wanted to keep it a secret, so he let Big MOM continue to act as usual, not allowing her to change the pirate flag to that of the Beast Pirates. Now is not the time to announce it to the world. Kaido was worried that if this matter became public, the Navy would focus their attention on him. Chapter 159. The night before the war at Marineford, Kaido is not yet ready to deal with the Navy headquarters. In Kaido's expectations, a decisive battle with the Navy headquarters should wait until he conquers the entire New World. By then, carrying the strength of the entire New World, he would fight the Navy headquarters. No, he would crush the Navy headquarters in one fell swoop. Ha ha! In the sky, Kaido transformed into a blue dragon on his way back. However, this guy didn't know if it was because he had subdued the big MOM pirates and was just too happy, but during the 1-hour journey back, he spent half an hour laughing heartily. Kid, you are indeed my lucky star. Thanks to you, I've already taken down Ling Ling, and with this as a foundation, conquering the New World is just around the corner. Ambition burned fiercely in Kaido. Kaido, I advise you not to be too happy too soon. The power of 4 emperors is still not enough to dominate the New World, especially in these 2 years. It is the rise of a new generation. In a few years, several newcomers with the strength of 4 emperors will emerge on the seas. Was undermining Kaido's confidence, trying to prevent him from becoming arrogant after taking down the big MOM pirates. Kid, can you stop boosting others' confidence while diminishing your own? Kaido was quite displeased that was dousing his excitement, but you said that in a few years, new people with the strength of 4 emperors would emerge. Who are they? If it's true, then I'll send someone to take them out now to eliminate future troubles. Bringing this up again? Kaido, have you forgotten that you sent Jean to kill the Straw Hat Kid and his crew, and there's still no result? Said lightly, instead of trying to snuff out the disaster in its bud, you should think more about how to improve yourself, Kaido. Kaido was taken aback, and then laughed. Kid, your words seem very philosophical, but at my age, just being able to maintain my peak is already good enough. You still want me to continue improving myself? Isn't that asking too much? As long as you put in the effort, even an iron pestle can be ground down to a needle. An old steed in the stable aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. As long as there is determination, age cannot stop you from becoming stronger. Kaido, believe me, achieve eternal life. Declared his doctrine to Kaido like a cultist. Kaido responded, I believe in your evil. Kid, do you think Whitebeard is doomed at Navy headquarters? Kaido raised his eyes and asked who was standing on his dragon head. Why ask this? Was puzzled but still answered seriously, believe me, if nothing unexpected happens, Whitebeard is definitely doomed. But even if something unexpected occurs and Whitebeard doesn't die, so what? Kaido, are you still afraid of Whitebeard? Just kidding, of course not. How could I be afraid of Whitebeard? Kaido denied 3 times. I just asked to prepare for the next plan. After all, whether Whitebeard comes back alive or not won't change my goal of dominating the New World, but there is still a difference in implementing the plan. Implementing the plan? Was curious, not knowing what kind of plan you were preparing to implement. Isn't it violent conquest? I always thought violent conquest suits the title of the world's strongest creature. Using absolute power to crush any disobedient person. Isn't that very cool? Kaido, kid, saying it like that does seem reasonable. However, battles always require sacrifices. I want us to conquer the New World and then challenge the Celestial Dragons. Throughout this process, I naturally need to gather more talents, not reduce my numbers during the conquest. If that happens, how can I continue to challenge the world government? However, that guy Shanks is not so easy to subdue. Said lightly, Kaido, you'd better be psychologically prepared. Of course, I know Shanks' character. Kaido said confidently. If that guy refuses to submit, then let him go down to accompany his Captain Roger. I will not allow anyone to block my steps to conquer the world. Kaido said with great momentum, as if the dark clouds in the sky were being driven away by his imposing aura. Soon, Kaido returned to Onigashima. After subduing the big MOM pirates, Kaido was very happy. So as soon as he returned to Onigashima, he gathered his subordinates to hold a banquet. Didn't like noise. Yamato also didn't like the smell of alcohol, so he didn't participate. Days passed. Soon, it was the day before Fire Fist Ace's execution. At this moment, Kaido was listening to his subordinates report. Lord Kaido, based on the movement direction of Lord Jin's life paper, I have basically locked onto Lord Jin's location. The pirate knelt on the ground and reported to Kaido, if nothing unexpected happens, Lord Jin should have been captured by the Navy and is now trapped in the Navy headquarters prison. Are you sure? Kaido frowned. Did you see it with your own eyes? The pirate shook his head. No, our ship stopped at the gates of justice and couldn't proceed further, and Lord Jin's life paper points behind the gates of justice. So I deduced that Lord Jin is very likely imprisoned in the Navy headquarters. Moreover, with Lord Jin's strength, in the first half of the Grand Line, the only ones who could capture him should be the Navy headquarters, right? Kaido nodded in agreement with the pirate's deduction. Indeed, if Jin was really captured, then it was very likely the Navy headquarters doing. I didn't expect Jin to be captured by the Navy. Kaido's right fist rested under his right cheek, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Haha. Things are getting more and more interesting. It seems I must pay a visit to the Navy headquarters. You can leave. Kaido dismissed the pirate. He originally thought tomorrow he should sit on his throne, drinking while watching the situation at the Navy headquarters through the Den Mushi, but now it seems he must go in person. Jin is his top general, and Kaido would never give up. Even at the Navy headquarters, he would bring Jin back. At the same time, the Whitebeard pirates, along with their 47 subordinate pirate crews, were currently sailing their coated pirate ship in the deep sea. At this moment, the Whitebeard pirates had just passed through the Red Line's barrier. On the Whitebeard pirate ship, several division commanders sat together on the massive whale's head, watching the fish swimming freely in the deep sea. Look, those fish swimming freely in the water are just like us pirates, aren't they? Someone pointed at those fish to describe how they, too, sail freely on the ocean. Only for the next moment, those free-swimming fish were swallowed whole by a giant whale. This left the person who spoke quite embarrassed. He had just compared those fish to himself, and now those fish were devoured by an even larger fish. Is this slapping him in the face? Or is it a foreshadowing that their expedition to the Navy headquarters will be like these little fish swimming before that giant whale? Waiting for them is only a dead end? Chapter 160. Beast Empire Marco, aren't you nervous? Diamond George asked Marco, seemingly wanting to break the previous awkwardness. Nervous? Why wouldn't I be nervous? Marco smiled. He was one of the first to follow Whitebeard. Along the way, he had experienced various thrilling battles. However, those enemies were insignificant compared to the Navy headquarters they were about to face. But even when facing the strongest force on this sea, the only overlord, they would never back down. The iron rule on the Whitebeard pirate ship is to not abandon any partner and not forgive anyone who harms their partners. Even if it's the Navy headquarters, it's the same. So do you think we will succeed in rescuing Ace this time? Diamond George continued to ask. Marco, George, you're quite talkative tonight. Is it because you're worried about the upcoming battle with the Navy headquarters? Marco teased George. How could that be? Diamond George would never admit to being worried. He laughed and said, I just find it boring just asking casually. After all, I'm Diamond George, the hardest man in the world. What does the Navy headquarters matter? Can they break my diamond-like hard body? George, stop bragging. With your body, even Dad could break it with a serious punch, another squad captain retorted. Asshole, what nonsense are you talking? Even if it's Dad, I can at least take 2 punches, okay? Diamond George shouted with a flushed face. For a moment. Upon hearing Diamond George's words, everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Just like that, the somewhat quiet atmosphere was instantly shattered. After all, facing a behemoth like the Navy headquarters, even the Whitebeard pirates couldn't really take it lightly. Everyone's mood was actually quite heavy. But because of Diamond George's words, everyone had a good laugh, and their spirits lifted considerably. The moon was setting in the west, and the sun was rising. The entire Navy headquarters was shrouded in a serious atmosphere, because they were about to face the world's strongest man leading the largest pirate army, descending upon the Navy headquarters. Even though they were on the side of the sea overlord, most people were just ordinary foot soldiers. In the face of this massive war, the high-ranking admirals at the top might be relaxed and fearless. But these low-ranking sailors were likely to become war casualties, the cannon fodder in the confrontation between both sides. This left the vast majority of sailors at the Navy headquarters feeling lost about their future, even desperate, because many people had no future. They would die in this massive war. On Onigashima, Kaido stood at the very top of Onigashima, atop the gigantic skull's sharp horn, gazing into the distance. Towards the Navy headquarters. Of course, he could see nothing. After all, Onigashima and the Navy headquarters were separated by the massive red line. The world's landscape would begin to change from today. "I am ready. World, are you ready?" Kaido murmured as he gazed into the distance. In just a few days, Wano country had been completely organized and cleaned up by him. All forces that dared to resist, including bandits hiding in the deep mountains and wilderness, had been eradicated. The entire Wano country could be said to be entirely under Kaido's control. In fact, Kaido had renamed Wano country, now calling it the Beast Empire. Kaido seemed to understand that waging war against the world government in the name of pirates was somewhat inappropriate. So, he planned to abandon the pirate crew and wage war in the name of a nation. Now, he was the Dragon King of the Beast Empire, Kaido of the Beasts. Although he was previously the Bright King of Wano country, that was merely a nominal title due to his cooperation with Orochi. But now, he was serious. As for the king of the Beast Empire, it would naturally be his daughter, Yamato. Yamato's dream was to establish a country for this nation. So, becoming king was also something she was willing to do. However, due to her current pregnancy, Yamato would have to wait until she gave birth before officially taking over the position of king. For now, Kaido was serving as the acting king of the Beast Empire. The pirates of the Beast Pirates had also been woven into the army of the Beast Empire by Kaido. From that moment on, the Beast Pirates had disappeared. In their place was the Beast Army of the Beast Empire. Moreover, Kaido had issued orders for the former pirates to abandon their old habits, forbidding them from engaging in public robbery. Any violations would be dealt with under national law. Since Kaido truly aimed to dominate the world, he naturally needed to transform the former pirates into a regular army. Only in this way could he gain public acceptance. After all, no one wants to be ruled by pirates, right? Of course. All of this was only being implemented within the Beast Empire. Because of the isolationist policy, the outside world was still unaware of the drastic changes that had taken place in this nation. Additionally, in the past few days, Kaido had also invited members of the Big Mom Pirates to come over to help build the new country. This move also signified the integration of the Big Mom Pirates into this new nation. So, now the Beast Empire was changing its appearance every day. Various large-scale constructions were underway, even to allow the Beast Empire to break away from the influence of Wano country. Kaido decreed that all new buildings in the Beast Empire were not to be constructed in the style of the former Wano country. Kaido wanted the Beast Empire to completely discard everything related to Wano country. The Beast Empire was a new empire. It would not inherit any culture from previous nations. He wanted to create a culture that belonged to the beasts. However, all of this would take time. Just the construction of the palace would require at least 2 months. This was under the condition that he had his subordinates doing the labor. If it were regular people, it would take at least a year to complete. However, large-scale construction required enormous amounts of money, and since Kaido no longer allowed his subordinates to engage in public robbery, it would reduce their income, making it difficult to support the establishment of the Beast Empire. Fortunately, Kaido had already thought this through. The first step was to bring Don Quixote da Flamingo under his command, using Dressrosa's wealth to build his nation. After all, since da Flamingo took control of Dressrosa, it had become quite wealthy. Moreover, da Flamingo was secretly involved in arms trading, so he must have a lot of money. In addition to taking down da Flamingo, Kaido also set his sights on the Golden Emperor. Just a couple of days ago, Kaido's men learned that the Golden Emperor's ship had appeared in a certain sea area of the New World. It is known that the Golden Emperor possesses 20% of the world's berries, enough money to bounty all the pirates in the New World, controlling countless industries around the world. He was practically a mobile treasure trove, as long as he could take down the Golden Emperor, not to mention establishing a new beast empire. Even establishing 10 beast empires would be more than enough. However, the Golden Emperor has connections in both the underworld and the world of nobility, and has good relations with the celestial dragons. Taking action against the Golden Emperor would inevitably anger the celestial dragons. But since Kaido was already preparing to seize the position of the celestial dragons, would he still be afraid of offending them? Of course not. Chapter 161. What if Yamato gets caught? Kaido's plan was just like this. First, take down the cooperating Don Quixote Doflamingo. Then take down the Golden Emperor. With wealth, he could establish an empire, recruit soldiers, and gain even more powerful strength. After obtaining absolute power, he would send troops to attack neighboring countries, one after another, bringing all the nations of the New World under his control. Then, armed with all the strength of the New World, he would wage war against the world government. In the end, he would emerge victorious, taking their place. He would reign over the entire world. The script had already been written in Kaido's mind. Now, all he needed to do was waiting for Whitebeard to die at the Navy headquarters, preferably dragging 2 or 3 admirals into the abyss with him. This way, the New World would lose its largest pirate crew, inevitably falling into unparalleled darkness. Meanwhile, the Navy would suffer heavy losses as well. Facing the chaotic situation in the New World, they would surely prioritize self-preservation and would not dare to wade into the murky waters of the New World. For Kaido, the more chaotic the New World became, the more opportunities he would have. After all, conquering the New World requires a step-by-step approach. If the Navy intervened at this time, it would definitely affect his actions. And if the Navy remained indifferent, allowing him to conquer cities and plunder lands. By the time they regained their strength and wanted to take action in the New World, they would find it was already too late. By then, the New World would have long been under Kaido's control, becoming a fortress as solid as an iron barrel. Even if the Navy rushed in, they would face certain death. However, the conquest of the world still needed to wait. Today, he had to bring Jean back first. Kaido murmured to himself, then transformed into a blue dragon and flew towards Yamato's villa. After all, if he didn't go today, who knew if the Navy would execute Fire Fist Ace and take Jean along with him? Speaking of which, Jean was his strongest subordinate, while Fire Fist Ace was merely the captain of the 2nd Division under Whitebeard. In terms of status, Jean was even higher than Fire Fist Ace. Since it was an open execution anyway, executing a top subordinate of Yonko could help win some public favor, which didn't seem like a bad thing. It was precisely because of this thought that Kaido had no choice but to prepare for a trip. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother to join the fray. After all, with ambitions to conquer the world, Kaido should keep a low profile and not attract the Navy's attention. He was still very weak and needed to hide himself, waiting for the opportunity to soar to great heights. Kaido, what are you doing? Mo Long didn't expect that at this moment. Kaido would come to find him. He remembered that in the original story, Kaido was supposed to go stop Whitebeard today, but was blocked by Shanks. However, due to his butterfly effect, Kaido didn't go today. After all, in the original story, Kaido's reason for stopping Whitebeard was to prevent him from rescuing Fire Fist Ace. As for the reason, naturally, it was because 2 years ago, Fire Fist Ace had gone to Onigashima and became good friends with Yamato, which made Kaido very angry. When he learned that Fire Fist Ace would be executed, Kaido was naturally pleased. And now, after hearing from his informant that Whitebeard was bound to die on this trip, there was no need to stop him. After all, there was no way to save him, so why take the extra step? Kid, today, let's go to the Navy headquarters. Kaido said to Mo Long. Kaido, are you crazy? What are you going to do at the Navy headquarters? Although I understand you want to witness Whitebeard die at the Navy headquarters after being suppressed for so many years, it's also understandable, but watching it through a din mushy is the same. Mo Long didn't want to go. The Navy headquarters has no treasures, so what is he going for? I'm not going because of Whitebeard. Kaido shook his head and said to Mo Long, my subordinate got news yesterday that Jean is likely being held at the Navy headquarters right now, so we need to go rescue him. Jean is being held at the Navy headquarters? M.O. Long was stunned. Who said that? Are you sure? Did you see it with your own eyes? Not exactly. Kaido shook his head, but it was news my subordinate found out. It's almost certain. By the way, Kaido, do you think it's possible that your subordinate was bribed by the Navy? Actually, the Navy not only wants to eliminate Whitebeard today, but also wants to eliminate you? M.O. Long felt that this was unlikely. With Sengoku's cautious mindset, he wouldn't dare to face two Yonko at the same time. After all, just to fight Whitebeard. Sengoku mobilized 100,000 elite troops from the Navy branches around the world and called upon the 7 warlords, which was truly an exaggerated show of force. In the end, none of the summoned warlords had any effect. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kaido shook his head. That subordinate had followed him for 10 years. There's no way he would betray him. Moreover, even if he really did betray him, so what? With Whitebeard as a buffer, even if he went in, Kaido didn't believe the Navy would have the strength to deal with him. In that case, you could go by yourself. Why call me? M.O. Long rolled his eyes. Bringing me along would just be a burden, right? Well, cough cough, I'm just being cautious, okay? Kaido coughed, although with Whitebeard blocking the front. Kaido believed there would definitely be no accidents, but what if there really were? Kaido now was different from before. Before, he had no hope, let alone dominating the world. Even becoming the Pirate King was unlikely, so Kaido didn't value his life much and even dared to charge into the Navy headquarters alone. But now, the throne at the peak of the world was right in front of him, seemingly within reach, so Kaido naturally began to cherish his life. At least, until he sat on that throne of supreme power, he didn't want any accidents to happen. People are like that. As a commoner, one dares to spill blood for 5 steps. But once they have a status, they become less willing to risk their lives. Kaido seemed to have reached this point. Kaido, since you're scared, why not? Just don't go. After all, you're not 100% sure that Jean is at the Navy headquarters, are you? M.O. Long tried to persuade Kaido. No, he must be there. Kaido directly changed his mind. M.O. Long looked at Kaido speechlessly, thinking, is it really okay for you to change your mind in front of me like this? Fine, I'll just assume Jean is there. M.O. Long exhaled. Since going to the Navy headquarters is dangerous, then I think Jean definitely wouldn't want you to take risks, so you better not go. If you go and something happens to you, Jean would definitely feel very guilty. So for Jean's sake, you should stay on Onigashima. Kaido, kid, are you speaking human words? If it were Yamato who got captured, would you go rescue her? Kaido reprimanded M.O. Long Chapter 162. The Whitebeard Pirates appear Kaido. First of all, it's not Yamato who was captured, so your hypothetical situation is meaningless. M.O. Long retorted to Kaido. Secondly, if it were Yamato who was captured, I would definitely go to rescue her, but it's not Yamato, is it? So, why should I take risks for someone I don't know? Moke Long shrugged at Kaido. Someone you don't know? Hearing Moke Long's words, Kaido's mouth twitched violently. Kid, isn't that a bit inappropriate to say? Jin is our partner. How can you say you don't know him? Kaido, that's not right either. Jin is your partner, not mine. Moke Long waved his hand at Kaido. As of now, I've never even seen Jin once. Can someone I've never met be considered a partner? All right, kid, I can't argue with you. Kaido was left speechless. Indeed, Jin is not your partner, but he is my strongest subordinate. I can't just ignore him, and you are my son-in-law. So accompanying your father-in-law to rescue him isn't too much to ask, right? That's quite excessive. Moke Long said indifferently. A real father-in-law should prepare a house, a car, and money for his son-in-law, allowing him to happily live with his daughter without interfering in their lives. A false father-in-law would be the one who constantly asks his son-in-law for help. Kaido, tell me, what kind of father-in-law are you? Kaido, how could he answer that? However, in the end, Moke Long still accompanied Kaido to the Navy headquarters under his persistent persuasion. There was no other choice. Kaido was just too troublesome. If he didn't go with him, he would keep circling around, making it impossible for Moke Long to live normally. Like a nagging little fairy, it left Moke Long speechless. At this moment, at the Navy headquarters, on the execution platform, Fire Fist Ace was kneeling on a makeshift execution platform. Beside him sat the Navy hero Garp. The Fleet Admiral Sengoku also stood on the other side of Fire Fist Ace. It could be said that they were giving Fire Fist Ace a lot of face. Center stage, Sengoku held a microphone, looking at the soldiers below and the activated transponder snail. That's right. The current scene was being broadcast live worldwide. Across the globe, there were at least hundreds of thousands of viewers watching this upcoming peak battle. The world's strongest man leading the largest pirate crew. The Navy headquarters. The only maritime overlord led by the fleet admiral. Who would win? No one knew. However, everyone understood that regardless of who won, the dynamics of the sea would change from today onwards. If the Whitebeard pirates were to lose, the dynamics of the new world would change. If the Navy headquarters were to lose, the entire world would undergo earth-shattering changes. The world would become a paradise for pirates. The vast majority of viewers naturally hoped that the Navy headquarters would win. Of course, there were also those who thrived on chaos and many pirates who might hope for Whitebeard's victory. That way, they could get a piece of the pie from the chaotic world. Fire Fist Ace, tell everyone who your father is. On the execution platform, Sengoku questioned Fire Fist Ace. This question left the soldiers on site and the global audience a bit stunned. Why ask about Fire Fist Ace's father? Could it be that his father is some big shot? But how could anyone be bigger than Whitebeard? Only Fire Fist Ace clenched his fist upon hearing the question. Answer me. Ace, who is your father? Sengoku looked at the silent Ace and questioned again. My dad is Whitebeard. Fire Fist Ace shouted loudly. Wrong. Sengoku denied loudly. There's nothing wrong with it. My dad is Whitebeard, only Whitebeard. Fire Fist Ace shouted heartbreakingly. He would never acknowledge Roger as his father. However, facing Fire Fist Ace's resistance, Sengoku began to tell a story of a mother who, to protect her child, kept him in her womb for 3 years before giving birth. Unfortunately, the child born was not Naza. Otherwise, he would not have been captured. That's right, Fire Fist Ace. You're the only bloodline left in this world by Pirate King Roger, Porgasti Ace. No, your real name should be Gold Ace. Sengoku announced Ace's identity loudly to the world. In an instant, the world erupted. No one expected that the Pirate King Roger actually had a son alive. Moreover, he was raised by Whitebeard? No, Sengoku, you are wrong. I'm not that man's son. I only have one father, and that is Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Fire Fist Ace said with a grim face, screaming heartbreakingly, trying to deny the identity he despised. The identity that was scorned by the world. But it was useless. Compared to Fire Fist Ace, everyone naturally preferred to believe Fleet Admiral Sengoku. After announcing Fire Fist Ace's identity, Sengoku fell silent and began to wait, waiting for the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. Although all intelligence personnel had not reported anything, no news was often the best news. Sengoku believed that the Whitebeard pirates were definitely on their way. Otherwise, there would be no need to eliminate the Navy's intelligence personnel. What is going on? Suddenly, fog appeared on the sea. Suddenly, some sailors noticed something happening on the distant sea. The originally clear sea was suddenly shrouded in white mist. This was very unusual. After all, it was noon, not early morning. This unnatural fog was definitely not a natural phenomenon. Everyone, be alert. It's very likely that the Whitebeard pirates are coming. The Navy commander on duty shouted to the sailors, especially those on the lookout, to pay close attention to the direction of the white mist. Once they spotted a pirate ship, they should report it immediately. Meanwhile, within the white mist, 47 pirate ships were sailing towards the Navy headquarters. Under Whitebeard, there were 47 pirate crews. Each captain of these pirate crews was a well-known figure in the New World. However, these 47 pirate crews were merely bait to lure the Navy's attention. The real main force of the Whitebeard pirates was still sailing in the sea, preparing to break through the outer defenses of the Navy headquarters and enter the circular harbor inside the Navy. Sengoku, standing on the execution platform, frowned as well. The fog blocked his view, making it impossible for him to see what was happening inside the mist. However, Sengoku instinctively felt that the Whitebeard pirates should be right in that white mist. Chapter 163, Whitebeard. Sengoku. The reality was just as Sengoku had predicted. Soon, the mist that enveloped the sea disappeared. One massive pirate ship after another appeared on the surface of the sea, sailing through the waves. Every pirate flag hanging on the pirate ship is famous and well known. They are all part of Whitebeard's fleet. Together, they form the Whitebeard pirates, the largest pirate force on the sea. Wait, why isn't Whitebeard's main fleet here? Sengoku noticed something was off. Although there are many pirate ships on the sea, they are all part of Whitebeard's fleet. But the Moby Dick is not among them. Whitebeard didn't come, right? No, that's impossible. Sengoku shook his head. All of Whitebeard's fleet is here. Whitebeard himself couldn't possibly not show up. If Whitebeard were the kind of person who let his subordinates take the fall while he reaped the benefits, he wouldn't have gained the loyalty and respect of so many people. But if he did come, where would he be? Sengoku's gaze continually swept across the horizon. A ship as large as the Moby Dick couldn't possibly hide on the surface of the sea. Or could it be? Attacking from underwater? Sengoku had a bad feeling. It's important to note, they are currently at the square in front of the Navy headquarters, directly opposite the Justice Building of the Navy headquarters. And behind them are ordinary houses. Sengoku had not amassed any forces there. If the main force of the Whitebeard pirates really landed from behind the Navy headquarters, then all of his current defenses would become meaningless. Fortunately, it seems Whitebeard is aware of Sengoku's concerns, so he chose not to attack from behind. Look, a huge shadow has appeared in the harbor. A Marine soldier pointed and shouted towards the internal harbor of the Navy headquarters. Sengoku heard it too, and from the execution platform, he could clearly see the shadow in the harbor. This made Sengoku consider again. That bastard Whitebeard, could it be that he brought the ship from underwater? Indeed, that's very likely, which explains why those pirate ships on the surface clearly did not pass through the Justice Gate, could appear at the Navy headquarters. It turns out they didn't come from the surface, but from beneath it. Suddenly, the water in the harbor began to rise dramatically. A massive pirate ship, coated with a special film, surfaced from the sea. It was the Moby Dick. The Whitebeard pirates had arrived. When the Marines saw the pirate ship that appeared in the harbor, they all shouted. The world's strongest man makes his entrance at this moment. Especially the Marines responsible for the harbor defense area, they were all extremely nervous. Facing the world's strongest pirate crew head-on, how could they not feel fear? Kuahaha! Sengoku, long time no see. Hope you're well. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the ship, holding his supreme blade, the tsunami cutter, and laughed heartily at Sengoku on the execution platform. Whitebeard. Sengoku clenched his fists and then relaxed them again. Looking at Whitebeard, he said, "Indeed, it has been a long time. Since becoming the fleet admiral, Sengoku had hardly left the Navy headquarters. Naturally, he wouldn't have dealings with Whitebeard anymore. Ace, are you okay?" After greeting Sengoku, Whitebeard turned to the execution platform and asked Fire Fist Ace. "Didad?" Although Ace knew Whitebeard was very likely to come to rescue him, when he saw Whitebeard actually appear at the Navy headquarters, he was still overwhelmed with emotion and tears streamed down his face. He wiped his tears vigorously with one hand and shouted at Whitebeard, "Dad, you shouldn't have come. Why did you come to save me? I don't want my brothers to face unnecessary casualties because of me." Everyone came to save him, and Ace was genuinely happy. But after the joy came endless guilt and pain, because war brings casualties. Moreover, facing the Navy headquarters, the casualties would definitely be massive. Just to save him alone could cost thousands of lives. Is it worth it? Ace thought it was not worth it. He didn't deserve the sacrifice of so many people to save him. Originally, this result was caused by his arrogance, his lack of strength, and the consequences of losing to Blackbeard. He could bear the consequences with his own life. Why should he let his brothers and comrades share the burden? So, deep down, he actually hoped Whitebeard would give up on him and not come. If he had to die, let it be just him. There was no need to drag the entire Whitebeard pirates down with him. "Ace, what are you talking about? You're my son. How could I possibly let you be executed by the Navy without doing anything?" Whitebeard looked at Ace and pointed to the pirates behind him, saying, "Ask them if they voluntarily came to save you. Are they afraid of sacrifice?" "No, we are not afraid. Ace, we will definitely rescue you. You are our comrade. The people of the Whitebeard pirates will never abandon any comrade. That's right. If the Navy dares to harm you, we will flatten the Navy headquarters. Flatten the Navy headquarters to rescue Ace. Rescue Ace and flatten the Navy headquarters." Everyone, as Ace listened to the shouts of his comrades, tears flowed uncontrollably. He was moved. "Ace, did you hear that? Everyone has not given up on you, so you shouldn't give up on yourself either. Otherwise, why would I come to the Navy headquarters?" Whitebeard smiled at Ace. "Just wait there obediently, and I'll come to rescue you." "Sengoku, still not retiring at your age? Want to make a big deal out of this? Aren't you afraid of dying in the position of fleet admiral? Whitebeard tightened his grip on the tsunami cutter, looking at Sengoku. Whitebeard, how dare you say I'm old? As if you're very young. Sengoku rolled his eyes at Whitebeard, according to Navy intelligence. You've been relying on 4 drips to survive for the past 2 years. Why not retire? Are you worried that if you step down, your pirates won't survive in the tumultuous new world? Sengoku, don't talk nonsense. My kids are strong. Even without me, they can dominate a region. Whitebeard defended his children. In the eyes of a father, his children are always the best. Sengoku, if you don't want to see the Navy headquarters filled with corpses, I can give you a chance. Hand over ace, and I'll take my people back to the new world. Whitebeard negotiated with Sengoku, although he knew this possibility was almost non-existent. But what if? Chapter 164. Sengoku gets shit on his head. Whitebeard, what are you dreaming about? Hearing Whitebeard's words, Sengoku laughed. Do you think that's possible? I prepared such a grand arrangement for you today. Do you think it's just a joke? Whitebeard, today Fire Fist Ace is going to die, and you. Whitebeard will die too, and the Whitebeard pirates will be completely annihilated at the Navy headquarters. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Sengoku clenched his fists, and the Navy soldiers at the port received orders to fire, targeting the Whitebeard pirate ship. After enough warnings, it was time to get serious. The station soldiers had been waiting for Sengoku's command. Upon hearing Sengoku's order, the gunners began to prepare, adjusting the cannons to aim at the Moby Dick. However, just as the gunners were about to fire, Whitebeard acted faster. Sengoku, is this how you treat an old friend you haven't seen in decades? If that's the case, then accept this gift from me. Boom. Whitebeard lifted his Bicento and slammed it down hard. The blade's handle sank directly into the ship's bow. This way, Whitebeard could free up his hands. Navy, feel my anger. Whitebeard clenched his fists and then extended both arms, grabbing fiercely at the space in front of him. The space seemed to transform into a curtain, rippling under Whitebeard's grasp, and then, with a step forward, he pulled down with all his might. In an instant, the entire sea began to tremble. It was as if Whitebeard had just lifted the curtain of the earth. The sea was shaking, raising boundless waves, surging water, one wave higher than the last. Before long, everyone noticed that the entire Navy headquarters, except for the area occupied by the Whitebeard pirates, was surrounded by towering tsunamis. If this tsunami were to crash down, the Navy headquarters would likely be destroyed in an instant. Is this the power of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard? Terrifying. Mommy, I want to go home. Some anxious soldiers knelt on the ground, holding their heads and crying out for their mothers. Well, have they ever seen such a terrifying scene? Whitebeard, you really are reckless. Akiji saw this scene and knew it was his turn to step in. However, Whitebeard's display of power was indeed impressive. After saying that, Akiji stood up from his position, leaping into the air. Ice Age. Akiji extended his arms to the sides, and 2 ice pillars shot out directly from his palms, striking the surging tsunami that engulfed the Navy headquarters, instantly freezing the entire wave. The tsunami surrounding the Navy headquarters transformed into a massive iceberg. Upon seeing this, Whitebeard threw a punch. A powerful shockwave directly impacted Akiji. Akiji was instantly shattered into a pile of ice, which fell to the ground. But soon, he returned to his original form. Below, it was truly lively. Above the Navy headquarters, Kaido looked through the clouds and saw the scene below. Is it lively? This hasn't even started yet. How can it be considered lively? Mokulong glanced over. He noticed that the battle hadn't started yet. Both sides were still in a standoff. It was quite boring. Kaido, are you sure Jin is at the Navy headquarters? Earlier, Kaido wasn't 100% sure, but now that he was above the Navy headquarters, he should be able to confirm it, right? That's right. Kaido nodded and took out a piece of life paper from his chest. The life paper was continuously drifting down. In this situation, Jin must be below. And below, there's only the Navy headquarters in Marineford, so Jin must be up there. Seeing the life paper about to fall, Kaido quickly grabbed it. Do you see, kid? Jin's life paper points directly to the Navy headquarters. So Jin must be at the Navy headquarters right now. Kaido said seriously to Mokulong. What now? Should we just rush down to save him? Mokulong said casually. Kaido, kid, are you that brave? You actually want to rush down directly? Below is where the highest combat power of the Navy is gathered. Don't you fear being caught and executed alongside Fire Fist Ace? Kaido teased Moku Long. I'm not afraid, are you? Moku Long provoked. Kaido laughed heartily, joking. What do I have to fear? I've charged in the Navy headquarters before, and I'm fine now, aren't I? If that's the case, then what are you worried about? After saying that, he transformed into a bird and flew towards the Navy headquarters. The sooner we rescue Jin, the sooner we can go home. As for the Marine Ford War, Moku Long wasn't interested in watching an old man get killed. Sai kid, what are you doing? Kaido never expected Moku Long to rush down directly. That's really brave. Although I know you won't die, but after thinking it over, Kaido originally planned to rush down too, but ultimately stopped. Moku Long had turned into a bird. Even if he was spotted, they would only think he was an ordinary seagull. But if he went down too, even though Kaido wasn't afraid of fighting the Navy, it wasn't necessary. After all, if he rushed down now, it would be helping Whitebeard out. At that point, the Navy would send 2 admirals to besiege him. This war might lead to unexpected situations. Kaido certainly didn't want Whitebeard to return alive to the New World. At the Navy headquarters, after Aokiji landed, he charged directly at Whitebeard. After all, he had already jumped down from his position. If he continued to sit, it would inevitably lead to some slackness, which wouldn't be good, especially since he was a man vying for the position of Fleet Admiral. He had to make a good impression. Whitebeard, I didn't expect you really dared to come to the Navy headquarters to die. Aokiji stepped forward. Whether he could win would be discussed later, but throwing out some harsh words was definitely not a mistake. Kura la 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 la. Kazan brat, do you think you're talking to whom? I'm here to die. Kazan, when I was dominating the seas, you were still drinking milk in your mother's arms. Whitebeard gripped his Bicento, performing a flourish in front of him. Then he jumped with a knee bend, directly leaping from the Moby Dick onto the ground of the Navy headquarters. Soon, the 2 world-class powers stood face to face. On the execution platform, Sengoku frowned as he watched this scene, but he said nothing. If they could deal with Whitebeard first, the Navy would consider it a victory in this battle. However, can Aokiji win? Sengoku wasn't sure. Just then, Sengoku heard the sound of wings flapping, and the next moment, he felt something seem to fall on his head. Looking up, he discovered it was actually a seagull. A seagull, the drawing on the Navy flag, is also a symbol of peace. But it landed on his head on the battlefield? Is this hinting at something? The Warring States period started to fall into various fantasies. Shouldn't I initiate this war? Chapter 165, No Motives. The seagull transformed from the ink dragon stood above Warring States, watching everything at the Navy headquarters. It feels quite good. I wonder if it's because I'm standing on the head of the man with the highest power over this sea. Kaido. Damn. That little brat. Actually, Kaido was stunned. He never expected the ink dragon would dare to land directly on Warring States' head. Isn't this like moving the earth under the sovereign's feet? However, for some reason, Kaido felt a bit envious. Warring States, the seagull on your head, seems to have some issues. At this moment, Carp, who was sitting nearby, suddenly spoke. For some reason, he always felt that the seagull on Warring States' head wasn't an ordinary seagull. Really? Warring States looked at Carp, tilted his head, and then reached out to grab the seagull on his head to take a look. But how could the ink dragon allow a man to touch him? Flapping its wings, the ink dragon flew up directly. Sigh. Warring States didn't expect the seagull to fly away because of his movement. It's a bit regrettable. However, Warring States didn't care much. Now wasn't the time to watch seagulls. Over there, Aokiji and Whitebeard had already started fighting. Whitebeard stabbed Aokiji through with his knife. The members of the Whitebeard pirates cheered at this scene, shouting that Whitebeard was awesome. Then, they found that Aokiji seemed to be completely unbothered. He extended both hands and grabbed the handle of the knife that had pierced him, activating his power and instantly freezing Whitebeard into an ice block. The Navy personnel saw this scene and also started cheering, shouting that Aokiji was awesome. Then, Whitebeard's body began to tremble. With a bang, the ice block encasing Whitebeard's body shattered. Aokiji, don't you know? Tremors cannot be frozen. Holding his weapon, the tremor fruit, Whitebeard slammed it forcefully onto the ground, just as Aokiji was about to continue attacking. Suddenly, a diamond man charged out from the side. With a direct diamond collision, Aokiji was sent flying. He shattered into pieces of ice in midair and then fell to the ground. Aokiji, your opponent is me. How could I let you attack Dad right from the start? You're not qualified yet. After shattering Aokiji, Diamond George said lightly. After all, if a fight is to happen, it should be on equal terms. Whitebeard should fight Warring States. Aokiji, as an admiral, should naturally fight with him, the captain of the 3rd Division. Whitebeard's 3rd Division captain, Diamond George. Aokiji restored himself from the shattered ice state and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Being smashed by the power covered in haki still left Aokiji with some injuries. On the other side, the seagull transformed from the Ink Dragon had already appeared in the Navy headquarters prison. Entering the prison, the Ink Dragon transformed back into human form. Inside the prison, there were no guards or sailors. After all, at such a critical moment, the Navy didn't have any extra personnel to guard the prison. Moreover, there was only one prisoner in the prison. There was no need to specifically send someone to watch over. Wandering around the prison, the Ink Dragon stopped in front of cell. Through the iron bars, he saw the chained NTI. Who are you? NTI, hearing the footsteps, raised his head and looked at the unfamiliar man in front of him, asking curiously, "Don't you recognize me?" The Ink Dragon was taken aback, but thought for a moment. It seemed he indeed hadn't met NEI before. "Should I know you?" NEI was also confused by the Ink Dragon's words. "My name is Moron, the vice captain of the beasts." The Ink Dragon introduced himself while looking at NTI. "Vice captain of the beasts? Impossible. You're talking nonsense. The beast pirates don't have a vice captain." NTI shouted loudly, still treating the Ink Dragon as a liar. "There wasn't one before, but now there is," the Ink Dragon said, then reached out, grabbed the 2 iron bars in front of him, and forcefully bent them apart. The iron bars were distorted, and the Ink Dragon entered the cell through the gap. Then he casually threw a key next to NEI's leg. "What is this?" NEI looked at the key that fell to the ground and looked at the Ink Dragon. "Don't think about it. This is the key to unlock your shackles." The Ink Dragon looked at NTI and said, "Kaido is still waiting for us outside, so don't waste time. Because of you, this bastard, I was dragged over by Kaido. I should be with Yamato right now. Forget it. This is none of your business." After saying that, the Ink Dragon turned around and walked out of the iron bars. However, just as he was about to continue walking out, a white-haired old man appeared in front of him. Carp looked at the Ink Dragon, opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of big white teeth, and smiled. "I thought it was just my illusion, but it turns out that seagull really has a problem. You're Moron, right? I know you. One of the culprits behind the destruction of the Navy G5 branch." Hearing Carp's words, the Ink Dragon was stunned. He didn't expect that by playing around and landing on Warring State's head, he would actually be discovered by Carp. "No, you're mistaken. It was Kaido who destroyed the G5 branch. It has nothing to do with me. If there's a debt, it should be settled with the right person. Go find Kaido. I have things to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, the Ink Dragon tried to pass by Carp and leave the prison. However, just as the Ink Dragon was about to pass Carp, Carp stretched out his hand and blocked the Ink Dragon's path. "Kid, do you think the Navy headquarters is a market? You can come and go as you please?" At this moment, NEI happened to also walk out from the iron bars. Then he saw Carp, who had previously taught him a harsh lesson. He immediately trembled all over, thinking of the scene from the night before when he was tortured by Carp. He felt a chill run down his spine. "Cough, cough, Vice Captain, right?" "No, it should be Vice Captain, sir." "You go ahead. I'll leave first," NTI said to the Ink Dragon, and then sneaked away from Carp's other side. Carp didn't pay attention to NEI. "Moron. Damn, NTI, you bastard. How shameless can you be?" The Ink Dragon never expected that NEI would directly abandon him and run away by himself. Moreover, he clearly just denied him as the vice captain moments ago. Yet when it was time to cover for him, he called him Vice Captain, sir. Truly shameless. "Carp, aren't you going to chase him?" The Ink Dragon asked Carp, who was blocking his path and not moving at all. "This is the Navy headquarters. He can't escape. There's no need for me to chase him." Kapu looked at Malong and said, "My only goal now is you." For some reason, Kapu always felt that if he let Malong leave, this sea would be turned upside down by this little brat. Even a great pirate era created by Roger could not compare. So, Jean can go, Whitebeard can be released, but Malong must die. Chapter 166, Battle with Kapu. "Did I provoke you? Why do you have so much resentment towards me?" Malong could sense the killing intent emanating from Kapu. Hey, Luffy, what are you doing here? Suddenly, Malong's eyes moved, and he waved to greet someone behind Kapu. Sure enough, Kapu was fooled by Malong and turned to look back. Then, Malong sprang up and kicked Kapu in the head, directly sending him flying. He crashed heavily into the iron bars, bending the hard bars. After kicking Kapu away, Malong quickly left. However, Kapu was faster. After being kicked and crashing into the iron bars, Kapu got up and quickly chased after Malong. He caught up in no time, grabbing Malong's shoulder with one hand. He threw him forcefully backward. Malong flipped 360 degrees in the air and landed steadily on the ground. He looked at Kapu and helplessly said, "Old man Kapu, why are you targeting me? The Whitebeard pirates are still causing a ruckus outside. Aren't you afraid of problems?" "Oh, right. Maybe you actually hope for problems?" Malong smiled and said, "After all, Fire Fist Ace is your grandson. Even from a Navy standpoint, you probably wouldn't want Fire Fist Ace to die here. However, if you think that by leaving the battlefield, Whitebeard can save Fire Fist Ace, then you're too naive. You and Whitebeard are from the same era. You know how powerful he is. So, facing the 3 admirals of the Navy, Whitebeard has no chance of winning. Even if Whitebeard really succeeds, Kaido is watching from above, and he won't let Whitebeard return to the New World. So, the outcome for Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace has long been determined. They will die here. Kid, are you messing with my mind?" Kapu's gaze was resolute. He understood that Whitebeard had little chance of winning. But what if? To be honest, for Kapu, it was a very tangled situation. If Whitebeard succeeded, it would undoubtedly undermine the Navy's prestige. You have to know, this execution is being broadcasted live to the world. In this situation, if Whitebeard escapes, and even takes Ace with him, how would ordinary people view the Navy? Gathering all the forces of the Navy headquarters, along with the 7 warlords of the sea, if they can't even capture one of the 4 emperors, what can the Navy use to protect civilians? In short, this war is one that the Navy cannot afford to lose. Once they fail, they might fall into the abyss. After all, they're only facing Whitebeard, not the 4 sea emperors. The Navy has no reason to lose, nor can they afford to lose. But if the Navy wins, then Ace will definitely be executed. In summary, from Kapu's standpoint, regardless of whether the Navy wins or loses, he, Iron Fist Kapu, is bound to lose. Therefore, Kapu was in a very bad mood. Now, he just wanted to find someone to vent. Originally, he could have targeted Whitebeard. However, if he acted, then the chances of Whitebeard rescuing Ace would be almost 0. So, he couldn't act against Whitebeard. Messing with your mind? Malong shook his head and laughed. "Kapu, you're overthinking it. I'm just stating a fact. If you waste time here with me, you might not even see Fire Fist Ace for the last time. As a grandfather, shouldn't you accompany your grandson through his final moments?" "Kid, you talk too much." Kapu clenched his fist and rushed in front of Malong, throwing a punch at his face. Malong naturally would not hold back. He threw a punch in response. The fists of both hit each other's faces. Their faces were distorted from the impact. Skin wrinkled, and then they flew apart. They crashed into the iron bars. "Kid, your punch. Pretty hard, huh?" Kapu didn't expect Malong to be this strong. It was somewhat beyond his expectations. After all, Malong looked very young. As expected, his intuition was not wrong. If this little brat was allowed to return to the sea, the future would surely be a bloody storm. "No, old man, it's your punch that's hard." Malong rubbed his face. It really hurt. A 70-year-old man was still so strong. I'm Iron Fist Kapu. If my fists weren't hard, how could I be called Iron Fist? Kapu also rubbed his bruised face. It had been a long time since anyone could hit him like that. "Kid, you're pretty good. But this is where it ends. No matter how strong and terrifying you might become in the future, clearly, you have no future. Shave." After Kapu finished speaking, he vanished from his spot. Shave? Who can't do that? Similarly, Malong also used one of the Navy's 6 techniques, shave. In an instant, both disappeared from their positions. Their figures were no longer visible. Only the sounds of their collisions echoed in the air. The powerful impacts created waves of disturbance. In the dark corridor, the only light, the flame of an oil lamp, was extinguished by the gusts of wind from the collisions. In the air, the figures of the 2 finally appeared. Kapu punched Malong in the chest, sending him flying. At the moment he was flying out, Malong kicked Kapu in the face, also sending him flying. It seemed that both were evenly matched, but Malong understood that Kapu was not even trying his hardest. Meanwhile, He had already used 80% of his strength. Malong didn't believe that he could defeat the Sweet Commander, so he had the right to challenge Kapu. However, he wouldn't die anyway. Getting injured and dying could make him even stronger. Malong was naturally fearless. "Kid, get up and continue. I know you're not injured." Kapu beckoned with his finger to Malong, who was lying on the ground. Through the battle with Malong, Kapu learned that Malong's physical defense was quite strong. After all, he was Kaido's son-in-law. Although this guy's physique might not be as good as Kaido's, to others, it was still monstrous. In fact, many who used haki might not even match his physical prowess. However, to Iron Fist Kapu, Malong was still far from it. "What do you mean? Get up and continue." "It sounds like I'm faking it." Malong patted his pants and stood up from the ground. Facing Carp, Malong said, "Old man, let's stop testing each other. How about you and I use our strongest powers and let one move decide the outcome?" Carp was taken aback by Malong's words. What does this kid mean? One move to decide the victor? No way. Does this brat think he has a chance of winning? Huh. Carp couldn't help but laugh. "You really are arrogant. Kid, even Kaido wouldn't dare to say that to me. What give you the right to say so? Do you think you're better than Kaido?" Chapter 167. Battle with Carp. 2 Yes. In response to Carp's questioning, Malong shamelessly nodded and said, "I am better than Kaido, believe it or not." Hearing Malong's words, a small pink piglet popped its head out of the pocket on Malong's left chest, looking at him and asking, "Is it finally my turn to make an appearance?" Pig Hero was very excited. In its view, since Malong wanted to settle the outcome with Carp in one move, he would definitely pin his hopes on it. Otherwise, Malong would surely lose. "Don't mess around, it's not your turn yet." Malong pressed Pig Hero's head back into the pocket. But then he thought, keeping it in the pocket seemed quite dangerous. After all, if by accident it got hit by Carp's punch. Although, given Pig Hero's current situation, even if it got hit, it wouldn't be taken out. But just in case, Malong decided to take Pig Hero out and place it on the ground to let it play. The reason he brought Pig Hero along was also for precaution. After all, if he really got caught, having Pig Hero as a backup would give him a chance to turn the tables. To empower Pig Hero, Malong personally went into the sea to catch dozens of sea kings for it to eat. Now, if Pig Hero exerted its strength, it could easily stomp the Navy headquarters into the sea. And if he wielded the demon sword formed from Pig Hero, he could easily cut through the gates of justice. But unfortunately, Pig Hero's power had poor sustainability. If it used a powerful move, it would be exhausted after one strike. Therefore, when using Pig Hero, Malong had to ensure that he could eliminate the enemy with one hit, absolutely not giving the enemy a chance to stand back up. The little pig looked quite strange. Carp was looking at the pink and white pig that Malong placed on the ground, and for some reason, he felt that this pig, which seemed to be smaller than his fist, was filled with enormous power capable of destroying the Navy headquarters. Am I overthinking it? Carp shook his head, thinking he was indeed overthinking. It was just a somewhat strange pink pig. How could it possibly have such power? Bang! Just as Carp was still pondering, he was attacked by Malong. A kick hit his stomach, sending him flying. "Little brat, you don't follow the rules of martial arts." Carp covered his stomach, landing on the ground and sliding back 2 meters. "Because I'm a pirate, isn't it normal for pirates to do anything to win?" Malong shrugged, showing no intention of defending himself. "Hey, a pirate? That's true. After all, you're Kaido's son-in-law." Carp said lightly. "But kid, this time, you've really angered me." Carp clenched his fist, his right fist hardened with haki. His originally flesh-colored fist turned jet black, shimmering with a metallic luster. Under the candlelight, it shone brilliantly. "So what if I angered you?" Malong rolled his eyes, saying as if it mattered whether he angered Carp or not. "Let you go?" "No way." Carp shook his head. "After all, I'm a Marine. How can I just watch a pirate slip away from my sight?" Hearing Carp's words, Malong sneered. "Oh really? Who was the one who let Straw Hat Luffy slip away from his sight? Don't say you tried your best." "Carp, how did this guy know?" "Oomph. Of course I tried my best. Who knew that Brat's pirate ship could fly? I can't fly, so it's only natural for him to get away, right?" Carp defended himself. "Is that so? Because he could fly, you let him escape?" The next moment, a pair of white wings extended from Malong's back. With a flap of the wings, Malong lifted off the ground. White feathers fell. Malong looked at Carp and said, "Old man, now I can fly too. Are you going to let me escape?" Carp, looking at Malong, who suddenly sprouted wings, he was dumbfounded. However, Recalling that Malone seemed to be able to transform into a seagull before, he somewhat understood. But the wings Malone had now were completely different from a seagull's wings. Okay? Forget it. That's not important. In response to Malone's question, Carp directly answered, "Kid, you're overthinking it." Luffy escaped because he was on the vast sea, and his ship flew away. Naturally, I couldn't pursue him. But now, where are you? This is the corridor of the Navy headquarters dungeon. In such a narrow space. Even if you can fly, what good is it? Where can you fly to? Narrow space. Malone looked at the corridor he was in. It wasn't really narrow. Based on his calculations, it was about 10 meters high and 30 meters wide. For an ordinary person, this space was quite large. However, since it was a prison, it sometimes held giants like Kaido, so its construction could be understood. And for someone like Carp, who was 3 meters tall, it was actually quite spacious. Since you think the space is too small, let me help you expand it. Saying this, Malone flapped his wings and charged towards the ceiling of the prison. Kid, what are you doing? Carp had an idea, but he thought Malone was too naive. That wall was at least 20 meters thick. Did he think he could easily break it? Meanwhile, Jean was running away, glancing back as he escaped. He relaxed when he found Carp wasn't pursuing him. He still vividly remembered the scenes of Carp abusing him. He never expected that the person Kaido wanted him to kill was Carp's grandson. A grandson of a Navy hero actually became a pirate, inheriting his grandfather's legacy. Joining the Navy and using Carp's connections to become a Navy admiral would be much better, right? He couldn't understand the thought process of that Straw Hat Kid. If Kaido hadn't been unable to survive in his original country, how could he possibly have become a pirate? Shaking his head, dismissing the thoughts in his mind, Jean had already run to the entrance of the prison. A ray of light shone in from the entrance, making Jean squint a bit. The prison was simply too dark, with only a few candle lamps providing illumination. I wonder if that guy can escape? Standing at the prison door, Jean began to worry about M.O. Long. He should be fine, right? Didn't he say he was the vice captain of the Beast Pirates? Since he could gain Mr. Kaido's recognition, he must be very strong. Even if he can't defeat Carp, he should be able to escape, right? Jean wanted to go back and check. After all, as partners, it would be too ungrateful to run away and leave his companions behind. But then he thought, what could he, such a useless person, do if he went back? He was afraid that instead of helping, he would become a burden. It wouldn't be good to hold M.O. Long back. Well, the vice captain will definitely be fine. What I need to do now is to escape so the vice captain can fight without worries. Thinking this way, Jean decided not to care about M.O. Long anymore and walked straight out of the prison door. There was no sign of any defense, which seemed a bit strange to Jean, but he thought perhaps M.O. Long had taken care of the guards when he came in. However, as soon as he stepped out of the prison door, Jean heard chaotic sounds of fighting. This was a bit odd. Why were there sounds of fighting at the Navy headquarters? Who was so bold as to come to the Navy headquarters and kill? Could it be? Suddenly, Jean thought of a possibility. He began to feel emotional. Could it be that Lord Kaido led the Beast Pirates to fight the Navy headquarters to save me? Boo-hoo. Thinking of this, Jean knelt on the ground, covering his face with his hands. But tears still flowed uncontrollably through the gaps in his palms. He really didn't expect that Lord Kaido would go to war with the Navy headquarters for him. No wonder the vice captain could enter the prison and open the cell door to let him out. It turned out that the other people at the Navy headquarters were held back by Lord Kaido. Boo-hoo, Lord Kaido, I can never repay your kindness. After crying, Jean stood up and rushed toward the front square of the Navy headquarters, shouting as he ran, Lord Kaido, Jean is here. Let's kill the enemies, wipe out the Navy soldiers, and flatten the Navy headquarters. Chapter 168. Admiral Kizaru versus Calamity Jean. Just like that, Jean rushed into the battlefield shouting. His loud call suddenly made the battlefield fall silent, because this guy was shouting Kaido's name. But this was clearly a war between the Navy and Whitebeard. What did Kaido have to do with it? Some people even wondered, could Kaido have come too? What is going on? After rushing into the battlefield, Jean was also confused. He rubbed his eyes hard and realized he wasn't seeing things. The ones fighting the Navy were members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Originally, Jean thought that perhaps Lord Kaido and Whitebeard had teamed up. However, he searched the battlefield earnestly but couldn't find a single member of the Beast Pirates. Not a single pirate ship at the harbor was flying the flag of the Beast Pirates. Damn, could it be? I was wrong? The corners of Jean's mouth twitched. At this moment, he felt like crying again, and even wanted to slap himself hard. He was simply being foolish. If he hadn't rushed into the battlefield so recklessly, he could have sneaked away. After all, in this situation, the Navy wouldn't have time to pay attention to him. But now, all eyes on the battlefield were on him. The fleet admiral, the 3 admirals, Whitebeard, the 7 warlords. How was he supposed to escape? In the sky above the clouds, Kaido sat on a cloud, witnessing everything happening below. He slapped his face in disbelief. What was Jean doing? This was too embarrassing, wasn't it? I'm clearly up here. How could this guy be so stupid as to think I'm fighting the Navy? And what about M.O. Long? What did he say to Jean to make him think the Beast Pirates were fighting the Navy? That guy is the Calamity Jean of the Beast Pirates? Whitebeard looked at Jean, who had suddenly rushed into the battlefield, with a puzzled expression. How did this guy end up here? Did Kaido come as well? But why would Kaido come here? Whitebeard certainly didn't think Kaido would come to help him. However, he also didn't believe Kaido would come to help the Navy against him. If neither was the case, was he just here to watch the show? Well, it's not impossible. On the execution platform, Sengoku was also dumbfounded. He gritted his teeth. How did that guy Jean get out of the dungeon? But let him out. Could it be there are Kaido's spies at the Navy headquarters? Taking advantage of the opportunity, with no one guarding the prison, they secretly let Jean out? But if that's the case, why would Jean foolishly rush into the battlefield? He should know that the dungeon is behind the Navy headquarters building. He could have sneaked away. Moreover, it was one thing for him to rush into the battlefield, but he was still shouting, Kaido, let us kill the enemies? But Kaido has come, right? Sengoku was completely confused. And what about that guy, Carp? What the hell is going on? Didn't he say he was going to the restroom? How long has it been? Did he fall in the latrine? Sengoku cursed under his breath. It was one thing for him to not be seen, but now was a critical moment. How could he disappear without a trace? Or was it intentional? Sengoku looked down at Ace with a sigh. He thought to himself, Carp, it seems you're just a grandfather after all. But do you really think that without you, Whitebeard can save Fire Fist Ace? Impossible. Ahem, well, you all continue fighting. It has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving. Becoming the center of the battlefield, Jean wanted to keep a low profile, but it was impossible. However, he had no interest in participating in the war between the Navy and Whitebeard. He couldn't afford to get involved. Moreover, the war between Whitebeard and the Navy was very beneficial for the Beast Pirates. Jean hoped that both sides would suffer heavy losses, so that the Beast Pirates could rise and dominate the New World. After saying this, Jean transformed into his toothless wyvern form and wanted to fly away from the Navy headquarters. However, just as Jean took to the sky, a sudden blinding light appeared in front of him. Calamity Jean, if you leave like this, what face will the Navy have left? As the light faded, a lecherous old man wearing sunglasses appeared in front of Jean. Kizaru, you want to stop me? Jean flapped his wings, hovering in midair, facing the admiral without any fear. After all, he had the confidence to rob the ships of the former fleet admiral and admirals. He was a bit more impressive than the ship king. So why would he be afraid of an admiral? Without answering Jean, Kizaru smiled and said, just right, today is the execution day of Fire Fist Ace. Since you're so restless, you might as well be executed together with Fire Fist Ace. Bastard, who do you look down on? Although Jean had been severely taught a lesson by Carp, he remained unruly. He kicked at Kizaru. Seeing this, Kizaru raised his hand to block, but the immense force still sent Kizaru flying. Jean did not pursue the attack, but quickly flew towards the New World's defense line. However, how could Kizaru give Jean this opportunity? The kicked away Kizaru transformed into a tiny bit of yellow light and once again blocked Jin's path. Have you ever been kicked at light speed, Jean? Kizaru asked with a smile. Chapter 163. Battle with Carp 3. What a persistent ghost. Jean did not expect Kizaru, who had been kicked away, to catch up so quickly. Just as he was about to attack again, Kizaru was faster. A foot appeared right in front of his face. Kizaru always asked others, have you ever been kicked at light speed? Before kicking without waiting for a reply. It could be said that he showed no martial ethics. The sudden attack left Jean completely unresponsive. A kick struck him directly in the face. The immense impact shattered the mask on Jin's face. Jean suffered a heavy blow and spat blood in the air. His body crashed violently into the nearby Justice Building, creating a large hole. Oh, it seems I've caused some trouble. Kizaru said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he looked at the hole in the Justice Building caused by his attack. Sengoku, don't think that just because you're acting cute, I will forgive you. Why kick where you shouldn't? Kicking our office building? And the spot you hit seems to be right on Sengoku's office floor. Are you taking revenge on me for not liking me? If you have the guts, just come at me directly. Can you not play these petty revenge tricks? All right. The above is Sengoku's venting. The office building being destroyed is not important. What matters is that Jean must not escape. It's a live broadcast to the whole world. Everything the Navy does is under the audience's watchful eyes. If the audience sees the Beast Pirates easily escape from the Navy headquarters, it would be a significant blow to the Navy's authority. Damn it! In the rubble. Jean pushed aside the stones on him and stood up. Then he quickly ran out through the hole created by the building's collapse, leaping down. Just as his body was about to hit the ground, Jean transformed into the form of a toothless wyvern, flying close to the ground and then soaring into the sky, showing everyone what it means to be pretentious. Kizaru, get out of my way. Jean yelled loudly at Kizaru, who was blocking his path. However, Kizaru naturally did not care about Jin's words and stood still. In that case, you will die. Dengong Huang. Jean roared, charging into the sky and then diving towards Kizaru, fiercely swinging his wings at him. Wow, such a fierce look. I'm so scared. Kizaru pretended to be terrified as the toothless wyvern charged at him. Who believes that? Jean rolled his eyes, and after saying that, he had already charged in front of Kizaru. One wing struck fiercely at Kizaru, the dark patterns covered with armament haki. After all, Kizaru is a Logia-type user. Without armament haki, he wouldn't be able to hit him. However, even with armament haki, Jean still did not hit him. The toothless wyvern's wing slapped against Kizaru, only to find that Kizaru transformed into specks of light, disappearing from his sight. Immediately after, he felt a heavy blow to his back. His entire body was violently slammed down. With a swoosh, Jean shot towards the ground like an arrow. He crashed heavily onto the concrete ground, creating a massive pit. As the thick smoke dissipated, Jean looked up at the sky, but he noticed a flash of light. The next moment, Jean found a blood hole on his shoulder. He had been hit by Kizaru's laser. A fiery pain radiated from the wound. In the air, Kaido frowned upon seeing this scene. However, he did not rush down immediately. Letting Jean feel the strength of a Navy Admiral isn't a bad thing. Kaido thought, only after suffering losses would one work harder in the future. Otherwise, thinking that one is the biggest under heaven would lead to trouble down the line. It's better to suffer a bit now. Of course, if Jean were in life-threatening danger, Kaido would definitely not just stand by. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, the ground shook. Behind the Navy Justice Building, the ground above the dungeon suddenly began to bulge, as if some monster was about to drill out. Carp watched as the ink dragon punched the ceiling again and again. Stone fragments shattered under the ink dragon's fists and fell. This little brat, isn't really trying to break through the dungeon, is he? Carp did not expect the ink dragon to be so serious. Keep hitting, keep hitting, keep hitting. The ink dragon shouted as he swung his fists, seemingly believing this would make his punches stronger. Break for me. The ink dragon fell from the air, then crouched down, leaped powerfully, mimicking Superman flying into the sky, and his fist smashed violently against the shattered ceiling. Finally, the ceiling could no longer withstand it. It was punched through by the ink dragon. Sunlight poured into the dungeon, shining on the ink dragon. As the ink dragon stood in midair, with pure white wings sprouting from his back, he bathed in sunlight, looking like an angel in this holy appearance. Old man, didn't you say this place was cramped? It doesn't seem cramped now, does it? The ink dragon spread his arms, looking at the massive hole above. After speaking, the ink dragon flapped his wings and was about to fly away. However, Carp stepped forward, chasing after him. Brat, no matter how big the world is, today there's south no place for you to escape. Leave it to me. Just as he flew out of the dungeon, the ink dragon felt someone grab his ankle. Looking down, it was Carp. Damn it, persistent old man. Why are you working so hard? How much salary does the Navy give you? Is it worth it? The ink dragon said to Carp unhappily. Then he kicked hard, trying to shake off Carp's grip. However, as soon as the ink dragon kicked, he felt the downward force, being violently thrown back into the dungeon by Carp. The massive impact directly smashed the iron bars of the cell to pieces. What's going on? How did the ink dragon end up fighting Carp in the sky? Kaido was dumbfounded upon seeing the situation with the Black Dragon. Jean was fighting against Kizaru, and the Black Dragon was fighting against Garp? So, was Kaido here to assist Whitebeard? Suddenly, his side had managed to tie up the two highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters. Damn, how could this be? If Kizaru and Garp were held up, what if Whitebeard really managed to rescue Fire Fist Ace and return to the New World? Wouldn't he be digging his own grave? Kaido really wanted to rush down and loudly question the Black Dragon and Jean. What the hell were you two doing? Couldn't you have come and gone quietly? Making such a big commotion. Do you want to be famous or what? Although Kaido wanted to rush down, he didn't do it. After all, the Black Dragon and Jean were already holding down the two highest combat powers of the Navy. If he went down as well, wouldn't Whitebeard's chances of winning be even higher? He was here to watch Whitebeard die, not to see him triumph. Chapter 170. Kizaru, who says I'm going easy on you? Step forward. What happened over there? Sengoku stood on the execution platform, looking back. However, the massive justice building blocked his view, making it impossible to see clearly. He had to use observation haki. In an instant, the observation haki covered the area behind the justice building. With the perception of observation haki, Sengoku finally saw the situation clearly. Garp was actually fighting someone? It seems I misjudged him. I thought he fell into a latrine, but it turns out he was also fighting for the Navy. But who was that fighting Garp? The observation haki couldn't clearly perceive the appearance of the Black Dragon. Diamond George, take him down. Over here, Diamond George, who was replacing Whitebeard to fight Aokiji, was frozen by Aokiji. On the other side, Jean was also lying on the ground, covered in injuries. His body was riddled with blood holes from the laser shots. If it weren't for the Zoan-type's strong recovery ability, with such severe injuries, Jean would definitely be dead. Jean lay on the ground, his hands shackled with sea-stone handcuffs, staring blankly at the sky. Tears seemed to flow from his eyes. I'm sorry, Mr. Kaido. I'm ashamed of your teachings. I actually lost so easily. I really don't deserve to be the face of the Beast Pirates. I've embarrassed you. Sobi. As a grown man, Jean lay on the battlefield, unwillingly shedding painful tears. After more than 20 years in the industry, he experienced two devastating defeats in just half a month. Jin's confidence was utterly shattered. Is this the strength of a Marine Admiral? The gap is so huge that he couldn't believe it before fighting. Facing Kizaru, Jin even felt as if he were facing Kaido. However, in Jin's heart, Kaido was still the strongest. Even Whitebeard couldn't compare to Kaido. Now, he realized he had underestimated the world. Even if Kaido was indeed the strongest, there were plenty of existences on the same level as Kaido. For example, the Marine Admiral before him, Kizaru. Hey, no way. You a grown man. Were actually made to cry by me? Kizaru looked at Jin's tear-streaked face, feeling quite speechless. Moreover, losing to me isn't something to be ashamed of. Although I look lewd, I'm still one of the highest combat powers of the world government, right? It's normal for me to defeat you. If I couldn't even beat you, the world government would have collapsed long ago. Kizaru shook his head, internally expressing, I didn't hold back this time. Not bad. On the execution platform, Sengoku looked at the battlefield and nodded in satisfaction. Aokiji took down Diamond George. Kizaru took down Jean. The Navy displayed their strong side in front of the audience worldwide. At the same time, the audience around the world was cheering. Except for a small number of pirates, the vast majority were supporting the Navy. Seeing the pirates being dealt with, they were all excited and cheering for the Navy through the big screen. Whitebeard frowned upon seeing Diamond George frozen. It seemed he didn't expect this outcome. Old man, I'm going. Marco the Phoenix saw Whitebeard preparing to rescue Diamond George and directly transformed into a phoenix, flying from above towards the frozen Diamond George. He was the ship's doctor of the Whitebeard pirates. Given George's physique, even if he was briefly frozen, he wouldn't have any issues, but if it lasted too long, that might not be the case. I'll leave it to you, Marco, Whitebeard said to Marco, and directly charged towards the execution platform. A group of Marines tried to block Whitebeard, but were swept away by Whitebeard's knife swing. The strong shock wave sending the charging Marines flying. No matter how many come, I'll wipe them all out. Whitebeard, I'll take your head. At this moment, a giant even taller than Whitebeard appeared, wielding a giant axe, and swung it down at Whitebeard's head, laughing loudly. I'll take your head? Whitebeard. What kind of beautiful dream are you having? Whitebeard rebutted, his left hand clenched into a fist, and he delivered a shockwave towards the descending giant axe. Boom! Whitebeard's punch struck the air, making it seem as if the space was shattering, exploding with fragments. Immediately after, the giant found that the axe in his hand. When he swung it in midair, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bring it down, as if it had struck an invisible wall. And with a fierce rebound shock. Suddenly, the giant shouted, unable to hold onto the giant axe any longer. The axe flew from his hands due to the massive impact, soaring into the air, then crashing down to the ground. The blade cutting into the earth and tearing dozens of meters of fissures. Several unlucky marines fell directly into the cracks. Fortunately, the fissures weren't deep, and they quickly crawled out. Compared to those lucky marines, the giant who attacked Whitebeard was not so fortunate. As Whitebeard leaped up, he slapped the giant's head hard, forcefully pressing it to the ground. The giant's head struck the ground, instantly causing blood to spurt. But Whitebeard wasn't going to let it end there. The hand pressing down on the giant's head emitted a white glow as Whitebeard activated his powers, delivering another heavy blow to the giant. The shockwave directly shattering the giant's skull, his eyes turning white, mouth agape, body twitching once before going still. It seemed he was already dead. Damn it. Whitebeard pulled one back. As Sengoku saw this scene, he gritted his teeth, realizing that facing Whitebeard, unless it was a general who took action, anyone who went would just be sending themselves to death. Therefore, Sengoku looked at the yellow monkey, who had freed his hands, and said to him, Borsellino, you go deal with Whitebeard. As for Akiji, he was currently dealing with several captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Diamond Jozu had been encased in ice by him, and many members of the Whitebeard pirates wanted to rescue the ice-encased Diamond Jozu from him, so they were surrounding him. At this moment, Marco also appeared. He directly landed on Diamond Jozu's shoulder, grabbing him with both claws, and then began a flyback. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Akiji noticed this, and an ice spear appeared in his hand. Akiji swung the ice spear at Marco, who was flying in the air. The ice spear pierced through the body of the phoenix, leaving a large hole, but the hole quickly ignited with blue flames, restoring the large hole. Akiji was taken aback and exclaimed, "What a ridiculous recovery ability. Akiji, where are you looking?" At this moment, Vista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, slashed down at Akiji's neck, decapitating him, and his head fell to the ground, shattering with a loud bang. Chapter 171. Battle with Carp 4 Kid, Go to Hell. Carp leaped up, and in midair, he slammed a punch down hard on the fallen Mokuro's chest. In that instant, Mokuro could clearly hear the sound of his own breastbone breaking. With a crack, Mokuro's ribs directly shattered. Even one of the broken ribs pierced into his internal organs. As a result, Mokuro kept coughing up blood, and during the coughing, fragments of his internal organs were expelled along with the blood. Cough, cough. Mokuro clutched his chest, coughing incessantly, feeling the flow of life slipping away. His eyelids were also trembling, as if they would close at any moment. Kid, don't blame me. Who told you to become a pirate? Looking at the almost dying Mokuro, Carp closed his eyes, seemingly unable to bear to watch. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, the image of Ace being executed appeared in Carp's mind. This made Carp feel very uncomfortable, a sense of helplessness rising within him. As a naval hero, he couldn't even protect his own grandson. His teeth were gritted, creaking under the pressure. Just as Carp was about to open his eyes and think of something else, suddenly, a massive fist appeared in his line of sight. Before he could react, Carp was punched in the eye and sent flying. Who ambushed me? After being sent flying and crashing to the ground, Carp performed a flip and stood up. He looked ahead, trying to find the person who attacked him. However, when he saw Mokuro standing opposite him, Carp was stunned. How is this possible? Kid, you're okay? Carp couldn't believe it. Clearly, he had smashed Mokuro's chest in earlier. Several ribs had broken and pierced into his internal organs. Such injuries were almost impossible to recover from. Even an animal-type devil fruit user with exceptional recovery abilities wouldn't be able to heal from such fatal injuries in just a few seconds. After all, that was a case of broken ribs piercing into internal organs. For such injuries, at the very least, one would need a doctor to operate and remove the bones that had penetrated the internal organs and then rely on terrifying recovery abilities to heal. But now, the kid in front of him definitely couldn't have a doctor performing such surgery on him, right? Are you surprised? Mokuryu spread his hands and said, "Old man, don't be too self-righteous. I was just pretending earlier. Did you really think an old bone like you could kill me with one punch? You're overthinking it. Kid, are you trying to provoke me?" Carp frowned. "Although I'm old, I'm not blind. I clearly saw your chest collapse from my punch. Even if I were blind, my fist could still feel it. However, since you say I'm just an old bone, then I'll throw another punch. This time, I'll watch with my eyes open and see how you heal." After saying that, Carp stomped the ground, instantly shattering it. His clenched right fist, veins bulging, muscles layered and covered with haki, shone brightly under the sunlight. "Kid, taste the iron fist of justice from this old man." Bang! Carp didn't hold back at all. Even if he were facing Kaido of the Beasts, taking this punch directly would be no easy feat. In the face of Carp's attack, Mokuryu didn't dodge at all. Instead, he opened his arms, waiting for Carp's fist to descend. Mokuryu's posture, as if he was welcoming death with open arms, left Carp dumbfounded. Is this kid crazy? Or does he think I've really grown old and my fists aren't strong enough anymore? Bang! Carp's fist landed on Mokuryu's chest. The moment Mokuryu was hit, he was sent flying, his body curling up like a shrimp, quickly flying backward, covering hundreds of meters. He crashed into the wall at the end of the dungeon corridor, causing it to collapse and shatter. However, the powerful impact still drove Mokuryu's body deep into the wall. The cement wall was completely unable to withstand Mokuryu's impact. He was crushed and ground to pieces. Mokuryu's body penetrated the wall 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. Compared to the previous punch, Mokuryu's body twitched once before dying. This time, Mokuryu didn't even twitch. He died instantly. Carp walked over from a distance. He could clearly sense the life force of Mokuryu fading away. So Mokuryu should be dead now. However, to Carp's surprise, at the moment he got closer, he suddenly felt the life force that had originally vanished from Mokuryu once again emerge, and it felt even stronger than before. Mokuryu, who was trapped in the wall, suddenly opened his eyes. With a movement of his shoulders, Mokuryu fell from the pit and walked step by step toward Carp. Mokuryu opened his arms, slowly forming a fist. As Mokuryu's fist clenched, the joints of his fingers cracked, and at that moment, Mokuryu felt filled with power. He had become stronger again. "Kid, something's not right with you." Carp looked at Mokuryu approaching him, his eyes filled with vigilance. This kid could actually come back from the dead? Or rather, could he repair fatal injuries? "Is there? I think I'm perfectly normal." Mokuryu spread his hands and said lightly. At this moment, he had already stood in front of Carp. Clenching his fist tightly, he threw a punch at Carp's chest, causing Carp to take a few steps back. "Has your strength increased?" Carp questioned. He felt Mokuryu's punch was significantly stronger than before. "However, compared to me, you're still far off." Carp stepped forward, clenching his fist. Mokuryu also stepped forward simultaneously, clenching his fist. The two of them threw punches at each other's chests simultaneously. Kapu stepped back a few paces again, but Mo Long was sent flying. "Size still no good." Mo Long got up, dusted himself off, and shook his head. After all, the person standing in front of him was a top powerhouse in the pirate world. "But, old man, I'm young. Can you outlast me?" With that, Mo Long charged forward again. Kapu also rushed in. Mo Long's fist struck Kapu's face, and Kapu retaliated. Bang! Mo Long's fist landed heavily on Kapu's face, sending him flying, while Kapu's fist stopped just 1 centimeter away from Mo Long's face. However, the pressure from the punch still created ripples on Mo Long's elastic face. "Bastard, how dare you!" Kapu stood up from the ground and rushed to Mo Long's front. He pressed both hands on Mo Long's shoulders, nearly pressing their faces together, and demanded, "Change back." Kapu didn't expect that Mo Long would take on Luffy's appearance. That was the reason why Kapu's fist stopped 1 centimeter away from Mo Long's face. After all, it was his own grandson. Seeing that he was hitting his own grandson made the grandfather instinctively hold back. Mo Long was being shaken back and forth by Kapu's grip on his shoulders, feeling as if his soul was being shaken out of him. Chapter 172, Apologies are useful. What do we need the Navy for? Change back. Why should I? The face of Luffy that Mo Long transformed and grinned mischievously in front of Kapu. Thinking you wanted to change back just to take your hits? Do you think I'm stupid? Bastard. Do you think just because you're looking at me with your grandson's face, I want to hit you? Kapu clenched his fist and struck hard at Mo Long. However, just as he was about to hit Mo Long, he stopped again. Old man, what are you hesitating for? One of your grandsons, Fire Fist Ace, is about to die anyway. Why not send your other grandson, Straw Hat Luffy, down to accompany him? Mo Long continued to provoke. After saying that, he lifted his leg and delivered a knee strike to Kapu. Kapu took Mo Long's knee. The immense pain made Kapu clutch his stomach and squat on the ground. Mo Long delivered another kick to Kapu's face, directly slamming his face onto the ground, dragging him along for dozens of meters until he crashed into the iron railing nearby. After being kicked away, Kapu clutched his stomach and did not get up. This was not because he was in too much pain to stand. Rather, it was because Mo Long, transformed into Luffy, made it truly difficult for Kapu to face him. Just as Mo Long said, Ace was very likely to be executed, faced with what could be his only grandson. Even if it was Mo Long transformed, he really couldn't bring himself to strike. If it were any other time, Kapu would have been able to act without hesitation. Because there was no psychological pressure, he knew the man before him was not his grandson. But now, Ace's situation made Kapu's entire being a bit abnormal. Although he knew in his heart that the Luffy in front of him was actually Mo Long, the sensitive and fearful Kapu worried. What if this were true? Although it sounded ridiculous. It was like someone who had watched a horror movie being afraid to go to the bathroom at night, fearing a ghost, even though they clearly knew ghosts did not exist, still frightened that a hand might reach out from the toilet, and thus dared not go to the bathroom. Right now, Kapu felt somewhat like that. He couldn't bear the cost of personally killing Luffy, even if the Luffy in front of him was definitely Mo Long transformed. But Kapu was worried about that infinitesimal probability that existed outside of certainty. It was a bit ridiculous, but that is human nature. Old man, get up. I'm telling you to get up. You're a naval hero. Lying on the ground like this, who are you showing this to? Who do you want to elicit sympathy from? Mo Long walked over and began to punch and kick the Kapu lying on the ground. At that moment, Mo Long felt just like a great villain. Kapu endured Mo Long's attacks without any resistance. He curled up on the ground, his body like a boiled shrimp, rolled into a ball, allowing Mo Long to punch and kick him without putting up any fight. Mo Long felt it was quite boring. Sigh, old man, you really are something. Don't say I'm not Straw Hat Luffy. Even if I were, if Luffy dared to treat you like this, you should have used your beloved Iron Fist by now, right? After all, such an unfilial grandson. Why keep him around for New Year's? Shaking his head, Mo Long turned to leave. He hadn't forgotten that he came to the Navy headquarters just to rescue Jean, not to participate in the Marineford War. And Jean had long since escaped. If not for Kapu blocking him, he would have escaped too. Since Kapu chose to lie flat now and no longer obstruct him, he naturally decided to leave. However, when Mo Long turned around and walked several dozen meters away, suddenly a hand reached out from behind him and pressed on his shoulder. Then, Kapu's voice came from his ear. Little brat, you're right. Even if you really are Luffy, since you dare to treat me this way, I should fight back. Such an unfilial grandson. How can I let him live? After saying that, Kapu's hand pressed on the back of Mo Long's head. Then he jumped up, pressing down hard on Mo Long's head, forcing him forward. The momentum caused Mo Long to stumble and fall forward. But in that instant, Mo Long transformed into a little bird, escaping from Kapu's grip. The transformed Mo Long kicked Kapu in the face, knocking him over and leaving a bird claw print on Kapu's face. What the hell? The sudden change left Kapu dumbfounded. Lying on the ground, he supported himself with both hands, looking at the little sparrow flapping its wings in front of him. This little brat can even turn into a sparrow? But didn't he turn into a seagull before? Plus, he had previously been killed but could come back to life. Kapu was very curious about what kind of ability Mo Long actually had. Steady now, don't move. At this moment, voices echoed down the prison corridor. Two sailors were escorting Jean over. Mo Long looked at Jean being escorted by the sailors, speechless. Good Lord, how did you manage that? Did I save you for nothing? Jean looked at Mo Long standing not far away, also lowering his head in shame. He didn't dare look at Mo Long. When I escaped from prison, I heard shouting and killing sounds coming from the square. I thought it was Mr. Kaido leading an attack on the Navy headquarters, so Jean didn't continue. So you mindlessly charged into the battlefield and then got caught again? M.O. Long shook his head. Are you stupid? If Kaido really led an attack, could I sneak into the prison to rescue you? If I was sneaking in, it naturally meant I was prepared for a clever strategy, not a brute force assault. Otherwise, what would be the point of secretly rescuing you? After all, in the case of a full-scale war, if we can't wipe out the Navy, I rescue you from prison. And in the end, won't we still have to fight the Navy? Otherwise, after saving you, will I just leave those companions fighting the Navy at their headquarters and run away myself? Yes, I'm sorry. Jean lowered his head even further, almost to his chest. Sorry? If saying sorry were useful, what would we need the Navy for? M.O. Long pointed at Jean and educated him. How old are you? And all you know how to do when you make a mistake is to say sorry? You still have a bounty of 3 billion. And Jack has a bounty of 1 billion, with 5 billion of that value on the ivory. And he himself is losing 4 billion. Your 3 billion bounty. Is it not worth 3 billion because you're a member of a once extinct race? But because of your IQ, you got a 4 billion discount? M.O. Long knew that Jean seemed to be a member of a race that had already gone extinct. I remember when watching anime, Big M.O.M. said it. Jean. By your logic, then Mr. Kaido's bounty of over 4 billion must all be based on his only fantasy creature, the divine beast Qinglong's true form, which should originally have a bounty of several hundred billion. After all, dragons are quite rare, right? And that size, even at 10,000 berries per pound, could sell for several hundred billion. The reason the bounty is lower is that Mr. Kaido is not smart and likes to commit suicide, and buyers are afraid that eating dragon meat will mess with their brains too. So it's only over 40 billion? Chapter 173. Pig brain, of course. Jean only complained about this in his heart. Otherwise, M.O. Long might actually agree with him, because when in the Sabaody archipelago, a mermaid was auctioned for 500 million. So it's normal for a dragon to be worth several hundred billion, right? After all, mermaids are not exactly rare creatures. There are plenty on Fishman Island, but there is only one Qinglong in the world. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and take Jean away. Carp shouted at the Marines responsible for escorting Jean. Yes, Vice Admiral Carp. Upon hearing Carp's words, the Marines immediately took Jean and prepared to pass M.O. Long to head deeper into the dungeon. After all, once they securely detained Jean, they still had to go to the front lines and join the battlefield. Wait, did I let you go? M.O. Long reached out his hand to block the Marines who were about to escort Jean past him toward the dungeon, even though my crew members are a bit foolish. But, in the spirit of not giving up on a partner, even if they are fools, I must bring them back. Jean, facing M.O. Long's attitude, he didn't know whether to be moved or to curse. The Marines were blocked by M.O. Long and were somewhat at a loss. This is a strong opponent who could fight with Vice Admiral Carp to a standstill. They didn't dare to move first. You guys go, I'll hold this little brat back. By the way, do you have any spare sea stone handcuffs? Give me a pair. Carp stood in front of M.O. Long and then asked the Marines behind him. The various abilities M.O. Long had just displayed made Carp mistakenly believe it must be the ability of a devil fruit. Although he was unsure of what kind of devil fruit could allow someone to be reborn and change into various forms, this bizarre ability must be a devil fruit power. There's a well-known principle in this sea. Once a power that exceeds common sense appears, just ignore everything else. It must be a devil fruit power. Yes. Vice Admiral Carp, a Marine, took out a sea stone handcuff and handed it to Carp. Carp. He looked at the handcuff that could only be used to cuff the wrists of ordinary people and was stunned. Looking again at M.O. Long, this guy's size is not much different from his. That wrist is as thick as an ordinary person's thigh. Can this cuff fit an ordinary person? The Marine noticed that Carp had not taken the handcuffs for a long time and seemed to think of this point. He immediately apologized to Carp. Sorry, Vice Admiral Carp. I'll go get you a suitable one right now. Saying that, the Marine was about to run back to get specific sea stone handcuffs from the weapon storage. After all, there are many large-sized people in the pirate world, so there are various sizes of sea stone handcuffs, but of course, the most common ones are the ordinary type, since there are really not many humans taller than 2 meters. Forget it. Let's make do with this. Carp stopped the Marine who was going to get new sea stone handcuffs. Although these handcuffs definitely won't fit M.O. Long, but these shackles are connected with a chain in between. Carp can directly bind M.O. Long with the chain. After all, most Devil Fruit users will lose their powers as soon as they touch the sea stone handcuffs. All right, you all hurry up and go now. Lock Jean up in the depths of the prison. Although M.O. Long is right here, Carp also has no better choice. He can't let the Marines take Jean away, right? Yes, Vice Admiral Carp. The Marines dragged the chains binding Jean and headed deeper into the prison. Bang! M.O. Long instantly disappeared in front of Carp, delivering a punch to send the Marine responsible for escorting Jean flying, saying, "I told you, no one could take Jean away without my permission." What a troublesome little brat. Carp didn't expect M.O. Long to be so cunning and hurriedly chased after him. He grabbed M.O. Long's shoulder with one hand and directly pressed M.O. Long to the ground. After M.O. Long sent the Marine flying, he kicked Jean away and said to him, "Hurry and get lost, if you get caught again. You won't need the Navy to act. I'll kill you myself. What a mess." Jean was kicked away, looking at the key to the shackles in his hand. He glanced back at M.O. Long being pressed to the ground by Carp. Tears of gratitude flowed down once again. "Vice Captain, you really are my reborn parents. If you die, I will definitely burn paper for you every year." After saying that, Jean ran away without looking back. At the moment he turned to run, several drops of tears fell from Jin's eyes. M.O. Long, looking at Jean who ran away without looking back, really wanted to curse. "Is this how you treat your savior? The last time you turned around and ran was one thing, but this time again? Even if I saved a dog, that dog would wag its tail at me. And you, is this it? Little brat, are you regretting it? Look at this. This is the crew of the Beast Pirate Group, abandoning their companions to be caught without a care. Is such a pirate group worth your effort?" Carp pressed M.O. Long down, locking the sea stone chains onto M.O. Long's hands. Tying a tight knot, the sea stone iron chain was distorted by Carp's strength. After securing M.O. Long, Carp directly flipped over and sat on the ground. After fighting for so long, he was a bit tired. M.O. Long tried to struggle, but found that the sea stone chains were locked very securely. He couldn't get them open. "Don't struggle, little brat." Carp looked at M.O. Long's futile struggles with a look of gloating. "That's a sea stone handcuff, and you should be powerless now, right?" "No, I'm not." M.O. Long shrugged, then gritted his teeth. A powerful force erupted from M.O. Long's body, his arms bulging directly, and the muscles piled up looked very strong. "Ah, break me apart," M.O. Long roared, feeling all his strength surging up. The sea stone chains that were locked onto M.O. Long's hand snapped. How is that possible? Carp couldn't believe it. The sea stone handcuffs were made of extremely hard metal, although they couldn't be said to be indestructible. How could a Devil Fruit user break the sea stone handcuffs without their powers? This is unscientific, unless M.O. Long was not affected by the sea stone. He wasn't a Devil Fruit user? But that's impossible. If he is not a user, how could he come back to life and transform into various shapes? Why is it impossible? When did I ever say I was a user? M.O. Long stood up from the ground and shrugged his shoulders at Carp. "Vice Captain?" Just then, Jean ran back from afar. The chains on him had disappeared. "M.O. Long. Damn, didn't I tell you to run? Why did you come back? Are you looking for death?" M.O. Long scolded Jean, a guy who was more trouble than help. He didn't even think about it. "With your little strength, what is the use of coming here?" I thought you were captured, so you wanted to come save me?" M.O. Long looked at Jin's stuttering form and rolled his eyes. "Are you brainless? Making it sound like I was really captured and you could save me from Carp's hands?" Chapter 174. M.O. Long joined the Navy. I. Scolded by M.O. Long, Jean didn't know what to say. He looked very wronged. "Hi, you're still wronged? What right do you have to be wronged? I took so many punches from that old man to save you. Was I wronged? I wasn't wronged at all. So what right do you have to be wronged?" M.O. Long pointed at Jean's nose and scolded him, just like scolding his own grandson. "I just thought if you were captured, being alone would be too lonely, so I would accompany you to prison," Jean said weakly. M.O. Long. "So prison is interesting, huh? Have you gotten addicted to it from before? You actually want to accompany me to prison? Besides, who said I would be captured? Are you cursing me?" M.O. Long sighed. This group of calamities is too difficult to manage. Thinking about it, Kaido is leading such people and still able to rank among the 4 emperors. Is it really just relying on himself? How could prison be interesting? Jean quietly retorted. That kind of dark, damp place being tied up with chains, in that state, he would T1 endure it for even a minute. Moreover, he had only eaten 3 meals in total while being locked up in the Navy headquarters. It seemed they only needed to ensure he wouldn't starve to death. This is simply prisoner abuse. Prisoners have dignity, all right? Such trampling is really too much. Since it's not interesting, why don't you get lost? M.O. Long shouted loudly, pointing towards the exit. Kaido is in the clouds. Once you go out, just fly straight up to the clouds, and you'll see him. As for me, don't worry. The Navy headquarters can't stop me. Got it? M.O. Long asked Jean. Got it. Jean nodded. Since you know, why don't you get lost? M.O. Long shouted again. Jean ran away. M.O. Long turned around to face Carp, beckoning him with his finger. Old man, come on. Let us continue fighting. You said Kaido is here too? Carp was still sitting on the ground, showing no intention of standing up to continue fighting M.O. Long, but instead asked M.O. Long this question. What, are you scared? Hearing Carp's question, M.O. Long smiled. Hearing M.O. Long's words, Carp also smiled. Kid, do you think I'm afraid of Kaido? Since you're not afraid, then why ask? Also, old man, if you're not planning to continue fighting, I'll leave now. After saying that, M.O. Long turned around and left. Carp still sat on the ground, showing no intention of chasing after him. This puzzled M.O. Long, didn't he? He always want to kill him before? Why is he giving up now? Is it because he knows he can't die? So he doesn't want to continue wasting effort? Hey, I'm really leaving. After walking several meters, M.O. Long found that Carp still hadn't chased after him, and he was stunned. If you want to leave, then leave. Why so much nonsense? Carp glared at M.O. Long. It's almost time for Ace S execution. I don't have the mood to care about you anymore. Oh, is that so? M.O. Long understood, since that S the case. Are you not planning to see him for the last time? Maybe he has something to say to you like, I was wrong. I shouldn't have gone to sea as a pirate. I should have joined the Navy and so on. Hee kid, you think too much. Ace would never say such things. Carp shook his head. He is that kind of single-minded person. Once he chooses, he will go all the way. Even at the cost of his life, he will not turn back. So he definitely won't say that. But you kid, do you want to join the Navy? Carp suddenly said this, surprising M.O. Long, pointing at his own nose. He said, Old man, what are you saying? You want me to join the Navy? Have you hit your head during the fight? I'm a pirate. You say you're a pirate. Who knows? Carp looked at M.O. Long and retorted. With that said, it seems not many people actually know M.O. Long's identity. I'm still Kaido's son-in-law. Do you want me to betray Kaido? M.O. Long was unclear about Carp's line of thought. Could it be that he found him too outstanding and wanted to recruit him? There are plenty of beauties in the Navy. Why be infatuated with just one? Moreover, with Kaido's looks, how could his daughter be beautiful? Carp hasn't seen Yamato, so he naturally doesn't know what she looks like. However, they all say girls resemble their fathers. With Kaido's fierce face, could he possibly give birth to a beautiful girl? Old man, you've fallen into a misconception. Yamato is indeed a big beauty. Forget it. Why am I even telling you this? Since you don't want to fight anymore, then I'll be leaving. M.O. Long turned around and walked away without a hint of hesitation. Carp watched M.O. Long's back, but didn't chase after him. M.O. Long successfully walked out of the dungeon. Once again bathed in sunlight, M.O. Long felt comfortable all over. Just as M.O. Long was about to transform into a bird and fly away, a man appeared in front of him. Navy Admiral Akiji, who are you? Seeing M.O. Long coming out of the prison, Akiji frowned. Just now, he saw Jean flying away, so he thought there might be a problem in the prison and came to check, only to see M.O. Long walking out of the prison. This guy is definitely not a Marine, as he isn't wearing a Navy uniform. He probably wouldn't be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates either. The high-ranking members of the Whitebeard Pirates all know him, except for this guy in front of him. I said I'm just passing by. Do you believe me? Malong didn't expect that after he just avoided Carp, he would run into Akiji. Has this guy become so lenient? He actually just left the battlefield like that. After all, the battlefield was in the front square, while the dungeon was located at the back of the Navy headquarters, which means the battle hadn't affected this place at all. This shows that Akiji couldn't have fought with the Whitebeard Pirates and ended up here. Passing by, do you think I'm stupid? Akiji looked at Malong speechlessly, exuding cold air all over his body. I advise you to honestly reveal your identity. You should know that standing in front of you is a Navy Admiral. You can't escape. How do you know if you don't try? After saying that, Mulong suddenly appeared in front of Aokiji and punched him in the face. It directly caused Aokiji's head to explode. Immediately after, Mulong grew a pair of wings and flew into the sky. Aokiji's shattered head quickly reformed. Mulong couldn't use armament haki, so he couldn't inflict any damage on Aokiji. Chapter 175. Stabbed in the heart by an ice blade, can you escape? Aokiji looked at Mulong flying towards the sky. An ice spear appeared in his hand. Aokiji gripped the ice spear and threw it forcefully at the Mulong in the air. Mulong didn't dodge. Aokiji thought this spear could pierce through Mulong's body, but in fact it didn't. The ice spear accurately hit Mulong's body and shattered. Mulong was also knocked back several somersaults in the air due to the impact of the ice spear. However, it didn't hurt him at all. With Mulong's defense, Aokiji's strength wasn't enough to harm him. But running away after being hit is not Mulong's character. So he retracted his wings, fell from the sky, and stood facing Aokiji. Aokiji, what do you mean? Not running away, but want to take revenge on me? Mulong realized he wasn't strong enough. He was still lacking compared to top-tier figures like admirals. Since that's the case, why not continue to become stronger? His way of becoming stronger was to experience various deaths. And now, this was the Navy headquarters, gathering almost all of the Navy's strong forces. So, why not let these strong figures kill him in various ways right here and become invincible? Such an opportunity was very rare. So, Mulong landed from the sky and gestured to Aokiji with an ice-cold face. Come on, if you have the ability, kill me. I'm standing here today and letting you attack. If you kill me, you're amazing, and if you can't kill me, you're my son. Aokiji, this guy, is he out his mind? Looking at Mulong's provocative appearance, Aokiji was completely dumbfounded. This guy can't really think that making him angry would bring any benefits, right? Why are you silent? Do you think you can't kill me, so you're not responding to me? Mulong continued to provoke. Kid, although I don't know who you are, since you are provoking me like this, if I don't do something, wouldn't that make the Navy Admiral look easy to bully? Ice blade. Aokiji directly formed a cold ice blade in his hand. Keet. Aokiji's toes touched the ground, and he charged toward Mulong. The ice blade aimed at Mulong's heart and thrust forward fiercely. What Aokiji didn't expect was that Mulong actually didn't dodge. This guy really wants to seek death? Or does he think this move still can't harm him? Aokiji recalled how his ice spear had shattered against Mulong earlier. The ice spear broke because Mulong's body was strong, much harder than the ice spear he created, which is why it shattered upon impact. However, the ice blade in his hand was completely different from the ice spear. When the ice blade pierced Mulong's heart, the tremendous force made Mulong take a few steps back. However, the sharp ice blade, under Aokiji's strength, only penetrated 2 centimeters before it couldn't go any further. This kid, Aokiji frowned, pressing his feet firmly on the ground, and exerted force forward, gripping the ice blade tightly. Thus, the ice blade pressed against Mulong's chest, pushing him back continuously. Mulong's feet dragged on the ground, leaving 2 shoe prints. The pain in his chest made Mulong let out a muffled groan. Bang! Mulong didn't know how far he was dragged by the ice blade until his body slammed against the wall of a building and finally stopped. Ice-cold face. Are you a woman? Your strength is so weak. Mulong barely held back the urge to spit out blood. In fact, the ice blade had already pierced his heart, but did that stop Mulong from mocking Aokiji? Of course not. Bastat, D. Although Aokiji always maintained a cold expression, he was naturally angry when provoked like this. The next moment, Aokiji gripped the ice blade with one hand and, with his other hand clenched into a fist, struck the handle of the ice blade hard. Just like a hammer hitting a nail, the ice blade instantly thrust forward a distance. Puchi! The ice blade completely pierced Mulong's heart, even penetrating through it. Just a little more, and it would have exited from Mulong's back. Kid, can you still say those provocative words from earlier? Aokiji released his grip on the ice blade and stepped back a few paces. The ice blade was left inside Mulong's body. Having been stabbed through the heart, no one could survive. Aokiji also relaxed a bit. Just now, he really gave it his all. After decades in the Navy, it was the first time he encountered someone so difficult to deal with. The strength of his body was terrifying. Moreover, he clearly hadn't used armament haki. It was purely his physical strength. He didn't know how it compared to Big Mom's steel balloon-like skin defense. Aokiji had never fought against Big Mom, but he knew that Big Mom had naturally strong defensive capabilities. Her plump and bloated figure was as hard as if it were forged from steel, which is why her body was called a steel balloon. Why not? Aokiji, you woman. After cursing again, Malone reached out and grabbed the ice blade stuck in his chest. It felt incredibly cold. After grabbing the ice blade, Malone pulled it out forcefully. At the moment the ice blade was pulled from his chest, a stream of bright red blood sprayed out, steaming. Are you stupid? If the ice blade stayed in, you could live a little longer. But now you actually pulled it out directly. Are you in such a hurry to die? Aokiji was puzzled by Malone's actions. Without the ice blade blocking him, blood began to flow continuously from M.O. Long's chest, trickling down to his thighs and pooling on the ground. The loss of blood, combined with the issue of his shattered heart, caused M.O. Long to lean against the wall and slide down to the ground, sitting there. As time passed, his body grew weaker and colder until he closed his eyes. He was dead. Shinji stood in front of M.O. Long, watching him die with wide eyes. Even until M.O. Long's death, he still didn't know M.O. Long's name. However, there was no need to know the name of a dead person. Shinji shook his head, turned around, and continued towards the prison. Bang! However, he hadn't walked far when he felt something thrown at him. The back of his head took a hit. Shinji turned around and found that a small stone had hit him. Looking in the direction from which the stone was thrown, guess what he saw? You. How is this possible? Looking at M.O. Long, who was standing there unharmed. Shinji blinked hard, but when he opened his eyes, he still saw M.O. Long standing there. Chapter 176. Subverting the Navy Admiral, he didn't suffer any injuries at all. Shinji looked at M.O. Long's chest, where there should have been a wound caused by an ice blade, but now the wound had completely healed. Not only was the wound gone, but even the torn marks on M.O. Long's chest were also vanished. And on the ground, the bright red blood that should have been flowing had also disappeared. Perhaps it had returned to M.O. Long's body? Is this your confidence in provoking me and facing my attack without dodging? Shinji was not shocked for long. As a Navy admiral, having seen many things on the sea, there were countless bizarre devil fruits showcasing various strange abilities, so he had seen things like this before. Maybe. M.O. Long dusted off the dirt on his pants and beckoned to Shinji. Come on, let's continue. Shinji's slash did not make M.O. Long feel any significant improvement. So, he still needed to die again. However, Shinji did not make a move. He looked at M.O. Long with curiosity and asked, even if you have the ability to come back to life, what benefit does being killed bring you? If there is no benefit, then why do you look like you want me to kill you? So, there must be some benefit, right? Faced with Shinji's question, M.O. Long smiled his icy face. You're quite clever, knowing that I can gain benefits from the process of dying. Then let me tell you now, being killed makes me stronger. Do you believe it? Shinji, this is a bit ridiculous. Being killed makes one stronger? If such a power truly existed in the world, then it would be terrifying. Boom. Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently. The ground was torn apart, creating chasms. M.O. Long even struggled to maintain his balance, nearly falling. Is it Whitebeard? After a while, the ground stopped shaking, and M.O. Long looked towards the direction of the battlefield, where the sounds of shouting and fighting had not ceased since he left the dungeon. However, the place where he was standing was blocked by the Navy headquarters, making it impossible to see clearly. Things are really getting chaotic. If this continues, the Navy headquarters might be destroyed. M.O. Long looked at Shinji and said, so, are you still going to waste time here? M.O. Long's words made Shinji frown. Indeed, M.O. Long's importance now was certainly not as great as Whitebeard's. However, earlier, he thought it would be fine to leave it to Akainu while he checked out here after coincidentally discovering that Jin, who should have been imprisoned, had escaped. But now looking at the commotion, it seemed that Akainu alone might not be able to handle it. Forget it. I'll let you off this time. After saying that, Shinji walked toward the square. M.O. Long followed closely behind. Shinji, sensing that M.O. Long had caught up, stopped and turned to look at M.O. Long, asking, what are you following me for? Who's following you? Is this road your family is? Can't I walk? M.O. Long retorted, looking at Shinji. Shinji suddenly laughed, This is the Navy headquarters, and I am a Navy admiral. Saying this road is my family's doesn't seem unreasonable. Don't flatter yourself. Hearing Qing Ji's words, Mo Long countered. Even Sengoku, the fleet admiral, wouldn't dare say this road is his family's. You, a Navy admiral, want to claim sovereignty over the Navy headquarters? Are you disregarding the world government? The Navy, after all, is just working for the world government. Then who do you work for? Qing Ji probed. Me? I don't work for anyone. I'm starting my own business. So, Qing Ji, would you like to join my entrepreneurial team? Once I become the king of the world, I'll make you the fleet admiral of the Navy. Isn't that your long-held dream? Or rather, your ambition? Although he knew it was unlikely to convince him, trying wouldn't hurt. Besides, he remembered that later, after Qing Ji lost the competition for fleet admiral to a canoe, he also defected from the Navy, although it might have been to go undercover with Blackbeard. But who knows? The pirate king wasn't drawn by him. Become the king of the world? Qing Ji smacked his lips, surprised by Mo Long's ambition. He thought wanting to be fleet admiral made him an ambitious person, but compared to Mo Long in front of him, what was his ambition worth? After all, he was now a Navy admiral, just one step away from fleet admiral. But what about Mo Long? A nameless person actually dared to dream of becoming the king of the world? If his ambition was as difficult as moving from the four seas to the Grand Line, then Mo Long's ambition was as difficult as crossing the Grand Line directly to Laugh Tale. Kid, everyone can talk big. The key is how you plan to achieve it? Qing Ji curiously asked Mo Long. For example, a normal person who wants to become a Navy admiral must first join the Navy, then complete various tasks, build military achievements, and climb step by step with goals and plans to achieve those goals. What about you? What is the first step to becoming the king of the world? The first step is to subvert Navy Admiral Qing Ji. What do you think? Mo Long looked at Qing Ji and said, Qing Ji, the plan is good, but how do you plan to subvert me? Indeed, if he could subvert a Navy admiral, and that Navy admiral could become fleet admiral, it would mean that at least a considerable portion of the Navy would be bound to Mo Long's chariot. After all, county officials are not as good as the current ones. Although the Navy is just an army under the world government, the one who has always ruled this army has been the fleet admiral. Even the soldiers below know they belong to the world government's army. However, these soldiers often only listen to the orders of their own commanders. If the commander rebels, many of the Marines underneath will definitely follow suit. How do I persuade you? Didn't I say, if I become the king of the world, I'll make you the admiral of the Navy? Isn't that a fair exchange? Mo Long said lightly, as if the position of the king of the world was already within his grasp. Heh, you clearly want to pull off a trick with empty hands. Qing Ji sneered. What is your current identity? What forces do you have? What do you have to challenge the world government and sit on the throne of the world's highest power? My current identity? That's not important. As for the forces I have, how about the Beast Pirates? Since my identity won't be a secret in the future anyway. Mo Long didn't mind revealing a bit. The Beast Pirates? Upon hearing this name, Qing Ji suddenly felt that Mo Long looked very familiar. Isn't this the guy who destroyed the G5 branch? It's you? Qing Ji pointed at Mo Long. Kid, it was you who destroyed the G5 branch in the New World half a month ago, right? No wonder I felt you were somewhat familiar before. But I couldn't recall it no matter how hard I tried. I thought it was an illusion, but it turns out finding you is effortless. You know, after the G5 branch was destroyed, I personally went to investigate. Chapter 177. Almost done. Strike while the iron is hot. How did you know? Mo Long blinked his big eyes, feeling quite puzzled. The destruction of the G5 branch should have left no evidence, right? After all, Kaido's heat wave directly destroyed the entire base and all the Marines on it, leaving no survivors. You didn't expect it, did you? The scene of you stepping on Virgo was captured by the Marines of the G5 branch. Qing Ji said to Mo Long, since you know, why doesn't the Navy put a bounty on me? Mo Long was puzzled. Even if the G5 branch was neglected, the destruction of a naval branch and the death of thousands of Marines is definitely a big deal. If I were the admiral, I would have put a bounty of at least 1 billion. I thought the same at the time, but Admiral Sengoku didn't want to offend Kaido to avoid unnecessary trouble. So he didn't hold you accountable for the incident. Qing Ji said lightly, not wanting to offend Kaido. By the way, was Kaido also in the photo? Qing Ji shook his head, The photo only captured you stepping on Virgo. As for Kaido, I discovered him while investigating in the New World. The G5 branch was likely destroyed by Kaido's heat wave, so it was concluded that you and Kaido have a close relationship, possibly even as a bastard child. Sengoku considered the consequences of a full-scale war with the Whitebeard pirates and worried that if he took action against you, it might provoke Kaido's retaliation. Even the Navy headquarters would find it difficult to deal with two emperors at once. Thus, the issue regarding you and the G5 branch was temporarily set aside. The focus was on destroying the Whitebeard pirates, and Yamato was pushed to the back. But unexpectedly, you came to us voluntarily now? No one thinks the Navy headquarters is as easily destroyed as a naval branch, right? Shinji looked at Mo Long with a mocking expression. How do you know it won't work unless you try? Mo Long shrugged. Oh, how do you want to try? Shinji tilted his head and asked Mo Long. How about starting by blowing up a Marine admiral? Exciting, right? Mo Long raised his eyebrows at Shinji. Just you? Shinji scoffed. Don't think that just because you have an immortal ability, you can do whatever you want. Devil fruits have limits. I don't believe you can infinitely resurrect. Devil fruits have limits, but I'm not a devil fruit user. Mo Long was speechless. Does he have to explain this every time? Does everyone in this world think that when they encounter something beyond common sense, the other party must have eaten a devil fruit? Can't they consider that it might be some special race? For example, aren't T-Sky Islanders supposed to have wings? There are also the small people of Dressrosa, and then there's the race like the Genes that has wings and is on fire, and the three-eyed race of the Brin. If you really count, there are quite a few strange races in the One Piece world. What the hell is that? Suddenly, Mo Long was startled, looking towards Shinji's back, not far away. There, a huge creature stealthily landed from the water. Kid, do you think I'm a fool? Trying to make me look back this way? Seeing Mo Long pointing behind him, Shinji rolled his eyes. Using such an old trick from 800 years ago. Do you think I would fall for it? How much do you look down on me? I'm not lying to you. That should be the giant warship Saint Juan Wolf, which just escaped from Impel Down. Mo Long thought for a moment and revealed the answer. Ah, has it been discovered? Saint Juan Wolf was originally trying to stealthily land from the back of the Navy headquarters. After all, both the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates were in the front square of the Navy headquarters, so landing from the back shouldn't be noticed. But unexpectedly, two unscrupulous people actually left the battlefield. Shinji, he initially thought Mo Long was lying to him. But this exclamation of being discovered from behind made Shinji quickly turn back. There really is someone? Shinji frowned upon seeing the giant warship. This guy was a prisoner from the 6th level of Impel Down, and just yesterday, Impel Down was breached by Blackbeard, allowing many pirates to escape. And the giant warship, Saint Juan Wolf, was one of them. Saint Juan Wolf, I didn't expect you to dare come to the Navy headquarters. This guy is so bold. Just escaped from Impel Down, and he actually came to the Navy headquarters? What does he want to do? Is he seeking revenge against the Marines who captured him? However, as far as Shinji knew, the Marines who captured this guy had already retired. Ha! Shinji, are you trying to intimidate my crew? Blackbeard's voice came from beneath the giant Saint Juan Wolf. Looking down, Shinji discovered that under the massive body of Saint Juan Wolf, at the edge of its feet, stood Blackbeard and a group of men. These people were all familiar to Shinji. Half of them were members of Blackbeard's crew. The other half were the most notorious criminals from the 6th level of Impel Down. Even in the depths of Impel Down, these few were among the most vicious criminals, erased from history by the world government. He didn't expect Blackbeard to bring them out. It's safe to say, Blackbeard's commotion at Impel Down caused the most severe riot in its history, resulting in countless pirates' deaths during this upheaval. The total bounty of those deceased pirates could easily amount to the bounties of dozens of emperors. After all, anyone locked up in the 6th level wouldn't have a bounty of less than a few hundred million, right? And Blackbeard made those prisoners kill each other. Only the survivors followed him. During that infighting, hundreds of pirates died. In the end, only 5 left with Blackbeard. Blackbeard, you bastard. Are you provoking our Navy? Just after robbing Impel Down, Blackbeard appeared at Navy headquarters, which Kazan never expected. You traded Fire Fist A's for the position of Warlord of the Sea. Just for them? Kazan continued to ask. If it weren't for the identity of the Warlord, Blackbeard couldn't have approached Impel Down at all. Otherwise, Blackbeard spread his hands and said, You don't think that a mere position of Warlord could buy me, Marshal D. Teach, do you? Then what do you want? To replace Whitebeard's position? Kazan looked at Blackbeard, frowning deeply. If that's the case, you should go to the New World now and directly seize Whitebeard's territory. The Whitebeard pirates are all at Navy headquarters right now. Wouldn't it be easy to attack them now? Why take the risk at Navy headquarters? Because I have more important things to do. After saying that, Blackbeard no longer paid attention to Kazan and walked towards the battlefield. Since he had already been discovered, hiding was meaningless. Moreover, Whitebeard was about to die. He had to act quickly. Otherwise, if Whitebeard died too long, the power of the Tremor fruit might disappear. Then, he wouldn't be able to seize Whitebeard's power. Appearing at Navy headquarters with all his wealth, Blackbeard was risking complete annihilation, and the greater the risk, the greater the reward. By taking risks at Impel Down, he gained 5 new crew members. And now, by taking risks at Navy headquarters, he aimed to obtain the world's strongest fruit, the Tremor fruit. He, Blackbeard, just loved to gamble. If he lost, he could just start over in 18 years. If he won, he would be the king of the world. Chapter 178. The Battle of Blackbeard and Whitebeard. Blackbeard, where do you think you're going? Kazan stepped forward, ready to chase after Blackbeard, but he was blocked by Blackbeard's crew. Sorry, Kazan, this road is closed. The group lined up in front of Kazan, wearing wicked smiles. After all, disturbing our captain to pay his respect to his old man is something we cannot tolerate. Paying respects to his old man? Upon hearing this, Kazan's mouth twitched violently. Blackbeard's old man is Whitebeard, right? It's like the black-haired person sending off the white-haired one, turning into Blackbeard, sending off Whitebeard here. Clearly, Kazan understood what Blackbeard's paying respects meant. It was probably to personally send Whitebeard on his way. After all, having betrayed Whitebeard, Kazan didn't think Blackbeard had a change of heart to help him. Do you think you can stop me? Kazan continued to walk forward, ignoring Blackbeard's crew. Damn it, who do you think you are? The champion fighter, seeing Kazan ignore them, rushed up with a punch. Facing the fierce punch from the champion fighter, Kazan extended his palm and grasped the opponent's fist. The next moment, the champion fighter, suspended in midair, was instantly frozen into an ice block and fell to the ground. So powerful, is this the strength of a Navy admiral? Blackbeard's crew was shocked, not expecting the champion fighter to be defeated in one move. Do you still want to stop me? Kazan looked at them and said lightly. White cold air was emanating from Kazan, cooling down the temperature in the area. Kazan, don't be too arrogant. What if we stop you? The 5-man group that came out of Impel Down stepped forward, surrounding Kazan in a fan shape. The battle was about to break out. On the other side, Blackbeard emerged from the back of the Navy building. Looking at Whitebeard not far away, he laughed heartily. Old man, you're really in a miserable state. Who left 2 big holes in you? Tell me, and I'll take care of him for you. As soon as Blackbeard's voice appeared, it attracted the attention of the Whitebeard pirates. Everyone glared at Blackbeard with anger. It was this bastard's betrayal that led to the current situation. The Whitebeard pirates had suffered heavy losses, with thousands dead or injured. Even Whitebeard had 2 bloody holes from Akainu's magma punch, although Akainu wasn't unscathed either. He had been punched into the ground. Now, no one knew where he was. Teach. Hearing that treacherous laugh, Whitebeard gritted his teeth and looked over. You bastard. How dare you appear in front of me? Do you think I can't move my blade? Old man, don't be so angry. As your son, I specifically came to see you off before you die. Aren't you the least bit moved? Blackbeard laughed at Whitebeard. Teach. Since you've appeared, then I will personally clean up the house. You bastard have committed the most unforgivable crime against the Whitebeard pirates, which is to harm your comrades. Whitebeard sneered and charged at Blackbeard with his sword. With each step, the ground shook with a loud bang. Old man, since you want to attack me, then don't blame me for being unfilial. Blackbeard squinted his eyes. Having gained the power of the dark fruit, he had become arrogant and no longer regarded Whitebeard as a threat. Teeth. Whitebeard charged at Blackbeard, leaping into the air, clenching his fist, and a white halo appeared on his fist as the Tremor fruit's power activated, ready to smash Blackbeard to pieces with a powerful punch. However, Blackbeard's palm also glowed with light. But unlike Whitebeard's, it was a black light. Blackbeard reached out and grasped the fist coming from Whitebeard. The white light on Whitebeard's fist disappeared, and the power of the Tremor fruit also vanished simultaneously. How is that possible? Seeing his power fail to take effect, Whitebeard's eyes widened. Old man, did you see that? This is the strongest devil fruit in the world that I pursue. It can counter all devil fruits, making their abilities ineffective. Without the power of the tremor fruit, you are just an ordinary old man. As he spoke, Blackbeard punched Whitebeard in the chest. The immense force lifted Whitebeard's legs off the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Old man! The members of the Whitebeard pirates shouted in alarm upon witnessing this scene. They never expected Blackbeard to be so strong. He could counter Whitebeard on the execution platform. Sengoku frowned. Whitebeard hadn't been dealt with yet, and now another Blackbeard had appeared. Things were getting more troublesome. Looking at the time, the execution time for Fire Fist Ace had arrived. However, the situation on site. Forget it, there's no time to worry about that. First, execute Fire Fist Ace and then talk. Sengoku shouted into the megaphone. Now, I announce that the execution ceremony for Fire Fist Ace is about to begin. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. The two executioners in charge of the execution obeyed and began to wield their spears. Ace. The voice caught Whitebeard's full attention as he looked towards the execution platform, even turning around to run towards it. Save Ace. However, just as Whitebeard turned around, Blackbeard kicked him in the back, knocking him to the ground. Old man, did you forget you have a son like me? Late Isti. What's the point of keeping a guy who doesn't know his own worth alive? Teach. Whitebeard clenches fists, one side being his son Fire Fist Ace, about to be executed, and the other side being the culprit of this war, Blackbeard. He wanted to consider both sides, but, I'm here, old man. Blackbeard crossed his arms, completely disregarding the already injured Whitebeard. 20 years of forbearance was just for today's arrogance, right? Teach, I want you dead. Whitebeard stood up and threw a punch at Blackbeard. However, it was still useless. Blackbeard easily absorbed Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability. Chapter 179. A punch that defeats the immortal bird. Without his powers, Whitebeard seemed to have truly become an ordinary old man. His fist struck Blackbeard's palm, lacking any lethality. On the execution platform, Morgans shook his head. Logically speaking, even if Whitebeard lost the ability to activate the tremor fruit, he should still possess immense strength. How could he be blocked by Blackbeard with just one hand? Unless Blackbeard's absorption ability not only consumed the tremor fruit's power, but also Whitebeard's inherent strength. Yes, that would explain it. Why every punch Whitebeard threw could be easily caught by Blackbeard's hand. Who are you? Suddenly, a man appeared on the execution platform, startling the two executioners. Sengoku, however, was focused entirely on Whitebeard and Blackbeard and did not notice the man who had appeared behind him on the execution platform. Don't mind me. I'm just a spectator. You can continue your execution and pretend you didn't see me. Morgans waved at the two executioners. Morgans appeared on the execution platform, not to save Fire Fist Ace. Ace wasn't his brother. As for why he was on the execution platform, if he wasn't there to save someone, it was simply because the view was excellent. He could easily encompass the entire battlefield. The situation on the battlefield was still intense. Besides the confrontation between the Navy and Whitebeard's crew in the square, there was also a battle between the Navy and Whitebeard's 47-ship fleet on the ice in the distance. It seemed that the Navy still held the advantage. However, what Morgans did not expect was that Luffy was actually not there. Logically speaking, Luffy should have arrived in this world by now. Did something unexpected happen? Did his appearance create a butterfly effect? But he had no interaction with Luffy. How could he affect the other party? Moreover, he hadn't left the New World before, basically staying on Onigashima. Even if a butterfly effect occurred, it should be quite limited, right? How could it not matter to you? The two executioners found Morgans's words to be like a joke. You, a nobody, suddenly appear on the execution platform. How can we not care about you? What if you're here to raid the execution site? It's you, Morgans. Sengoku noticed Morgans after hearing the voice. Upon seeing Morgans for the first time, he recognized him immediately. After all, this guy had destroyed a Navy branch and committed a grave crime. If it weren't for dealing with Whitebeard, he would definitely have put a bounty on Morgans or even captured him. However, Sengoku did not expect that instead of him going to catch Morgans, Morgans would come out on his own. But, according to the intelligence, this guy was Kaido's son-in-law, and given that Jin had just escaped from the dungeon, Sengoku judged that Morgans must have released Jin. Sengoku was somewhat worried that Morgans might not have come alone. If Kaido was also here, then the Navy headquarters would truly become chaotic. Hey, Sengoku. Hearing Sengoku call his name, Morgans greeted him back. Why are you here? You big-headed ghost? Sengoku questioned Morgans. Wasn't this a question he already knew the answer to? Since he knew my name, he should also know my identity. My crew member has been captured by you, and I'm here to save him. Isn't that reasonable? After all, if Whitebeard could kill the Navy headquarters for his son, shouldn't the beast pirates be able to do the same? Morgans said matter-of-factly. Of course, old man Sengoku, you can pretend I'm not here and continue executing Fire Fist Ace. As long as you don't attack me, I won't do anything to make things difficult for you. Since you came to save Jin, and Jin has already escaped, why are you still here? Sengoku found it strange. Wasn't he staying here risking too much? Or did this kid think he could boldly escape the Navy headquarters? Damn it. This is too dismissive of the Navy headquarters. Leaving or not is my freedom, isn't it? Morgan smiled. All right, Sengoku, you do your thing, and I'll watch my show. Wouldn't it be nice if we didn't interfere with each other? Just to let you know, Kaido is up in the sky. You wouldn't want him to show up and help Whitebeard, right? Kaido is here too? Sengoku clenched his fists. Whitebeard still hadn't been dealt with. If Kaido appeared again, the situation of this battle might become very grim. In that case, just stay here and watch the show. But if you dare do anything you're not supposed to, don't blame me for personally suppressing you, Sengoku warned Morgans. Hey, I got it. Morgan sat cross-legged on a wooden plank, hands behind his head, responding nonchalantly, completely disregarding Sengoku's warning or threat. Don't mind him. Continue the execution. Sengoku spoke to the two executioners, but his gaze remained fixed on Morgans. Kaido was likely watching from the sky. At this moment, Sengoku did not want Kaido to join the battlefield, especially since he had lost an important fighting force with Garp's absence. As the fleet admiral, he had to manage the overall situation and could not act recklessly. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. The two executioners began the execution ritual for Fire Fist Ace again. Ace, I'm here to save you. At this moment, the voice of the immortal bird, Marco, came from the distance. Looking out, a giant bird engulfed in blue flames was flapping its wings, charging towards the execution platform. Originally, if Carp were here, he would have taught Marco a lesson with one punch. But now, shoot him, stop him, don't let him get close to the execution platform. The Marines on the ground, witnessing this scene, raised their firearms and shot at Marco. However, it was useless. Bullets struck the immortal bird, only creating a ripple, but causing no harm to Marco. Damn it, why is this happening? The Marines gritted their teeth at this sight. As Marco was about to reach the execution platform, Sengoku's eyes flashed with a golden light. In the end, it seems I have to take action. Bang! Before Sengoku could finish his sentence, a man leaped in front of him and punched Marco hard in the face, knocking him to the ground. Why? Looking at the man who had landed back on the execution platform, Sengoku was confused. Why was he helping him? That's right. The man who knocked Marco from the air with one punch was none other than Moria. It's nothing, I just don't like people showing off in front of me. Moria said lightly, and by the way, I'll do you a favor, Sengoku. Chapter 180. The Death of Fire Fist, Ace doing me a favor? Sengoku's mouth twitched. He felt this reason was absurd. You're a pirate, and you're doing me a favor? Do you want me to let you go if I catch you in the future? Kid, if you think you can use this to bargain for leniency when you're caught later, that's impossible. Sengoku said sternly, even if he didn't act. Marco wouldn't be able to get up here. Of course, I know that. After all, you are the Marine Admiral. How could a mere Marco possibly save Fire Fist Ace in front of you? Moria chuckled. After all, Marco isn't Luffy, without the protagonist's halo. This is how it ends. Damn it, who is that guy? Marco landed. Rubbing his left cheek where he was punched, it really hurt. The Marines had never seen someone like this before. Marco, are you okay? The members of the Whitebeard Pirates looked at Marco and asked. I'm fine. Marco shook his head, transforming his hands into wings, ready to continue charging at the execution platform. However, it was already too late. I'm sorry, everyone. At this moment, Ace's voice came from the execution platform. Because of me, my brothers have suffered heavy casualties. I, Fire Fist Ace, cannot atone for my sins even in 100 deaths. Now, I just hope everyone can leave quickly. I'm about to die. This is my last words. I hope everyone can return safely to the new world. Poochie, Poochie. As soon as Ace finished speaking, the executioner's spear pierced Ace's body. The same execution method as Pirate King Roger. The spear penetrated his body, blood continuously flowing from the wound, dripping onto the wooden platform of the execution stage. Ace's face bore a smile, but tears kept falling from his eyes. It was unclear whether he was saddened by his own death or by the casualties caused because of him to the Whitebeard pirates. Ace! 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 In that instant, countless voices called out Ace's name. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, witnessing this scene, let out heart-wrenching cries. Why did they come to Marine headquarters? Wasn't it just to save Ace? But now, why is it like this? Ace! A tear fell from Whitebeard's eye as well. His tightly clenched fists revealed bulging veins. Anger filled his heart. Ha ha, Ace, you really deserve it. When you found me before, I told you to become my partner. Otherwise, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Now, I wonder if you regret it? Blackbeard laughed as he looked towards the execution platform. However, he didn't notice that behind him, an enraged Whitebeard was already ready to flip the heavens. Tough, good day. Whitebeard stepped forward, placing one hand directly on the back of Blackbeard's head, pushing him forward forcefully, smashing his face into the ground, burying Blackbeard's entire face into the earth. But that wasn't the end. A white halo appeared on Whitebeard's palm. The power of the Tremor fruit activated. Boom! The earth shook, and the ground beneath Blackbeard shattered into pieces. Blackbeard also spat out blood, his head bleeding profusely. The immense pain drove Blackbeard to scream in madness. The side effects of the dark fruit made Blackbeard suffer double the agony. His entire body rolled on the ground, shouting, hoping to alleviate his suffering this way. But the next moment, Blackbeard's rolling body was stomped on the chest by Whitebeard. Whitebeard held the bicento, spinning it in his hands, aiming for Blackbeard's shin. Blackbeard felt the cold blade tip pressed against his neck, which sent chills down his spine. Teach, Ace is dead, and now I'll send you down to join him. No, please, Dad, don't. Seeing this, Blackbeard hurriedly begged for mercy. Dad, I'm also your son. Are you really going to kill your own son? I was wrong. I know I was wrong, Dad. Don't kill me. However, facing Blackbeard's pleas, Whitebeard remained calm. Now you realize your mistake? Don't you know it's too late? Teach, because of you, how many of my children have died? Your crimes cannot be atoned for even with 1,000 cuts. Today, I will personally take your head. After saying that, Whitebeard held the bicento high and swung it down with great force. No, don't. Blackbeard saw the flash of the sword. The sharp blade about to cut in front of him, screaming in pain, but it was completely useless. Whitebeard didn't care at all about 20 years of father-son relationship. This strike was so decisive, so resolute. He was determined to kill Blackbeard with his own hands. Damn it, is my life ending here? Blackbeard looked at the approaching bicento, getting closer and closer, ready to accept his fate. 20 years of hiding, one day of rising, gathering companions. Is it all going to end here? When? Just as the bicento was about to strike Blackbeard's neck, a sound of metal clashing echoed. Immediately after, a man's magnetic voice rang out. Captain, your life has just begun. Don't be so desperate, okay? It turned out at the last moment, Blackbeard's crewmate, Shiryu of the Rain, appeared. The cursed blade, Raijin, radiating a red ominous light, blocked Whitebeard's fatal blow. Seeing this, Blackbeard quickly hugged the thigh of Whitebeard that was stepping on his chest and forcefully lifted it, seizing the opportunity to escape from under Whitebeard's feet. That was close. Too close to death. However, in the end, fate was still on my side, huh? Old man, this battle I won. After escaping, Blackbeard immediately resumed his domineering attitude as the top dog, looking at Whitebeard arrogantly and saying, to repay you well, I will personally send you down to accompany Ace. Whitebeard gritted his teeth and kept his mouth shut. His body had nearly reached its limit. That last strike was his final blow. Alas, is this the mockery of fate? Does heaven want Whitebeard to die with his eyes wide open? His hand gripping the Tsongyin Xie was trembling because he could barely hold on anymore. The pain from his injuries was just too severe. It could be said that the previous Whitebeard had basically been holding on just to save Fire Fist Ace and kill Blackbeard. But just now, Fire Fist Ace died. This was a significant blow for Whitebeard. He had focused all his thoughts on killing Blackbeard. Just now, he had almost succeeded. But he was stopped by Rangi Shilio. Chapter 181, I am the remnant of the old era. The new era has no ship to carry me. This time, Rangi Shilio's obstruction almost exhausted Whitebeard's last willpower. Whitebeard was now completely at the end of his rope. Just holding the Tsongyun Chia had nearly drained all his strength. Whitebeard understood that his time was up. He could no longer use his powers more than a few times. So, what he needed to consider now was not killing Blackbeard, but how to ensure the safe return of the children who had come with him to the Navy headquarters to the New World. This was Whitebeard's current thought. Therefore, after being blocked by Rangi Shilio, he no longer attacked. He could not continue to deplete his remaining strength on Blackbeard. He wanted to use this last bit of strength to carve out a path for his sons. Kids, listen to me. This is my last order as captain. Pay attention. Put down all battles and from now on, run for your lives no matter what. Return to the New World. Whitebeard shouted. Ace was already dead. Continuing to fight was meaningless. Avenging Ace? Whitebeard knew that was impossible now. He was running out of time. His children had not yet grown to be able to stand on their own and were certainly not a match for the Navy. So, the best choice now was for him to stay behind, block the Navy, and allow the pirates to retreat back to the New World. Old man, what are you talking about? The members of the Whitebeard pirates did not understand Whitebeard's thoughts. The battle had reached this point, and he wanted them to run. Shouldn't they continue fighting and kill all the Navy to avenge Ace? Moreover, even if they wanted to run, would the Navy let them escape? This is my final captain's order. Do you want to defy my will? Whitebeard roared at his children. For a moment, no one dared to speak. As Whitebeard's eldest son, Marco was also very unwilling, but he still decided to obey Whitebeard's words. Old man, we can leave, but what about you? Marco seemed to read Whitebeard's resolve from his words. Coho, Marco, I am the remnant of the old era. The new era has no ship to carry me. So, I will stay behind and hold them off for you. Whitebeard said with a hearty laugh. No, old man, if you don't leave, we won't leave either. That's right. If we leave together. If we stay together. The Whitebeard pirates never abandon a companion. How can we abandon you, old man? Upon hearing that Whitebeard was preparing to stay behind and carve out a retreat for them, the pirates all disagreed. Shut the hell up, I said. The new era has no ship to carry me. My journey ends here. You all must return to the New World. Not a single one of you can stay. Are you not going to listen to the old man's words? Whitebeard's furious reprimand made the pirates' hearts tremble. After all, usually, they were most afraid of the old man's scolding. But now, at this critical moment, they were no longer afraid. Old man, we must return to the New World together. Without you, the Whitebeard pirates are incomplete. Many pirates still disagreed with Whitebeard staying behind. Whitebeard, helpless, could only say to Marco, Marco, you are the captain of the First Division. I now order you to take all the crew back to the New World, and you're not allowed to refuse. After saying that, Whitebeard raised his big knife. With all his strength, he struck the ground fiercely. The powerful force instantly tore the earth apart. The entire Navy headquarters was almost split in two. The fissure was dozens of meters wide, and this split neatly divided Whitebeard from the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Get the hell out of here. You don't want me to die with my eyes wide open, do you? Having torn the land apart, separating most of the pirates from the Navy, Whitebeard turned his back to the pirates and faced tens of thousands of Navy soldiers, unflinchingly saying, come on, if you want to catch my sons, step over my corpse. The thunderous roar silenced the surrounding sailors. No one dared to move. It seemed everyone knew that Whitebeard was completely desperate at this moment. Anyone who approached would surely suffer ruthless retaliation. Old man, Marco watched this scene, tears streaming down his face. But he still chose to obey Whitebeard's orders. Everyone, hurry up and go. This is the old man's way of giving us a way out. We must not betray the old man's final will. Marco shouted loudly to the pirates. Then he took the lead and rushed towards the port. Seeing Marco take the lead, the pirates also began to put down their battles and run towards the pirate ship at the port. This was not the time for impulsive actions. If they stayed, they would not only betray the old man's will, but might also be of no help. Thus, the members of the Whitebeard pirates began to flee. However, it was not that simple. The Whitebeard pirates are fleeing. Quick, pursue them and annihilate the pirates. The Navy soldiers naturally had no intention of letting the Whitebeard pirates escape. After all, the battle had reached this point, and the death toll was in the tens of thousands. Both sides had long since ignited their fury. Many people watched helplessly as their companions were killed before their eyes. This kind of hatred, how could it possibly be said to be given up? If it weren't for Whitebeard's orders, the members of the Whitebeard pirates wouldn't choose to flee. Most of them would likely choose to fight until the last drop of blood. Sengoku didn't expect things to escalate to this point. However, now is the opportunity to strike the drowning dog, and he certainly wouldn't let it go. Pursue the entire army. Don't let a single pirate escape back to the New World. Annihilate them all at the Navy headquarters. Sengoku commanded the Marines loudly. Although military strategy states that one shouldn't chase a desperate enemy right now, it is the best chance to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates. If these people are allowed to return to the New World now, the next time they are to be annihilated, it will undoubtedly cost more than it does now. Kill. The morale of the Marines reached its peak. They charged forward bravely. Whitebeard didn't look back. He knew there was nothing more he could do. He had done everything he could. The rest, let fate decide. What he needed to do was block the Marines in front of him, to buy time for the kids. At the execution platform, Moku Long watched the seemingly unchanged yet also changed plot, lost in thought. According to the plot, Red-haired should be arriving soon, right? However, Luffy's absence indicates that the plot has changed somewhat. So will Red-haired still appear? Although, Moku Long wasn't sure what Red-haired's appearance would mean. If it were to save Ace, he should have come sooner. If it were to save Luffy, Red-haired probably doesn't know that Luffy is coming to the Navy headquarters. If it were to save Whitebeard, that seems even less likely. After all, in the original work, Red-haired blocked Kaido from going to find Whitebeard. If Red-haired hadn't stopped Kaido, Whitebeard would certainly not have arrived at the Navy headquarters on time. In fact, total annihilation wouldn't be impossible. After all, Kaido can fly, and in the ocean, a flying Kaido has an absolute advantage over Whitebeard. Even Whitebeard might not dare to use his powers recklessly on his ship. After all, if he accidentally causes a tsunami, he might swallow his own pirate ship. And if he doesn't use his powers, how can Whitebeard hit Kaido? Whitebeard can't fly. Kaido only needs to stay in the air and continuously unleash his hot breath, which is a dimensional strike, similar to how Big Mom was overturned by Jean on her ship and fell into the sea. If she weren't so lucky, the Yonko Big Mom would have drowned. Flying and being able to attack from a distance, to be honest, if fighting on the sea, that truly holds all the advantages. After all, for Devil Fruit users, once they fall into the sea, the battle is over. Fighting on the sea doesn't even require attacking the opponent directly. As long as the opponent's ship is destroyed, the battle is over. And for an existence like Kaido, destroying a pirate ship is just a single move. Well, that doesn't matter. Anyway, not many battles in One Piece happen on the sea. They all take place on islands. Destroying ships is easy, but destroying islands is not so simple. Ha ha ha, old man, no way, you can't be so naive as to think that with you holding the rear, the Whitebeard pirates can return smoothly to the New World, right? That's just too ridiculous. Blackbeard mocked Whitebeard. Chapter 182. The most beautiful woman in the world teach. Whether the others can return to the New World, I don't know. But you definitely can't return to the New World. Whitebeard stared at Blackbeard with cold eyes, his gaze unabashedly filled with killing intent. Old man, if you have the ability, then give it a try. Blackbeard sneered at Whitebeard. As the two locked eyes, black lightning clashed between them. Blackbeard's group moved in, surrounding Whitebeard completely. Meanwhile, Akiji, who was originally fighting with Blackbeard's group, stood at a distance, choosing to be a spectator. Letting Blackbeard and Whitebeard fight it out is undoubtedly the most advantageous situation for the Navy. On the other side, Akainu finally crawled up from ground, his body covered in magma. With every step he took, lava dripped from him, melting the ground beneath him. Everyone run, Akainu is coming. The pirates shouted in panic. But, escape? It wasn't that easy. Akainu quickly moved forward, directly chasing down a pirate. With a single magma punch, he melted through the opponent's body. One punch, one kill. Like a demon, unstoppable. Teach, old man. Blackbeard and Whitebeard shouted at each other, engaging in their final battle. Minutes later, Blackbeard, relying on his youth and numbers, took down Whitebeard. The strongest man of a generation was ended by his own son. Surely, he must find some comfort in dying like this, right? Not a chance. He would die with his eyes wide open. What is that guy Blackbeard doing? After a while, Sengoku noticed that Blackbeard's group had actually taken out a black tent to cover Whitebeard. Was it out of filial piety, not wanting the old man's corpse to be exposed? Sengoku, you should act now. Otherwise, Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability will be taken by Blackbeard. At this moment, Mokulong, who was watching, finally spoke up. Looking at Sengoku, he said, Blackbeard will inevitably be an enemy in the future. I don't want Blackbeard to continue growing stronger. What? Kid, what did you say? Sengoku was startled to hear Mokulong's words. How could anyone take someone else's fruit ability? That's impossible. Sengoku couldn't believe it. I've already said it, believe it or not. Mokulong shrugged. If you kill Whitebeard but end up creating a pirate even more terrifying than Whitebeard, Sengoku, are you going to commit seppuku to atone for your sins? I'm not a samurai. Why would I commit seppuku to atone? However, even though Mokulong's words were somewhat absurd, indeed, no matter what Blackbeard intends to do, he must be stopped. Whatever the enemy is doing is certainly beneficial to him. Sengoku may not understand this, but stopping Blackbeard's actions is definitely the right move. Kazan, you seem to have nothing to do. Go capture Blackbeard and his group. Sengoku looked at Akiji, who was standing not far away, watching the drama. What is this guy doing? At a time like this, just standing there lazily watching. Didn't he see a Kainu covered in blood crawling up from underground? And instead of taking a break, he went after Whitebeard's remnants? That's the kind of example all Marines should follow. If it weren't for a Kainu being too excessive and decisive, Sengoku would still admire this kind of Marine who fights hard. Unfortunately, yes, Fleet Admiral. Akiji walked towards Blackbeard. However, Blackbeard had no interest in acknowledging Akiji. He only wanted to obtain the power of Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Sengoku stood on the execution platform, exhaling deeply. The situation had become very clear. The Navy held the advantage. Even with Blackbeard and his crew appearing, they could not stop the Navy from annihilating the Whitebeard pirates. In that case, kid, I can spare my hands to capture you. Sengoku turned to look at Mingo, but when he turned around, Mingo had already disappeared. Huh? Where did he go? Sengoku looked at the spot where Mingo should have been sitting, but now it was empty. Where did he go? At that moment, Mingo was standing in front of a woman. She was the pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, known as the most beautiful woman in the world. Hey, lady, are you wearing any panties? Mingo teased as he looked at the pirate Empress, noticing her skirt split up to her waist. Upon hearing this question, Boa Hancock furrowed her brows deeply. Are you provoking me? Do you want to die? Oh, how did you know I want to die? Mingo replied with a cheeky look, making Boa Hancock extremely angry. In that case, I shall grant your wish. Aromatic leg. Boa Hancock supported herself with her hands, spun her legs, and kicked towards Mingo's head. She showed no mercy. With a loud bang, half of Mingo's face was turned to stone by Boa Hancock's ability and then shattered. Chapter 183. Capture the foot half of his face was gone. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died instantly. But Mingo was still able to say, I see, black. After he finished speaking, Mingo's body fell straight to the ground. That damn bastard. Mingo's words made Boa Hancock's face flush with embarrassment. Furious, Boa Hancock stepped forward, not even sparing Mingo's corpse. She kicked him hard in the waist, petrifying him and sending him flying. The petrified waist was shattered into pieces by this kick. It seemed that only by doing this could she relieve the hatred in her heart. Ha ha ha, Boa Hancock. What did that man mean by black? Can you let me know too? Doflamingo stood not far away, watching Boa Hancock, and asked, in this war, the 7 warlords seemed to just be passing through. They had hardly participated in the battle. Doflamingo, do you want to die too? Boa Hancock turned around and glared at Doflamingo. No, I was just joking. Doflamingo raised his hands, not wanting to quarrel with Boa Hancock. At that moment, Mingo had already recovered and stood up again. Without Luffy and Buggy and the other impelled down prisoners making an appearance, the Marineford War had lost some excitement. Similarly, it increased the Navy's advantage. Otherwise, those prisoners joining the battlefield would also distract the Navy. Especially Luffy, for a time, became the focus of everyone's attention, drawing all the attraction away, which helped the Whitebeard pirates reduce some of the firepower against them. But now, without Luffy, without the show-off clown Buggy, and without the Revolutionary Army's cross-dressing queen, it seemed a bit less joyful. Boa Hancock, look behind you. Suddenly, Doflamingo's eyes widened, staring in disbelief at what was behind Boa Hancock. The Mingo, who had already fallen to the ground, actually stood up, and the places that had originally been shattered were all restored. Doflamingo was somewhat dumbfounded, suspecting he was dreaming. Doflamingo, what tricks are you playing? Boa Hancock frowned. Don't use such childish tricks to fool me. If you want to fight, then fight me properly, not with these diversionary tactics to sneak attack me. Sneak attack you? Boa Hancock, what do you take me for? Doflamingo was speechless. In your eyes, am I such a petty person? A big man wearing a pink sweater. What kind of upright person could you be? Boa Hancock mocked Doflamingo. Doflamingo, did I provoke you by wearing a pink sweater? Don't you think it's stylish and classy? Doflamingo replied. Boa Hancock rolled her eyes. No way. Could there really be someone who thinks a man looks good in pink? I think it's just gaudy. Gaudy? I'll take that as a compliment. Doflamingo continued, pointing behind Boa Hancock. Are you sure you don't want to look back? The man who just teased you is right behind you. There was no need for Doflamingo to say more. Boa Hancock had already felt a huge shadow looming over her, blocking the sunlight behind her. Boa Hancock turned around and kicked, but was easily caught by Mingo. How is it you? Seeing that the one grabbing her foot was the Mingo she had just defeated, Boa Hancock couldn't believe it. Was everything that had just happened an illusion? Hey, that kick felt good, right? Mingo grinned as he held Boa Hancock's foot. Let go of me. Why? Isn't your hand petrified? Boa Hancock was puzzled. Normally, anything that was kicked down by her would be petrified. But now, Mingo's hand that was grabbing her foot was not petrified. This was strange. Why? Maybe I'm immune? Mingo was also unsure. However, thinking back to how he could turn into lightning after being struck by lightning, it was not impossible to be immune to Boa Hancock's petrification after being petrified. Let go of me. Boa Hancock commanded Mingo. My foot is not something you can hold. Hey, then I'll hold on to it. What can you do about it? Mingo said, tightening his grip. Boa Hancock displayed a pained expression. She even let out a soft moan of pain, but it was so faint that no one but Mingo heard it. Damn, man. Boa Hancock knew there was no way to make Mingo release her, so she had to save herself. The next moment, Boa Hancock used Mingo's grip on her foot as a pivot, leaping into the air, spinning, and kicked her other foot fiercely towards Mingo's face. However, Mingo was already prepared. Facing Boa Hancock's kick, Mingo extended his left hand and grabbed again. Just like that, both of Boa Hancock's feet were caught by him. Then he lifted her up. However, her skirt seemed to be fixed in place, not falling due to gravity at all. Let go of me, you bastard. Boa Hancock shouted in humiliation. Ever since she was called the Pirate Empress, she had never suffered such humiliation. However, no matter how she struggled, the huge gap in strength prevented her from escaping from the grip of the ink dragon. In the distance, Doflamingo watched this scene, his originally cheerful expression darkening. He seemed to realize that the man before him was not easy to deal with. Boa Hancock, who was also one of the 7 warlords, was actually taken down so easily. Boa Hancock, do you want me to help? Doflamingo asked casually, looking at her. Doflamingo, do you want to die? Hearing Doflamingo's voice, the ink dragon turned to look at him. His cold gaze was like that of a corpse. Doflamingo swallowed hard, feeling intimidated. But the next moment, he glared back. Kid, do you think you could talk to me like that? The ink dragon tilted his head, sensing that his palm seemed to be controlled by something. Did you make a move, Doflamingo? Doflamingo's fingers were manipulating thin lines descending from the sky, which were currently controlling the ink dragon's palm, seemingly trying to force him to release Boa Hancock's foot. Slap! The ink dragon's hand let go, and Boa Hancock fell directly to the ground. The sudden drop caused her to cry out in pain. Then, she quickly distanced herself from the ink dragon, watching him warily. Chapter 184. Cherishing beauty? Is this your attitude, Boa Hancock? Doflamingo was quite displeased to see Boa Hancock, having escaped from the ink dragon's grip, not even uttering a word of thanks. What kind of attitude do you want me to have? Boa Hancock looked at Doflamingo with pride. Even though she had just been held by her feet and hung upside down, her proud face still showed no sign of compromise. TSK, TSK, TSK. Boa Hancock, I saved your life, and this is the attitude you give me? Don't you feel guilty at all? Doflamingo spread his hands, feeling like he was being overly sentimental. Who told you to save me? You did it willingly. Do I need to thank you? Boa Hancock said disdainfully. Doflamingo, this woman is hopeless. Although he already knew she was very proud, he really didn't expect that after saving her, he would receive a response like, "Who told you to save me? Damn it, do you mean to say I'm cheap for wanting to save you? Bastard. By the way, you two, do you think you can ignore me?" The ink dragon said with a dark expression while watching the two argue. "I am a main character here. Is it really okay for you to ignore me? Who are you?" Boa Hancock naturally couldn't ignore the ink dragon. That bastard had just made her lose face. "Does it matter?" The ink dragon retorted. "Captive arrow." Boa Hancock didn't continue asking, but launched an attack. She pointed a finger at her lips, pulling out an abnormal red heart from them. Then, Boa Hancock extended her other hand, as if shooting an arrow, gripping the center of the red heart and pulling it toward herself. Then she released. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless pink arrows shot toward the ink dragon. These arrows had no actual attack power, but could petrify anything they hit, whether it was a person or an object. However, an unexpected occurrence happened again. When the pink arrows struck the ink dragon, they dissipated like mist, not petrifying him. The same happened previously. Her fragrant script should have petrified the hand that was gripping her foot. But in fact, the ink dragon's palm did not petrify and continued to hold her foot, lifting her upside down. Boa Hancock felt distressed. If her petrification ability was ineffective, it would be a huge blow to her strength. Meanwhile, Doflamingo also found it strange. Previously, the ink dragon's body had been shattered but stood up again, and the shattered parts had healed, which puzzled him. Now, the ink dragon seemed to have developed immunity to Boa Hancock's abilities. Who on earth is this guy? On the sea, he had never heard of his name. Returning the favor is only polite, Boa Hancock. Although I am quite fond of cherishing beauty, I won't let a disobedient woman run rampant. After saying that, the ink dragon vanished from the spot. Where'd he go? The sudden disappearance of the ink dragon made Boa Hancock panic. When the ink dragon reappeared, he was already standing before her. His speed was so fast that even her hockey couldn't catch it. Bang! The ink dragon stood in front of Boa Hancock, clenched his fist, and punched her in the stomach. The immense force caused her body to curl up, her mouth wide open, and her eyes nearly bulging out. The ink dragon withdrew his fist from her abdomen and stepped back 2 paces. Boa Hancock clutched her stomach and knelt on the ground, coughing violently. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her face twisted in agony. "Kid, you really don't know how to cherish beauty, do you? Even the world's #1 beauty can be treated so ruthlessly? That's too cruel." Doflamingo smiled at this scene. "This isn't my fault. She struck first." The ink dragon shrugged, seemingly expressing his grievance. "This woman attacked me first. I only gave her 1 punch. I think my actions are already quite considerate." Doflamingo was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a response from the ink dragon. However, upon reflection, it did seem reasonable. Indeed, it was Boa Hancock who made the first move. But you also teased her first, right? So, which side are you on? Doflamingo looked at the ink dragon and asked, "You're not wearing a Navy uniform, and you're attacking the 7 warlords. Does that mean you're not on the Navy's side? But when Whitebeard and his crew were fleeing, you didn't run either. Does that mean you have nothing to do with Whitebeard's side? So, by this logic, are you with Blackbeard?" Doflamingo speculated as he looked at the ink dragon. Slap. Wrong answer. The ink dragon snapped his fingers and responded to Doflamingo, "I have nothing to do with any of the 3 sides you mentioned." Did I guess wrong? Doflamingo shrugged, not caring. "So, you're a lone wanderer, simply wanting to join the fun at the Navy headquarters?" "Not quite." Shook his head. "I still have power. But do you think I would tell you? Anyway, since I'm bored, how about you give me a hint and let me guess?" Doflamingo said with boredom. The war was coming to an end. Whitebeard's death meant that the war was about to finish. Clearly, the outcome was the collapse of the Whitebeard pirates. Now, it was just a matter of seeing how many people from the Whitebeard pirates could escape. Although, he had tricks like the birdcage, which could trap pirates in marine headquarters, preventing them from fleeing to the sea. But why would he do that? He wasn't allied with the Marines. Currently, it was merely a cooperative relationship. A hint? Thought for a moment and said, "My power is in the New World." You can guess. Doflamingo looked at with a face that said, "Are you sure you're not kidding me? My power is in a new world? Just that? How am I supposed to guess? If I could guess that, it would really be a miracle." No way, you can't guess that." Had a look that seemed to say, How can you be so stupid? Doflamingo really wanted to kill. Forget it. Since you're so stupid, I'll give you another hint. A force that has dealings with you. Continued to reveal. After hearing's hint, Doflamingo was almost driven mad. A force that has dealings with me? What's the difference from saying nothing? As a clown in the underground world of the New World, my business is spread all over the world, and the forces I have dealt with are countless. How am I supposed to guess? Chapter 185. Hancock, call me master, still can't guess? Doflamingo, I didn't expect you to be this stupid. Seeing Doflamingo's bewildered expression, continued to mock. Bastard, you're looking for death. Doflamingo felt that was just playing with him. With such a hint, not to mention him, even the so-called wise Sengoku wouldn't be able to guess it. Yeah, I'm looking for death. It seems you are not stupid to the point of no return. Mocked Doflamingo again. The next moment, Doflamingo directly attacked. Without seeing how Doflamingo moved, felt his whole body tighten as if something was binding him. Knew this wasn't an illusion. He was already wrapped up in threads controlled by Doflamingo. However, the threads Doflamingo controlled were so fine that they were almost invisible to the naked eye. Kid, now I'll let you know the price of playing with me, Doflamingo. A wicked smile appeared on Doflamingo's face as he slowly moved his 5 fingers. As Doflamingo's fingers moved, felt the threads binding him begin to tighten, creating lines on his body. Under normal circumstances, someone might start to scream in pain. But who is? Having experienced various ways of dying. This little pain was like a tickle, completely insignificant. Looking at its relaxed expression, Doflamingo's smile turned dark. Kid, it seems you can hold on pretty well. Then I'll see how long you can last. Doflamingo began to increase the pressure. The threads binding continued to tighten. S arms were marked with deep grooves where the threads dug into his flesh. It seemed they could slice through his arms at any moment. Doflamingo, is this all you've got? Seeing that the threads hadn't cut into his body, began to look down on Doflamingo. How could this be? Doflamingo's forehead began to sweat. According to the force he was controlling, the thread should have long since dug into his flesh, even starting to cut through bone, but now, they couldn't even break through skin? This made Doflamingo feel like he might be facing a monster. This guy's physical strength is stronger than many people with hockey. Kid, you forced my hand. Originally, Doflamingo only intended to teach a lesson, but now it seemed was forcing him to use all his strength. Don't regret being turned into pieces. After saying that, Doflamingo's right hand, controlling the threads, tightened into a fist. All the threads instantly experienced a tremendous pulling force, becoming taut and sharp, slicing into skin. In that moment, it broke through his skin and cut into the flesh. His entire body turned into a bloody mess at that moment. Blood flowed from the cut wounds, running down his body to the ground, then to Doflamingo's feet. However, Doflamingo was not satisfied with the scene before him. In his view, he had used all his strength, and the threads should have been able to slice into pieces. But in reality, the threads only cut through the surface skin of his body, sinking into the flesh, not even injuring his bones. This was hard for Doflamingo to accept. When did his abilities become so weak? He couldn't even cut through a human body. After all, the human body is inherently very fragile, and his threads could cut through islands. His physique might be comparable to that monster Kaido, he thought. You really are weak, Doflamingo. Shook his head, then clenched his fists and shouted, ah. He exerted strength to break free. With a series of powerful movements, the threads wrapped around began to snap under his strength. As each thread broke, it transmitted a force back to Doflamingo's hand, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. Then with a thud, he sat down on the ground in a rather ungraceful manner. Originally, Doflamingo was squatting, but now he had lost his support and ended up sitting on the ground, leaning backward, looking somewhat comical. Fragrant foot. Bang! At that moment, a voice came from behind. It was Boa Hancock. A foot heavily kicked the back of his head. However, the imagined scene of his head turning to stone and shattering did not occur. Even though Hancock had known beforehand that her petrification ability might be ineffective against. How could she endure after being hit so painfully? Therefore, taking advantage of his back being turned and his attention focused on Doflamingo, she still kicked out. Looking at her body soaring into the air, one foot kicked at the back of Mokulong's head, but it only caused Mokulong's head to tilt slightly forward, leaving Boa Hancock very disappointed. Strength was not her strong suit. Therefore, kicking Mokulong on the back of the head without knocking him down didn't bother her. After missing the hit, Boa Hancock prepared to retreat, waiting for the right moment to continue her attack. However, as Boa Hancock tried to retreat, Moku Long did not give her the chance. Just as her feet landed, ready to jump back, Moku Long reached out and grabbed her waist, holding her firmly in his hand. Indeed, Boa Hancock's slender waist was easily grasped by Moku Long's large hand. Of course, this was due to Moku Long currently maintaining a 3-meter-tall figure. Boa Hancock was less than 2 meters tall, and the size difference naturally allowed Moku Long's broad palm to easily grip her waist. "Bastard, let me go." Being held in Moku Long's hand, Boa Hancock clenched her fist and kept hitting Moku Long's palm, trying to make him release her. However, Boa Hancock's small punches on Moku Long's hand felt like a massage, neither painful nor irritating, and instead, it was somewhat comfortable. This was truly strange. "Let you go? Call me master and let me hear it." Moku Long looked at Boa Hancock with a sneer. "What nonsense are you talking about? I am the Empress of Amazon Lily. Do you think you can be my master? Are you dreaming?" Boa Hancock did not expect Moku Long to have such thoughts. "Stupid man. You must want to toy with me like those other perverts who lust after my body." However, all those other perverts had been turned into stone by her. Yet, the bastard in front of her was immune to her petrification ability. This left Boa Hancock in a dilemma. For a moment, she didn't know how to deal with it. Chapter 186. Are you a devil? So what if you're the Empress of Amazon Lily? I am a man who will become the king of the world. Moku Long looked at Boa Hancock disdainfully. What can Amazon Lily do besides shivering? Tourists even complain about the snakes on the island. Speaking of snakes, there was also a snake following Boa Hancock closely. Now, that floral snake was hissing at Moku Long, seemingly threatening him. "Let go of my master, or I'll bite you to death." Well, that's probably what it meant. However, Moku Long ignored it. It was just a pretty but useless floral snake. Salome noticed that Moku Long was actually ignoring her. How could she tolerate this? While her uncle could endure it, Salome could not. With that thought, Salome bent down, jumped with her tail, and opened her mouth to bite fiercely at Moku Long's neck. Moku Long didn't know if this snake was venomous, but he wasn't interested in experiencing the feeling of being bitten by a snake. So, just as Salome jumped up, Moku Long reached out and grabbed her at her weakest point. Then he squeezed hard. The immense pain made Salome go stiff all over. Her tail that was originally curled up instantly straightened due to Moku Long's force. But after straightening, it just fell limp. "Bastard, what are you going to do to my Salome?" Seeing this scene, Boa Hancock was very angry, struggling madly in Moku Long's palm. Salome was her only friend. Their relationship was so close that even her 2 younger sisters could not compare. After all, whether bathing, sleeping, or eating, Salome was almost always by Boa Hancock's side. Furthermore, Salome was very understanding, able to grasp Boa Hancock's thoughts and even make her happy. Such a cute pet was very important to Boa Hancock. Now, seeing Salome being painfully gripped by Moku Long, Boa Hancock felt heartbroken. "What are you doing? What do you think I should do?" Moku Long looked at Boa Hancock with a sneer. "Since you didn't keep your pet restrained and let it run out to bite someone, since there's no owner to educate it, I'll help its owner teach it a lesson." Saying this, Moku Long's grip tightened. Hiss! Originally, Salome had already fainted, but because of Moku Long's force, she was directly awakened by the pain, letting out a hiss and struggling with all her might, using her tail to whip Moku Long's body, hoping he would let her go. But it was completely useless. Her tail hitting Moku Long didn't even count as a massage for him. Still dare to resist? Seeing Salome trying to strike him, Moku Long tightened his grip, and Salame's robust body was directly squeezed in, as if she had been flattened. Suffering immense pressure, Salome fainted again. "Salome, are you okay?" Boa Hancock saw this scene and felt unbearable pain. "Woman, call me master. If you call me that, I will let your pet snake go. How about it?" Moku Long said wickedly to Boa Hancock, "Otherwise, I will kill it right now." "No, you can't kill it." Boa Hancock shook her head vigorously, tears nearly falling. However, asking her to call Moku Long master was even more impossible. "If you don't want me to kill it, then call me master." Moku Long's tone carried a hint of coercion. When dealing with such a woman, one must be tough. Speaking nicely yields no results. After all, The other party was a strong-willed woman, and to make her submit, one had to be even tougher than her. No, I want tea. I will never call you master. Boa Hancock glared at Mokulong with hatred, her heart probably wishing she could skin him alive. Unfortunately, with her body held in Mokulong's hand, she didn't even have the strength to resist. So, you want this snake to die, huh? Mokulong looked at Boa Hancock with a cold tone. Woman, I give you one last chance. Call me master, or else I will immediately kill your snake. Faced with Mokulong's final warning, Boa Hancock fell into despair. She didn't want to call, but she was afraid Mokulong would really kill Salome. Don't think you could get away with silence. I'll give you 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Good. Since you don't plan to call, then you can watch your snake be cut into 8 pieces. After finishing, Mokulong threw the snake into the air. Then he kicked. Navy 6 style, Gale kick. A few shockwaves were kicked out by Mo Long, directly slicing Salome, who was thrown into the air, into pieces of snake meat, which then fell to the ground with a thud. No. Upon seeing this scene, Boa Hancock's eyes widened. She reached out her hand, seemingly wanting to grab something. However, she couldn't grasp anything. She could only watch helplessly as her pet snake was turned into snake meat. The violent impact caused Boa Hancock to faint. It seemed she couldn't bear to see her pet snake, which had accompanied her for more than a decade, killed like that. Mo Long. Looking at the unconscious Boa Hancock in his hand, he was also stunned. This woman, is her psychological endurance really that weak? It's just a snake that was killed, and she couldn't handle the shock and fainted? Luffy at least couldn't bear to see his brother die right in front of him. Can't you handle seeing a snake die in front of you? Kid, that's really too much. You actually killed her favorite pet snake in front of others. Are you a devil? Doflamingo did not stop Mo Long's actions just now, mainly because he and Boa Hancock were not very familiar. There was no need to become enemies with this man who looked somewhat difficult to deal with over a snake. Of course, he was not afraid of Mo Long at all. It was just that Doflamingo was unwilling to do things without benefits. He had previously helped Boa Hancock because they were both warlords of the sea, and there might be opportunities for cooperation in the future. However, after experiencing Mo Long's strength, Doflamingo felt that if they were to cooperate, Mo Long seemed to be a better partner. Doflamingo, being called a devil by you. I really feel honored. Thinking of the future, this guy almost wiped out an island with a birdcage. Now, he only killed a snake. In terms of devilishness, he is still far behind Doflamingo. Chapter 187 Hancock. You wouldn't want your secret to be exposed, would you? I still don't know your esteemed name. May I ask? Doflamingo felt that constantly calling the other party kid seemed a bit impolite. Mo Long. Mo Long looked at Doflamingo and said lightly, Mo Long? Is that a name or a title? Doflamingo looked at Mo Long with some suspicion. If it's a title. Kid, you have the potential of an admiral. The current 3 admirals of the Navy all have titles that include colors and animals. Even the 2 supplementary admirals do. Mo is black. Long is an animal. Coupled with the strength Mo Long displayed in crushing the pirate Empress. Doflamingo even suspected that this guy might be a powerful figure secretly cultivated by the Navy. Of course, it's a name. How could you think it's a title? Mo Long looked at Doflamingo with a strange expression, then seemed to think of something. He smiled at Doflamingo and said, no way, Doflamingo. You don't think I'm a Navy admiral, do you? Doflamingo. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't think that. Doflamingo shook his head. Mo Long looked too young. At this age, becoming a Navy admiral isn't a joke, is it? He just felt that Mo Long might be secretly trained by the Navy and could become an admiral in the future. Of course, the premise was that Mo Long was a title. But now, since Mo Long is a name then, it has nothing to do with the Navy admiral. Is that so? But why do I feel like that's exactly what you think? Mo Long had a look of disbelief. Mo Long, are you trying to pick a fight? Doflamingo thought that if he skipped this topic, Mo Long would not continue. But unexpectedly, Mo Long seemed to insist that he acknowledged that he thought so. Is it interesting? Even if he admitted it, what would it matter? Yeah, can't you see that I'm just purely picking a fight? Mo Long looked at Doflamingo as if he were an idiot. Otherwise, do you think I asked Boa Hancock if she wore little pants to tease her? No, I was just picking a fight. The reason? Doflamingo was a bit confused. Did I offend you and Boa Hancock? Are you looking for trouble with us? Not really. but sometimes the principle of having a jade brings trouble is something you understand. Mo Long raised an eyebrow at Doflamingo. I have my eyes on Boa Hancock's Amazon Lily and your punk hazard. But I feel that if I directly say I want it, you definitely want to give it to me. So, I need to think of a way to make you have to give it to me. Ha ha ha. Mo Long, you really dare to say it? You actually want my punk hazard? Doflamingo laughed heartily. Do you think you have the qualifications to take punk hazard from me? Why not? 10 years ago, you forcibly took punk hazard from the king of the Libero, and now 10 years have passed. I plan to take punk hazard again using your method. You should be able to understand me, right? Mo Long felt that since he had come to the Navy headquarters, if he didn't bring back some spoils, it would feel like a wasted trip, so Mo Long thought that bringing back a pirate empress also seemed good. He acted on that thought. The pirate empress was already under his control. However, this woman was a bit stubborn, so she still needed some training. And that Doflamingo guy actually came out to interrupt while he was training Boa Hancock. Could Mo Long tolerate it? Naturally, he could not. Therefore, originally not planning to make a move against Doflamingo, Mo Long also decided to take action. No, I was just reclaiming my family's territory. Doflamingo denied Mo Long's words. 800 years ago, before the world government was established, his family, the Don Quixote family, was the royal family of Punk Hazard. It was just that after the establishment of the world government, the Don Quixote family moved to the Red Line and became celestial dragons, thus giving up sovereignty over Punk Hazard. But now, he was just reclaiming the country that originally belonged to his family. Naturally, that cannot be considered as taking it. No, 800 years ago, that was your family's territory. Now, 800 years have passed, and it has long become someone else's territory. Mo Long shook his head in denial. Of course, this is not important. After all, I don't necessarily need to find a righteous reason to seize your territory. As a pirate, if I want to rob, I can rob. After all, this is the profession of a pirate. Pirate? Hearing Mo Long's statement, Doflamingo was taken aback. As a warlord of the sea, I pay a lot of attention to pirates, but I've never heard of someone like you. Are you a new pirate? I can barely be considered a newcomer. Mo Long nodded. Since we are all pirates, how about this, Mo Long brother? Why don't you join my Don Quixote family? I will grant you a high-ranking position. Doflamingo tried to recruit Mo Long. What is the most scarce thing these days? Of course it's talent. Want to conquer me? Please. It's clearly me who wants to conquer you first. Okay? How about this? Let's have a match. The winner gets the loser to serve them as master. How about that? Looked at and proposed a bet. This won't do. Shook his head, feeling that this bet was too unfavorable for him. As one of the warlords of the sea, he also ruled over a country. He might just be a rookie pirate, and now wants to gamble his fate against him. It's like Kaido and Big MOM betting against each other, fighting, with the loser serving the winner as master. That makes sense since both are emperors and have territories. But if a supernova with only a small pirate crew wants to gamble like that against Kaido, isn't that a joke? You have just one pirate ship and a few subordinates. And you think you can gamble with an emperor who has a vast territory and tens of thousands of subordinates? For betting with him is like a supernova gambling against an emperor. The stakes are so unequal, yet wanting to win everything. How ridiculous. Not going to happen. Are you scared? Hearing refuse, thought he was afraid. Shook his head. Scared? How could that be? I just think the stakes are too unequal. This gamble is unfair to me. Unfair? Understood. He thinks my status is too low to gamble with you? How about this? Adding this woman, what do you think? Looked down at the unconscious in his hand. She and you are both warlords and rulers of a country. That should count as equal status, right? Looking at In's grip, S' mouth twitched violently. Indeed, qualifies to gamble with me. But can you decide her fate? Although is currently subdued by, she clearly does not submit. In this case, even if he wins against, he can't possibly gain loyalty. So, still refused. Why not? She's in my hands now. Her life and death are controlled by me. I can definitely decide her fate. Just as finished speaking, woke up from her fainting. Hearing's words, she retorted loudly. Man, don't go too far. No one can decide my fate. Never has. Never has. Looked at. A strange smile appeared on his face. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, if I remember correctly, there should be a pattern on your back. It's your biggest secret, right? I think you wouldn't want your secret exposed, would you? Chapter 188. I'll let you do whatever you want. A threat, a blatant threat. But Why does this guy know? At this moment, was trembling all over. That was her biggest secret. Hidden deep in her heart, she never wanted anyone to know. In fact, to keep this secret, she would block anyone from coming within hundreds of meters while bathing on Amazon Lily. But now, how does he know? Looked at the man before her with trembling eyes. At this moment, S smile appeared to her as the smile of a devil. You, what do you know? S heart raced, staring in horror at its devilishly terrifying handsome face. At this moment, was still testing. She felt, might not fully understand what the pattern on her back meant. However, S words shattered hope. Woman, do you need me to say for you to submit? Whispered in her ear, since that's the case, I will say it. The mark on your back is the hoof of the celestial dragon, representing that you were once a slave of the celestial dragons. Stop, don't say it. Please stop. Seemed to recall the humiliation from over a decade ago. Or perhaps she feared whispers would be heard by others, so she immediately urged him to stop. Haha, are you scared? Looked at the trembling with a smile. He could clearly feel her fear and panic at this moment. If weren't in his grasp, she might not even be able to stand upright, collapsing to the ground from fear. What? What do you want to do? As long as you don't reveal that secret. Still referring to yourself? As I? Looked at with a cold expression. No, as long as you don't reveal this secret, I will let you do whatever you want. Hurriedly changed her wording. Whatever you want. As eyes glinted with wickedness. Yes, whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. At this moment, could no longer care about evil intentions. In her heart, as long as she could protect her secret, could do whatever he wanted, even if he wanted to hold her and take her back to his room right now. In the distance, watched this scene, his mouth agape, in confusion. What on earth did say to make that proud pirate empress submit like this? Moreover, she even said he could do whatever he wanted. If he knew words, could he also control? Of course. He had no interest in women. He just simply wanted to control his power. To seize the world, one must have strong power. The pirate empress, being one of the warlords of the sea, was naturally among those wanted to control. Since you can do whatever you want then, let's hear you call me master first. Raised his eyebrows at. Just call you master? She was stunned. Originally, she thought would use such a big move to do something even more excessive to her. But she didn't expect he just wanted her to call him master. No, it's not just that. This should just be a strategy to first subdue her mind, then her body. That's right. This bastard definitely wants to use this method to make her heart submit first. I won't let you succeed. Even if you want me to call you master 1,000 or 10,000 times, I won't truly regard you as my master. Silently thinking this in her heart, still reluctantly called out the two words master. Master, because if she doesn't shout, the fact that she was once a slave of the celestial dragons will be exposed by the bastard in front of her, which she cannot tolerate. However, Boa Hancock swore that she would do everything in her power to kill Morgans and protect her secret. Hancock, no, it seems like you are unwilling. Morgans shook his head, not satisfied with Hancock's shout. Damn it. Boa Hancock gritted her teeth, and with no other choice, she continued to shout, Master. This time it should be enough, right? However, Morgans was still not satisfied. Boa Hancock, your words lack any emotion. It doesn't sound like you're calling me master, but rather like you encountered a passerby on the street and casually called out to them. I'm not satisfied, and if I'm not satisfied, I will reveal your secret. Master, no, I will shout it sincerely, master, master, master. At that moment, Boa Hancock felt she was genuinely calling out with emotion. This time there was some feeling, but it sounded more like a desperate plea rather than respect for the master. What do you want from me? Boa Hancock was furious. I've already shouted master so many times. Are you just going to nitpick? Do you know how much determination it took for me to utter such a humiliating title? Do you know that by shouting master, I've already socially died? At this moment, the surrounding Marines were all stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. What did they just hear? The world's most beautiful woman, the pirate empress, Boa Hancock, actually called a man master? I'm so angry. I'm about to explode. The Marines all stopped what they were doing, each glaring at Morgans with anger. If looks could kill, Morgans would already be full of wounds. What are you looking at? Go catch the pirates. Do you have so much free time? Facing the stares from the Marines, Morgans glared back fiercely. Under Morgan's fierce gaze, the Marines felt they couldn't afford to provoke him and decided to go bully some small pirates instead. This guy could even make Boa Hancock submit. He was not someone they could handle. All right, now that there are no annoying people around, continue shouting. After driving away the Marines, Morgan said to Boa Hancock, "Continue shouting what?" Boa Hancock asked, "What do you think?" Morgan's rolled his eyes at her, suspecting she might be trying to take advantage of him. Because if he answered truthfully that she should shout master, wouldn't it sound like he was calling Boa Hancock master? "Don't be slippery. If you don't shout to my satisfaction, I'll tear your clothes apart and let the thousands of Marines and pirates present see the mark of the celestial dragons on your back, letting the whole world know that the world's most beautiful woman, pirate Empress Boa Hancock, was once a slave of the celestial dragons. Don't forget, we are still alive." Morgan's threatened Boa Hancock. Chapter 189. Master, don't do that. I was wrong. I'll shout. Boa Hancock was genuinely afraid of Morgan's exposing her past. She immediately submitted and softly called out to Morgan's master, master, master. This time, she truly meant it. To avoid Morgan's nitpicking, she poured in all her feelings when she shouted. Morgan's felt it too. Not bad. I can feel your sincerity. Morgan's nodded at Boa Hancock. Then he released his grip and let her down on the ground. Rubbing her head with his hand, he said, "So from now on, Boa Hancock will be my maid, Morgan's. From now on, you must serve me wholeheartedly, revolving around me and making me your everything. Even if I tell you to die, you must do it immediately. Do you understand?" Such a humiliating condition. How could anyone accept it? But Boa Hancock still smiled and nodded, saying, "Understood, I understand, master. From now on, you are my everything. Everything I belongs to you. I was born for you and will die for you." Boa Hancock tried hard to put on a smiling face. Morgan's knew she was forcing a smile. However, it didn't matter. There would be plenty of time to train her later. He would make Boa Hancock understand that he was far more terrifying than the celestial dragons. The fear she had for the celestial dragons would only grow when facing him. "All right, you can step aside now." Morgan's waved his hand, signaling Boa Hancock to step aside. Boa Hancock nodded and obediently stepped aside. She also wanted to know what Morgan's was planning next. "Doflamingo, do you still want to continue our previous bet? Let us have a duel. If you win, the power and territory of Amazon Lily will be yours. If you lose, you will serve me as master. Since you are one of the 7 warlords of the sea, then let me become the king," Morgan said with a smile as he looked at Doflamingo. Even though they were at the Marine headquarters, and even in front of Admiral Sengoku, he dared to dig the wall. Of course. Speaking of which, the 7 warlords are not under the Marines' control, so he wasn't technically digging the wall. The 7 warlords fall under the world government, and do not have a direct relationship with the Marines. Of course, if a war like today's occurs, the Marines still have the right to forcibly summon the 7 warlords. However, whether they come or not depends on the 7 warlords themselves. Although if they don't come, they might lose their status as 7 warlords. Doflamingo hesitated. Seeing that Morgan's had really subdued Boa Hancock, Doflamingo was shocked. After all, she was the proud pirate empress. Defeating her might not be difficult, but subduing her would definitely not be easy. But now, Morgan's was able to make Boa Hancock shoutmaster. Although Boa Hancock didn't seem to be sincerely submitting, at least she really shouted it out. This was not just shouting in a secluded grove where no one would know. It was shouted at the Marine headquarters. Hundreds of Marines heard it. In fact, it might have already been broadcasted live and heard by the whole world. One can imagine how many men's hearts would be shattered. Their dream lover, actually called a manmaster. "I can't live anymore, I want to die." On Sabati Archipelago, a man who admired Boa Hancock heard her call Morgan's master and immediately shouted as he ran towards a big tree. Then he violently slammed his head against the tree, directly killing himself. Too intense, too intense. Those who don't know might think his wife was slept with by someone else. In fact, she was just a dream lover. The key point is that this dream lover doesn't even know that there's someone in the world who loves her. You could say his death was in vain. A devoted admirer at least needs the goddess to know he is devoted. Otherwise, he doesn't even qualify as a devoted admirer. For someone like this, the goddess doesn't even know about him, so he isn't worthy of being a devoted admirer. "Doflamingo, what's wrong? Speak up." Seeing Doflamingo hesitating, Malong used provocation. "Are you afraid? Afraid of losing to me and then becoming my servant?" "Servant?" Upon hearing Malong's designation after losing, Doflamingo's mouth twitched violently. In other words, Boa Hancock is a maid, and he is a servant. Although they both seem to be servants, why does it sound like a servant is more lowly? And a maid might even climb into the master's bed and one day become the mistress, which isn't impossible. But for a servant, it seems a bit difficult to overthrow the master and become the new master. Indeed, a servant. The winner is king and the loser is a servant. Isn't that the reality of this world? Malone looked at Doflamingo and said, I assume you, Doflamingo, are also the kind of man who believes in the supremacy of the strong, right? If so, let's have a duel between strong men and see who is stronger. Then the stronger one will dominate the other in the future. Forget it. I'm not feeling well today. Let's talk about this battle later. Doflamingo shook his head and declined Malone's invitation to fight. He didn't have confidence in defeating Malone, so he chose to give up. Although he could accept the bet and not acknowledge it if he lost, men naturally need to uphold their promises. So, he still chose to back down. A true king should learn to assess the situation instead of rushing in recklessly when faced with something. Most reckless guys will end up sinking to the bottom of the sea, not even leaving ashes behind. TSK, TSK, TSK. Doflamingo, is this your spirit, your courage, your vision? You still have conqueror's haki. I used to think that men with conqueror's haki were those who charge forward, knowingly heading into danger. I didn't expect you to be such a coward. The conqueror's haki appearing on you is truly an insult to it. Malone harshly mocked Doflamingo. But it was useless. Doflamingo was not affected by the ridicule and stood up to confront him. Conqueror's haki? Is it really that impressive? In this sea, there are quite a few who possess conqueror's haki, at least a double-digit number. However, the one who truly dominates this sea is only that gentleman sitting on the empty throne. And that gentleman's position is what Doflamingo yearns for and pursues. He is a celestial dragon. Naturally, he has the qualifications to challenge that position. However, Doflamingo understands that his accumulation is still too shallow. His current strength and influence do not allow him to challenge that position. But he can still wait. After all, he is not that old. There is still hope. Chapter 190, Hawkeye Mihawk, so boring. Seeing Doflamingo not taking the bait, Malone couldn't force him, could he? Fortunately, Doflamingo is in a new world and has dealings with Kaido. There's no rush to subdue Doflamingo. On the other side, that roving world #1 swordsman can be pursued. Since he has decided to charge towards the highest power in the world, relying solely on himself is impossible. Moreover, Malone is not at the point where he can defeat everyone in the world. Even if he truly reaches that level, it becomes easier to take the throne than to maintain it. After all, he cannot manage the myriad affairs happening on the sea while sitting alone on the empty throne. Someone must help manage it. All right, let's not talk about that for now. After all, the eagle hasn't been caught yet, and 2 hunters are already discussing how to divide it, resulting in the eagle escaping. Therefore, to allocate the results, one must wait until the harvest is achieved. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk? Malone looked at the man standing with his arms crossed, carrying a black sword, his body straight as a sword, and said, I heard that the black sword behind you is the strongest black sword in the world? Upon hearing the voice, Hawkeye looked at Malone with an eagle-like gaze and said, So what if it is? So what if it isn't? If it isn't, then nothing happened. But if it is, then I don't believe it. I propose a bet to see whether your black sword is harder or my body is harder. Malone looked at Hawkeye. Hawkeye? He looked at Malone with is this guy stupid? Expression, comparing the hardness of a human body with his black sword. Is this guy serious? The hardness of the human body can't possibly compare to his black sword. Hee, an interesting proposal. But how do you want to compare? Hawkeye became interested in Malone, mainly because standing here posing is really too boring. At this dull moment, he didn't mind finding something interesting to do. I'll stand here without moving and let you strike me with your black sword. In the end, whoever can't hold out first loses. How about that? Malone said with a smile. You stand still and let me strike? Hawkeye expressed that he had never heard such an outrageous request in his life. Although Hawkeye had seen Malone recover after being kicked to pieces by Boa Hancock, he wondered if he had some sort of resurrection ability. But so what? Even if you could resurrect 1,000 times, I could kill you 1,001 times. Do you think you can wear down the edge of my black sword by resurrecting over and over again? That's right. I'll stand still and let you strike. If you kill me, you win. If you break your black sword, I win. How about that? Mullen took a step back. He wanted Hawkeye to help him grow stronger with the black sword. After all, he wouldn't die. He would be invincible. Even if he ultimately couldn't break the black sword, it would most be a draw. So, in this bet, he had no chance of losing. Break my black sword? Hawkeye's mouth twitched violently. What do you mean by that? If I strike you with the sword, and you're fine, I break my own black sword? Are you serious? Do you think my black sword is made of plastic? Yes, that's right. Your black blade is broken, and that's how you lose. What do you think? This gamble is so advantageous for you. Hawkeye, you shouldn't be afraid like Doflamingo, right? Is trying to provoke Hawkeye. Is this a tactic? Hawkeye smiled and looked at, saying, Kid, you're the most arrogant person I've ever seen in my life. You actually want to clash physically with my black blade, and judging by your expression, you seem to think you can win? So what is the price? Hawkeye asked, Since this is a wager, what will I gain if I win? If you lose, you'll be my underling, and from now on, you will bow to me, said confidently. Hawkeye replied, I'm asking you what I gain if I win. I didn't ask what I'll lose if I lose, okay? If you win, it means I'm dead, and naturally, you'll get everything of mine. Is that hard to understand? Shook his head. But Hawkeye, I advise you not to fantasize. You cannot win. Hawkeye thought, is this guy deliberately trying to provoke my competitiveness? The more arrogant a man is, the less he can accept being belittled. And now, saying he cannot win is just belittling him on purpose, right? All right, I accept this wager. Hawkeye jumped down from a height, taking small steps towards. But as he got closer, he regretted it a bit. Standing in front of, who was several heads taller than him, Hawkeye suddenly felt very small. Sigh. Doesn't this highlights height? Are you really sure? Hawkeye extended his hand to grab the black blade on his back. With a gentle pull, he stood before holding the black blade. Although their sizes were quite different, in terms of momentum, he instantly surpassed. In his eyes at that moment, Hawkeye looked like a sharp sword. The fierce sword aura surged into the sky, creating a vortex in the heavens. The strength of the world's greatest swordsman manifested at this moment. Oh, Hawkeye seems to be serious? Nearby, Doflamingo squinted at the imposing Hawkeye. He couldn't gauge his strength, so it was just right to let Hawkeye test it out. Also nearby, Boa Hancock stood elegantly not far away, her hands nervously gripping the hem of her dress. Her eyes brimmed with hope. It seemed she hoped Hawkeye could kill. That way, her secret could continue to be kept forever. Although, she thought this hope was a bit bleak, because since proposed this duel, he must have a certain level of confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't take such a risk. But, even though she felt was confident, Boa Hancock still hoped that was just arrogant, thinking he was invincible and wouldn't die, which led him to make such a wager with Hawkeye. If doesn't die, then she would probably be controlled by him for the rest of her life. She would become a soulless puppet. That is something Boa Hancock absolutely does not want. A life as a puppet is despairing. Boa Hancock no longer wants to experience the kind of despair and helplessness she felt in the Mariehua prison. So, Hawkeye, do your best. I'm rooting for you. Make sure to kill that despicable bastard. Boa Hancock silently cheered for Hawkeye. Chapter 191. His severed arm, but at that moment, seemed to sense something. He turned his head and glanced at Boa Hancock. That one glance startled her so much that she nearly collapsed to the ground. Boa Hancock didn't dare to look at the corner of his eye. In that moment of eye contact, she lowered her head and looked at her small feet. Huh, wait, what blinded my eyes? Why can't I see my feet? A woman, wanting to use Hawkeye's sword to kill me, looked at Boa Hancock, who didn't dare to meet his gaze, and sneered, dream on. You'll never escape my grasp in this lifetime. Don't even think about Hawkeye's sword. Even if you borrow a stronger sword, it's useless. Give up, and settle down to be my maid for life. That will be your future. These worst thoughts, unspoken. Naturally, Boa Hancock couldn't hear them, but she could feel it. She could sense the overwhelming malice coming from. So, based on that feeling, Boa Hancock could fully affirm that was definitely plotting against her, thinking of how to torment her, such as tying her up in a big letter shape with ropes, holding a whip in one hand and a candle in the other. Just thinking about it made Boa Hancock shudder. She felt uncomfortable all over. That despicable man, filthy man, devious man. Boa Hancock cursed all men in her heart. Other men are innocent, right? No, is also quite innocent. He really didn't think about those aspects. After all, how could someone as upright as him think of whips and wax drippings? Hawkeye, come on, cut me. Be quick. I don't have much time. After all, the war could end at any moment, and I'll have to run. Said to Hawkeye. Right now, the Navy is dealing with the remnants of Whitebeard and Blackbeard, so they don't have time to deal with him. Or perhaps, the Navy thinks he is currently fighting against the 7 warlords, so they leave him to them, without needing to send their own forces to help. After all, in the current situation, every man in the Navy is precious. It would be better to let the 7 warlords fight it out. Although the 7 warlords are currently on the same side as the Navy, they are still pirates. Even if they are pirates recognized by the world government, they are still pirates. Ultimately, they stand on different sides from the Navy. When the day comes that the Navy cleans up the pirates at sea, the 7 warlords will also become the next target. They were originally enemies, or rather, they will always be enemies. It's just that due to their positions, they have temporarily come together. But the Navy believes that there will always be a time to part ways. Since you're in such a hurry then, I'll just cut you 100 times. Hawkeye probably thinks that proposed condition is too advantageous for him, making him feel a bit embarrassed. As for why he proposed 100 cuts, in his view, if 100 cuts can't kill, then even 1,000 cuts afterward would be useless. Within 100 strikes, if you can stand in front of me like this, I will admit defeat. If you cannot stand, then I win. How about that? Hawkeye has also considered the strange resurrection ability of M.O. Long. However, he believes that abilities have their limits. After enduring 100 strikes from him, even if M.O. Long can survive due to his bizarre resurrection ability, he absolutely cannot stand. To maintain such a resurrection ability, it certainly requires immense physical strength. This is Hawkeye's thought. M.O. Long. As long as you are happy. Regarding Hawkeye's question, can M.O. Long say anything bad? After all, Hawkeye's proposal is more beneficial to him. In that case, let us begin. Hawkeye grips his sword and stands against M.O. Long. The first strike is merely a test. Holding the sword with one hand, Hawkeye strikes down hard at M.O. Long's shoulder. Although it is just a probing strike, it is still a blow from the world's greatest swordsman. Its power is evident. Swish! The blade of the black sword cuts into M.O. Long's shoulder, easily tearing through the fabric of his clothing and slicing into his skin. The skin also did not stop Hawkeye's strike. The black sword smoothly cuts into the flesh and is then stopped by the bone in his shoulder. The black sword does not break the bone, leaving only a slight scratch on it. Hawkeye frowns. He feels M.O. Long's body strength. Even though it was just a test strike, Hawkeye is certain that this strike could cut through iron like mud. Even if M.O. Long's bones were made of iron, it would be easily sliced through, and the cross-section would be very smooth. There would be no sense of obstruction. But now, his blade was easily blocked by M.O. Long's shoulder bone. Hawkeye admits he underestimated M.O. Long. He thought M.O. Long relied solely on his resurrection ability, but now it seems this guy not only can resurrect, but also has terrifying physical strength. It feels a bit like Kaido of the Beasts. Hawkeye, have you not eaten? Feeling the power coming from his shoulder, M.O. Long's shoulder felt pressure, and he gently lowered it in one direction, but he couldn't even cut through his bone. M.O. Long feels like Hawkeye is joking. However, in reality, M.O. Long's body strength has increased significantly after battling Carp. He just doesn't know it yet. Again, after the first test, Hawkeye roughly understands the strength of M.O. Long's body. So this time, he is prepared to get serious. He swings his sword again, aiming for the same spot. Hawkeye grips the handle tightly and strikes down hard. With a slicing sound, M.O. Long's arm is severed, and blood spurts out continuously. The severed arm falls to the ground with a thud. However, facing such a severe injury, M.O. Long remains unfazed. In fact, he doesn't even feel pain. Compared to the previous suffering, this is nothing. Seeing M.O. Long's expressionless face, Hawkeye frowns. This kid has the potential of a strong person. Indeed, true strong individuals naturally remain composed in the face of pain. Those who scream and shout at a little injury will never become strong. However, kid, today you're definitely going to lose, because you are facing the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. Thinking this, Hawkeye grips his sword with both hands and strikes down at M.O. Long once more. This time, Hawkeye's black sword cuts down from M.O. Long's shoulder, carving a long diagonal cut across his body, from the left shoulder to the right waist. One could say that M.O. Long's upper body is nearly entirely sliced open. Chapter 192. Decapitation with a single strike. M.O. Long's upper body is almost completely cut open. Of course, it does not mean he is dismembered. Hawkeye did not intend to be that gruesome. However, the heart is definitely sliced open. Besides the heart, most of the other internal organs are also damaged. In this situation, an average person would absolutely not survive. Of course, neither would M.O. Long. Seeing M.O. Long fall straight back, Hawkeye retracts his sword-swinging action. The black sword is held by him, and he lightly flicks it towards the ground, shaking off the bright red blood on the blade, leaving a long bloodstain on the ground. After shaking off the bloodstains from the black sword, Hawkeye looks at M.O. Long. In the distance, Boa Hancock holds her hands to her chest, her heart racing, nervously watching the direction M.O. Long is falling. If it weren't for her concern, she would definitely run over to check if M.O. Long is dead. Wait, I am now M.O. Long's maid. M.O. Long is my master. So, it seems there is no problem in showing concern for my master, right? Thinking this, Boa Hancock reveals a smile and happily runs towards M.O. Long. Although M.O. Long has lost an arm and has a long, deep knife wound across his chest, looking very gruesome and terrifying, under normal circumstances, such a severe injury would surely mean death. Even if he doesn't die now, he will definitely bleed to death soon. However, recalling how M.O. Long survived after being kicked to pieces earlier, Boa Hancock doesn't have too much hope. Nevertheless, regardless of hope, she wants to know M.O. Long's outcome as soon as possible. Just as Boa Hancock has just run a short distance, she sees M.O. Long lying on the ground, starting to move. First, the deep knife wound on his chest, which is visible to the bone, actually begins to heal slowly. The blood on the outside also starts to gather back into M.O. Long's body. In no time, the wound on M.O. Long's chest disappears. Even the torn mark on his clothing vanishes. Following that, Boa Hancock sees the severed arm lying next to M.O. Long also starting to tremble gently. Before long, the arm seems to be drawn by some force, floating towards M.O. Long, and then reattaching to the shoulder of his severed arm. Soon, the junction of the arm comes together, merging as if it had never been severed. Seeing this scene, Boa Hancock immediately stops, returning to her original position. M.O. Long is still alive. There's no point in her going over now. After reviving, M.O. Long stands up from the ground and gestures to Hawkeye, saying, "Good strike, but if you want to kill me, you're still far from it." Continue. Hawkeye watches as M.O. Long dies and then revives. Everything looks as if it were fake. From death to resurrection, it only took a few minutes. However, he has never seen such a bizarre occurrence. Even the powers of the devil fruit are too outrageous. However, having seen the scene of the ink dragon being kicked apart by Boa Hancock and then revived, Mihawk was not particularly surprised. He could only lament the terrifying nature of the ink dragon's ability. If he had that ability, never mind, what was he thinking? Shaking his head, he cast aside the unrealistic thoughts in his mind. With both hands holding his sword, he prepared to make his third strike. This time, Mihawk's target was the ink dragon's head. The head is the most important organ of a person. Without it, one cannot live. Thinking about this, Mihawk swung his black sword with great force. The speed was so fast that not even an afterimage could be seen. The ink dragon didn't even feel anything and suddenly found that his head had moved without him noticing. The head, thrown high, still saw a headless body gushing blood in his vision. It was only then that the ink dragon realized had he actually died. The head fell to the ground with a clanging sound. Then it rolled several meters before stopping. This time, could he still be revived? Mihawk held his sword, watching the ink dragon's head roll. This time, he didn't shake off the blood stain on the blade. Perhaps he thought that if the ink dragon revived again, he would still need to make a move. Shaking it off now was no different from not shaking it off, as it would get stained with blood anyway. Suddenly, the head of the ink dragon that had fallen to the ground suddenly moved. At first, it was just a slight tremor, but soon, it began to rotate rapidly on the ground. The direction was towards the ink dragon's body. Very quickly, the head rolled to the position of the wound on his neck and then stopped. Next, the ink dragon stood up from the ground. He shook his neck, and there was not a trace of a scar. It had healed very well. It was as if he had never lost it at all. To this, Mihawk did not find anything wrong. Since the ink dragon had set such a bet with him, he naturally had confidence. If he could be killed in just a few blows, that would indeed be strange. Ink Dragon, are you ready? I'm going for the fourth strike. Mihawk asked the Ink Dragon. The Ink Dragon nodded. Just as he finished nodding, he suddenly found a black sword piercing through his chest. The sword had forcefully stabbed into his heart from the chest area. There was no pause. It directly pierced through the Ink Dragon's body. The powerful, penetrating force shattered his heart. Blood spewed from the Ink Dragon's mouth, and before he could say anything, his head tilted, and he died. Seeing this, Mihawk held the sword handle in one hand and placed the other on the Ink Dragon's body, pushing him forcefully. The Ink Dragon's body fell backward, and the black sword was also pulled out from his chest. But this time, Mihawk frowned. He wasn't sure if it was just an illusion. He felt that the Ink Dragon's body seemed a bit harder than before. When he had stabbed the sword into the Ink Dragon's body, he distinctly felt a resistance. Was it an illusion? Or, Mihawk felt a bit worried. Mihawk, continue the fifth strike. The Ink Dragon extended a palm towards Mihawk, seemingly saying, "There are a total of 100 strikes, and I am counting for you." Ah! Mihawk shouted loudly and struck down hard on the Ink Dragon's head. The immense force split the Ink Dragon in half. Ink Dragon, I am split open. The split body fell to the ground, and Mihawk let out a breath. He felt his palm holding the black sword handle starting to sweat. Suddenly, the Ink Dragon's body, which had been split in two, directly separated and then quickly merged back together. This time, without the Ink Dragon speaking, Mihawk continued. Moreover, this time it was not just one strike, but 10 consecutive strikes. If a single strike couldn't kill the Ink Dragon, then what about chopping him into pieces? With that thought, Mihawk made the first strike on the Ink Dragon's neck. Chapter 193 Mihawk. I lost. Ink Dragon, call me Big Brother. With one strike, the Ink Dragon's head was once again severed from his neck. The head flew out. Mihawk saw this and chased after it. He struck the flying head with 2 blows, one horizontal and one vertical, splitting the Ink Dragon's head into 4 pieces. After completing the cutting of the head, Mihawk turned back to the position of the Ink Dragon's body, due to the speed being too fast. After Mihawk cut the Ink Dragon's head, the body was still falling backward and had not completely collapsed. Approaching the headless corpse, Mihawk also performed a cross-cutting technique, splitting the Ink Dragon's body into 4 pieces. In the sky above the clouds, Jean looked at this scene, confused, and asked Kaido, "Mr. Kaido, what's wrong with the vice captain? Why doesn't he resist and just lets Mihawk keep cutting? Is there some kind of preference for this?" Kaido glanced at Jean and scolded Jean. "How can you talk like that? That kid is currently working hard to become stronger to dominate the world for the Beast Pirates. How dare you say he has a problem with his brain? When the Ink Dragon returns, you must apologize to him. Understood?" "Jean, did I say the vice captain has a problem with his brain? I just think the vice captain has a strange hobby, all right? Moreover, Mr. Kaido, it's not that I'm doubting you, but you said the vice captain is working hard to dominate the world for the Beast Pirates. I just find it hard to believe. Does just standing there and letting Mihawk cut him make him stronger? Yes, I will apologize to the vice captain." Although Jean felt that Kaido was talking nonsense, he still apologized. It was not out of fear, but out of respect for Kaido. "However, Mr. Kaido, aren't we going to call the vice captain to leave? Looking at the situation now, the Navy will soon capture all the pirates. If the vice captain stays, it will be very dangerous." Staying in the sky, Jean could see everything happening at the Navy headquarters. Although the pirates wanted to escape, at this moment, out of 50 pirate ships, there were less than 10 left. The others had all been destroyed by the Navy's firepower. In this situation, it was nearly impossible for the pirates to escape. The only possibility for the pirates to survive was to win this war. However, this was simply impossible. Unless Mr. Kaido steps in, the pirates might still have a tiny chance. Kaido said, "You overestimate me. Even with me, the Whitebeard pirates are already doomed." At the Navy headquarters, Mihawk leaned on his sword, panting as he looked at the smiling Ink Dragon. 90 strikes. He struck the MO long a total of 90 times. Starting from the last 20 strikes, he almost put all his strength into each one. Although he could kill the MO long each time, it revived every time. This left Hawkeye feeling exhausted. Especially by the 50th strike, he could no longer even split the MO long in half. At that moment, he truly felt that the MO long's body had become tougher. especially by the 80th strike. When he struck the MO Long, he could only leave a scratch on its skin. That's right, just a scratch. It was unbelievable. He was the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. How could his full power strike only leave a scratch on the MO Long's skin? Wasn't that ridiculous? Hawkeye even felt as if he was cutting the world's strongest creature, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Although he had never fought Kaido, it was well known that Kaido had the strongest physique in the world. He had escaped from the Navy's executions dozens of times unscathed and even had a penchant for suicide. Yet, no matter how he tried, he could never succeed. He was a monster that couldn't even kill himself. Now, Hawkeye looked at the MO Long, feeling that a monster surpassing Kaido was about to be born. Moreover, it seemed that he had a part in it, although it seemed unbelievable. Hawkeye believed that the MO Long indeed had this ability, which was to become stronger through death. Each death allowed its physique to become more terrifying. Only this could explain why he killed the MO Long time and time again. Yet it resulted in an increasingly tougher body. Up until now, his attacks were almost ineffective. What's wrong, Hawkeye? There are only 10 strikes left. Hurry up and finish. The MO Long patted its chest, unable to wait any longer. What would it feel like to have the world's greatest swordsman as a little brother? The MO Long was about to experience it. Hawkeye seemed to foresee his fate, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He had lost, but from now on, he would have to be the MO Long's little brother. What a joke. He, Dracula Mihawk, such a aloof man with the world's strongest swordsmanship, would actually have to be a little brother to a young man even younger than him? It was simply humiliating. However, the MO Long had not forced him. The gamble was agreed upon by him, perhaps out of arrogance, thinking he could never lose. As a result, now he was panting and even feeling a bit broken inside. But what about the MO Long? It stood before him unscathed, still smiling. Hawkeye tightened his grip on the hilt, the powerful force causing friction between his palm and the hilt, making a cracking sound. But in the end, he still let go. The black sword fell from his hand to the ground. I concede. Hawkeye looked at the MO Long and chose to admit defeat. Although he still had 10 chances to show off, there was no need. Now, even his strongest strike could only leave a slight wound on the MO Long's skin, indicating that the MO Long had almost become immune to his attacks. And even if the MO Long wasn't immune, what difference would it make? After all, he had killed the MO Long dozens of times before, yet it had always revived. Hadn't he it? In short, this time, he had lost completely. However, he was also very unwilling, because he had not lost to his swordsmanship. Instead, he had lost to the MO Long's bizarre resurrection ability. But a man must accept defeat. He, Dracula Mihawk, was not a man who could not accept losing. Just like that, the MO Long was stunned. He had originally thought Hawkeye would likely hold out until the 100th strike and then reluctantly choose to concede or perhaps directly overturn their agreement and deny their gamble. He never expected Hawkeye to concede outright, with 10 strikes still remaining. Although, even if he let Hawkeye continue to strike 100 times, the result would still be the same. It can only be said that Hawkeye was a wise man who knew how to read the situation. Since it was impossible to win, it was better to concede quickly. No need to drag it out to the bitter end. Chapter 194. Double fruits, yes. What good would it do not to concede? Hawkeye looked at the MO Long with a wry smile. Ultimately, he had still lost due to his own arrogance. If he had been a bit more cautious, he should not have agreed to the gamble with the MO Long. However, first, it was just too boring, and the MO Long's proposal for this gamble could relieve his boredom. Second, he did not believe anyone could still stand in place after receiving 100 of his strikes. This ultimately led to this outcome. However, to gamble is to accept the loss. He, Hawkeye, was not a man who couldn't afford to lose. Good. Since you concede, then, do you acknowledge the wager? Although he thought Hawkeye should be a man of his word, who knew if he would overturn their previous gamble. After all, that was a gamble where the loser had to be the other's little brother. Would a man like Hawkeye be willing to be someone else's little brother? Definitely not. It depended on whether Hawkeye hated being someone's little brother more, or hated not keeping his word more. Hawkeye looked at the MO Long and said calmly, "Do you think I will acknowledge it?" The MO Long, "Do you think I will guess whether you acknowledge it or not?" Hawkeye, "All right, I concede. Starting today, according to the agreement, I am. Hawkeye found it hard to say, "Your little brother." Since Hawkeye couldn't say it, the MO Long spoke for him. Now, little brother, let me hear you call me big brother. The MO Long teased Hawkeye. The corners of Hawkeye's mouth twitched violently. The MO Long's expression made him very unhappy. If it weren't for the fact that his sword could no longer harm the MO Long, he would definitely have cut the MO Long into pieces. Don't be shy. Come on, call me big brother. The MO Long walked over to Hawkeye, slightly shrinking to match Hawkeye's size. Then, he put his arm around Hawkeye's shoulder, just like a good friend, and said affectionately, "You?" Hawkeye looked at the MO Long, who had suddenly shrunk in size, somewhat surprised. But thinking about the other party's resurrection ability, shrinking didn't seem like a big deal. What do you mean? Hawkeye, since you acknowledged the wager, then you're my little brother. As a little brother, aren't you going to call me big brother? The MO Long looked at Hawkeye with a serious face. If you won't even call me big brother, does that mean you are willingly being my little brother? Who the hell would willingly be your little brother? Hawkeye cursed inwardly. I just want to be a man who keeps his promises. Respect your bet, all right? I'm not willing at all. But Malong is right. Since I'm already a subordinate to Malong, what's the harm in calling him brother? Though, this brother should actually be younger than him. Big, big, big. Even though I already want to shout it out. But, when it comes time to actually say it, Hawkeye can't bring himself to do it. It's just too embarrassing. Big what? Call him brother. Malong rolled his eyes at Hawkeye. He's not a girl. So why act so reserved? Hawkeye, what kind of description is that? Big, brother. In the end, Hawkeye gritted his teeth and shouted these two words. However, as soon as he said it, he wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. So embarrassing, truly too embarrassing. After all, there's so many people watching this scene, especially Doflamingo, who was so shocked to hear Hawkeye call Malong brother that his mouth was agape, big enough to swallow a person. He never expected that Hawkeye would actually lose. Even more unexpected was that the usually aloof Hawkeye would call someone brother. At the same time, he was even more grateful that he hadn't agreed to fight Malong earlier. Otherwise, it might be him calling brother now, right? In the distance, Boa Hancock also looked disheartened. Originally, she had wanted to rely on Hawkeye to defeat Malong and free herself from his grasp. But now it seems, not only her, even Hawkeye has fallen under Malong's control. It's just too speechless. At the same time, Boa Hancock also felt sorrowful for her future. The stronger Malong becomes, the more she cannot escape his grasp. Could it be that she will really have to be Malong's maid for the rest of her life? No way. She is the pirate Empress. Being a maid for someone is too much. Ha ha. Good. Little brother, you're really good. Hearing Hawkeye call him brother, Malong laughed heartily. He was happy to have captured the world's #1 swordsman. Hawkeye, being patted on the shoulder by Malong, couldn't feel any happiness at all. But what can he do? Being someone's little brother means having no say. It's not like the little brother can oppose whatever the big brother says, right? Are they still little brothers? Thief, ha-ha! Finally, I've obtained the strongest power in the world. Thief, ha-ha-ha. In the distance, Blackbeard emerged from the black cloth and immediately opened his arms, laughing loudly. His laughter spread throughout the entire Marine headquarters. The Marines and pirates who were fighting all stopped and turned their attention to Blackbeard. What does Blackbeard mean by this? Sengoku found Blackbeard's words a bit strange. But the next moment, Blackbeard made Sengoku understand his meaning. Akiji, I truly thank you for taking care of my crew. Blackbeard first looked at the Marine Admiral Akiji, who was fighting against his crew. Then he casually threw a punch. It slammed hard into the air. Then, the effect of shattering glass appeared in the air. A strong shockwave generated from Blackbeard's fist slammed into Akiji. Caught off guard, Akiji was directly shattered by the shockwave. He turned into chunks of ice that fell to the ground. That was the power of the Tremor fruit. On the scene, everyone was stunned. They never expected that Blackbeard could actually use Whitebeard's Tremor fruit ability. What the hell? Can devil fruits be passed down from father to son? Even if they can, it shouldn't be Blackbeard, right? This parasital son. Moreover, Blackbeard was originally a devil fruit user. Why does he still have the Tremor fruit? This is unscientific. It feels like all the education they received about devil fruits has been perfectly humiliated. Ha. One hand of darkness, one hand of tremors. Now, who could do anything to me? Slap. Malong walked over and slapped Blackbeard in the face. He sent Blackbeard flying. Blackbeard, I warn you. The Marine headquarters does not allow such show-offs, except for me. After slapping Blackbeard away, Malong stood in front of him, looking down. Chapter 195. I have a disease where I feel uncomfortable unless someone is trying to kill me. You dare to hit me? Blackbeard sat on the ground, one hand covering his face that had been slapped by Malong. What's wrong? Is that not allowed? Are you going to say next that your father never hit you? Malong said disdainfully. Little brat, you're looking for death. Feeling the humiliation from Malong, Blackbeard was furious. Hearing Blackbeard's words, Malong chuckled. Didn't expect you to understand me, Blackbeard. You actually know I'm looking for death? Blackbeard. Little brat, since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, Blackbeard got up from the ground. He rushed in front of Malong, his fists surrounded by white light, and slammed hard into Malong's chest. The powerful shockwave shook the ground. Malong was directly sent flying by the punch. He flew hundreds of meters and crashed into the marine building. Little brat, are you satisfied now? After knocking Malong away, Blackbeard snorted coldly. Then he looked at his crew and said, Guys, now is not the time for us to show off. Since we've obtained Whitebeard's ability, we should retreat. Follow me. After saying that, Blackbeard took the lead and ran towards the sea. All right, Captain. The members of the Blackbeard pirates followed suit. They didn't come to the marine headquarters to cause a commotion. Since they had completed their mission, it was natural to withdraw successfully. Leaving? Where are you going? Blackbeard. At this moment, a flash of golden light appeared in Blackbeard's line of sight. The next moment, a giant Buddha soared into the air, appearing in front of him. It was Sengoku transformed. He charged towards Blackbeard and his crew, unleashing a shockwave. Blackbeard and his crew were directly knocked to the ground. Blackbeard himself spat out a mouthful of blood. Getting up from the ground, Blackbeard glared at Sengoku and shouted angrily, Old man Sengoku, you're not following the rules of combat. How can you sneak attack? And if you have the time, shouldn't you be chasing after the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates instead of hitting me? Is the absolute marine force too much, preparing to waste them on me? Faced with Blackbeard's questioning, Sengoku gritted his teeth. Today, not a single pirate will escape from the Navy headquarters. Kazan, freeze the sea, and make sure no pirate ship escapes from the Navy's waters, Sengoku ordered Aokiji. Although there are only a few pirate ships left that can still sail on the sea. But for safety, Sengoku wanted to ensure that those few remaining pirate ships could not operate at all. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. Aokiji accepted the order and headed towards the waters outside the Navy headquarters. Borsellino, once you're done paddling, go take out all the pirates who are trying to flee from the Navy headquarters. With your speed and strength, I believe none of the pirate crews under Whitebeard can escape. After ordering Aokiji, Sengoku gave orders to Kizaru. Hearing Sengoku say he was paddling, Kizaru wanted to retort. I've been working so diligently. What you said really hurts my feelings. However, before he could say it, Sengoku shot him a fierce glare. Kizaru fell silent. He followed behind Aokiji, heading towards the outer sea, moving towards the fleets of Whitebeard that were fighting on the ice with the Navy. As for Akainu, he didn't need to say anything. He was the Navy's best employee. Even with blood streaming down his head, he was relentlessly pursuing the remnants of Whitebeard. He had no intention of letting a single person escape. And where did that guy Garp go? Sengoku looked around. Ever since Garp disappeared, he and T reappeared in his line of sight. At such an important moment, the highest combat power of the Navy just vanished? Garp, once the war is over, I will definitely deal with you. Blackbeard, where are you trying to sneak off to? Mo Long blocked Blackbeard's path. This guy took advantage of Sengoku, instructing Aokiji and Kizaru to sneak away. Hello, class. Kid, are you okay? Seeing Mo Long appear and scathe in front of him, Blackbeard was stunned. This guy took his full strength attack and looked completely fine. Is he playing with me? This made him feel a bit sad for taking such risks to appear at the Navy headquarters just to obtain the Tremor fruit. The power he worked so hard to get had no effect on this kid in front of him. Yes, you are too weak. Mo Long looked at Blackbeard seriously and said, I thought your punch could at least break a few of my ribs. But I didn't expect you couldn't even hurt me, Blackbeard. Damn, kid. I'm busy today. I'll deal with you later. Although Mo Long's words were infuriating, Blackbeard had no choice but to endure. After all, this was the Navy headquarters. If he didn't escape now, while it was still somewhat chaotic, once the Navy wiped out the Whitebeard pirates, they would have the time to deal with him, and then it would be difficult for him to run away. Not later. Today is better than tomorrow. Right now, Come and deal with me. Use all your strength to blow my body apart. Mo Long once again blocked Blackbeard's path and said in a teasing tone, Blackbeard, you little brat, wanting to die so badly, are you sick? How do you know I'm sick? I have an illness where if I'm not beaten to death by someone, I feel uncomfortable, so Blackbeard, come quickly and kill me. Mo Long looked at Blackbeard with a smirk. You really are sick. In that case, go die. Blackbeard pulled out his handgun from his waist and fired several shots at Mo Long, emptying the gun. However, he discovered that the bullets hitting Mo Long's face didn't even break his skin, falling to the ground instead. Damn, what kind of monster are you, kid? Bullets can't even pierce your skin? Blackbeard, you're being boring now. Why use a gun when you have fists? Do you think the bullets in your gun have more damage than your fists? Since you're not going to make a move, I'll make you have to. Saying that, Mo Long appeared in front of Blackbeard and kicked him hard in the chest, sending Blackbeard flying. Due to the side effects of the dark fruit, Blackbeard screamed in pain. Blackbeard was kicked away and crashed directly into his crew. Captain, are you all right? The crew members supported Blackbeard, asking with concern. Me fine. This little brat is too arrogant. Let us all go together and kill him. Blackbeard pointed at Mo Long and said to his crew, Chapter 196, Obtaining a Demon Sword. All right, Captain. Shiryu of the Rain took the lead, quickly appearing in front of Mo Long. A flash of red blood, Mo Long felt as if his chest had been gently brushed by a beauty's finger. As for Shiryu of the Rain, he was already behind Mo Long, striking a pose. The demon sword Raijin he had drawn was now sheathed again, with only the last small section still exposed. That's right, a swordsman's posing technique is to never sheath the sword completely after an attack, always striking a pose behind the attacked person, leaving a bit of blade exposed and then slowly sheathing it, as if being a swordsman wouldn't T-count if he didn't T-pose like this. Ding! As Shiryu of the Rain slowly returned his sword to its sheath and turned to look at Mo Long, the corners of his mouth curved up as he casually said, Easy peasy. In Shiryu of the Rain's view, when he said this, Mo Long should have fallen down in response to support his coolness. The result you easily took care of who? Mo Long also turned around, looking at Shiryu of the Rain, smiling and saying, Isn't it better to use water to pose? Why use me to pose? Looks like you messed up, didn't you? The whole world saw through the live stream that you, Shiryu of the Rain, messed up your pose. If I were you, I would use my toes to dig a 3-bedroom apartment and lock myself in, never coming out again. How embarrassing. How could you be fine? Shiryu of the Rain couldn't believe it. Was this guy's body made of steel? No, even if it was steel, it shouldn't be able to withstand a single slash without a scratch. By the way, didn't you notice the scene where I was slashed by Hawkeye? Seeing Shiryu of the Rain so surprised, Mo Long found it strange. Previously, he was unharmed under Hawkeye's slash. So where did this guy get the confidence that he could kill him in one move? Or did he not even notice him? You were slashed by Hawkeye? Shiryu of the Rain was taken aback previously. He was engaged in battle with the Navy, so he had no time to pay attention to other places. After all, he was fighting against Admiral Akiji. If you don't pay attention all the time, just a moment of carelessness could turn you into an ice sculpture. Indeed, even the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, couldn't leave a scar on me no matter how hard he tried, let alone you, right? You should be considered a swordsman, right? Tentatively asked. Hawkeye couldn't leave a scar on you with all his strength? Shiryu couldn't believe it. Is he even human? Really? Shiryu turned to Blackbeard to ask. Blackbeard replied, I was busy taking Whitebeard's powers just now. How would I know what was happening outside? Hearing Blackbeard say this, Shiryu felt it made sense. He then turned to his companions again and asked, Really? His companions replied, Aren't we fighting alongside you? Did you not have time to pay attention? But we did. Shiryu slapped his forehead. Had he really forgotten such a thing? Come on. If you want to know, just ask Hawkeye directly. Stretched out his hand, pointing into the distance. Look, Hawkeye is standing right over there. Hearing's indication. Shiryu looked into the distance, and indeed saw Hawkeye standing there with his arms crossed, staring at them. As soon as he noticed, Shiryu looking over, he also fixed his gaze on him. Hawkeye, is this guy serious? You couldn't leave a wound on him even with your full power? Shiryu asked Hawkeye. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye's mouth twitched violently. He then turned his head away, ignoring Shiryu. Of course, he wouldn't answer such an embarrassing question. Was he joking? Seeing this, Shiryu felt his heart drop. Hawkeye's actions seemed to indicate that it was true. The kid in front of him had such terrifying physical strength. Even Kaido the Beast was not much better, right? Shiryu never expected that the first opponent he encountered after escaping from Impelled Down would be so terrifying. If his attacks were ineffective, how could he fight? Shiryu, are you afraid? Looking at the hesitant, Shiryu said lightly, if that's the case, your sword will cry, No sword wants to follow a useless master, let alone a demon's sword. Buzz. At that moment, Shiryu felt his sword, Raijin, trembling. It seemed to be responding to his words. As a demon's sword, it loved blood the most. But now, its master seemed to be afraid, even afraid to draw the sword, which made Raijin furious. A swordsman like this does not deserve to be my master. Look, your sword is crying. Didn't expect that what he casually said would actually happen. However, since a demon's sword has a spirit, it wasn't impossible. After all, ships have spirits. So why wouldn't swords have spirits? Buzz. Raijin trembled even more violently in Shiryu's hand. In the next moment, Raijin broke free from Shiryu's grasp. It flew directly towards. Was stunned. Is this a pie falling from the sky? Seeing the demon sword actively flying into his arms, reached out and caught it. A demon sword given for free should not be refused. He held the scabbard in one hand and the hilt in the other, then lightly pulled it out. The scarlet blade gleamed. It was quite dazzling. Could even feel that blood seemed to be flowing on the blade. An ominous feeling arose. Seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Raijin, what are you doing? Shiryu stared blankly at Raijin flying out of his hand, almost unable to believe it. This is betrayal, outright betrayal. After all, his nickname was Shiryu. The rain referred to the demon sword Raijin. If he lost Raijin, wouldn't he be living a lie? Buzz. Raijin trembled slightly in his palm, seemingly answering Shiryu's words. You can betray Impelled Down, so why can't I betray you? A good bird chooses the tree it rests on, and a fine sword chooses its master. You. Shiryu pointed at the demon sword Raijin, so angry he couldn't find his words. What do you mean? A beauty matches a hero. A fine sword is given to a hero. Raijin belongs to me. It is only fitting. Drew Raijin and aimed it at Shiryu. The blade of Raijin also emitted a chilling, killing intent, as if to slay its former master Shiryu, to show loyalty to its new master. Chapter 197. Whether human or ghost is showing off. Only I, Teach, am getting beaten. Raijin, you. Shiryu never expected that one day, Raijin would emit killing intent towards him. We have been partners for decades. To let you absorb blood. I committed murder inside Impelled Down and was sentenced to death. I sacrificed so much for you. And this is how you repay me? Shiryu simply couldn't believe it. If it weren't for Raijin, wouldn't he still be the chief guard of Impelled Down? How did he fall to become a pirate? And now, Raijin returned his loyalty like this? Buzz. Raijin trembled in his hand, seemingly responding to Shiryu's words, and also explaining to slander. The new master is slandering me. Clearly, he is the one with a murderous personality who enjoys torturing prisoners, yet he pushes the blame onto me. I'm just a simple demon sword. How could I possibly corrupt him? Shiryu, you bastard, you are the one slandering. You ungrateful wretch. When you met someone stronger, you abandoned your old master. A two-faced person will eventually be abandoned by the new master. Shiryu seemed to understand Raijin's meaning. He began to curse at Raijin. Buzz. Raijin trembled again. It seemed to say, humph, even if I'm abandoned by the new master, I would rather that than follow a useless former master like you. How infuriating. A mere demon sword actually dared to insult me? Shiryu's face turned red with anger. Just then, a shout from Blackbeard came from afar. Shiryu, what are you still doing? Run. Yes. Blackbeard had somehow sneaked away with his men to the distance. They were about to reach the seaside. Shiryu, damn, you guys are escaping without me? Shiryu cursed. Where's the promised companionship? You left me behind and ran off. How can you call yourselves comrades? Stop talking and hurry up. Losing the sword is fine. Once we get back to the new world, I'll get you a stronger sword. Blackbeard shouted at Shiryu. While speaking, he quickly ran towards the seaside. Along the way, although there were Marines trying to block them, they were no match for Blackbeard and his crew. They easily cleared a path to the sea. Shiryu was still hesitating. After all, saying Raijin was his life might be a bit exaggerated. But for a swordsman, a blade is indeed a very important companion. It was hard for Shiryu to abandon Raijin and flee. However, what was the use of staying? Raijin had already abandoned him. Even if he could forcibly retrieve it from the Ink Dragon, it probably wouldn't be as easy to use as before, right? Moreover, could he really take Raijin back from the Ink Dragon? Not necessarily, right? Damn it. Thinking of this, Shiryu stomped his foot and turned around, running towards Blackbeard. That's right. Shiryu, you can find a blade again, but if a person is gone, then you have nothing left. Seeing Shiryu finally running towards him, Blackbeard was very happy. After all, the other party was an important combat force of the Blackbeard pirates, and he would be very disappointed if he fell at the Marine headquarters. Run? Do you think you can escape? Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears. The next moment, Blackbeard felt his whole body fly out. He was hit hard in the face. His running body was knocked down sideways to the ground, dragging several dozen meters before stopping. Damn it, who hit me? Blackbeard felt like he had offended God. Why is he always the one getting beaten? How long has it been since he arrived at the Marine headquarters? An hour or two. But how many times has he been beaten? Whether human or ghost, everyone is showing off, and only I, Blackbeard, am getting beaten, right? From Whitebeard, Sengoku, to the Ink Dragon. Now it's Carp's turn. Blackbeard finally saw the guy who hit him. He didn't expect it to be the Marine hero Carp. This is a tough guy. Blackbeard. The Marine headquarters is not a place you can come and go as you please. After causing such a ruckus at the Marine headquarters and the previous crime of destroying Impel Down, now it's my turn to judge you. Carp raised his fist in front of Blackbeard. Ace is dead. That cannot be changed. So, upon learning that the culprit behind Ace's death, Blackbeard, appeared at the Marine headquarters, Carp immediately rushed out from the dungeon to execute Blackbeard on the spot, sending him down to accompany Ace. So Ace wouldn't be too lonely on the road to the underworld. Okay, that statement is a bit inaccurate. So many people from the Whitebeard pirates have died. Ace wouldn't be lonely no matter what. Carp, are you going to stop me? Blackbeard, enduring the pain, got up from the ground. Black mist began to emanate from his body, and a white halo appeared on his hand. Both his darkness and quake powers were activated. One by one. Do they not take me seriously? Do they really think I, Blackbeard, am easy to bully? I, Blackbeard, am the final boss of the pirate world. An existence that can swallow the sun with a black hole. Carp, get out of my way. Blackbeard shouted, leaping up and throwing a punch at Carp. Carp naturally wouldn't fall behind. He leaped up as well. The two clashed in midair, the collision of their fists causing the entire space to tremble. A strong shockwave swept below, sending hundreds of Marines flying. But this wasn't over yet. The two in the air kept exchanging blows. It was as if they were using shadowless hands, their fists continuously greeting each other. One punch after another landed on each other's faces and bodies. In the previous moment, Blackbeard took a punch from Carp to the face. In the next moment, Blackbeard retaliated with a punch to Carp. Just like that, they fought from the air to the ground, then from the ground to underground, beating each other up, leaving them battered and bruised. Suddenly, a white mist rose again from the sea, shrouding the entire surface of the water. What is going on? Another one? The Marines stopped fighting. After all, their vision was obscured by the white mist, and they couldn't see the enemy at all. In such a situation, they couldn't fight. It was just like when the Whitebeard pirates appeared before. Now it was happening again. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates have reinforcements? That's impossible. All the pirates from the Whitebeard pirates headquarters and affiliated fleets have come. Even if there are some who haven't arrived, there are just a few cats and dogs, responsible for guarding Whitebeard's territory and unable to escape. Besides that, the Whitebeard pirates shouldn't have any reinforcements left, right? The Marines analyzed it thoroughly. No one is watching. Everyone help push the book, thanks. Chapter 198. Red-haired Shanks appears. I'm here to end the war. Don't mention the Marines. Even the members of the Whitebeard pirates were confused. The Marines didn't know? Don't they know? They definitely don't have any reinforcements. So, what is this mist all about? The mist came quickly and left just as fast. Soon, a pirate ship appeared in the harbor of the Marine headquarters. How is this possible? That flag is. The Marines couldn't believe it when they saw the pirate ship in the harbor. Red-haired Shanks. It's the pirate ship of the four emperors, Red-haired Shanks. Why would the four emperors' red-haired shanks appear here? The Marines gritted their teeth. Clearly, victory was right in front of them. The arrival of red-haired shanks would add a lot of uncertainty. Remnants of Whitebeard. While everyone was in shock, only Akainu was still working seriously. A good employee, none other than him. However, just as Akainu was about to punch through the body of Flower Sword Vista, a man appeared. With his right hand drawing a sword, he directly blocked Akainu's magma fist. The metal sword showed no sign of melting in front of the magma. Red-haired. Flower Sword Vista looked at the red-haired who saved him, and although he was very unwilling, he still gritted his teeth and said to red-haired, "Thank you. Red-haired, are you here to die at the Marine headquarters on purpose?" Akainu frowned at the appearance of red-haired. He felt angry that red-haired was stopping him from killing Vista. But Akainu quickly calmed down. "It's just another pirate here to die. You might save him once, but I don't believe you can save him every time. No, I'm here to end this war." Red-haired looked at Akainu and said, "Wow, you're really bold." In the distance, Kizaru heard red-haired's arrogant words and was preparing to shoot a laser at him. But just then, Kizaru heard a voice from behind him. "Don't move, Kizaru." Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the red-haired pirates, aimed a gun at Kizaru. A smoking cigarette was still hanging from the corner of his mouth. Kizaru was being pointed at by the gun. Although it wasn't directly aimed at his head, there seemed to be a distance of more than 10 meters from the gun's muzzle. However, Kizaru still looked quite scared, raising both hands in surrender. His expression seemed to say, "Captain, don't shoot, it's one of us." Ben Beckman replied, "I understand, I won't shoot. I'm just putting on an act, and you should play along too. Once this scene is over, you can continue being your admiral, and I'll continue being my emperor's vice captain, and we'll all be happy together." And so, the two were at a standoff. Ha. Red-haired, who do you think you are to say you can end the war? Akainu laughed loudly upon hearing red-haired's words. "Don't make me laugh. Today, even if the king of heaven himself comes, this war won't end. If you want the war to stop, then all the pirates at Navy headquarters must die. Of course, that includes you, red-haired shanks." Akainu looked down at red-haired, speaking in a dark tone. "This world is cruel, red-haired. Don't think that just because you're one of the four emperors, you can decide anything. Here and now, you can't decide anything." Akainu stared at red-haired, his body burning with heat, but his words were exceptionally cold. "Akainu, I return that line to you." Red-haired shot him a glance upon hearing Akainu's words. "The one who can't decide anything is you. You're just an admiral. The one who can decide whether the war will stop is Sengoku, and it has nothing to do with you." Red-haired mocked Akainu. "Bastard, are you insulting me?" Akainu gritted his teeth. However, in the face of Akainu's questioning, red-haired ignored him. Instead, he turned his gaze to the distant fleet admiral Sengoku. No one is watching. Can everyone help push my book a bit? Thank you." Chapter 199. Red-haired activates the face fruit. "Sengoku, give me some face, Sengoku. Give me some face. Let's end this war here." Red-haired said seriously as he looked at Sengoku. The face fruit was activated. Next, it was Sengoku's turn to play his cards. "Red-haired, what nonsense are you talking about?" Upon hearing red-haired's words, Sengoku decided not to give him face. The war had reached this point, and you're talking about a ceasefire? What a joke. Moreover, if the war stopped just because of your words, where would the Navy's authority be? Clap, 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 Sengoku well said. Even the Ink Dragon applauded Sengoku. Yes, the war has reached this point. The casualties among the Marines are in the thousands. If we stop the war now, wouldn't those lives have been lost for nothing? Although, continuing the war would result in even more deaths if they waited for the Whitebeard pirates to regroup and return to the sea. Wouldn't they face even greater losses later? Sengoku, if you still want to fight then, I'll be your opponent. Red-haired looked at Sengoku, his dark eyes full of coldness. Open your eyes and look. Look at those Marines lying on the ground, waiting for treatment. If we stop the war now and rescue these Marines, they might survive. But if you stubbornly insist on continuing the fight with no one to treat them, they will likely die. Red-haired seemed to see through Sengoku. Every word was like a nail driving into Sengoku's heart. Sengoku was moved by red-haired's words. He looked at those injured Marines lying on the ground, unable to fight anymore, and clenched his teeth. Indeed, all the Marines were currently engaged in battle, with no extra manpower available to treat these injured Marines. If If the war continued, these Marines might bleed to death or succumb to their injuries. But if the war stopped, how could he explain that to the entire world? After all, even now, the Navy's live broadcast hadn't stopped. Although the broadcast couldn't be seen by everyone in the world, at least hundreds of thousands were watching this war. Stopping the war to give the Marines a chance for treatment was indeed a good way to reduce casualties. However, if he let the Whitebeard pirates go, how could he explain that to the world? Clearly, they could annihilate the Whitebeard pirates, yet he would let the tiger return to the mountain? Would these pirates choose to retreat and never become pirates again after being let go? If not, then they would definitely fight again in the future. Therefore, Sengoku gritted his teeth, red-haired. Stopping the war is impossible. Today, the annihilation of the Whitebeard pirates is already predetermined. No matter who comes, they cannot change the outcome. Sengoku, under pressure, shouted at red-haired. Don't think that just because the red-haired pirates have shown up, you can change the Navy's actions. So, red-haired, I won't give you this face. Sengoku replied firmly. Although, this was quite unfair to those Marines waiting for treatment. But, is there any war without casualties? He believed they were prepared. Red-haired frowned. He hadn't expected Sengoku to be so tough. Clearly, the other party had a hesitant personality. What was going on today? Who gave him the confidence? Sengoku, are you sure you want to continue fighting? Do you think that with me, red-haired Shanks, involved, the Navy can still win this war? Red-haired had no real intention to fight. He was just threatening Sengoku. However, he didn't expect Sengoku to be unaffected by his threat. Damn it, the face-face fruit activation didn't work. Why can't we win? Upon hearing red-haired's words, Sengoku laughed. This is Navy headquarters, the headquarters of the only overlord of the sea. Do you really think that you, a mere emperor, can make the Navy, the only overlord of the sea, retreat? In the sea, only the Navy is the strongest force. Red-haired, don't get it twisted. Just because you have the title of emperor, you think you're truly an emperor and can command anyone? In fact, you're just a mere pirate. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard, has already died. You are next. Sengoku believed that the Navy still held an absolute advantage, and even with red-haired's arrival, it would not change. Agreed with this idea. After all, compared to the original situation, now there are 2 fewer emperors. Luffy and Buggy haven't shown up yet. The notorious criminals from Impel, Down Haven T arrived either. The Revolutionary Army hasn't come either. In short, the Navy still holds a considerable advantage. Carp against Blackbeard. Akainu against red-haired Shanks. The remaining Marines against the pirates. Sengoku can still oversee the entire battle. Sengoku's tough response left red-haired Shanks somewhat embarrassed. Initially, he thought that with his own reputation, plus Sengoku wanting to save those Marines who could be healed, they would choose to end the war. After all, the Navy's objectives have been achieved. Fire Fist Ace was successfully executed. Whitebeard, who came to rescue him, is also dead. The Whitebeard pirates have also suffered heavy losses. Out of more than a dozen captains, only a few are barely surviving. 50,000 pirates came to the Navy headquarters, and now only about 10,000 can still stand. The losses amount to 3/5. With such a Whitebeard pirates, even if they return to the sea, what kind of storm can they stir up? Not to mention, Whitebeard is already dead. Would those affiliated pirate crews who originally pledged loyalty to Whitebeard continue to remain loyal to the Whitebeard pirates? Probably not. After all, they joined the Whitebeard pirates because they believed in Whitebeard's strength. But now that Whitebeard is dead, those affiliated crews will naturally seek new backing or become independent. The only ones left in the Whitebeard pirates might be those from the main crew. Red-haired Shanks couldn't understand why Sengoku still wouldn't give him face in this situation. Do they want to continue fighting? Don't they fear that if they win, they'll end up crippling the Navy? That's right, Shanks, give up on that thought. You can't change anything. The only thing you can change is that originally only the Whitebeard pirates would perish at the Navy headquarters, and you, fool, have come to deliver yourself as well. In the end, the red-haired pirates will be buried here alongside the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu stared intensely at Shanks and mocked him. No one is watching. Everyone help push the book a bit. Thanks. Chapter 200. I am the man who will surpass Roger, since that's the case. Let us fight. Red-haired Shanks sighed. If he compromises now, wouldn't that make people think he is afraid? That's right. Go to hell. Great fire breath. Akainu's arm transformed into a massive magma arm and struck a heavy punch toward Shanks. Shanks continued to hold his sword to block. However, the powerful force still pushed Shanks back several meters. Seeing this scene, knew that history had been changed once again. Now, who knows what the world will become? But what does it have to do with him? The turbulent sea is exactly what he hopes for. Without great chaos, how can there be great peace? Without great chaos, how can there be a revolution? Without great chaos, how can there be something to be replaced? Haha, I didn't expect that even that guy Shanks would come to join the fun. Blackbeard wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed loudly. In front of him, Carp was not much better off. His clothes were tattered, and there were marks on his face from punches. It was clear that the two had fought fiercely before. What are you laughing at? Do you think with Shanks here, you can survive? Carp coldly looked at Blackbeard and said, I told you, today you will die for sure. No one can stop it. Ha, Carp, don't speak too confidently. When you were young, you chased after Roger every day, yet you couldn't catch him, right? Blackbeard mocked Carp. Are you implying that you can stand shoulder to shoulder with Roger? Carp's face was full of mockery. No, I will surpass him. Blackbeard replied, seriously while looking at Carp. Ha ha ha, surpass Roger? That really makes me laugh to death. Just you, Blackbeard. Carp completely mocked Blackbeard's words. That's right, just me, Blackbeard. One day, I will surpass Roger and become the true king of the sea. Carp, just open your eyes and watch. History will prove this. Blackbeard said loudly to Carp, however, you old man is not that young anymore. I wonder if you can live to see that day. Normally, I don't know, but I do know that if you plan to stop me today, then you definitely won't live to see that day. Haha, Blackbeard, are you threatening me? Carp laughed heartily. Decades ago, when I fought rocks, you weren't even born yet, and you're threatening me? Who do you think I am? I am a Navy hero, Iron Fist Carp. Boom! Carp roared, and a punch struck Blackbeard's face. Blackbeard's face was directly hit into wrinkles, flesh folding over itself. He was violently knocked away. He flew out of the Navy headquarters, landing on the icy surface of the sea outside the headquarters. Because the ice was too slippery, Blackbeard slid on the ice like he was skating, continuously moving forward. Along the way, he knocked down countless Marines and pirates. Until he crashed into a pirate ship that was frozen on the surface of the sea, he finally stopped. With the addition of the red-haired pirates, the battle at the Navy headquarters became even more intense. The pressure on the Whitebeard pirates was significantly reduced. Originally, the Marines only targeted them. Now, the Marines also have to deal with the red-haired pirates. Although they don't know what Shanks is really doing here, his appearance is, in any case, a help. This made the Whitebeard pirates very grateful to Shanks. Brothers, charge. The pirate ships have been mostly destroyed. Let us seize a warship and sail back to the New World. A pirate shouted. To leave the Navy headquarters, a ship is essential. Otherwise, if they plan to swim back, they are not Rayleigh and can't manage it. That's right. Seize the warship, seize the warship, seize the warship. The pirates shouted as they rushed towards the port where the warships were docked. Only a ship can help them escape from the Navy headquarters. Charge! Many pirates turned around, running towards the direction of the warships instead of the pirate ships. Brothers, kill. Kill all these wicked pirates. We absolutely cannot let them escape back to the New World to continue their evil deeds. Follow me to kill. The pirates turned around. Naturally, the Marines had to turn around to block them. Want to leave on a warship? Did you ask me first? Finally, Akiji made his move. He stood on the ice and stepped forward. Ice Age. Instantly, centered on his toes, all the surrounding sea was completely frozen. The warships docked at the port were naturally completely frozen as well. In this situation, these warships absolutely cannot continue to operate. That damned Akiji actually froze the warships? The pirates discovered that all the warships they wanted to seize were frozen, gritting their teeth in anger. They wished they could kill Akiji. However, they also understood that he was a Marine admiral, an opponent they could not contend with. Originally, with Akiji's abilities, he could freeze not only the sea surface, he could freeze all the pirates at Marine headquarters in an instant. However, because there were not only pirates, but also Marines at Marine headquarters, Akiji found himself in a dilemma. His freezing ability was an indiscriminate attack. He could either freeze everything or freeze nothing. As Marines and pirates clashed, He naturally couldn't freeze the Marines just to catch the pirates. Although he could unfreeze them afterward. What if he didn't have time? After all, there were tens of thousands of Marines. How long would it take to unfreeze each one? Captain, what should we do? Run away? At this moment. Outside Marine headquarters, on an intact pirate ship, a pirate asked his captain, the ice which way dive. Their pirate ship was an icebreaker. So even if the sea was frozen, it could still sail. This pirate ship was one of the only 5 pirate ships still able to navigate on the sea. Moreover, because of their location, they were quite far from the center, so the Marines couldn't attack them yet. Therefore, if they wanted to escape, they had to do it now. Otherwise, there would be no chance left. Escape? What a joke. Am I Wade-Eyed the type to abandon my comrades and run away? Wade-Eyed glared fiercely at her subordinate. But Captain, Whitebeard is dead. Should we still remain loyal to the Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard's death means the Whitebeard pirates have fallen apart. Now, we still have a chance to escape. If we drag this on, we might die here too. Are you willing to die alongside Whitebeard? The pirate's subordinate spoke loudly to Wade-Eyed, saying, Captain, all our crew is on the ship now, and the others are not our crew. So even if we leave now, it doesn't count as abandoning our comrades. Chapter 201. Total annihilation. Her subordinate's words made Wade-Eyed hesitate. Indeed, she had admired Whitebeard and joined his crew. And now, with Whitebeard dead, did she really need to stay behind to go down with him? Looking at the current situation, the Whitebeard pirates had almost no chance of escaping, even though the red-haired pirates had appeared to help share some of the pressure. Without Whitebeard's presence, they were still in a one-sided situation. Even if some pirates managed to escape, it was highly likely that only members of the red-haired pirates would get away. As for them, the Whitebeard pirates and their fleet were basically doomed. Staying behind to die? Wade-Eyed gritted her teeth. She didn't want to die, but abandoning those comrades to escape felt too unethical. It was truly a difficult choice. Damn it, why couldn't there be a better option? Like winning this war and returning to the new world as victors together? To this, M.O. Long remarked that to win the war, they would need at least 2 more Whitebeards. Then, let's go. Wade-Eyed gritted her teeth. In the end, she chose to abandon her comrades and escape. After all, she really didn't want to die, nor did she want her crew to die with her. Facing a war that was bound to be unwinnable, what was the point of staying? After all, she was just one of the 43 pirate crews under Whitebeard. Whether she stayed or left made no difference. Okay, Captain. Hearing Wade-Eye's words, her subordinate was overjoyed. He immediately ordered the navigator to turn the ship around and leave Marine headquarters. The icebreaker, under the navigator's control, broke through the layers of ice on the sea, changed direction, and left Marine headquarters. Because they were far from Marine headquarters, the ice here wasn't very thick, which was why the icebreaker could successfully break through. If the entire ocean was frozen from the surface to the seabed, then it wouldn't matter if it was an icebreaker or an aircraft carrier. It would be useless. Sigh. What is that pirate ship doing? The pirates suddenly noticed something was off. The pirate ship that had been waiting on the surface for them to board had actually broken through the ice and was sailing away in the opposite direction of Marine headquarters. Damn, are they trying to be traitors or deserters? Marco, who was fighting, also saw this scene. With Whitebeard dead, he was now the highest commander on the battlefield for Whitebeard's side. Watching the icebreaker sail further away, he frowned but didn't say anything. He could only think that everyone had their own ambitions. Since Wade-Eyed didn't want to share the hardships with the Whitebeard pirates, then let her go. Especially in the current situation, he couldn't say much. After all, staying offered almost no hope of victory. And if they didn't run now and waited until all the pirate ships were destroyed, they wouldn't be able to escape at all. In this context of likely total annihilation, he couldn't blame the other side for anything. With that thought, Marco rejoined the fight. Even if the chances were slim, he had to do his utmost to create an opportunity for his comrades to escape. Even if it was just a 1% chance, he would never give up. Thinking this way, Marco transformed into the Phoenix and launched an attack on the pursuing Marines. Several pursuing Marines were sent flying by Marco's wings. At this moment, the icebreaker was getting further and further away from Marine headquarters. Soon, they would completely escape the control of Marine headquarters. The pirates on the ship were all overjoyed, feeling that they had escaped a disaster, although it was at the cost of abandoning their comrades. However, just as they were celebrating, suddenly, A flash of light appeared above their heads. What was going on? Everyone looked up at the sky. It was known that the weather was gloomy, with the sky completely covered by dark clouds, and there was no sunlight at all, so this sudden blinding light felt very strange. The light disappeared. A man stood in the air, wearing sunglasses, leering down at the pirates. It was an admiral, Admiral Kizaru. The pirates shouted as they saw the figure appear after the light vanished, feeling sorrowful for their fate. The admiral had caught up. Could they still escape? Oh, I didn't expect there would still be people wanting to escape. But, can you really get away? The yellow monkey looked lewdly at the pirates below and made a gesture to attack. Not good, a wide-range attack is coming, quickly evade. The pirate shouted, urging the navigator to maneuver the pirate ship in a serpentine pattern. However, Yata no Kagami. The yellow monkey unleashed the Yata no Kagami, and countless light dots shot out. The pirate ship below, moving in a serpentine pattern, was directly pierced through, riddled with holes. The pirates were also left with their bodies punctured like honeycomb. Finally, with a loud boom, a massive explosion rang out, and the entire pirate ship blew up, shattering into pieces of broken wood. The pirates on the ship all perished. You think you can evade my attack with a serpentine maneuver? Who do you look down on? The yellow monkey disdainfully glanced at the exploding pirate ship before turning to leave. Who doesn't he know that my attacks are the most accurate? In the distance, the pirates on the ice saw this scene. They all fell silent. They thought the ice-breaking ship could escape, but unexpectedly, not only did they not escape, but they were also completely wiped out. They died even faster than those pirates who were still fighting desperately. At this point, they didn't know whether to be thankful they hadn't boarded the ship. Meanwhile, the pirates also stopped their fleeing footsteps, because even if they really boarded the pirate ship and fled from the Navy headquarters, it was still very likely they would end up like the ice-breaking ship, completely annihilated. You see, the 3 admirals of the Navy are all capable of area attacks. The reason they aren't attacking now is that the area around the pirates is filled with Navy soldiers. If they use an area attack, it would affect the soldiers. But if they escaped onto the pirate ship, wouldn't that mean the admiral could just unleash a wave and take both the ship and the people? Damn it. Does God really not give us a way out? A pirate knelt on the ice, fiercely pounding the surface with his fists, venting all of this. Otherwise, let's just fight it out. We can't escape on the pirate ship. It's better to fight the Navy. Every kill counts. Let the Navy soldiers know that our white-beard pirates are not to be trifled with. A pirate shouted, "Oh, oh, oh." This shout gained the approval of most pirates. If they were destined to die, then they might as well fight until the last moment and die gloriously, instead of boarding the pirate ship and being taken away by the yellow monkey in one go. It's too unworthy. New book, One Piece, starting off dead with Kaido. Click on the author's name to view. Chapter 202 Hancock. Kneel and call daddy with a determination to fight to the death. The morale of the pirates began to rise infinitely. The Navy soldiers felt that the pirate strikes were stronger than before. However, the Navy soldiers would not admit defeat. They were the ones in the advantageous position. For a time, the battle became even more intense. Severed limbs and corpses were scattered everywhere, blood staining the ice. Shouts and wails coexisted. Death and survival coexisted. Jata no Kagami. Jata no Kagami. Jata no Kagami. After destroying the ice-breaking ship, the yellow monkey seemed to become addicted, starting to destroy one pirate ship after another frozen on the ice. Just like that, those intact pirate ships were all taken down by the yellow monkey's Yata no Kagami. At this moment, all the pirate ships had been destroyed. You could say, the pirates had no way out left. Oh wait, there is still a pirate ship docked at the port. It belongs to the red-haired pirates. Why wasn't he destroyed? It might be because Ben Beckman was too frightening. When he raised his pistol, the yellow monkey was about to surrender. In such a situation, how could the yellow monkey dare to destroy Shank's ship? That bastard yellow monkey. Marco saw that the yellow monkey had destroyed all the pirate ships, completely shattering their hopes. He gritted his teeth in anger. Turning into the Phoenix, he charged at the yellow monkey. Crane claw. The Phoenix rushed in front of the yellow monkey and struck a claw against his chest. The yellow monkey transformed into a beam of light and shot into the ice. Then it exploded, creating a huge pit in the frozen sea. Boa Hancock, where are you going? In the Navy headquarters, the rear sea area. Boa Hancock was preparing to sneak away. Staying would definitely put her under the control of the dragon. So, Boa Hancock planned to take advantage of the dragon's inattention to sneak away, then find a deserted island to survive. After all, whether it was being publicly known as a former celestial dragon slave or being a maid for the dragon for a lifetime, neither was what Boa Hancock wanted. Rather than live under control, she preferred to find a deserted island and live out her life. However, Boa Hancock did not expect that, even after preparing to sneak away, she would still be discovered. I said I was just here for a walk, do you believe me? Boa Hancock clutched her skirt with both hands, blushing, and looked at the dragon awkwardly. Hee, do you think I would believe that? The dragon looked at Boa Hancock with a cold smile. Woman, do you think you can escape my control? Don't even think about it. For the rest of your life, you will submit under me, and besides shivering, you won't be able to do anything. Understand? Faced with the dragon's dominance, Boa Hancock was very angry, but dared not refute. In front of such a powerful man, she couldn't fight back, and her biggest secret was in his hands as leverage. What would she do? She was also quite desperate. I understand. I will only be able to submit under you for the rest of my life. Boa Hancock lowered her head, her chin almost buried in her chest, not daring to look directly at the dragon. Since you know you're wrong, then kneel. The dragon said to Boa Hancock. What? You want me to kneel? Boa Hancock's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the dragon. She couldn't believe she heard that correctly. Of course, if you do something wrong, you must be punished. The dragon said with certainty, you dared to try to escape. So what is wrong with punishing you? Even if you have to punish me, you don't have to make me kneel, right? Boa Hancock twisted and turned, unwilling to kneel. After all, she was the Empress of Amazon Lily. Usually, it's others who kneel to her. When has she ever knelt to anyone? If the punishment doesn't make you feel deep and uncomfortable enough. What will happen if you make the same mistake next time? The dragon sneered. So kneel, Pirate Empress. I really know I was wrong, can't you? Can't you let me not kneel? Boa Hancock walked up to Malone, wrapping her arms around his and playfully shaking them while saying, I promise I won't do it again next time. Please, just let me off this time. She pouted at Malone, her blushing face, dreamy eyes, pitiful expression, and her slightly parted, rosy lips seemed to entice him with every movement. Damn, Boa Hancock, you're so good at this? I didn't expect you to be this kind of woman. Where did your usual cold demeanor go? Could it be that was all an act? Just to hide your inner softness? Is this current appearance your true self? Malone almost relented, but in the end, he still firmly said no today. You must kneel. Moreover, no one is here to see. You want to feel embarrassed or humiliated. Want to feel embarrassed or humiliated? Hearing Malone's reassurance, Boa Hancock's face twitched in humiliation. That's just what you think, but I feel it's too embarrassing and too humiliating. However, seeing Malone's resolute demeanor, if she didn't comply, it would be hard for her to get through this, right? Damn it, I just acted cute and playful. Yet I still can't get away with it. How heartless is this man? Even when faced with the world's most beautiful woman's pitiful and helpless look, he can still resist and make her kneel? A man like this will definitely not find a wife. Boa Hancock cursed silently in her heart. New book, One Piece, starting off dead with Kaido. Click on the author's name to check it out. Chapter 203, Hancock, Kneel, and Call Me Daddy continuation. Woman, what are you hesitating for? Kneel down for me. After seeing Boa Hancock not move for a while, Malone directly yelled at her. Shoo, keep your voice down. What if someone hears? After seeing Malone yell at her, Boa Hancock looked around, found no one, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Don't shout, I'll kneel. Is that okay? Helplessly, Boa Hancock could only kneel in humiliation. If she didn't kneel, who knows what embarrassing things Malone might do to her. I'm kneeling now, is that enough? Boa Hancock rolled her eyes at Malone and was about to get up from the ground. However, a hand pressed down on her shoulder. What are you doing? I've already knelt. Boa Hancock glared angrily at Malone. Malone smiled. What did I say that just kneeling would mean I forgive you? Boa Hancock. Are you playing me? Although Malone didn't actually say that he would forgive her just for kneeling, under the circumstances, anyone would think that kneeling would lead to forgiveness, right? Who was playing you? It's just that you misunderstood. Mulong said lightly. Then tell me, what do I have to do to be forgiven? Boa Hancock gritted her teeth and asked. Since she had already knelt, if she went back on it now, wouldn't that mean her kneeling was for nothing? This is what they call sunk cost. Let me think. Mulong pinched his chin, seemingly in thought. How about this? Call me Daddy, and I'll forgive you. After thinking for a while, Mulong looked at Boa Hancock and said, Boa Hancock. What did you say? Say it again. This was truly unbearable. This bastard actually humiliated her like this? She, Boa Hancock, would rather die here today, even jump into the sea, than call Mulong Daddy. Don't believe it? Then let us wait and see. What did I say? Didn't you hear clearly? Mulong looked at Boa Hancock and smiled. Since that's the case, I'll say it again. I want you to call me Daddy. Boa Hancock. This bastard really dares. Damn. How could he make her call him Daddy? What kind of twisted hobby is this? So disgusting. So perverted, right? Moreover, it looked like Mulong was probably younger than her. This made Boa Hancock feel that even calling him brother would already be humiliating, let alone calling him Daddy. Too much. Way too much. One tea call. Boa Hancock pressed her lips together tightly, and then said softly, What? Speak louder. I can't hear you. Mulong looked at Boa Hancock, who only opened her mouth as if she hadn't spoken at all. I said, I want tea call. This time, Boa Hancock raised her voice a little, but it was only a little. Mulong still didn't hear clearly. Boa Hancock, haven't you eaten? Can you speak a little louder? Mulong reached out, pinched Boa Hancock's chin, and lifted her head to look at him. Boa Hancock's chin was held by Mulong's hand, and she didn't shake it off. Perhaps she knew that even if she wanted to shake it off, she couldn't. I said I want shout. This time, Boa Hancock finally mustered her strength and shouted in a normal voice. Mulong heard her clearly this time. You want shout? What want you shout? Mulong asked with a smile. I said I want call you Daddy. Boa Hancock gritted her teeth. This man only knew how to humiliate her. Is it fun? Is it enjoyable? Is it satisfying? What want you call me? Mulong continued to ask. I want to call you Daddy. Boa Hancock replied. Will you shout? Mulong continued to ask. Daddy, I want to shout Daddy. Boa Hancock shouted loudly. However, as soon as she finished shouting, she realized she seemed to have fallen into Mulong's trap. She actually shouted Mulong Daddy 3 times in a row. Right, that S being obedient, wasn't that easy to shout out? Mulong's hand slid up and pinched Boa Hancock's face. The texture is nice. You tricked me? Boa Hancock pointed at Mulong, angrily saying. So what? Mulong smiled. You shouted that yourself? I didn't force you. Didn't force me? Boa Hancock's face was filled with sarcasm. You didn't force me. Am I kneeling in front of you voluntarily now? Why isn't at your initiative? You're my maid. Kneeling to serve me, what's wrong with that? Mulong retorted. TCH, maid? Wasn't that you who forced me to be? Boa Hancock bolted. Woman, have you started float after not being hit for 3 minutes? You actually dare to talk back to me? Mulong raised his hand. Seeing this, Boa Hancock's body instantly trembled. He began to recall the fear of being dominated by the ink dragon. He hurriedly shouted in a trembling voice, No, please, don't hit me. What did you say? I couldn't hear you, the ink dragon said, lowering his head and putting his ear close to Boa Hancock, as if urging her to speak louder. Please don't hit me, Daddy. I won't be naughty anymore. I'm begging you. Don't hit me, Boa Hancock said softly with a pitiful and weak voice, seemingly truly terrified. She was afraid of the ink dragon's violent beating. It was indeed rare to see such a side of Boa Hancock. Even the ink dragon felt a bit sorry for her. However, thinking about this woman, who could kick away a cute little rabbit standing in her way, the ink dragon put away his sympathy. Feeling sorry for her now was merely because Boa Hancock was in a weak position. If she were in a strong position, she would probably be even harsher on him, right? Boa Hancock, that's the kind of woman she is. New book, One Piece, starting off dead with Kaido. Click on the author's name to view. Chapter 204. Damn kid, how can you do this to my daughter? Well, if you behave yourself in the future, then Dad definitely won't hit you. Not only won't he hit you, but he will also love you well. Makulong pinched Boa Hancock's face with his hand. It felt completely different from Yamato's touch, making him a bit addicted. I will definitely be obedient in the future, Dad. Dad, although it's hard to say. In order to survive, Boa Hancock's call of Dad is actually quite pleasant to hear. Of course, Moron can sense the reluctance in it. But that's normal. If Boa Hancock lets him call her mom, he seems to have no objections. All right, let's skip this topic. Okay, stop kneeling, get up after all. You're mine now. If you get bruises on your knees from kneeling, it'll be my loss. Saying this, Mo Long reached out his hand to Boa Hancock. Seeing this, Boa Hancock also extended her hand and placed it on Mo Long's palm. With a strong pull, Mo Long lifted Boa Hancock off the ground. Looking at Boa Hancock's knees, which were originally fair and tender, now they were red. However, Boa Hancock did not dare to rub them for fear of being scolded by Mo Long. Let's go. This war is not over yet. Mo Long said something to Boa Hancock and then walked towards the battlefield. By the way, you must not leave my sight again, or else I'll strip you naked and throw you in front of the transponder snail, letting the whole world see the body of the pirate empress. To be safe, Mo Long threatened Boa Hancock. Boa Hancock shivered, forced a smile, and said, I dare not. This time, I will definitely not leave your sight. She resigned herself to her fate. Boa Hancock truly accepted her fate. What difference does it make if she doesn't? Unless she commits suicide right now. But that bastard Mo Long, maybe even if she kills herself, he wouldn't spare her body, right? Sigh. It's simply inhumane. In the air, Kaido saw the scene of Merlong teasing Boa Hancock. He was extremely angry. What was that brat Merlong doing at the Navy headquarters? Teasing Boa Hancock? Does this guy even deserve Yamato? I'm really pissed off. Hearing Kaido's angry words, Jean nodded beside him and agreed. That's right. It's excessive, simply too much. Even the vice captain has young Master Yamato, yet he's still so greedy. It's simply a disgrace for men. Smack! Unexpectedly, just after Jean finished scolding, he was slapped on the back of the head by Kaido. It knocked him dizzy. Mr. Kaido, why did you hit me? Jean touched the back of his head where he had been hit and looked at Kaido in confusion, asking, What the hell? Why did you insult Macron? Kaido glared at Jin. Jin, weren't you the one who cursed first? That's why I followed suit. Is that wrong? Jean is speechless. Nonsense. Of course he's wrong. He's my son-in-law, so I can scold him. But what about you? He is the vice captain of the 100 Beasts. You're the big signboard. He is your superior, and you talk bad about your superior behind his back. You wonder if you should hit him or not. Kaido said with great confidence. Jean fell silent. Is it my fault for speaking too much? Fine, it's my fault for speaking too much. Really, damn it, Kainu. Mr. Kaido, since you are very angry and feel that the first mate has wronged young Master Yamato, why don't you go down now and deal with him? Jean feels that he cannot be beaten for free. Since he has been hit, the culprit, Mo Long, should not have it easy either. So, he jumps and goes to punch Mo Long. Bam! But what Jean didn't expect was that Kaido slapped him on the back of the head again. Jean was about to cry. Mr. Kaido, why did you hit me again this time? Did I say something wrong again? Nonsense. You are provoking the relationship between me and my son-in-law. Don't you think you should be punished? Kaido continued to speak confidently. Jean, he recalled his words. It seemed that there was indeed some instigation. He fell silent. After all, it wasn't entirely unjustified. It's over 200 chapters now, and I don't know if I can make it to 300 chapters. One meal a day, Sai. Chapter 205, The Death of the Immortal Bird. The Ink Dragon naturally did not know that everything he did was seen by Kaido. Of course, even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. After all, Kaido personally took him to drink flower wine before. What he is doing now is nothing compared to drinking flower wine, right? When drinking flower wine, Xiao Zi was sitting in his lap, but now he just pinched Boa Hancock's face, which is far from when they were drinking flower wine. Captain Kaido, how long are we going to continue this? Jean is feeling a bit homesick. After all, being locked up in prison for half a month has made him tired of it. So, are you not interested in this war that will determine the new world order? Kaido looked at Jin strangely. After all, he himself was watching with great interest. After all, Whitebeard was dead, and the Whitebeard pirates had suffered heavy losses. Not to mention that the war was still ongoing. Even if the war were to end now, the Whitebeard pirates would be completely destroyed, returning to the New World. They would no longer have any competitiveness. They would exit the stage of the Four Emperors. On the other hand, that Blackbeard, having obtained Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, coupled with the power of the dark fruit and those powerful criminals who escaped from Impel Down, this guy, once he enters the New World, is very likely to replace Whitebeard's position as one of the four emperors. Of course, there is also the entrance of Shanks to consider. Everything is still unknown. If both Red-Haired and Blackbeard died at Marine headquarters, the New World would entirely belong to him. After all, Big Mom has already submitted to him. Whitebeard is dead. As long as he returns to the New World, the territory that originally belonged to Whitebeard would be easily within his grasp. If Red-Haired also dies here, then Red-Haired's territory would also be easily acquired. In short, this war is extremely important for Kaido. It determines whether he can easily take the New World. Of course, even if Red-Haired and Blackbeard return to the New World, Kaido is not afraid. He and Big Mom together are unstoppable in the New World. However, he does not want to reveal that Big Mom's crew has already submitted to him. Kaido is still waiting for the growth of the Dark Dragon. The current Dark Dragon likely already possesses strength comparable to his, but ultimately, it should still fall a bit short. He needs to wait for the Dark Dragon to have the power to crush him. Then, in a single burst of energy, he will sweep across the entire New World with absolute strength, bringing all the pirates and all the countries in the New World under his command. Finally, he will use the combined strength of the New World to attack the Red Line, bringing down the Celestial Dragons and then sitting on top himself. This is Kaido's script. Whether this script unfolds smoothly depends on the outcome of the current great battle. Marco, fly. Let me see you fly again. Kizaru stood in front of Marco, looking at him handcuffed with sea prism stone, mocking him, daring to kick me? Do you really think that just because I let you off, you can do whatever you want? Damn it. Marco gritted his teeth. He never expected Kizaru to be this strong when he got serious. He couldn't fight back at all. It felt like fighting against his father, Whitebeard. After just a few exchanges, Kizaru knocked him from the air and handcuffed him with sea prism stone, sealing his abilities. Now he couldn't even run away. Someone, take him down. Kizaru shouted to the side, calling over a few soldiers. Admiral Borsellino, we don't have time to take him back to prison, and there's a risk in taking him back. What if he escapes? A Marine approached Kizaru and said, that's how the previous flame calamity was. Kizaru thought for a moment. That seems to make sense. In that case, let's execute him on the spot. Kizaru squinted his eyes, holding his sword in one hand, walking towards Marco, ready to use his Amatsukami sword to behead him. Chapter 206, The Death of the Phoenix, continued. Damn it, what to do? Is my life really ending here? Marco gritted his teeth. The sea prism stone handcuffs made him feel powerless all over. He couldn't even stand up to run. Facing Kizaru, who was approaching step by step, he felt like his life was over. Run, Marco. Hurry up and run. Get up and run, Marco. The pirates also noticed the situation here and shouted at Marco. But Marco could only smile bitterly. If he could run, would he not? He wanted to run, but he couldn't escape. The immortal bird is about to turn into a dead bird. What do you think? Kizaru stood in front of Marco, the light sword in his hand raised high, ready to fall at any moment and sever Marco's head. Thoughts? Marco shook his head. He had no thoughts. He only silently said in his heart, Dad, I'm sorry. I still couldn't escape. I'm coming to accompany you. With that thought, Marco closed his eyes. Oh, I didn't expect you to resign to your fate so easily. Seeing Marco with his eyes closed, waiting for death, Kizaru was somewhat surprised. But that's fine. Dying first is better than watching one companion after another die before your eyes, and being the last to die is better. After all, watching one companion after another die before your eyes is very painful. Now, you don't have to feel that pain anymore. Saying this, Kizaru's hand holding the light sword began to swing down. Marco, just as Kizaru's light sword was about to touch Marco's neck, and had already grazed the skin on Marco's neck, the arriving Diamond, George, rushed in. Half of his body turned to diamond. He slammed hard into Kizaru, knocking him into sparkles and sending him flying. After knocking Kizaru away, Diamond George picked up Marco with one hand and threw him towards his companions with all his might, shouting, Take Marco away. I'll hold Kizaru. Okay, Captain George. The pirates in the distance caught Marco, carrying him on their backs, and continued to flee. They didn't have the key to Marco's handcuffs, so they couldn't unlock them. They could only hope to escape first and then slowly open them later. Damn it, George. You bastard. Who the hell told you to save me? Marco gritted his teeth and turned to scold George, because in Marco's view, George was just trading one life for another. In front of Kizaru, George was not a match at all. Staying behind to block Kizaru was no different from seeking death. Hurry up and stop. We need to save George, Marco said to the pirate carrying him. Captain Marco, please don't put me in a difficult position. Captain George asked us to take you away. Besides, in your current condition, even if we go back, what can you do? The pirate spoke without holding back. After hearing that, Marco fell silent. Indeed, he was currently restrained by sea prism stone handcuffs. Even a random marine could take care of him. At this moment, if he went back, he could only be a burden to Diamond George. But he was unwilling to watch George die at Kizaru's hands. At this moment, Marco regretted why he didn't train when he had the time. If he could be as strong as Dad, today wouldn't have come to this. Damn it. Diamond George, do you also want to stop me? The recovering Kizaru tilted his head and looked at Diamond George as if asking. The last one who tried to stop me almost died, but you saved him. So this time, who will save you? I don't need anyone to save me. Kizaru, you haven't even fought yet, and you already think you have victory in hand? Diamond George looked at Kizaru and snorted coldly. Isn't that the truth? Do I need to say it myself? The members of the Whitebeard Pirates really have no self-awareness, Kizaru mocked. Fire Fist Ace went to chase Blackbeard, but was captured because he was no match. Whitebeard came to save Fire Fist Ace, but ended up dead here. One by one, do they not realize their own inadequacies? Damn it, I won't allow you to mock Dad and Ace. Hearing Kizaru's ridicule, Diamond George was very angry. Half of his body turned into diamond, charging fiercely towards Kizaru. He had the bulk and hardness, but what about speed? Kizaru easily dodged, appearing in midair, looking at Diamond George, but pointing his finger at the direction where Marco was fleeing. Do you really think you can save Marco? A cross halo appeared at Kizaru's fingertips. Chapter 207. The Death of the Phoenix. Bastard, what do you want to do? Your opponent is me. Come down. Diamond George didn't expect Kizaru to ignore him. Moreover, he still had no intention of letting Marco go, although Marco had already run far away. Diamond George knew that Kizaru's laser could shoot even further. If he didn't stop it, Marco would die. Diamond George, just watch here and see how the Marco you saved dies. Kizaru coldly looked at Diamond George and said, Damn it, I absolutely will not let you succeed, Kizaru. Diamond George glanced at Kizaru in midair. Then he stepped back, preparing a sprint, and jumped to attack Kizaru. Kizaru also noticed this scene, but he didn't mind, because his attack had already begun. Bayou. A laser shot across hundreds of meters, aimed straight at Marco. However, just as the laser was about to hit, a pirate pushed Marco away forcefully, avoiding disaster. But Marco died, while the pirate who pushed him was directly pierced through the heart by the laser. Dead as can be. TSK, TSK, TSK. He's just a pirate. Why act so brotherly? Kizaru shook his head at this scene, ready to attack again. At this moment, Diamond George had already taken a running start and jumped towards Kizaru, crashing heavily into him. Kizaru was still preparing for a follow-up attack, so he didn't notice. However, just as Diamond George was about to collide with Kizaru, a figure rushed out from the side. A punch landed heavily on Diamond George, sending him flying away. Bastard, who are you? Diamond George cursed angrily as he fell to the ground. Kizaru also noticed this scene and curiously asked Mulong, Bro, you're not on the Navy's side, are you? Why are you saving me? Save you? Mulong shook his head and said to Kizaru, Old man, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not here to save you. I just have something to settle with this Diamond George. Oh, I see. Kizaru shrugged, not caring whether Mulong was doing a good deed without leaving his name. Since someone helped him stop Diamond George, that was even better. He began to search for Marco again and continued his attack. Kizaru seemed to have a grudge against Marco. Bastard, who are you? What do you want? Looking at Kizaru, who was about to attack again, and then at Mulong blocking his way, Diamond George gritted his teeth. Get out of my way. Get out of the way. That's not happening. Mulong shook his head. Diamond George, I've heard you're the hardest man on the sea today. I want to compare with you, to see whose body is harder. Are you crazy? I'm Diamond. You want to compare hardness with me? Diamond George looked at Mulong as if he were insane, and said again, Get out of my way. My opponent is Kizaru. Is that so? But Kizaru seems to not want to pay attention to you. Mulong mocked. Bayou. The next moment, Kizaru's laser shot from his fingertips. This time, no one pushed Marco away. The laser accurately hit Marco's heart, piercing through his back. Even the pirate who was running behind Marco was also pierced by the laser. Kizaru, you deserve to die. Diamond George's eyes turned red at this scene. He cursed at Kizaru, but Kizaru ignored him and continued to attack, preparing for follow-up strike. After all, a single shot through the heart wasn't very safe. Another laser shot out. Marco's head was pierced through. The Marco who fell to the ground twitched for a moment and then stopped moving. It looked like he was dead beyond any doubt. Ah, Kizaru, I will kill you. Diamond George was going insane at this scene. He turned into Diamond and crazily rushed towards Kizaru. Chapter 208. The death of Diamond George, however, just as Diamond George ran past Mulong, Mulong quietly extended a foot. Diamond George tripped over it and fell hard to the ground. He slid several meters forward due to inertia before stopping. Bastard, what do you want? Spitting out the dirt stuck in his mouth, Diamond George stood up and pointed angrily at Mulong. What do I want? Hearing Diamond George's words, Mulong smiled. Didn't I tell you before? I want to compare with you to see who is the hardest man on the sea. So if you want to seek revenge on Kizaru, you have to kill me first. Although Mulong thought that Diamond George was unlikely to kill him. Even if he were hurt, it was also improbable. Right now, he was so strong that even he didn't know how powerful he was. Because, long before coming to the Navy headquarters, he had already been able to defeat Big Mom's strongest son, Katakuri. And in terms of positioning, Diamond George might not even be stronger than Katakuri. Damn it, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Diamond George gritted his teeth as he looked at Mulong. He knew that if he couldn't get past Mulong today, he would never be able to seek revenge on Kizaru. Go to hell, kid, Diamond Impact. Diamond George shouted, half of his body turning into Diamond, charging fiercely towards Mulong. Seeing this, Mulong excitedly said, good, come on today. Let's use our most violent sides to prove who is the hardest man on the sea. After saying that, Mulong also charged forward. Boom. The two men did not use any fancy moves, relying solely on their own strength and body hardness. The clash was a hard collision. The intense impact caused the ground to collapse into a large pit. The next moment, Diamond George let out a scream as he was sent flying away. Baka! How is this possible? Diamond George, who was flying in the air, couldn't believe that he had lost in the clash of strength. Although he wasn't injured, he still felt humiliated. Damn it again. As he fell from the air, Diamond George grabbed the ground with one hand, leaving 5 marks on the surface to stop his backward momentum, then pushed off with his toes and charged towards Mulong again. As a diamond, he would not concede when it came to body hardness. Bang! Another collision occurred, and Diamond George was once again knocked away. Seeing this, Mulong shook his head in disappointment and said to Diamond George, is this really your strength? Diamond George, you are truly weak. No wonder the Whitebeard pirates are meeting their end today. With such weakness, who wouldn't perish? Damn bastard, I won't allow you to speak about the Whitebeard pirates like that. Diamond George roared furiously. And the Whitebeard pirates will not be destroyed. With a roar, Diamond George's body turned to diamond and was covered in a pitch-black hockey. Kid, you've really angered me. I want you dead. Boom! As Diamond George took a step forward, the ground cracked beneath his feet. Now, that's more like it. Watching Diamond George, who was serious or rather fighting for his life, Mulong smiled. You want to test me? You should consider whether you have the qualification to do so. Saying this, the two roared and charged at each other again. Their massive bodies collided violently. This time, Mulong did not hold back. The immense force from the collision of shoulders and arms struck Diamond George, who gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength. He wanted to smash this bastard who insulted the Whitebeard pirates into pieces. Boom! At the moment of their clash, the ground could not withstand the tremendous pressure and collapsed, followed by a cracking sound, as if something had shattered. Next, an unmatched powerful force emanated from Mulong, sending Diamond George flying. Blood rained from the sky. This was something Diamond George had not anticipated. He had clearly used his strongest power. Why was he still losing? Moreover, his diamond-like body actually showed cracks? Diamond George could not believe that Mulong had shattered his hockey-covered diamond body with a physical collision. What was this guy's body made of? He was simply a monster. Boom! Diamond George's body flew through the air and crashed down, creating a large pit in the ground. In the pit, Diamond George tried to reach out, clinging to the edge of the pit, to get up and continue fighting. He could not disgrace the name of the Whitebeard pirates. As long as he was not dead, he would fight to the death. However, he still underestimated the force of Malong's collision. The powerful force not only shattered his diamond-like body, but also displaced his internal organs. Although he looked only slightly injured, it was all internal damage. Spit. Another mouthful of blood spurted out, and Diamond George's hand, which was clinging to the edge of the pit, suddenly loosened and fell. Diamond George clutched his chest, coughing up blood continuously, until he lost his life force. Following the immortal Marco, Diamond George was dead. Chapter 209, Kizaru vs. Malong Clap. Clap, clap. What a terrifying little brat. In the distance, Kizaru slowly walked towards Malong, clapping his hands, seemingly appreciating Malong's strength for being able to kill Diamond George in one blow. Kid, you're more terrifying than Kaido was in his youth. Therefore, you absolutely cannot return to the sea. Otherwise, you will become a nightmare for the Navy. Kizaru recognized Malong. After all, there was a file on him at the Navy headquarters. His first appearance at the Navy headquarters was as a suspect in the destruction of the G5 branch. Eventually, the Navy, through intelligence connections, discovered that Malong was actually the son-in-law of Kaido. Although due to Whitebeard's influence, the Navy's response to Malong's actions was inconclusive. Now that Malong had appeared voluntarily at the Navy headquarters, Kizaru naturally could not just let him leave. Just a nightmare for the Navy? Hearing Kizaru's praise, Malong smiled. I thought you would say I would become everyone's nightmare in the world. Being the Navy's nightmare naturally means being the nightmare of the entire world. Kizaru looked at Malong and said lightly, So, do you want to kill me? No problem, if you have the ability. Malong provoked Kizaru. Kid, don't think that just because you killed Diamond George, you can be arrogant. He and I are not on the same level. Kizaru was not too angry, but Malong's words were indeed infuriating. Kizaru, why are you so eager to deny it? I never said you and Diamond George were on the same level, did I? Are you so eager to deny it because I hit a sore spot? Malong blinked at Kizaru. Kid, since you're here, it means that Ember was rescued by you, right? Kizaru figured it out. When Ember first escaped from prison, he found it strange who had released him. Initially, he thought it might have been the Whitebeard pirates trying to create more chaos by freeing Ember. But now, seeing Malong, the son-in-law of Kaido, it was certain Ember was released by this guy. Does it matter? Malong shrugged. Ember has already run away. It's meaningless to dwell on who released him, isn't it? Instead, shouldn't you capture me, the one still at the Navy headquarters? After capturing me, you could publicly execute me like today, trick Kaido over, and then wipe out the beast pirates. Kizaru. Kid, do you have a grudge against Kaido? He looked at Malong curiously. Otherwise, why would this guy want to trick Kaido? No, Malong replied flatly. Then why are you tricking Kaido? Kizaru asked. That's not tricking. That guy Kaido has a dream, which is to start a world-shaking war. So, I'm actually helping him, Malong said seriously. Starting a world-shaking war? Kizaru looked around at the fighting people and shook his head. This can't be considered world-shaking. It's just the Navy eliminating a group of pirates. Just a small scene. That's true. This scene is indeed not large. Malong nodded. All right. Enough nonsense. Kizaru, come on. Let me see the strength of a Navy admiral. As you wish. Kizaru extended his hand, pointing at Malong. A cross-light burst from his finger. Bayou, bayou, bayou. Kizaru's fingertips shot out laser beams continuously. The yellow light swept across the battlefield, accurately hitting Malong. The scorching heat surged, and the powerful penetrating force acted on Malong's body. If it were someone else, their body would have been pierced through, leaving behind charred wounds. However, the laser beams striking Malong's body did not leave a single wound on him. Malong's physique had become so abnormal that even an admiral's attack could be nullified. Kizaru, you can't do it either. Malong reached out and patted his clothes, as if the laser that Huang Yuan had just shot at him was some kind of dirt. He patted it off and continued. Although I think you and Diamond George are not on the same level, if Diamond George can't hurt me at all, then if you can't either, my words might not have much convincing power. Chapter 210. The first time someone stopped him, this was the first time. Huang Yuan knew the power of his attacks. Since his debut, no one had ever been able to easily withstand his attacks like Malong did. He didn't even use haki. In fact, even with haki, Huang Yuan had never encountered a man who could withstand his laser with just his body. But thinking about it, this guy in front of him could collide head-on with Diamond George and even break diamonds, so it wasn't too surprising. The first time? Hearing Huang Yuan's words, Malong smiled. I'm sorry, Huang Yuan, but I took your first time. Huang Yuan. Although he felt there was nothing wrong with Malong's words, somehow it just felt off. Was this guy taking advantage of him? But what advantage could an old man like him have? Kid, I'm very curious. If your only goal was to save Yin Zhao Jin, then now that Jin has left, you should have left too. Why are you still here? Huang Yuan looked at Malong with curiosity. Could it be he couldn't leave? That made sense. It seemed like he couldn't fly, and there was no ship to take him out to sea. So, it wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but that he couldn't, right? Can't leave? Malong laughed. Kaido is up in the sky, and you're telling me I can't leave? Besides, I can fly. Didn't you think of that? What? Did I say something wrong? Looking at the mocking smile on Malong's face, Huang Yuan frowned. Could it be that Kaido had also come? Huang Yuan thought of an ominous thought. Indeed, if Malong couldn't fly, then how did he get to the Navy headquarters? There were no other pirate ships outside the Navy headquarters. He couldn't have swum here, could he? All right, it wasn't impossible. For a strong person, swimming from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line. Ah, no, that was impossible. You should know that the New World and the first half of the Grand Line are directly separated by the Red Line. To cross, there are only two ways. Either go over the Red Line from above or go under it from the seafloor. Huang Yuan didn't believe that Malong could swim through the 10,000-meter deep sea from the New World. The water pressure at that depth was not something a human could withstand. But then, thinking of Malong's body, which was harder than diamonds, maybe this guy really could withstand it? Why am I thinking so much? Why should I care how he got here? Thinking of this, Huang Yuan pushed aside the thoughts in his mind. Kaido has also come? Perhaps. Malong looked up at the sky. Kaido should be up there watching him. A dragon's vision is excellent. Even from 10,000 meters above, Kaido's vision cannot be obstructed. He can easily see everything at the Navy headquarters. Huang Yuan, I was just guessing you might have swum here. And now you're telling me that Kaido might have come? Did you ride here with Kaido? Are you messing with me? All right, Huang Yuan, enough chit-chat. If you're a brother, come and cut me. If you don't take action soon, it will be dark. Malong looked at the sky, which was already dark and gloomy, looking like it was about to rain. Everyone was fighting in the shadow, but now, the sky was getting even darker. Perhaps, night was about to fall? When night falls, it's a good thing for escaping pirates. After all, it's easier to flee in the dark. Are you in such a hurry, kid? Are you rushing to be reborn? Huang Yuan had never seen someone who wanted to be beaten up so eagerly. No, I'm rushing to become stronger. Malong sighed. Always being killed by others was really unpleasant. He just wanted to end this life early and become invincible. In the days to come, he would only kill others, not be killed by others. Chapter 211. Huang Yuan lost his teeth, rushing to become stronger? Hearing Malong's words, Huang Yuan was puzzled. Kid, do you mean you get stronger by being beaten? Malong nodded. You could say that. Huang Yuan laughed. What a strange ability. What kind of devil fruit gives someone the power to get stronger by being beaten? I guess I haven't seen enough. Kid, care to explain? You want to know? Malong looked at Huang Yuan with a mischievous grin. Yes, I want to know. Huang Yuan nodded. If you want to know, then you have to beg me. If you beg me, I'll tell you. Malong's words were even more mischievous. Hearing this, Huang Yuan's brows knitted into a frown. Kid with a mouth like yours. You must have been beaten a lot, right? Huang Yuan sarcastically commented. Yes, and now I'm looking for a beating. Malong shrugged at Huang Yuan. Old man, I'm feeling quite itchy right now. Hurry up and beat me. Then, as you wish. Huang Yuan appeared in the air, striking his standard pose. Keet, D. Hakashaku, K, G. Countless light points shot out from Huang Yuan's hand. In an instant, the firepower covered Malong. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, the place where Malong stood erupted in a series of violent explosions. Each light point exceeded the power of a cannonball. Now, it was as if countless cannonballs were pounding on Malong, the intense, explosive shockwave directly clearing a space around him, sending everyone within 100 meters flying away from the explosion's airflow. Huang Yuan knew Malong's body could take a beating. Therefore, he continued this attack for 3 minutes before stopping. Thick smoke filled the entire Navy headquarters. Flames ignited the dark sky, and the sound of explosions caused countless people to feel ringing in their ears. Everyone was drawn to the commotion and stopped their actions, unable to continue fighting. The Navy headquarters was shaken by the explosive shock waves, teetering on the brink of collapse. The already crumbling Navy building became the last straw that broke the camel's back due to the explosion's impact, and with a loud crash, the Navy headquarters building was completely reduced to history. When Huang Yuan stopped attacking, when the flames were no longer present, when the smoke dissipated with the wind, a pitch-black pit, 100 meters in diameter and bottomless, appeared at the Navy headquarters. If you looked down, you could even see seawater pouring into the deep pit. Was this a direct hit that penetrated the Navy headquarters? Is he dead? That kid, the yellow monkey, stood in the air, tilted his head, and looked down at the bottom of the deep pit. Sorry, yellow monkey, I'm still alive, disappointing you. Stepped out of the deep pit, appearing right in front of the yellow monkey. Then he threw a punch that struck the yellow monkey's face, sending him flying. A tooth was directly spat out from his mouth. Although he couldn't use haki, looked at the ring on his right middle finger. It was made of sea stone, specifically designed to deal with Logia users, and he had specially asked Kaido to help him obtain it. After all, Wano produces a lot of sea stone, and with various crafts, making a ring, while not easy, was still doable. Oh, that hurts, kid. The yellow monkey stopped in midair, reaching up to rub his beaten face. It had been a long time since I, an old man, had taken such a hit. Kid, you really made me angry. Boom! A yellow pillar of light shot up from the yellow monkey, and even his black hair turned golden in an instant, standing up like a super scion. Chapter 212. Yellow monkey, come to the nursing home I opened to retire. Are you angry? That's really great. Looked at the erupting yellow monkey with a smile. Today, let's see how far my sharpness has grown using a marine admiral. Come on, let's hurt each other, shouted the yellow monkey. Amaterasu. The yellow monkey stretched out both hands, and a lightsaber was born from them. In the next moment, the yellow monkey transformed into light, as if the ancient soup had boiled down. When the yellow monkey reappeared, the Amaterasu had already struck on the head. The immense power slammed hard into the ground. Smoke and dust rose, stood up from the pit, touched his head, and saw a pool of blood and some fallen hair in his palm. The yellow monkey's attack had worked. However, is that all you've got with your full force? Yellow monkey, a marine admiral, is nothing more than this. Mocked. He stomped the ground and shot up into the sky. A punch struck the yellow monkey's chest. At the moment the fist was coming, the yellow monkey turned into light. He vanished from the spot and appeared behind, a sword aimed directly at its back, but quickly turned around, reaching out to grab the sword that the yellow monkey thrust at him. The sharpness of the Amaterasu cut a line of blood in his palm, but he held on tightly. Then he kicked out. This kick went straight through the yellow monkey's body. Elementalization, feeling that his kick hadn't hit a solid body, muttered to himself, Kid, I really didn't expect that someone like you, who doesn't even know hockey, has already become a top powerhouse on this sea. If one day you learn hockey, who in this sea could be your opponent? The yellow monkey looked at and said. Then he yanked his hand holding the Amaterasu with force. As a result, it couldn't be pulled out? How is that possible? Is my power not as good as this kid's? Since you know I will be invincible in the future, then, yellow monkey, I'm giving you a chance now. Kneel and acknowledge me as your master, and you can still enjoy riches and honor. Otherwise, the day I become invincible will be your burial day. Looked at the yellow monkey, casually pulling him in. Hee kid, are you really out of breath just from being called fat? The future? That's a matter of the future, and some people have no future at all, like you. Saying this, the yellow monkey's left hand clenched into a fist and hit hard in the face. It seemed he was ready to take revenge for being hit earlier. Didn't he dodge? He also threw a punch. Bang bang. The fists of both hit each other's cheeks, and at the moment of impact, both were sent flying from the air. The yellow monkey spat out another mouthful of blood. In contrast, was completely fine. In a simple comparison of strength and defense, the yellow monkey was no match for him. Therefore, in a head-on clash, it was understandable that the yellow monkey lost him. Damn kid, is that how you trained since you were in your mother's womb? Your fists are so hard. You could probably compare to Vice Admiral Garp. The yellow monkey rubbed his beaten face. This was the second time. The pain from the first time hadn't fully faded, and now the second wave of pain came, making the yellow monkey's mouth twitch incessantly. Old man yellow monkey, it's not that my fists are hard, but your fists are too soft. With such soft fists, how can you subdue the pirates who run rampant on the sea? I think you really should retire. You no longer deserve to be on the battlefield of the future. Looked at the yellow monkey and continued to mock him. Fortunately, I opened a nursing home on Onigashima. If you're willing, I can let you stay for free. I'll also give you a salary no less than what the Navy pays you, allowing you to stay with pay. How about it? For this, you only need to occasionally act as my muscle. I assent that a great deal. Chapter 213, Red-Haired's Injury. Akainu's severed finger acting as muscle? Hearing's words, the yellow monkey laughed. He looked at and said, "Kid, you really dare to dream. You actually want a Marine Admiral to act as your muscle? To say something taboo, even the celestial dragons don't have such a big face. Who do you think you are? Who am I?" Hearing the yellow monkey's question, smiled. "Since you sincerely asked, I'll generously tell you, I am me. A different kind of firework. All right, I was joking. Scratch that. I'm just an ordinary person destined to overthrow the celestial dragons and take their place." Overthrow the celestial dragons? The yellow monkey looked at with amusement. "You really dare to say that? Don't you know that this war is being broadcast live? If you say that now, it will definitely reach the ears of the celestial dragons." "So what?" retorted. "I'm going to overthrow the celestial dragons. Why should I care if they know I want to overthrow them?" The yellow monkey, after said this, he suddenly felt it made some sense. "However, kid, on what basis do you think you can overthrow the celestial dragons? Just because of that mouth of yours that only knows how to boast?" The yellow monkey questioned. "On what basis?" With this, clenched his fist. "The fist is power. When my fist is the hardest, that will be the day my power is the greatest." Yellow monkey. "Can you stop me?" Red-haired. "Where the hell are you looking?" I kind of noticed that Red-haired's gaze had been fixed on the direction of and the yellow monkey, feeling disrespected and very angry. The magma-dripping fist smashed hard toward Red-haired's head. Red-haired. "Damn, Akainu, you sneak-attacked. You're not following the rules of combat." Unable to raise his western sword to block in time upon realizing Akainu's sneak attack. However, the immense power pressed hard down on his blade. Red-haired Shanks could not completely stop Akainu. Just like that, Akainu's fist pressed hard against Shanks' blade, forcefully smashing it into Shanks' face. The intense heat of the magma rushed towards him in an instant. Shanks felt his skin burning. The sharp sting made him furrow his brows deeply. Then, he was blasted away. However, at the moment he was sent flying, Shanks swung his sword at Akainu's fist, intending to cut off his hand in one stroke. But unfortunately, he was too far away. All he managed to do was slice off Akainu's pinky. Akainu's finger fell to the ground like molten lava, melting a large hole in the ground, which made him grit his teeth in anger. "Damn red-haired, I will kill you." At this moment, Shanks was still flying through the air and then crashed hard on the ground, rolling several times before finally stopping. One hand holding the sword plunged into the ground. Kneeling on one knee, he then let go of the sword and touched his burned cheek. A light touch brought a sharp pain. Although Shanks usually didn't care much about his appearance, he knew that his left cheek must look terrifying right now. "Shanks, are you okay?" Several of Shanks' crew members noticed this scene and immediately abandoned their opponents, rushing over to ask him with concern. Chapter 214, The Peak Battle. Red-hair versus Akainu. Shanks waved his hand at the crew members, saying, "I'm fine. What could happen to me? I can handle the loss of an arm, let alone this minor injury." However, although Shanks spoke lightly, the crew members were still very angry. This was completely different from losing an arm. His face was directly disfigured. How could he find a wife in the future? That bastard Akainu went too far, hitting the captain in the face when he shouldn't even hit the face at all. This not only disrespected the captain, but also slapped the face of the red-haired pirates. "Brothers, let's go and take that bastard down." Ben Beckman took a deep drag from his cigarette, then spat on the ground, stomping it out with his toe, shouldering his rifle, and walked toward Akainu. "That's right, let's take down Akainu." A group of red-haired pirates followed him. "Bastard, who are you going to take down?" Several vice admirals blocked their way and said calmly. The atmosphere suddenly exploded. "Go, Spider, step aside. I can handle these guys alone. You go after the remnants of Whitebeard and make sure not to let any escape. Execute them all." Akainu walked from behind the vice admirals and spoke to them. However, the vice admirals were somewhat worried that Akainu would not be able to handle them alone. "What, do you look down on me?" Feeling the worried gazes of the vice admirals, Akainu's fiery eyes released a cold signal. Seeing Akainu's determination, The vice admirals gave up the idea of helping him and went after the remnants of Whitebeard's crew. Shanks' little brats, come at me together. Let's see how I handle you. After the vice admirals left, Akainu loudly addressed the red-haired pirates. Akainu, what are you so arrogant about? You think you can take us on alone? You're just putting on a show, and you'll regret it when you're dead. Ben Beckman was very displeased with Akainu's arrogance. Brothers, let's go. After saying that, Ben Beckman was about to lead the charge. But at that moment, Shanks' voice came through. Stop, Beckman. I'll handle him. You go deal with those vice admirals. But Shanks, your body. Hearing Shanks' words, Ben Beckman was worried about Shanks' condition. Haha, what's wrong with my body? I'm Fine. You don't think I can't take a punch, do you? I'm the Yonko, red-haired Shanks. Am I that fragile? Shanks laughed heartily, then stepped forward. He crossed over his fallen comrades and appeared before Akainu, standing face to face with Akainu. Although he was somewhat smaller in stature, the overwhelming conqueror's haki surged into the sky, swirling the atmosphere and creating violent winds that sent debris flying. Countless small stones pelted Akainu's body, yet they were melted by the magma. So you finally showed your true power? Perfect. Looking at the violent aura radiating from Shanks, Akainu laughed heartily. I've seen the world's strongest man, and it was nothing special. Now, let me see how strong the so-called strongest conqueror's haki on the seas, red-haired Shanks, really is. Akainu, you will witness it. Shanks' face was grim, his eyes filled with terrifying anger. If it were an ordinary marine facing Shanks' glare, they would likely be scared stiff. But his opponent was Akainu. As a hard-working employee of Marine headquarters, a prime example of toughness against Whitebeard's assault, he naturally wouldn't care about Shanks' grim and terrifying gaze, instead smirking and saying, Shanks, showing such a terrifying expression, who the hell are you trying to scare? Do you think I, Sakazuki, can be intimidated? Chapter 215, A Clash of Gods. Mortals suffer, what does it matter to me if you're scared? Shanks stepped forward with his western sword in hand. The ground tore apart. A deep red light enveloped the sword. Conqueror's haki entwined. Bang! Akainu clenched his fists and then struck them against each other with force. Magma splattered from the collision, dripping onto the ground, making sizzling sounds as it melted the earth. Akainu! Shanks! The two roared and charged forward. The sound waves drowned out the battlefield, the momentum stirring up chaos. Bang! Fist collided with the conqueror's haki-wrapped sword. The ground could not withstand such impact. It shattered and collapsed, stones flying into the air as if they had lost gravity, then shooting outwards in an instant. Nearby, the Marines and pirates who had already taken cover were still caught in the crossfire, suffering collateral damage. Hundreds of pirates or Marines were struck by flying stones, crushing ribs, arms, or thighs, and were violently sent flying. Even worse, those small stones, due to their penetrating power, pierced through many Marines' and pirates' bodies, leaving one hole after another, looking utterly tragic. Is this what they mean by gods fighting while mortals suffer? Although Akainu and Shanks are not gods, the power they displayed was indistinguishable from that of gods to ordinary people. The feeling of devastation was overwhelming. With just one clash, hundreds were injured or killed. The scene of those falling to the ground was filled with wails. This sight made the surrounding people quickly run far away, clearing a large area for the two to duel. Unfortunately, the Marine headquarters was not that big. Another place. The battle between Mo Long and Kizaru has also caused terrifying aftershocks. The bottomless pit with a radius of 100 meters is displayed in the center of the square. In the battlefield of Carp and Blackbeard, the power of the Tremor fruit, combined with Carp's iron fist, creates aftershocks comparable to a level 10 typhoon. It can be said that the small Marine headquarters is now a battlefield of deities, with no safe place to speak of. As for the Marine headquarters, it has already become a wreck. The place where Carp and Blackbeard fought is at the back of the Marine headquarters, in the residential area. Blackbeard originally infiltrated from the back, so he also planned to escape from there. But obviously, Carp would not allow the culprit who killed Ace to escape and chased him relentlessly. The residential buildings behind the Marine headquarters have basically been destroyed. After all, the power of both of them is too terrifying. One punch can send a person flying and destroy dozens of buildings without any reason. Kizaru and Mo Long are in the front square of the Marine headquarters. Kizaru's laser attacks are like powerful explosives, causing violent explosions with each strike, shaking the square with every blast. Fortunately, there are hardly any people left in the square of the Marine headquarters. Most people are fighting on the ice surface outside the Marine headquarters. This has resulted in Mo Long and Kizaru's battle, causing minimal damage. As for Akainu and Shanks, they're also fighting on the ice surface, but in the inner harbor of the Marine headquarters. The ice surface beneath them cannot withstand the power of their battle. Almost the entire ice surface is torn with spiderweb-like cracks, and huge chunks of ice are breaking away from the surface. Additionally, due to the scorching heat of Akainu's magma, there's a tendency for the ice to melt. Only Sengoku remains in command, standing high above, observing the entire battlefield without taking action. Chapter 2:16. Blackbeard and Mo Long. Who is the greater threat to the Marines? However, the more Sengoku watches, the more troubled he becomes. Because, in those critical battles, such as Akainu versus Shanks, Carp versus the Blackbeard pirates, and Kizaru versus Mo Long, it seems that the Marine side does not hold an absolute advantage, especially in the case of Mo Long and Kizaru. Kizaru seems to be at a disadvantage. It is important to note that Sengoku has been observing the entire situation. He has seen Mo Long's physical strength, which can withstand Hawkeye's attacks without sustaining damage. Such physical strength reminds him of Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Furthermore, Sengoku is uncertain whether Kaido's physical strength is stronger than Mo Long's. After all, Mo Long faced the full-force attack of the world's greatest swordsman and managed to endure it solely with his body. Such physical strength is indeed terrifying. Is this really the level of physical strength a person can possess? Not to mention, he also witnessed Mo Long being killed and dismembered by Hawkeye at the beginning. But by the end, Hawkeye was unable to harm Mo Long. What is going on? Did Mo Long evolve through death? If that's the case, not only would Kizaru be unable to win, even if he did defeat and kill Mo Long, then what? Mo Long would resurrect and become even stronger. Therefore, Sengoku's greatest concern now is Mo Long compared to the dual fruit user Blackbeard, a hidden powerhouse for 20 years. Sengoku believes that Mo Long poses a greater security risk to the Marines, because a person who cannot die and can grow stronger through death is the most terrifying. Although Blackbeard possesses 2 devil fruits, he has not yet displayed an invincible demeanor. As for Shanks, he is the one Sengoku is least worried about. After all, Shanks has been famous for a long time, and the Marines have plenty of intelligence on him. In comparison, both Blackbeard and Mo Long seem to have appeared out of nowhere, and the Marines have no useful information on either of them. Even though Blackbeard has been with the Whitebeard pirates for 20 years, he has always remained inconspicuous. In this situation, it is natural that the Marines would not pay attention to such a character. After all, compared to Blackbeard, the Whitebeard pirates have over a dozen division commanders and dozens of subordinate captains, and the Marines have to spend a lot of time and effort gathering information on these individuals. A relatively unknown figure like Blackbeard would naturally not catch the Marines' eye. However, Sengoku did not expect that such an inconspicuous character would rise to prominence in such a short time, personally killing the captain of Whitebeard's 4th Division, capturing the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division, Fire Fist Ace, exchanging him for the title of Warlord of the Sea, and then breaking through the defenses of Impel Down, bringing out 5 terrifying pirates. Finally, he ascended to the Marine headquarters and seized Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. These events occurred within just 2 to 3 months. To achieve such notoriety in 2 to 3 months, Blackbeard is indeed the first. However, compared to Blackbeard, Mo Long is even more mysterious. If Blackbeard had been hiding for 20 years, at least the Marines could find traces of his existence. But with Mo Long, the Marines have almost no clues. They only know that this guy is Kaido's son-in-law and that he destroyed the G5 branch with Kaido half a month ago. Besides that, the Marines know nothing about Mo Long's age, abilities, personality, or strength. To the Marines, Mo Long is a blank slate. Yet, Mo Long has demonstrated an admiral-level strength, especially since he is associated with Kaido. It can be said that the balance of the New World has been broken. Even if Whitebeard were still alive, he would not be able to prevent the 100 Beast pirates from dominating the New World. Because the 100 Beast Pirates have 2 Yonko-level powerhouses. Not to mention, Whitebeard is now dead. Once Mo Long returns to the New World and joins forces with Kaido, then dominating the New World would just be a matter of time. And if the 100 Beast Pirates dominate the New World, then the New World may very well revert to the situation 40 years ago, where rocks ruled the New World alone. This is something Sengoku does not want to see. Chapter 217. Better treatment than Whitebeard. The fragmented Yonko, compared to the integrated Yonko, is more beneficial to the Marines. If the members of the Rocks Pirates had not been so disunited back then, the Rocks Pirates would not have fallen so easily. From the legends created by former members of the Rocks Pirates like Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and Captain John, one can see how terrifying and powerful the Rocks Pirates were back in the day. But now, with Kaido and Mo Long in the 100 Beast Pirates, they could very well create a resurgence reminiscent of the former glory of the Rocks Pirates. No, absolutely cannot allow Mo Long to return to the New World. The reason they did not investigate Mo Long earlier is that they believed the G5 branch was destroyed by Kaido, and the threat posed by Mo Long was not high. But now, seeing Malong's performance at Naval Headquarters, he finally understood that this seemingly 20-year-old kid was a powerful pirate not inferior to Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Moreover, he was only 20 and still had room to grow. In the future, he would definitely be more terrifying than Kaido. If such a terrifying person were to be let go today, there probably wouldn't be another chance to capture him again, right? With that thought, Sengoku stepped forward, walking towards Malong step by step. He intended to join forces with Kizaru to apprehend this man who had yet to reach invincibility. The reason he didn't mention execution was that, based on his observations, Malong seemed to be immortal. If he couldn't be killed, then he could only be captured. With each step Sengoku took, his body grew larger. By the time Sengoku stood in front of Malong, a 10-meter-tall Buddha appeared on the battlefield above. How dazzling! Who's trying to show off? The sudden glaring light made Malong cover his eyes. As the sky grew darker, the sudden flash of light was like a flashlight piercing through the darkness, impossible to look at directly. Keet, D. Hearing the voice, Malong looked up. It was as if he saw a giant palm descending from the sky. It came crashing down. Before the giant palm could hit him, Malong felt a strong shockwave violently shaking his body, and the ground around him was instantly crushed by the shockwave. Under the shockwave, Malong was forcefully driven into the ground. Soon, he was covered by the rubble. Marshal Sengoku, why did you make a move? Kizaru was surprised that Sengoku actually took action, and it seemed he was preparing to deal with this kid Malong together. What qualifications did this kid have to face the joint attack of a Marine Admiral and a Marine Marshal? Even Whitebeard didn't receive this kind of treatment before, right? We must kill this kid. I see potential in him that surpasses rocks, and we can't allow another rocks to appear on the sea. Sengoku looked at Kizaru and said, Surpass rocks? Kizaru, hearing Sengoku's words, curled his lips and said, Marshal Sengoku, are you overestimating this kid too much? How could he become the next rocks? That's impossible. There's only one rocks, and besides, even rocks wasn't that terrifying, otherwise he wouldn't have fallen over 30 years ago. Kizaru, your words are a bit too arrogant. Sengoku shook his head at Kizaru. This kid is still young and can continue to improve. Plus, he is the son-in-law of Kaido. If these two join forces, is there any pirate crew in the New World that can stop them? No. So if we let this go, the 100 Beast Pirates will inevitably become the next Rocks Pirates. We absolutely cannot allow this to happen, Sengoku said firmly. Chapter 218. Surging Power equaling Sengoku Ha. Sengoku, what you said, you won't allow it to happen? Just because you don't allow it, does that mean it can't happen? Shaking off the dust from his body, Malong stood up from the rubble, smiling as he looked at Sengoku, and said, In this world, no one will can dictate what happens, especially not you, old man Sengoku. Surpassing the Rocks Pirates is just the first step. It won't be long before the 100 Beast Pirates can do what Rocks could do. And what Rocks couldn't do, the 100 Beast Pirates can also accomplish. For example, pulling the celestial dragons down from their high horses. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Pulling the celestial dragons down? No, you won't accomplish anything. This is the end of your life. Ah! Sengoku roared, sending another shockwave forward. Old man, your era has ended. Don't act like a big shot in front of me. You should end up like Whitebeard, swept into the dust of history. The Oldman, facing the shockwave. Malong stepped forward, his clenched fist crashing into Sengoku's palm. The immense power coming from Sengoku's palm made him frown. Kid, maybe in the future, you will indeed surpass everything. But for now, you're still a bit too inexperienced. Let me destroy you. Sengoku gritted his teeth, his conqueror's haki wrapping around him, unleashing his most domineering impact. Malong felt the immense power from Sengoku's hand beginning to suppress him. His originally straight arm started to bend under Sengoku's enormous pressure. What a joke. I've died so many times to become stronger, not to be suppressed by you at this point. Sengoku, old man Malong roared in anger. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, Malong's arm began to bulge with muscles. The sleeves were directly burst open by the expanded muscles. Then the entire sleeve was ripped apart, revealing a strong and powerful muscular arm. This kid? Sengoku didn't expect that someone would hide their strength while fighting against him. Even Whitebeard wasn't this arrogant, right? Kid, do you look down on people too much? Sengoku was equally furious. The shockwave from his palm became even more ferocious. Malong faced it head-on, his handsome face being blown like waves, with the flesh on his face rolling in layers. The already overburdened naval headquarters, during this clash, directly cracked like glass, producing enormous fissures. The cracks turned into ravines. Thousands of meters long, the ravines tore the naval headquarters into several segments. Many sailors and pirates fell to the ground due to the vibrations. However, the lower-ranking sailors and pirates were already used to it. Bang! Sengoku and Malong separated after their clash. Both retreated several steps. This confrontation was almost evenly matched, stumbling back 3 steps, each step leaving marks on the ground. Sengoku looked at Malong in disbelief. This kid actually fought him to a draw, without using haki, nor the conqueror's haki. It even seemed he hadn't used the abilities of his devil fruit. Just relying on his physical strength, he equaled Sengoku, the Buddha of war, and the opponent was only 20 years old. His clenched fist fully displayed Sengoku's inner unrest, compared to Blackbeard obtaining the Tremor fruit and red-haired Shanks appearing at naval headquarters. His heart was even more unsettled. Chapter 219. Malong vs. Kizaru. Sengoku, isn't it just a draw with you? Is it necessary to be so surprised? Seeing Sengoku's astonished expression, Malong smiled. To him, being able to withstand the attacks of the world's #1 swordsman without a scratch indicated that his physique had likely surpassed Kaido. Since his physique was this strong, then his power should naturally be invincible as well. After all, his increase is all-encompassing. Isn't it just a tie with me? Listen. Is this even human talk? He is a naval admiral, the highest fighting force of the Navy. You, a 20-year-old young man, tied with an old man like me. Is it not allowed for me to be surprised? This is simply outrageous. In the air, Kaido didn't expect that Moke Long had grown to this extent. Clearly, before coming to the naval headquarters, Moke Long was still quite a distance away from him. But now, it seems that in terms of both defense and attack, he is no less than Kaido, and perhaps even surpasses him. At this moment, Kaido recalled the arrogant appearance of Moke Long when they first met. He said he would have the power to crush him within a year, unify the New World in 3 years, overthrow the world government in 3 years, and pull the celestial dragons down, becoming one himself. At that time, he thought young people just boast. But now it seems, Moke Long was still humble. How long has it been since Moke Long followed him? At most, just a month. In just 1 month, Moke Long could already match him. Becoming the strongest in the world and unifying the New World within a year should be quite possible. Sigh. Talents emerge in every generation, each leading the way for hundreds of years. It seems I am getting old. Kaido sighed. The future belongs to the young. Fortunately, this young man is the son-in-law of Kaido of the Beasts. The vice-captain is actually this strong? Jean was also dumbfounded, then filled with joy. It seems our beast pirates' dominance in the New World is just around the corner, especially since Whitebeard died at the naval headquarters. Once we return to the New World, who can compete with our beast pirates? Below, Kizaru had been paying attention to the battle between Moke Long and Sengoku. He also didn't expect that Moke Long's defense was outrageous, and he could actually match Sengoku in strength. It is known that Sengoku the Buddha is famous for his pure strength and defense. Although, this was just a collision of one move. Saying that Long and Sengoku were evenly matched seems a bit exaggerated. But considering Long's abnormal physique and younger age, in terms of combat endurance, Sengoku definitely can't compare, right? Kizaru now understands why I joined, right? Sengoku looked at Kizaru and said, "Let's go together. No need for martial ethics against pirates." Yes, Admiral Sengoku. Kizaru and Sengoku moved in tandem, sandwiching Long in the middle like a sandwich. Such a terrifying kid should indeed be taken down by any means necessary. Wow, how honored I am to be targeted by an admiral and a general together. Long was excited. "Come on, try to kill me. If you can't kill me, then I'll kill you," Long shouted, rushing towards Sengoku. His body grew huge, matching the height of the Buddha, and then he punched Sengoku hard in the chest. Boom! The sound echoed like a temple bell being struck. Sengoku's body seemed to be made of bronze, producing a thunderous sound when Long's punch landed. Sengoku also punched Long in the chest. Neither of them defended. A real man takes a punch and gives a punch until one of them is dead. That's what makes it thrilling. Chapter 2:20 Forget it. Let's just go hard. Bang. Thud, thud, thud. Bang. Thud, thud. The sound of two fists hitting each other's chests echoed. The sound of thud, thud, thud was them taking the punches and then retreating. Just like that. Long and Sengoku seemed to be locked in a stalemate. They stopped using flashy techniques to fight, just trading punches, seeing who would last longer. For a moment, Kizaru, standing aside, was a bit at a loss. Didn't we agree to go together? Is this it? Forget it. Let's just go hard. Kizaru gritted his teeth, charged forward, and kicked Long's shoulder. He wanted to kick Long away, but Long caught his foot. He was thrown away violently. In midair, Kizaru transformed into light, halting the force that Long had put on him. Bang! Long, distracted by dealing with Kizaru, was punched in the back by Sengoku and was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Shaku, K.G. Meanwhile, Kizaru in the air took the opportunity to attack the downed Long. For a moment, Long was engulfed in explosive flames. Damn it, dealing with two of them is really a bit difficult. As the smoke cleared, Long emerged from the shattered ground. No wonder the ancient said, "Two fists cannot defeat four hands." So this is what it means. When he went to punch Kizaru, he couldn't block Sengoku's punch. We tried to block Sengoku's punch. He couldn't stop Kizaru. This is really troublesome. Akainu, that kid, who is he, do you know? Red-haired Shanks, while fighting Akainu, occasionally glanced at Long. He was curious when such a powerful figure appeared on the sea. Naturally, Akainu couldn't ignore it either. He had seen Long's photo in Sengoku's office. He knew this guy seemed to be the suspect behind the destruction of the G5 base. At that time, he thought this kid was not an ordinary person. But now seeing Long facing both Kizaru and Sengoku alone, he realized he had underestimated him. "Who he is has nothing to do with you." Hearing Red-Haired's question, Akainu sneered. "If you had even a 1% chance of returning to the New World, and if that kid could also return, you would likely become enemies, vying for dominance in the New World. But unfortunately, whether it's you or him, the end of your fate is here, so it doesn't matter whether you know or not." Right, Red-Haired Shanks. "Sakazuki, are you so confident you can keep me here? Look at the battlefield now. The Navy doesn't have much of an advantage, perhaps. This will be your final destination, Sakazuki." Red-Haired tightened his grip on the western sword and fiercely slashed at Akainu's shoulder. Who would have thought? Akainu actually didn't dodge. Instead, he punched directly at Red-Haired's chest. Red-Haired. He didn't expect Akainu would play this life-and-death game. However, if you, Akainu, are not afraid of risking your life, then why should I, Red-Haired Shanks, be afraid? So, Red-Haired also did not evade. Just like that, Akainu and Red-Haired seemed to have learned from Long and Sengoku, attacking each other without defense. However, Long and Sengoku were using fists. The lethality of fists is limited, but you two are using a sword and magma fists. Not dodging at all. Do you want to go to the underworld together? Chapter 221. Akainu's severed arm, no one chose to avoid it. So, both of their attacks hit each other. The red-haired sword slashed down fiercely from Akainu's shoulder. It got stuck only after hitting the bone. Akainu's fist also slammed hard into the red-haired chest. The intense heat created a smell of roasted meat from the red-haired's body. Even though he defended with haki, it didn't completely protect him. Uh, uh. Akainu and red-haired gritted their teeth, enduring the pain in their shoulders and chests, but neither side retreated. Give me a sever. The red-haired tightened his grip on the sword and cut down forcefully. Crack! The sharp blade sliced through flesh and bone, making a chilling, creaking sound. Puffed. Finally, the sword successfully cut down, severing Akainu's entire arm. Damn it, pierced through him red-haired. Akainu felt the break in his arm and attacked the red-haired's fist, with boiling magma continuously erupting. The flesh on the red-haired's chest sizzled, like lamb being roasted, with oil dripping onto the hot surface. The red-haired achieved his goal and saw no need to hold on any longer. He directly lifted his legs off the ground. The immense force from Akainu's punch sent him flying. As he was knocked away, the red-haired let out a sigh of relief because the burning sensation in his chest lessened. He feared that if he held on any longer, Akainu's fist would truly pierce through him, and then he would be beyond salvation. Even now, he was considered seriously injured. The outer layer of skin and flesh on his chest was completely burnt. The scorching magma was already burning through his sternum. If he didn't retreat, his sternum would melt, leaving his heart unprotected, and death would await him. Damn it, it was so close. Akainu didn't expect that after paying the price of an arm, he still couldn't kill the red-haired. He was at a loss, suffering a huge loss. The red-haired also felt he was at a disadvantage. He looked down at the burnt flesh on his chest. He was so close to being pierced through the sternum by Akainu. The next moment, the two began to glare at each other. Previously, the red-haired's face was disfigured, and Akainu's fingers were broken. Now, the red-haired's chest was charred, and Akainu had directly lost his left arm. And the arm with the broken finger was his right hand. Losing a finger was one thing, but losing an arm was completely crippling. Damn it, how could he still be the Fleet Admiral? After all, the Fleet Admiral is the face of the Navy. Having a cripple as the Fleet Admiral would be a mockery of the Navy. In this situation, unless his achievements were too significant, he couldn't possibly become Fleet Admiral. Kill the red-haired. That's right, the only way to possibly become the next Fleet Admiral is to kill the red-haired for this achievement. Otherwise, with one arm severed, he could never be Fleet Admiral. Die, red-haired. Akainu's severed arm gushed out streams of magma, forming a giant doghead that charged towards the red-haired. The magma doghead roared, ready to swallow the red-haired whole. Get lost. The red-haired wielded his sword and slashed at the incoming magma doghead. The magma doghead was split in two. They turned into a large pool of magma, landing on the ground. A large pit was melted into the ground. Chapter 222. The beasts have 3 emperors bang. The ink dragon was once again kicked away by Kizaru. Whether facing Kizaru or Sengoku, he could handle himself with composure. However, against the two's combined assault, he found it somewhat overwhelming. Fortunately, his body was quite resilient. Despite being attacked in turns by the two, he remained unscathed. In the ink dragon's view, the attack power of an admiral level was no longer capable of causing him significant harm. Although, Oda seemed to have said that admirals represent the highest combat power, and no one could defeat 2 admirals together. But Oda is just a manga artist. What does he know about One Piece? Today, I will take on 2. If it hasn't been done before, then I, the Ink Dragon, will be the first man to defeat 2 admiral-level fighters working together. In the air, Jin watched this scene and felt a bit worried for the Ink Dragon. Mr. Kaido, it seems that Vice Captain Ink Dragon is somewhat outmatched. Shouldn't you go down to help him? If you and Vice Captain Ink Dragon team up, you could definitely overpower Sengoku and Kizaru. No, Kaido shook his head. I cannot appear at the Navy headquarters yet. If I do, the balance of the battlefield will be broken, and the Navy may very well lose. Isn't it good if the Navy loses? Jin found Kaido's words strange. Of course not. I want to dominate the world. Although the Navy is a huge obstacle. The Navy headquarters is in the first half of the Grand Line, and their influence cannot reach the New World. So, while the Navy is strong, they pose a distant threat to the 4 emperors. The 4 emperors in the New World are each other's biggest enemies. With Whitebeard dead, my biggest enemy now is the red-haired, and also, I must add Blackbeard to that list. They are the ones I urgently need to eliminate because their existence hinders my domination of the New World. Therefore, if I go down now, it would be equivalent to helping these 2 enemies share the Navy's firepower, Am I that foolish? Helping my enemies? I see, Mr. Kaido is wise. After hearing Kaido's words, Jin also felt that he indeed shouldn't go down to help the red-haired and Blackbeard share the firepower. Wait, Mr. Kaido, didn't you just say you forgot one of the biggest enemies? IsNT, they're still big. MOM? Jin looked at Kaido and asked, with Whitebeard dead, if Blackbeard can return to the New World, he may very well take his place and become the new Four Emperor. So besides the red-haired, there is also big MOM among the Four Emperors? Why didn't Kaido mention her earlier? Could it be that they have a special relationship? Thinking of this, Jin suspiciously looked at Kaido, but in the end, he felt he was overthinking. He had followed Kaido from the beginning and hadn't noticed any special relationship between Kaido and Big MOM. Lin, I have already subdued her, so the Big MOM pirates are no longer enemies, but our subordinate pirate crew. This is no longer a secret for the members of the Beast Pirates. Of course. Except for Jin, who was captured and imprisoned by the Navy. What? You subdued Big MOM? Jin's eyes widened, unable to believe it. He had only left the Beast Pirates for a few days, and Mr. Kaido had actually subdued Big MOM? So, what exactly happened in the Beast Pirates during the days he was gone? By the way, we also need Captain Mo Long. Calculating this, the Beast Pirates now have Kaido, Big MOM, and Mo Long, 3 Yonka-level combat powers, which is terrifying for Jin to think about. With such strength, who in the New World can stop them? Chapter 223, Return to Onigashima. Yes, Big MOM has already joined our Beast Pirates. Kaido can understand Jin's surprise. After all, they're all Yonko. The fact that he managed to absorb the Big MOM pirates in such a short time is shocking, not just to Jin. If this news gets out, the entire sea will be in shock. Jin, it's time to go. Suddenly, Kaido said to Jin, what? Jin looked at Kaido in confusion. Leaving now? Aren't we going to take Captain Mo Long with us? And the war isn't over yet. Shouldn't we see who wins in the end? Of course, we need to take Mo Long. Right now, Mo Long is holding off Kizaru and Sengoku by himself. If this continues, the Navy might lose, so I need to take Mo Long away. This way, the Navy will lose 2 top combat powers. And when Kizaru and Sengoku rejoin the battlefield, the pressure will shift to Shanks and his side. And if Shanks and Blackbeard die here, that's the outcome I hope for. So there's no need for Mo Long to continue fighting. As for who will ultimately win, the live broadcast is still ongoing after the war ends. The reports about this battle will flood in, so there's no need to stay and witness the conclusion personally. Kaido explained to Jin. He has his plans. If the Navy and pirates take each other out, that would be the best outcome for him. If not, then he hopes Shanks dies here. Now that Big Onk belongs to him, Whitebeard is dead, the remaining pirate crew can't even escape. And right now, there are just a few small cats and big cats on the battlefield. If Shanks dies at Navy headquarters, then the New World will truly belong to him. Of course, even if Shanks wins, he will still be crushed by him. In short, for now, there is no power left in the New World that can stop him from dominating. His target is now set on the Navy and the world government. Only they're the ultimate enemies of Kaido of the Beasts. And Shanks is not like Big MO, who can be subdued. So Kaido naturally doesn't want Shanks to return to the New World alive. If he could be subdued, he might even be willing to let Shanks return to the New World, and then he could absorb the entire red-haired pirates. I'm fine with that, but, Mr. Kaido, do you need me to leave first? Or should I wait for you to bring back the vice captain before we leave together? Jin asked Kaido. You go ahead. I'll catch up in a bit. By the way, Jin, you've been locked up for so long. Are you sure you still remember the direction to Onigashima? Kaido joked with Jin. Jin rolled his eyes. Mr. Kaido, you really know how to joke. Even if I forgot my own surname, I wouldn't forget the direction to Onigashima. All right, I'm not saying anymore. I'm heading back now. After waving goodbye to Kaido, Jin flew back towards the New World. Watching Jin's departing figure, Kaido looked down and muttered to himself, I should leave too. The next moment, Kaido transformed into a Azure Dragon and dove headfirst towards Navy headquarters. During the dive, the Azure Dragon opened its mouth and a fireball gathered in its mouth. Then the Azure Dragon fiercely spat it out. Heat wave. The next moment, a pillar of scorching fire descended from the sky, violently impacting the center of the Navy headquarters plaza. The violent, destructive power directly blew a bottomless pit in the front plaza of Navy headquarters, completely destroying the Navy headquarters building in the shockwave. Not even the ruins could be seen. Chapter 224, Akainu vs. Kizaru vs. Shanks. Cough cough. Kaido, what are you doing? Amid the explosion smoke, Emo Long coughed a few times. He looked at Kaido, who was holding him, and questioned him. We're going home, Kaido replied to Emo Long. And then the Azure Dragon began to ascend, quickly flying out from above the smoke-covered Navy headquarters. Is that Kaido the Beasts? On the ice surface outside Navy headquarters, in the areas that were not affected, the Marines and pirates saw the soaring Azure Dragon and gritted their teeth, saying, "Why is he here too?" In this way, 3 of the 4 emperors of the New World have come? It's just an execution of Fire Fist Ace. Why does everyone have to join in the fun? The Marines didn't understand. Also, what happened to Navy headquarters? Looking at the Navy headquarters almost completely shrouded in smoke. The Marines on the outer ice surface were also very worried, although they weren't on the ground of Navy headquarters. The shock from the explosion just now had also sent many pirates and Marines flying off the surrounding ice. This shows how fierce that impact was. All the viewers around the world. What's going on? Why did the picture suddenly disappear? What was that explosion just now? The viewers who were watching intently were very dissatisfied with the sudden loss of the broadcast, each venting their anger. However, their curses wouldn't have any effect, because the image snail was destroyed in the explosion, and with the image snail dead, the live broadcast was naturally cut off. Cough cough, damn it. Kaido really came too? Cough cough cough. In the smoke, Sengoku covered his nose with his arm, gritting his teeth in the deep pit. Originally, when he saw Emo Long, he suspected Kaido might have come. After all, according to the intelligence, their relationship was very close. But, as time passed and Kaido never appeared, he thought Kaido might not have come. In the end, he was played. Marshal Sengoku, do you need me to chase after him? Kizaru asked Sengoku beside him. Sengoku shook his head. Forget it, not to mention whether you can catch up, even if you do. You have no chance of winning against those 2 monsters. Although this sounded a bit demoralizing, it was also the truth. Kizaru was left speechless. Although he felt Sengoku was right, it was still a bit hurtful. Then what we do now? Kizaru felt very unhappy, and Sengoku felt the same. After the smoke cleared, it revealed the Navy headquarters plaza, which had completely turned into giant pits. Just that one heat wave. A quarter of the Navy headquarters ground was completely destroyed. Even the parts that remain undestroyed are already riddled with holes. It could be said that, on the ground of the Navy headquarters, there is not a single intact building left. The entire ground is covered with dense cracks and ravines, looking like a stack of blocks that could collapse at any moment, destroyed with just a touch. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Sengoku clenched his fists tightly, vowing to take revenge. However, now is not the time to dwell on that. Kizaru, go help Akainu. If Kaido has escaped, that's fine, but we must capture Shanks. The war has reached this point, and the Navy headquarters can be considered completely destroyed. If we fail to capture Shanks, how will we explain it to the world government and the civilians of the world? Sengoku said to Kizaru, no problem, I will go help Akainu right away. Kizaru also realized the seriousness of the situation. After all, the entire Navy headquarters has basically been destroyed, and while it hasn't completely disappeared beneath the sea, it's close enough. After paying such a high price, if the only outcome is the execution of Whitebeard, it will indeed be hard to justify. Chapter 225. The war at Marineford ends after all. It is only natural for the Navy to wait at the Navy headquarters and take down the Whitebeard pirates. However, this time, there are 4 forces on the battlefield. If the Navy can only take down one side, it would undoubtedly be a failure. And with Kaido having already fled, there is nothing to be done about it. The remaining forces, the red-haired pirates and the Blackbeard pirates, must be dealt with. Otherwise, it would be a failure for the Navy. Sakazuki, I'm coming to help you. Kizaru appeared by Akainu's side, ready to fight alongside him. Akainu was going to say he could handle it alone, but thinking about the fact that he had already lost an arm, even if he could still manage later, what if he lost another arm? He nodded in agreement. Fine, then let us join forces and take down Shanks. Saying this, the 2 admirals attacked Shanks together. In an instant, Shanks felt the pressure. Faced with the combined efforts of the 2 admirals, he began to show signs of retreat. Shanks, we're here to help you. Several officers from the red-haired pirates noticed this scene and rushed over to help. However, damn it, you self-serving guys. Who do you think you're looking down on? The colonels noticed they had been abandoned and were furious. They drew their swords and struck down fiercely at the pirates who left them to help Shanks. Several of Shanks' officers who couldn't dodge in time were directly slashed on the back, leaving bloody scratches. On the other side, Sengoku did not rest either. He rushed to Carp's side and fought alongside him. Damn it, one is already difficult enough, and now another one has come? Is the heavens trying to take my life at the hands of Blackbeard? Blackbeard panted heavily, bleeding and looking at Sengoku, standing with Carp, gritting his teeth. Behind him stood his exhausted crew. Carp, are you all right? Sengoku walked over to Carp, noticing his somewhat disheveled appearance, and asked with concern. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, who do you think I am? How could I possibly be in trouble? Carp wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth. Sengoku could clearly see that Carp had a knife wound on his chest and 2 gunshot wounds on his back. Even the hero Carp couldn't easily defeat the Blackbeard pirates on his own. He too had to pay a heavy price. On the other side, Boa Hancock crawled out of the large pit, looking extremely disheveled, her originally fair face now blackened by dust, making her look like she just came out coal mine. However, despite looking so disheveled, Boa Hancock did not feel sad. Instead, a smile appeared on her lips, because when the Dark Dragon left, he actually forgot to take her with him. Doesn't this mean she is free? Yes. Not only was Boa Hancock, the maid, left behind, but also Mihawk, the swordsman, was not taken away, because Kaido grabbed him and ran away. This left him with no time to react to how to take both of them with him. In the distant sky from the Navy headquarters, the Dark Dragon stood on Kaido's back and scolded, Kaido, what are you doing? Why are you running off for no reason? Is someone trying to capture you in the sky? Who ran away? It's just that the sky has darkened, and I'm worried that Yamato is at home getting anxious, so I brought you back. After all, aren't you worried about what might happen to Yamato if she is home alone? Kaido explained. Chapter 226, returning to the Navy headquarters, I certainly worry about Yamato, but whether you worry about Yamato, that is not certain. The Dark Dragon looked at Kaido, not believing his nonsense at all. What are you talking about, worrying about Yamato at home? When you took me to drink flower wine before, you weren't worried at all? Kid, what do you mean by that? I'm Yamato's father, okay? What do you mean by whether I worry about Yamato? Do you think I don't care about her at all? Kaido shouted at the Dark Dragon. Kaido, why are you shouting so loudly? You don't really think that the louder someone speaks, the more right they are, do you? The Dark Dragon's ears were almost deafened. Oof. I didn't mean that at all. I'm just angry that you actually think I don't care about my daughter. What a joke. Also, why do you look like you don't want to return to Onigashima? Do you want to continue fighting Sengoku and Kizaru? Kaido looked at the Dark Dragon curiously and asked. The Dark Dragon rolled his eyes. Not at all. It's just, I left something at the Navy headquarters. What thing? Kaido blinked his big eyes, very confused. When you came, I didn't see you bring anything. How could you have left something at the Navy headquarters? You're not trying to trick me, are you? Of course not. The Dark Dragon denied. I actually took in a little brother at the Navy headquarters. The world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk, and then you just grabbed me and ran off, leaving him behind at the Navy headquarters. You tell me, doesn't that mean I left something behind? Mihawk, you took him as a little brother? Kaido looked at the Dark Dragon, his mouth twitching. Kid, are you serious? Are you sure you're not tricking me? Why would I trick you? Also, Kaido, I thought we were already good brothers who would live and die together. But I didn't expect that over such a small matter, you would actually doubt me? Kaido, you've really disappointed me. The Dark Dragon showed a face of disappointment. Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? Who the hell is your brother? I'm clearly your father-in-law. Don't lower my status to your level with just one sentence. Kaido looked at Malone with a speechless expression and said, It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that what you're saying is hard to believe. After all, he's the world's #1 swordsman. How could he possibly become your little brother? Even if he can't defeat you with his personality, he wouldn't recognize you as his older brother, right? Of course, under normal circumstances, Mihawk would definitely not acknowledge me as his older brother. However, he lost a bet against me. So even though becoming a subordinate is hard for him to accept, he still chose to honor the wager. Malone's explanation made Kaido somewhat believe him. Indeed, if it was because of a lost bet. Thinking of this, Kaido suddenly hit the brakes in midair. Mulong almost flew out due to Kaido's sudden stop. Fortunately, he grabbed Kaido's dragon horn with one hand, preventing himself from being thrown out. Kaido, are you crazy? Why did you stop all of a sudden? Mulong scolded Kaido. What do you mean, why did I stop? Of course, I'm going back to the Navy headquarters. Didn't you say you left my hawk at the Navy headquarters? We're going to bring him back. With that, Kaido was about to make a 180-degree turn. However, he was stopped by Mulong. That's enough, Kaido. Since we've flown this far, why go back? Besides, is such a big guy as my hawk really going to get lost? So now we're going back to Onigashima. But Kaido still wanted to say something, but Mulong interrupted him. No buts, I want to go back to Yamato. Furthermore, with me as your incredible son-in-law, even if my hawk really gets lost, it doesn't matter. The Beast Pirates don't lack a world-class swordsman right now. Chapter 227, Red-Haired Shanks is dead. Hearing Mulong's bold words, Kaido didn't know what to say. What do you mean the Beast Pirates don't lack a world-class swordsman? The Beast Pirates are in dire need of one. Okay? Are you the captain of the Beast Pirates, or am I? However, since Mulong was so adamant about it, he figured if he insisted on turning back to the Navy headquarters, it might upset Mulong. So Kaido gave up. There was no need to make Mulong unhappy over my hawk. After all, the current Mulong was no longer the Mulong of the past. The current Mulong's strength was no less than his own, and he also needed to consider Mulong's feelings. All right, let's go back to Onigashima. With that, Kaido continued to accelerate towards Onigashima. A month later, it had been a month since the end of the Marineford War. However, that war, which shook the entire world and changed the pattern of war in a new world, still had far-reaching effects. Although the outcome of the war couldn't be immediately disseminated to the whole world due to the death of the Den Den Mushi, the news about the Marineford War spread across the world through newspapers the day after the war ended. Besides the fact that Whitebeard had fallen, which everyone knew, everything else had to be learned through the newspapers. The first point was that the Yonko red-haired Shanks died at the Navy headquarters. All members of the red-haired pirates were wiped out. With this war, 2 of the 4 emperors in the New World were gone. Similarly, the Whitebeard pirates were also completely annihilated. Only 3 members of the Blackbeard pirates survived: Captain Blackbeard, crewmate Shiryu of the Rain, and crewmate Katarina Devon. All other members were killed at the Navy headquarters. This was the report given by the pirates. As for Kaido and Mulong's situation, it did not appear in the news. On the Navy side, out of the 100,000 elite Marines, less than 30,000 were left after this battle, and this number referred to those still alive. More than half of them were severely injured, and even after demobilization, they had no combat capability. The Navy headquarters lost more than half of its 16 vice admirals. Even among the 3 admirals, all were severely injured except for Kazuru, especially Akainu, who not only lost an arm, but also had a piece of his ear shot off, and his right eye was blinded, suffering heavy losses. Akiji also lost a leg. Out of the 3 admirals, 2 were disabled. This was the price the Navy had to pay. Even Sengoku and Garp were not doing well. After the battle, both were wrapped in layer upon layer of white bandages. However, they were still better off than Akiji and Akainu, who were missing limbs. Shortly after the Marineford War ended, Sengoku submitted his resignation to Fleet Admiral Steelbone Akainu, resigning from the position of admiral. Although Steelbone Akainu repeatedly persuaded him, Sengoku stated that he was tired and wanted to rest properly. Seeing his old comrade display such a helpless expression, Steelbone Akainu could only agree. But he still insisted on keeping Sengoku around, just not needing him on the front lines anymore, simply to help train new recruits for the Navy. Originally, Sengoku planned to travel around the world after resigning. However, since Steelbone Akainu said that he could only stay on as support, with Sengoku's resignation, the position of Fleet Admiral became vacant. Among the 3 admirals, except for Kizuru, both Akiji and Akainu were interested in this position. Ultimately, the higher-ups decided to arrange for the 2 of them to fight, with the winner becoming the new Fleet Admiral. Chapter 228, New World, 2 Emperors in the Sky. The battle between Akainu and Akiji ignited half a month after the Marineford War. In the end, Akainu emerged victorious. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Akiji, who lost the battle, chose to leave the Navy. This left the Navy with 2 vacant admiral positions. After Akainu ascended, he implemented a series of reforms. He He also announced a massive conscription across the world to make up for the losses caused by the Marineford War. The only condition for this conscription was that as long as one's background was clean and one wanted to fight for the Navy, they could participate. Moreover, there was no longer a need to climb the ranks step by step through military merit. As long as one was strong enough, they could even be directly promoted to admiral. Once this conscription condition was announced, people all over the world were excited. Many rushed to sign up for the massive conscription, with numerous individuals shouting slogans like, "I am going to become a Navy admiral." Currently, the massive conscription is still ongoing. As for when it will end, only a kinda knows. Meanwhile, during this month, Kaido of the Beast Pirates was also not idle. After learning that red-haired Shanks was dead, he immediately led his crew to Shanks' territory and effortlessly took over Shanks' territory. The Big Mom Pirates seemed to have a similar agreement with the Beast Pirates, launching an attack on Whitebeard's territory. Big Mom's side had an even easier time than Kaido's. After all, almost all the members of the Whitebeard Pirates died at the Navy headquarters. Although the main cadre of the red-haired pirates was dead, there were still quite a few affiliated pirate crews left. Just like that, the territory that originally belonged to Whitebeard and Red-Haired was divided by Big Mom and Kaido. In an instant, the New World transformed into a landscape ruled by the two emperors. However, in reality, Big Mom had long submitted to the Beast Pirates. It's just that the public was still unaware of it. However, under the dominance of the two emperors in the New World, a pirate crew emerged unexpectedly. That is the Blackbeard Pirates. After escaping from the Navy headquarters, Blackbeard lost 7 companions, but by recruiting new members, he quickly formed a large fleet of thousands in the New World. With this force, Blackbeard also occupied many islands in the New World. Although his influence couldn't be compared to Kaido and Big Mom, he had already become a pirate force that could not be ignored in the New World. It should be noted that, in the New World dominated by the two emperors, almost all pirates faced the dilemma of choosing sides. They either joined the Beast Pirates or Big Mom. Those who didn't join would become targets for extermination by these two pirate crews. Now, with the emergence of the Blackbeard Pirates, some pirates had a third option. The current New World is thus divided into 2 factions. The Blackbeard Pirates, seeking to gradually grow stronger, are in a precarious position. As for the other pirate crews, they either join the Beast Pirates and Big Mom or are exterminated by the 2 pirate crews. The remaining few insignificant crews can no longer stir up any waves. The 2 major pirate crews have gathered hundreds of affiliated pirate crews under their banners, a scale even larger than the former Whitebeard Pirates. The size and number of the 2 pirate crews have already surpassed 100,000, taking advantage of the Navy's lack of attention to the New World. The 2 pirate crews have almost completely dominated all pirates in the New World, leaving only the Blackbeard Pirates as the major fish that slipped through the net. As for the Navy, they are still in the midst of a large-scale recruitment and have no resources to manage matters in the New World. However, it is believed that once the recruitment ends, Akainu will march into the New World and engage in a grand battle with the Beast Pirates and Big Mom. Chapter 229, Sea King, Onigashima. Little brat, according to your plan, the New World is basically under my control now. When shall we take action against the Blackbeard Pirates? Kaido asked the Ink Dragon. For Kaido, he was just one step away from unifying the New World. Destroying or annexing the Blackbeard Pirates would make him the sole king of the New World. Of course, this refers to the pirate aspect. The New World still has many countries. The Beast Pirates have not targeted these nations because with the world government in place, any attack on the allied nations of the world government could trigger alliances against the Beast Pirates. Although Kaido is fearless, there is no need to create unnecessary troubles. First, he plans to bring all pirates under his command, then gather their forces to start conquering countries in the New World, one by one. That is Kaido's plan. This way, it will be more stable. Attack Blackbeard? Why are you in such a hurry? Hearing Kaido's words, the Ink Dragon retorted, Did you deploy troops to the first island on the 4 routes of the New World as I instructed? The structure of the New World has already formed. So we need to capture all pirates entering the New World from the first half of the Grand Line. Kid, I think your method is not very effective. Why don't we just take Fishman Island directly? All pirates entering the New World from the first half of the Grand Line have to go through Fishman Island. If we capture Fishman Island, It would be equivalent to controlling the sea entrance to the New World. Isn't that easier than deploying troops on various islands in the New World? The main issue is, no one knows which route the pirates will take after entering the New World from Fishman Island. In this case, to capture them all, there is only one method, which is to set up troops on all the initial islands of the routes, but this would spread the forces too thin. Moreover, those islands already have owners. You can't just station troops there unless you conquer those islands. However, currently, the Beast Pirates' target is only the pirates, and they only want to attack the islands occupied by pirates. If they recklessly declare war on islands belonging to other countries, it would undoubtedly be equivalent to declaring war. Although Kaido is not afraid of war, the goal set now is to first subdue all pirates and then conquer countries. So he cannot casually overturn the strategy he has established. Fishman Island? The ink dragon licked his lips. Indeed, there is a sea king there. Sea king? What do you mean? Kaido was unclear about the ink dragon's words. Ancient weapons, Kaido, you must have heard of them, right? The ink dragon smiled, the sea king. The sky king and the underworld king, and the sea king is located on Fishman Island. The sea king is on Fishman Island? Really? Kaido's eyes lit up. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry to Fishman Island and obtain the sea king. Kaido, you're really impatient. Not only the sea king, but there is also the underworld king. The ink dragon said to Kaido calmly. No way. The underworld king is also on Fishman Island? A mere Fishman Island can actually possess 2 ancient weapons? What merit does it have? Kaido was furious. No. I didn't say the underworld king is on Fishman Island. The ink dragon shook his head. The underworld king is far away but close at hand. It is in Wano. Chapter 230. Princess Shirahoshi what? The underworld king is in Wano? That's impossible. Kaido shouted loudly. I've dominated Wano for 20 years. How could I not know the underworld king is there? Kid, you're not trying to say that the underworld king you're talking about is me, the bright king, are you? Indeed, I am the bright king of Wano. What are you thinking? How could I say that about you? The ink dragon rolled his eyes at Kaido. When I say the underworld king, I naturally mean the ancient weapon, the most evil battleship in the world, the underworld battleship that can destroy an island with one shot. Huh. So I'm considered a blind man with open eyes? The underworld king is in Wano, and I actually didn't notice it? Kid, tell me, where is the underworld king in Wano? Kaido asked the ink dragon. You ask me, who should I ask? The ink dragon shrugged. He only knew that the underworld king was in Wano, but who knows where it is buried in Wano? You don't know? You don't know you said the underworld king is in Wano? Are you messing with me? Kaido widened his eyes and glared fiercely at the ink dragon. I just don't know the specific location, but the underworld king is definitely in Wano. That much is certain. The ink dragon assured. But Wano is so large. Where am I supposed to find it? Kaido sighed. He thought he could immediately obtain the underworld king. But as it turns out, just this is the ink dragon expecting him to dig 3 feet into the ground to unearth the underworld king? What if the Pluto is buried in the sea of Wano country? In short, digging 3 feet underground is too unreliable. After all, Wano country is too large, and digging 3 feet underground would require a massive project, unless all the civilians of Wano are conscripted to dig together. Kaido is not interested in doing such a laborious and costly task. Doing so would definitely upset Yamato, and if Yamato is unhappy, then Momonosuke would surely be unhappy as well. If Momonosuke is unhappy, then Kaido probably won't be happy either. Well, mainly because Wano has actually been renamed to the Beast Empire, and Yamato is the king, so it wouldn't be appropriate for him to overstep his authority in these matters. However, the Beast Empire has not officially been established yet, and the news has been kept under wraps. So only the former civilians of Wano and the members of the Beast Pirates know about the name change. Since you're not sure of the exact location of Poseidon, let's go look for him. Kid, don't tell me you don't even know the specific location of Poseidon. Only that he is somewhere in Fishman Island? You should know that Fishman Island is not small either. Kaido chose to give up on the Underworld King and prepare to search for the Sea King. No, I know the exact location of the Sea King, and Mo Long said. Really? Where is it? Where? Kaido became anxious again. After all, that was an ancient weapon, said to possess the power to destroy the world. If he could control Poseidon, then the time for him to unify the world would be even closer. Right in the palace of Fishman Island, the mermaid princess, Shirahoshi. Malone looked at Kaido and replied. However, he thought about the timeline issue. It was still 2 years ago, which meant that Shirahoshi was still a 14-year-old little girl. Well, considering Shirahoshi's size, she should actually be a big loli. Malone was curious about how Princess Otoheim's physique could produce Shirahoshi with Neptune. Chapter 231. King of the Underworld, Peach Boy? Mermaid Princess Shirahoshi? Is the Sea King in that little girl's hands? Although he had never been to Fishman Island and had never seen the mermaid princess Shirahoshi, Kaido had heard the legends about her. At such a young age, she already displayed extraordinary beauty. Those who had been to Fishman Island and seen the Pirate King's legends said her beauty was comparable to the world's #1 beauty, Boa Hancock, and her identity as a mermaid only added to her exotic charm. Indeed, a mermaid princess who had never left Fishman Island had already become widely known for her beauty across the seas. If it weren't for Kaido's lack of interest in beauty, he would have really wanted to see if this mermaid princess was as beautiful as the legends claimed. He originally thought that a young girl being pretty was enough, but he didn't expect her to actually control one of the 3 ancient weapons, Poseidon. That was truly astonishing. Sure enough, the heavens favor the beautiful. No, the Aquaman is not in White Star's hands. Damn, kid, are you messing with me again? Hearing what Mokulong said, Kaido immediately exploded with anger. Mokulong wiped the drool off his face and said irritably, Kaido, can you not be so hot-tempered? And I haven't finished speaking yet. Can you not interrupt me? The Sea King is not in the hands of White Star because White Star herself is the Sea King. Kaido, are you serious? The Fish Princess is the Sea King? Damn, how is this possible? Ancient weapons are actually people, and isn't that an ancient weapon? Even if it's a person, how old can the Fishman Princess be? How can it be related to ancient weapons? Well, you need to ask Oda about that. Anyway, it's a fact that Shirahoshi is the ancient weapon Poseidon. Replied seriously. Oda? Who is that? Kaido strangely asked. Also, how do you know that the Fishman Princess is an ancient weapon? According to what you said, if the ancient weapon Sea King is a person, then is it possible that Hades is also a person? For example, could Lousy actually be Hades? M.O. Long. Good guy. He was shocked by Kaido's wild imagination. Although he wasn't sure if the King of the Underworld was really a person. After all, the King of the Underworld always talked about warships, but what if? After all, in the world of One Piece, there are things like ship spirits. What if the King of Hell is actually a ship spirit? A ship spirit with the knowledge to transform any vessel into the world's most formidable battleship is, in a sense, also a fearsome battleship, right? After all, if it really is a ship, it must have decayed long ago after experiencing 1,000 years of time from ancient times to now, right? After all, even with today's technology, most ships in One Piece are still wooden sailing ships. Could it be that the shipbuilding technology from 1,000 years ago was already so much more advanced than it is now? So, is the establishment of the world government the reason for the technological regression? As for Kaido calling himself the King of the Underworld, save it. Your character is a villain. How could you possibly become the King of the Underworld? If Pluto is really a person, then Momonosuke has the highest possibility. After all, in the Wano country arc, he can be considered the main character representing Wano. As for why Momonosuke can communicate with Zoe the elephant, it might be because he's a ship spirit, and ship spirits can communicate with any living being. Well, the ink dragon is also shocked by its own imagination. Chapter 232. Is Yamato the Pluto? Okay, I was just joking. I can't possibly be Hades. Kaido laughed, but I'm not. You know, is there a possibility that Yamato is? After all, Princess Shirahoshi is a mermaid princess, and Yamato is the princess of my Oni tribe. They are both princesses, and Yamato is so beautiful. Why can Shirahoshi be the Sea King, but Yamato can't be the King of the Underworld? Malone, goodness. Kaido, your words are becoming more and more outrageous. However, compared to Kaido claiming to be the Sea King, this possibility is indeed much greater, because, according to the plot, Yamato is very likely to board Luffy's ship. If the King of the Underworld is a ship spirit, then Yamato boarding the ship and transforming the Thousand Sunny into the King of the Underworld seems somewhat plausible. No, no, no. That's not acceptable. Not acceptable. Malone quickly scattered the random thoughts in his mind. Kid, respond. Do you think it is possible for Yamato to be Pluto? Kaido looked at Moke Long, who remained silent, and urged, come on, Kaido, don't joke around. Yamato is just Yamato, not some underworld king. Moke Long shook his head. All right, it seems I was overthinking it. Kaido also shook his head, but putting the underworld king aside, since you say Shirahoshi is the sea king, then what is her ability? Like the legendary sea god, do you possess the power to turn the tides? If it is this power, then it truly deserves the title of a weapon capable of destroying the world. The power to turn the tides? Mo Long smiled. Indeed, those gigantic sea kings, with just a roll in the sea, could stir up waves that would turn rivers upside down. Gigantic sea kings? Aren't we talking about Aquaman's White Star? What does it have to do with Aquaman? Kaido was confused. Because the Sea King is the king of all sea kings, possessing the power to command them. So you ask whether it concerns sea kings? Moke Long looked at Kaido and retorted. Possessing the power to command sea kings? Is this the power of the Sea King? It seems like I guessed wrong. I thought it was the power to control the sea or manipulate seawater. Kaido shook his head. But being able to control sea kings is very advantageous in naval battles. Kid, let's go pick up Shirahoshi and take her to Onigashima so she can experience the local customs. What do you think? Pick her up to Onigashima? Experience the local customs? Hearing Kaido's words, Moke Long laughed. Are you sure you're not planning to tie her up and make her obey? Kid, don't say it so harshly. As the king of the new world, is there anything wrong with inviting the Fishman Princess to visit? What tying up? Although I'm a pirate, I still have principles. You know, of course, if the Fishman Princess is unwilling to come, then don't blame me for using some tough measures. Kaido clenched his fist in front of Moke Long. If he didn't know, it would be fine, but since he knows the whereabouts of the Sea King, how could he not get it? What if I told you that the Sea King hasn't awakened yet? Moke Long casually said. Not awakened? What does that mean? Kaido was confused. It means that the Mermaid Princess hasn't yet mastered the ability to control Sea Kings. Although she is a Sea King, she hasn't grasped the abilities a Sea King should possess. Kaido, goodness, do you mean that the current Mermaid Princess is just an ordinary mermaid? When will she awaken her Sea King abilities and control Sea Kings? Chapter 233. The Importance of Novelty. Moke Long spread his hands. I'm not the Mermaid Princess. How would I know when she will awaken? According to my memory, it should be 2 years later. With Luffy's help, Shirahoshi will awaken. But that was just an instinctive burst of power due to stimulation. It's not true mastery. It's like Luffy suddenly unleashing Conqueror's Haki during the Marineford War. But that was also due to the stimulus, and afterward, he couldn't demonstrate it until Rayleigh's training was completed. Who cares when she awakens? Let us bring her back first. Kaido made up his mind. Kid, we're going to Fishman Island right now. By the way, Fishman Island used to fly the Whitebeard flag and was under Whitebeard's protection, but now Whitebeard is dead. So I'll generously hang the Beast Pirates flag over Fishman Island, but the price is the Fishman Princess. Do you think King Neptune will accept my proposal? Moke Long thought it would be difficult if it followed the original trajectory. Fishman Island should now be flying Big MOM as pirate flag until 2 years later when Luffy took it down. Of course, it's also possible that they Haven T had the chance to seek Big MOM as a backing. After all, it's only been a month since the Marineford War. I think he won T, but that's not important. The weak have no choice. Moke Long shook his head. If you go to Fishman Island first, you should coat the pirate ship. After all, you can't fly in the sea, right? Right. How did I forget about that? Kaido slapped his forehead. I'll go have someone coat the ship, but it'll take time, so it seems I'll have to wait a few days for the Fishman Princess. Kaido left. Moke Long also went home. A month passed, and Yamato's belly was getting bigger. However, there are still 2 or 3 months until the baby is born. But when Moke Long pressed his ear against Yamato's belly, he could feel the movements inside. A few days later, the coated ship was ready. Moke Long and Kaido set off for Fishman Island. Under the sea, a pirate ship with a coating was continuously diving. Moke Long sat at the bow, clearly seeing fish swimming past the pirate ship. What a beautiful sight! Watching all kinds of beautiful fish he had never seen before swim past, Moke Long exclaimed, "Haha, kid, don't rush to praise. When you get to Fishman Island, you'll find the mermaids. They're even prettier." Kaido sat next to Mokulong, drinking from a wine gourd. Unlike Mokulong, he seemed completely uninterested in the scenery of the sea. But thinking about it, Kaido must have seen it many times, right? If he had seen it many times, it's understandable to be uninterested. Just like a beautiful woman. After seeing her too many times, one would definitely get tired of it. For example, why do some men cheat with women who aren't as pretty as their wives? Isn't it just because of novelty? Novelty is the most important thing. Kaido, how long do you think it will take for us to reach Fishman Island? Lying on the deck with his hands behind his head, Mokulong looked at the fish swimming above and asked Kaido, "What is wrong, kid? Are you eager to see the mermaids of Fishman Island?" Kaido gave Mokulong a knowing look. Chapter 234. The cute and charming fishman characters. Seeing Kaido's expression, Mokulong knew he was starting to think wildly. Although, he was also quite curious about seeing the mermaids. But he wasn't in such a hurry. After all, the mermaids wouldn't run away, right? Not at all. I was just asking casually. If you don't want to say, forget it. Mokulong explained casually. Don't explain to me. Explanations are just cover-ups. And cover-ups are the truth. As for how long it will take to reach Fishman Island, it should take about 2 to 3 days. Kaido estimated and replied. After all, it's in the deep sea, and it's not a straight distance. 2 to 3 days passed quickly. One morning, Mokulong had just woken up and walked out of the ship's cabin, when he saw in front of him a huge island wrapped in bubbles. The island was densely packed with buildings. Kid, you finally woke up. Kaido smiled at the awake Mokulong and said, That's right, we've arrived at Fishman Island. The cute and charming fishman characters are right in front of you. Are you excited? But once we land, you need to be mindful of your manners. Don't start bleeding from your nose. After all, we are the absolute overlords of the new world now. Mokulong, are you crazy? Am I going to bleed from my nose looking at mermaids? Do you think I'm Sanji? Mokulong was speechless. Sanji? Who is that? Kaido asked curiously. Does he bleed from his nose when he sees mermaids? That really is too inexperienced. A young man like him should go to a brothel more often, so he wouldn't be so easily enchanted by the beauties of the outside world. Brothel? If that guy went to a brothel, he'd probably bleed to death on the spot. Mokulong commented. Soon, the pirate crew approached Fishman Island and directly entered its port. The guards of Fishman Island looked at the pirate ship flying the Beast Pirates flag and didn't dare to stop it at all. When they saw Kaido of the 100 Beasts standing on the ship, they were so scared they could almost wet themselves. They didn't even dare to step forward to ask questions. It was already quite good that they didn't drop their weapons and directly surrendered. You come here. Take us to the Fishman Palace. M.O. Long pointed at a Fishman Island guard and said, The unfortunate guard? Are you talking about me? Of course. Who else could it be? M.O. Long replied impatiently. Is it really me? The unfortunate guard muttered, then fainted and fell to the ground. M.O. Long. Kaido. Kid, is this guy messing with us? I think so too. How about we just kill him? M.O. Long replied. Sir, this way please. I will take you to the palace right now. At some point, the fainted guard stood up and made a gesture inviting M.O. Long and Kaido to follow him. The two were speechless. This guard really knows how to read the wind. With a guard leading the way, M.O. Long and Kaido quickly arrived at the Fishman Palace. Meanwhile, the palace hall was in chaos. King Neptune of the Fishmen gathered his ministers to discuss how to respond to Kaido's arrival. Your Majesty, I think we should surrender. A minister looked at King Neptune and said, In the New World, Kaido and Big M.O.M. are the rulers, and Kaido seems to be in an advantageous position. With the death of Whitebeard, we Fishman Island have lost the protection of the Whitebeard pirates. Now that Kaido is here, it's a good opportunity. As long as we surrender to Kaido, we will have his protection, and the fishmen on the island will certainly be safer. Those pirates may not fear the Navy, but if they want to go to the New World, they will surely fear Kaido. Sure, Minister, what nonsense are you talking about? Surrender is absolutely impossible. At most, we can exchange wealth for Kaido's protection. We Fishman Island cannot lose our sovereignty, the Whale Minister said to the Shrimp Minister. Do you know what you're saying? Do you think you can just brush him off with wealth? The Shrimp Minister said disdainfully. In my view, since Kaido has come personally, he is determined to take Fishman Island. If we don't surrender, facing the world's strongest creature, Fishman Island will be facing utter disaster. I'm saying this for the future of Fishman Island. I think you've taken some benefits from Kaido, huh? The crab minister spat at the shrimp minister. We Fishman Island have a population of 5 million. If Kaido really dares to attack, what if we fight to the death? Haha, fight to the death. If a fight breaks out, I'm afraid only the fish will die, and the net won't break. The shrimp minister sneered. Chapter 235. Fishman Island is mine. Who agrees and who opposes? Shrimp minister, are you even a Fishman Island person, or are you on Kaido's side? Why are you promoting others while undermining our own authority? The crab minister angrily accused the shrimp minister. Kaido only has one ship. Do you really think we can't gather all the fighting strength of Fishman Island? Don't you have any self-awareness? Do I need to ask you? The shrimp minister rolled his eyes at the crab minister. If Fishman Island were that strong, why did we hang the Whitebeard pirates flag seeking protection back then? You. The crab minister was so angry he couldn't speak. What about me? Princess Shirahoshi is still locked up in the fortress. You can't possibly not know that, right? We can't even catch the bastard threatening Princess Shirahoshi. What do we have to fight Kaido? The shrimp minister continued to stoke the fire. He then looked at Neptune and said, Your Majesty, right now choosing to surrender is our only way out. For the sake of the 5 million citizens of Fishman Island, please consider it carefully. Although the shrimp minister's words were harsh, Neptune understood that this was the truth. The general combat power of the fishmen is several times that of ordinary humans, but thousands of years of history tell them that fishmen have limits otherwise. Throughout history, the world wouldn't have been ruled solely by humans. Sigh. Neptune sighed. Stop arguing. Kaido will be here soon anyway. Let's see what he has to say. Not soon. He has already arrived. As soon as the words fell, the heavy doors were pushed open. Kaido appeared in front of Neptune. Kaido, it's Kaido. The many ministers in the palace, upon seeing Kaido, were all terrified like tigers. They all dodged, not even daring to look at Kaido. Especially the crab minister. Although he had been causing a ruckus earlier, when faced with Kaido, he dared not do anything. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. King Neptune looked at him and immediately got off the throne to invite Kaido up. Although this was quite embarrassing, one must bow their head when under the eaves. Faced with a powerful being who could destroy Fishman Island, he could only lower his noble Fishman King head. Oomph. At least you know your place. Seeing Neptune's actions, Kaido coldly snorted. He then stepped onto the high platform and turned to sit down, looking down with authority at the ministers of the Fishman Kingdom. He said lightly, I came today for only one thing, which is to incorporate Fishman Island into the territory of the 100 Beasts Empire. Who agrees? Who opposes? 100 Beasts Empire? What is that? Isn't it the 100 Beasts Pirates? Neptune thought curiously. Could it be? The 100 Beasts Pirates have founded a nation? This wasn't anything new. Big Mom's Tado Land could also be considered a nation. Big MOM had long since founded a nation. So, it wouldn't be surprising if Kaido founded a nation as well. However, he had not heard about this news. Was it not publicly announced yet? Or was it just announced and Fishman Island hadn't received the news? Neptune frowned. He was unwilling to merge into the 100 Beasts Empire. After all, they were pirates. Even if a nation was established, it was still a pirates' nation. If they joined directly, Fishman Island would become an enemy of the world government, no matter how one looked at it. Going against the world government would not end well. If Kaido were just a pirate, the world government might not care. But if he established a nation, no one spoke up, so it seemed that no one opposed. Kaido looked at the silent scene below and smiled. Originally, he came for the Fishman Princess. However, if he could control Fishman Island, that would also be good. As for the Fishman Princess, Mo Long had already gone over. Kaido believes that Moke Long can take the Mermaid Princess away, and he is responsible for incorporating the entire Fishman Island into his territory. Chapter 236. Shirahoshi, I'm afraid. That is, Kaido incorporating Fishman Island into the Beast Empire. This is not appropriate, right? Neptune gritted his teeth and said, he could not allow his kingdom to be ruled by a pirate. That's right. How could our Fishman Kingdom be ruled by a pirate? Kaido, stop dreaming. Yes, at worst, we would rather die than let you incorporate Fishman Island into your territory. Absolutely not. With Neptune leading the way, several ministers also spoke up. They could tolerate the pirate flag of Kaido flying over Fishman Island to deter other pirates. But to make them submit was too much. Absolutely impossible. Hearing the words of the ministers, Kaido laughed heartily. Are you sure it's impossible? Saying this, Kaido appeared in front of the minister who had been shouting the loudest. What? What do you want to do? The minister looked at Kaido, standing in front of him with a fierce expression, terrified. What do you think? Hearing the minister's words, Kaido sneered. Do you think I'm here to chat? Saying this, Kaido reached out a hand, directly grabbing the other's neck and lifting him up. Then with a gentle squeeze, a cracking sound echoed, and the minister was directly crushed to death by Kaido. Kaido, what are you doing? How can you do this? Neptune looked at this scene in disbelief. Kaido actually killed a minister just like that, right in front of everyone. This was simply disregarding their Fishman Palace. How can I do this? Hearing Neptune's words, Kaido laughed heartily. Why can't I do this? Are you confused about being king? Do you think that just because I'm here, you can still exercise your kingly authority peacefully? Neptune, let me tell you, you have no choice. Either submit or be killed by me, and then I'll replace you with another king who is willing to submit to me. I think you should know how to choose. Right? Kaido looked at Neptune and said in a cold tone. Although it was the weather of July and August, Neptune felt an icy chill all over his body. Being stared at by Kaido with a murderous gaze, he felt as if his body did not belong to him anymore. Terrified to the point that he couldn't even move his fingers. Is this the might of the world's strongest creature, Kaido the Beast? It's truly terrifying. Kaido, can't we discuss this further? Neptune looked at Kaido and said tremblingly, joining the Beast Empire, this is quite difficult for me. You find it difficult? If that's the case, how about I send you straight to hell? Then you shouldn't have any difficulties, right? Kaido looked at Neptune with a cold smile. Neptune, I give you one night to think it over. Tomorrow morning, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer, then all of you present here will die, one by one. Kaido threatened Neptune and the many ministers. After saying this, Kaido left. On the other side, Moke Long arrived alone at a fortress-shaped building. Our Sea King, the mermaid princess Shirahoshi, is here, hiding from the attacks of a certain man who likes to throw axes. Looking at the fortress's door, several new axes were stuck in it. Moke Long knew that Vanderdecken had been throwing axes here for the past few days. However, the fortress was strong enough that the axes thrown could not cause any damage. The next moment, Moke Long reached out his hand and pressed against the fortress's door. Although the fortress door was locked, it could not withstand Moke Long's immense strength at all. Crack, crack, crack. With Moke Long's force, the fortress door was slowly pushed open. And at this moment, hearing the noise of the door, Shirahoshi, trembling, was hiding under the covers, holding her pet shark. Mekalo, what should we do? The door is being pushed open. That bad guy isn't coming in, is he? I'm scared. Shirahoshi hugged the big shark and asked fearfully. Chapter 237. Weak and timid the big shark expressed. I'm scared too. Mekalo shrank into Shirahoshi's arms. Shirahoshi was known as the timid star. How bold could a shark following the timid star be? Crack! Bang! The bolt locked behind the heavy iron door was broken by Moke Long's strength, and the next moment, the heavy iron door was clearly pushed open by Moke Long. Sunlight poured into the steel fortress. What came into view was a huge bed. It looked to be at least 10 meters long, right? A blanket covered the bed. The blanket was bulging, and it was clear that someone was under it, because Moke Long could clearly see the trembling beneath the blanket. It should be Shirahoshi who is scared, Moke Long thought. After all, she had been threatened by Vanderdecken 9 since childhood to marry him, and when she refused, he would throw axes at her every day, making Shirahoshi live in fear and confined to this steel fortress. Anyone with such an experience would be terrified to death. Not to mention he had just violently broken open the door. Shirahoshi was likely to think that Vanderdecken 9 had come to find her. So now she was probably huddled under the covers, trembling. So what should I do next? Looking at Shirahoshi hiding under the blanket, Moke Long fell into a state of confusion. I can't just rush up and directly pull off the blanket, right? Right? Why can't I? With this thought, Moke Long stepped forward, reached out his hand, and grabbed the blanket. Then with a strong tug, he revealed Shirahoshi and her pet shark beneath the blanket. Don't grab me, don't grab me. As the blanket was pulled away, it was like losing the protective armor, and Shirahoshi immediately cried out in distress. At this moment, the pet shark held in Shirahoshi's arms stood in front of her, showing its teeth at Moke Long. It looked as if it was trying to protect Shirahoshi. Seeing this, Mokulong flicked his finger at the big shark, and the shark was sent flying. All right, stop crying. I'm not Vanderdecken 9. I won't take you away to marry you, Mokulong said to the crying Shirahoshi. Hearing this, Shirahoshi indeed stopped crying. She raised her head and cautiously glanced at Mokulong, thinking, what a handsome guy, but doesn't he have a tail? Is he human? Although there are many humans who stay on Fishman Island, Shirahoshi had not seen many. She had been well protected as a child, and as she grew a little older, she was threatened by Vanderdecken, so she could only shrink in this fortress, unable to see anyone. As long as Vanderdecken 9 is not caught, she will have to live here for the rest of her life. Although Vanderdecken 9 has the ability of the axe fruit, no matter where the axe is thrown from, it will eventually be able to chop towards White Star. Without the fortress's protection, White Star would definitely be killed. You. Then who are you? Why are you here? And could you please close the big iron door? Otherwise an axe might come crashing in. White Star looked at Mo Long and said weakly, Axe. Mo Long suddenly turned around, looked back, and pointed at the shadow in the sky, saying to White Star, Is that what you mean? Huh? Hearing Mo Long's words, White Star looked in the direction he was pointing. Sure enough, a black dot appeared in the distant sky. As the black dot got closer, White Star could also see its true form. An axe, it was an axe. Ah, no. The axe is flying over, help me. White Star hugged herself, buried her face in the blanket, and cried out loudly. Chapter 238. Cowardly Star Mo Long was speechless at this scene. Since you know the axe is coming, you don't run, but instead, you're scared and lying on the bed with your head buried in the blanket. What can lying on the bed solve? Can make the axe stop? It's unclear if White Star heard Mo Long's thoughts. The next moment, White Star suddenly flipped her body and prepared to get off the bed. She wanted to find a place to hide. However, it was already too late to prepare to hide now. The rapidly spinning axe had already appeared in front of her. It didn't give White Star a chance to dodge. Looking at the axe that was about to hit her, White Star hugged her head and screamed. It seemed she was already prepared to await death's arrival. However, at that moment, Mo Long stretched out his hand and tightly grabbed the axe flying towards White Star. The handle of the axe was firmly held in Mo Long's hand, while the blade was only a finger's distance away from White Star, just a little bit, and the axe could slice through White Star's beautiful face. Moreover, it would split White Star's head in two. Mo Long thought that by catching the axe, White Star would be fine. However, he underestimated White Star's cowardice. She fainted directly. Seeing this, Mo Long shook his head. The title of Cowardly Star was indeed not a joke. However, Vanderdecken 9 was indeed a troublemaker. He was going to take White Star away. If he didn't deal with the other party, then White Star would probably face the axe's attacks every day in the future. And he wouldn't appear in front of White Star every day to solve the axe problem for her. So, since he couldn't solve the trouble then, he would resolve the one causing the trouble. With this thought, Mo Long took the axe and walked out of the iron fortress. Then he tightened his grip on the axe and threw it hard in one direction. The axe flew quickly, slicing through the bubble that surrounded Fishman Island, continuing to fly in a certain direction. At this moment, in a certain deep-sea area outside Fishman Island, a dilapidated pirate ship was sailing in the sea. It was Vanderdecken IX's Flying Dutchman. What is that? Suddenly, Vanderdecken 9 looked at the black flying towards him from a distance. However, he couldn't see clearly. When he finally saw it, he exclaimed, What the hell? This is impossible. Isn't that the axe I just threw? Why is it flying back this way? I didn't throw out a boomerang. Just after he finished saying this, he suddenly realized that the axe seemed to be chopping towards him. As soon as this thought appeared, he prepared to escape immediately. However, when he wanted to run, it was already too late. The axe struck hard on the back of his head, splitting his head in two. Vanderdecken 9 dead. Inside the steel fortress, the unconscious White Star finally woke up. Oh, there's an axe. As soon as she woke up, White Star shouted that there was an axe. Then she reached out and fumbled around her body. Why am I okay? Could it be that I was having a nightmare? White Star muttered in confusion. No, that was not a nightmare. Mo Long shook his head. I saved you. Oh, really? Thank you, big brother. Hearing Mo Long's words, White Star thanked him, by the way. Big brother, I remembered just when the axe was about to hit me, it seemed you caught the axe with your hand. I was too scared, so I fainted. I'm really sorry. It's nothing. It's normal for a girl to be a little scared. Mo Long comforted her. Now, it was time to take this little girl away. However, how to take her away? Although he could forcefully take her away, but this girl is a crybaby. If he forcibly took her away, she would probably cry all the way, and who could stand that? Since it couldn't be done forcefully, why not lure her away? Mo Long looked at White Star and said, White Star, do you want to see the world on land? Chapter 239, Submit or Destruction, the world on land. Hearing Mo Long's words, White Star's eyes lit up. She had heard about various things on land since she was a child, and naturally, she wanted to see it. However, no, White Star can't leave this fortress, or she would be chopped to death by the axe. Thinking of that scene, White Star shook her head vigorously. Hearing White Star's words, Mo Long smiled and said, Don't worry, that bad guy who bullied you with the axe, Vanderdecken 9, has already been dealt with by me. No one will dare to hurt you with an axe anymore, I promise. Really? Hearing Mo Long's words, the naive White Star believed him, but she still couldn't leave with you. Father won't let me go to the surface. He told me that there are many bad people on the surface who would capture fishmen like me as pets. It's very scary. It won't be. With me here, no one can bully you. Trust me. Mo Long looked at White Star, patting his chest to assure her, You must be very annoyed staying in this fortress, right? How about we go out and have some fun now? Just take a stroll around Fishman Island. How about that? Mo Long was like a big bad wolf, step by step enticing the little rabbit to walk out his house. Just take a stroll around Fishman Island? That sounds good. White Star nodded vigorously. She had lived in this fortress for several years. Looking at the same decorations in her room every day, anyone would get tired of it. However, in the past, she was worried about the Axe's attacks, so she didn't dare to leave. Now, the older brother on the opposite side said that the bad guy who attacked her with an axe had already been chased away, so she naturally had nothing to worry about. Just like that, Mo Long took by Xing and left the Iron Fortress. A night passed. The next day, the Ryugu Palace. Neptune and many ministers hadn't slept all night, and now they all had dark circles under their eyes. It wasn't that they didn't want to sleep. It was that they couldn't sleep. After all, Kaido only gave them one night to think. They even considered calling the Navy for help, but thinking about whether the Navy would send someone was uncertain. Even if it did send someone, it would take time, and even if they delayed Kaido until the Navy arrived, what if the Navy wasn't a match for Kaido? Or if Kaido escaped? Wouldn't Fishman Island have to bear Kaido's revenge in the future? A revenge from one of the 4 emperors ruling the New World. Fishman Island couldn't afford that. But if they joined the Beast Empire, wouldn't the world government also retaliate? Clearly, Fishman Island couldn't withstand the world government's retaliation either. Right now, Fishman Island was caught in a dilemma. No matter which side they chose, they would definitely offend the other side. And the cost of offending the other side might well be destruction. Damn it, what should they do? Neptune picked up a wine glass and took a big gulp of wine. It was a way to drown his sorrows. At this moment, the space around him was already piled high with empty wine barrels. Perhaps he wanted to numb himself with alcohol. Or maybe he just wanted to get drunk and forget his worries. Creak. At this time, the palace door was pushed open again. Kaido walked in, looking at Neptune sitting on the ground drinking. He laughed heartily. Wow, Neptune, I didn't expect you to be a wine lover too. But now is not the time to drink. Neptune, have you thought it through? Kaido walked in front of Neptune and said lightly, Will you choose to submit? Or choose destruction? Chapter 240, The First Vassal of the Beast Empire. Kaido this. Neptune hesitated and said, I can choose to submit, but I have a condition. Condition? What qualifications do you have to talk to me about conditions? Kaido looked at Neptune with a cold smile. However, you can say it, and I'll decide whether to agree to your condition after I hear it. Neptune nodded and then said, I can bring the entire Fishman Island to submit to you and join the Beast Empire, but I hope this matter won't be made public. That's right, this is Neptune's idea. As long as the world government doesn't know that he joined Kaido of the Beast, then the world government shouldn't take action against Fishman Island. At the same time, it would protect Fishman Island and not offend the world government. This was a decision that Neptune and his ministers had discussed all night long. There was no other way. Their strength was too weak, and not surrendering would only lead to death. And if they surrendered, but the world government found out, they would most likely die as well. Since that's the case, then it's best if the world government doesn't know. Not making it public? Upon hearing Neptune's request, Kaido smiled. I understand. You're worried about the world government's retaliation. right? That's fine. I agree. I won't make the news of Fishman Island joining the Beast Empire public for the time being. For the time being? Neptune was taken aback. How long is that? It won't be made public in a few days, right? Don't worry when it is made public. It will be when this world decides its ruler again. Kaido looked at Neptune with a cold smile. From the start, with Fishman Island, he was prepared to take action against various countries in the New World, and it was time to force countries to choose sides. If they stand with the world government, then they should prepare to face the ruthless attacks of the Beast Pirates. By the way, to avoid you just pretending to surrender, I will have Jack stationed at Fishman Island, and I will take your daughter, Bai Xing, as a hostage to prevent you from betraying me. Kaido said lightly to Neptune. He certainly couldn't just believe Neptune's words of submission. A person's words are the least trustworthy thing. Kaido, you can't do this. Bai Xing is still a child. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Neptune shouted, If you need a hostage, you can. You can take one of my 3 sons, but Bai Xing really can't go. She's still young. Neptune, the more you act like this, the more it shows how important Bai Xing is to you, and a hostage naturally needs to be someone important to you. So, Neptune, don't say any more. Bai Xing is set as that hostage. Kaido said to Neptune, if you dare to oppose me, I will kill her right now. Neptune, faced with such a threat, what could Neptune do? Don't worry, I'm not a devil. I won't do anything to a little girl. At Onigashima, she can still live happily. After the threat, Kaido also comforted Neptune a bit. After all, he was also worried about Neptune taking desperate measures. Hopefully, that is how it will be. However, I think one hostage might not be enough. How about I send all 3 of my sons to Onigashima as hostages? Neptune looked at Kaido and said, he knew Bai Xing was very timid, and if she went to Onigashima alone, she would likely live in fear. So, he hoped that his 3 sons could accompany Bai Xing. This way, with 3 brothers around, even in a foreign land, Bai Xing shouldn't be too afraid, right? Kaido, I have never heard such an outrageous request before to voluntarily offer up your sons as hostages, but if that is your wish, I have no problem with it. Kaido nodded and agreed to Neptune's suggestion. After all, having 1 more hostage would reduce the chances of Neptune betraying him. Although Jack would keep watch, Kaido was also worried that Neptune might secretly report to the Navy, and if the Navy sent a vice admiral over, having Jack wouldn't help. But if Neptune's children were all hostages on Onigashima, Kaido really didn't believe that under such circumstances, Neptune would dare to betray. Chapter 241, Yamato is born. Just like that, Kaido's trip to Fishman Island came to an end, successfully bringing Fishman Island under the banner of the Beast Empire. He and M.O. Long acted separately. He was responsible for taking Fishman Island, while M.O. Long was responsible for taking Bai Xing. Last night, M.O. Long had communicated with him through a transponder snail, so Kaido knew that Bai Xing had also been secured. Therefore, today during the day, Kaido swiftly cut through the chaos, not giving Neptune any chance to refuse, forcing him to submit. Although, Kaido also knew that such forced submission would not make Neptune truly accept it. But Kaido had no other choice. Now, he could only use tyrannical means to compel Neptune to submit. As for what happens next, after he conquers all the countries of the New World, he will announce that these countries are withdrawing from the world government and becoming vassal states of the Beast Empire. By then, once it's announced, these countries will have no choice but to submit, because having withdrawn from the world government, they have no options left. Brother Malong, are we really going to the land? At this moment, on the Beast Pirate's ship, White Star nervously looked at Malong and asked. Currently, White Star is small and not as big as Malong, because, over these days, Malong has thoroughly studied his transformation ability. He has developed the ability to transform others at will. Previously, he could only transform himself, but now, he could transform anything he touches. So, to help White Star move better, he transformed her to just over a meter long. Yes, we are going to land. Didn't you say goodbye to your father before? Besides, you have your 3 brothers with you. What are you afraid of? Malong smiled at White Star and said, don't worry once we get to the land. No one will bully you. It will definitely be more enjoyable than staying on Fishman Island. Then, can you not leave White Star? White Star hugged Malong's arm and said, as if she would only feel safe when Malong was by her side. Of course, White Star is so cute. How could I leave you? Malong reached out and pinched White Star's little face. No pinching, it hurts. Feeling Malong pinch her face, White Star pouted and reached out to swat away Malong's hand. A few days later, Malong and his group returned to Ghost Island. There were hundreds of people when they left, but when they returned, there were only dozens left. The rest were all stationed at Fishman Island. Of course, it was not only to guard against Neptune and take over Fishman Island. It was also to catch all the pirates entering the New World through Fishman Island in one swoop. Those willing to submit would be accepted, to be used as cannon fodder against the world government in the future. Those unwilling to submit would be thrown into the sea to feed the fish, saving food. Days passed. Finally, the day of Yamato's due date arrived. On this day, Malong stood outside the delivery room, anxiously waiting. Suddenly, a painful scream from Yamato echoed. Malong's heart trembled. It's okay. Nothing will happen. Yamato is so strong. There's no way she would have a difficult labor. Malong clenched his fists and murmured softly. He didn't dare to speak loudly, afraid that the noise would disturb Yamato and the midwife. Chapter 242, Millennium D. Sinner, don't worry, kid. Yamato will be fine. Kaido was also outside the door. He watched Malong pacing back and forth outside, looking very anxious, and comforted him with a word. However, although he was comforting Malong, he himself was also a bit nervous. After all, the child in Yamato's belly is also his granddaughter, right? Why is it taking so long? After more than 10 minutes, Malong found that it was still not done, and he became even more anxious. Sweat was dripping from his forehead, his fists clenched, and he gritted his teeth. He looked as if he were the one giving birth. Wow. Finally, a few minutes later, a baby's cry came through. Hearing this cry, Malong's worried heart finally relaxed. Creak. Soon, the door was pushed open. A little assistant girl came out from the room, excitedly shouting, Lord Malong, both mother and daughter are safe, Lord Malong. Both mother and daughter are safe. Hearing this, Malong pushed past the little assistant and entered the room. He saw Yamato lying on the big bed, her face somewhat pale, her forehead covered in sweat. Beside her, a small baby was lying in a swaddle, placed next to Yamato. Malong rushed over, squatted beside Yamato, took her hand, and asked with concern, Are you okay? You must be tired. Not tired. Yamato smiled and opened her mouth, and giving birth wasn't as painful as I imagined. Malong, if it didn't hurt, then why did you scream so badly before? Who said it didn't hurt? I just said it wasn't as painful as I imagined. Okay? Yamato rolled her eyes. Hurry up. Help me sit up. I want to see my precious daughter. Yamato said to Malong, You just gave birth. You should continue lying down. Malong was worried that Yamato would be too tired. But since Yamato insisted, Malong had no choice but to help her sit up, leaning against the bed. Then he picked up their daughter and placed her in Yamato's arms. Looking at the little baby in the swaddle, Yamato frowned and said to Malong, Dear, our daughter. She looks so ugly. Malong? Hey, Yamato, is that how a mother should talk? Saying her own daughter is ugly? Malong almost laughed, explaining. Newborns look like this, all wrinkled. After a while, when she grows up, she'll be cute. Really? That's good. Yamato sighed in relief. From her expression, it seemed like she was ready to throw the baby away if she didn't look cute. Malong also felt speechless. Dear, what do you think we should name our daughter? Yamato held the swaddle and rocked it. Didn't we say before? Her name will be Malikshiner, although this name is somewhat unconventional in the world of One Piece. He certainly couldn't name his daughter Millennium D. Sinner just to fit in with this world, right? After having a daughter, Malong's entire focus was on taking care of Yamato and their daughter. After all, although Yamato was in good health, and the next day she was like nothing had happened, swinging a kanabo to practice, Malong still insisted that Yamato rest well for a few days. During these days, Malong acted like a nanny, taking care of both his big and little daughters. Wow. Suddenly, their daughter cried again. Anxious, Malong quickly tugged at Yamato's clothes. Hurry, my baby is hungry and needs to eat. Chapter 243. Feeding the daughter. Yamato glared at Malong. I thought you were so anxious because you wanted to eat. After being teased by Yamato, Malong awkwardly smiled. Let me feed our daughter first. I'm not in a hurry. You wish. Yamato shot Malong a glance, speaking with annoyance. Then, from Mo Long's hands, she took her daughter and prepared to lift her clothes. But looking at Mo Long's eyes, which were staring intently, she glared fiercely. "What are you looking at? Turn your head away." Hearing Day's words, Mo Long rolled his eyes. "Humph. I've seen it so many times. Why do I need to be careful?" Time passed day by day. The daughter grew day by day. On this day, Kaido brought Mo Long to the conference room to discuss something. "Kid, a year has passed, and almost all the countries in the New World have been incited by us, choosing to join the Beast Empire. Next, should we go public and declare war on the world government? Finally, we can crush the world government and take their place?" Kaido was already a bit impatient. "What about the pirates?" Mo Long asked Kaido. "Have all the pirates in the New World submitted?" "Well, except for the Blackbeard pirates. There's still some scattered pirate crews in the New World, but they are basically small pirate crews with just a few people on a single ship. Other than that, all the large pirate crews are now under my and Big Mom's command. We've also killed quite a few who were unwilling to join. You could say our power now is even more exaggerated and larger than that of the Rocks pirates from decades ago." Kaido continued, "As long as I give the order, I can mobilize over 300,000 pirates and millions of soldiers for various countries in the New World. Nowadays, I am the true king of the New World." "What about the Navy?" Mo Long wasn't really concerned about the matters on the sea, so there were many things he didn't know unless Kaido told him. He heard that the Navy had established a new headquarters in the New World, and was it completed? Kaido nodded. The Navy has established their new headquarters on the first island after entering the New World via the Grand Line, which is far from our location. So we haven't had any conflicts with the Navy. However, that's also because the Navy headquarters was just established not long ago, and they haven't had time to trouble us. So, Kaido, I'm not saying you, but you still haven't dealt with the Blackbeard pirates, and the Navy headquarters has been established in the New World. Can't you stop focusing directly on the world government? Let's deal with these two enemies in front of us first." Mo Long educated Kaido. "Cough, cough. That's why I'm here to find you." Kaido coughed awkwardly and said, "Actually, I went to Blackbeard's territory once before and fought with him. I didn't expect that guy to be unexpectedly strong. I couldn't take him down by myself, so I plan to team up with you to take him down." "Why not team up with Big MOM?" Mo Long asked curiously. Didn't you say our relationship isn't public yet? If we team up, wouldn't the whole world know that the Beast and Big MOM are in an alliance?" Kaido replied. Mo Long nodded. That's true. He didn't think it was a problem that Kaido couldn't take down Blackbeard. That guy was supposed to be Luffy's final opponent in the original work. Of course, if Luffy's ultimate goal is to fight the world government, then he takes back that statement. As Luffy's last pirate opponent, he must be stronger than the previous ones. Luffy fought Kaido first, then Blackbeard. If Blackbeard were weaker than Kaido, wouldn't that be without any challenge? Chapter 244. Taking action against the Blackbeard pirates. "So, when will you go with me to wipe out the Blackbeard pirates?" Kaido looked at Mo Long eagerly, knowing that Blackbeard's dark fruit seems to be able to steal the abilities of others' devil fruits. Now that guy's crew already has dozens of ability users. If we don't take him down soon, it could be a future threat. The base of the Blackbeard pirates is in the first half of the New World. Originally, Mo Long was keeping them there to let the Blackbeard pirates hold back the Navy headquarters. After all, the location of the Navy headquarters is also in the first half of the New World. Compared to the territory controlled by Kaido and Big MOM, Blackbeard's territory is closer to the Navy headquarters. So if the Navy was going to make a move, they would definitely take down the Blackbeard pirates first, which are the closest. Otherwise, if they went to attack the Beast pirates further back, the Navy would also worry about having their retreat cut off by the Blackbeard pirates. However, due to the massive conscription and the newly established headquarters, the Navy has been behaving quite stable this past year. They haven't made any moves against the pirates in the New World. And now, with the new Navy headquarters established, the massive conscription had ended even earlier. If Akainu really has ambitions to make a big move, it would probably be around this time that he would act. And if Akainu were to act, his first target would definitely be the Blackbeard pirates. Of course, Big MOM is also a possibility, because, on the surface, the Beast pirates are the strongest. With Kaido and him around, even if Akainu sent all three admirals together, they might not be able to defeat them. But Blackbeard and Big MOM are different. If they sent all 3 admirals together, they would basically be able to take them down 100. If a Kaido wants to fight, then as his first battle after becoming admiral, he must make it a splendid one. And to do that, he naturally needs to target the weakest one. And on the surface, the Blackbeard pirates are definitely the weakest. After all, the Beast pirates have nearly 200,000 troops. The big MOM pirates have nearly 100,000 troops. Meanwhile, the Blackbeard pirates only have a few thousand people. In terms of numbers, the Blackbeard pirates are like a younger brother. In terms of establishment time, both the Beast pirates and the big MOM pirates have been established for over 20 years, while the Blackbeard pirates have been around for less than 10 years. Their foundation is insufficient. Looking at the bounties of the captains, both big MOM and Kaido have bounties exceeding 5 billion, while Blackbeard only has over 2 billion. A significant difference. The New World is currently jointly ruled by 2 pirate emperors, and Blackbeard hasn't even managed to gain the title of pirate emperor. In the eyes of many, he is just surviving in the cracks between the big MOM pirates and the Beast pirates. So from all angles, Blackbeard is the most suitable target for the Navy to take action against first. And in fact, the current Navy headquarters is discussing taking action against Blackbeard. A new official always wants to make a strong impression. After Akainu became the admiral, he naturally hopes to do better than Sengoku. The first step is to carry out a large-scale conscription to restore the strength that was weakened during the Marineford War. Now, the conscription has ended. Tens of thousands of newly recruited sailors need to be tempered in blood and fire. The second step, of course, is to take action against the pirates. Nowadays, the New World is almost divided between the big MOM pirates and the Beast pirates. Aside from that, only the Blackbeard pirates remain. If we don't take action against the Blackbeard pirates, who should we target? Chapter 245, Eating 10 Devil Fruits. What do you all think about taking military action against the Blackbeard pirates? Akainu looked at the 3 admirals below and asked. Kizaru shrugged, indicating that he didn't care. The other 2 are newcomers and wouldn't oppose anything. Just like that, the decision to march against the Blackbeard pirates was made. Raising a tiger to invite calamity? Hearing Kaido's words, Malong shook his head. He was just a clown hiding in the shadows, hoping to soar to great heights. Not a tiger that can claim a mountain as its king. Moreover, in recent days I have consumed dozens of devil fruits, died dozens of times, and retained the abilities of those devil fruits. I can't even imagine how strong I am now. A mere Blackbeard is nothing. Malong certainly dared to say this. During the Beast Pirates' conquest of the New World, he naturally acquired a lot of devil fruits. Most of these devil fruits were taken by Malong. With his previous physical strength, it was already very difficult to kill him. So Malong decided to harness the power of the devil fruits. After eating 2 devil fruits, Malong indeed exploded with power. Moreover, he retained the abilities of both devil fruits. After that, he continued to eat. After consuming 10, his physical strength had reached a point where even the conflict between the devil fruits couldn't harm him. At that moment, Malong tested his strength against Kaido. He gave Kaido a punch. Just that one punch made Kaido lie in bed for 3 days and nights, almost not waking up. One could say, if Malong were serious, even someone like Kaido would be taken down in one move. Therefore, he didn't take Blackbeard seriously at all. Even if the other party was the final boss of the pirate world, so what? Can he withstand a punch from me? Well, although that's what I say, isn't it just a punch for you? Why don't you come with me to Blackbeard's territory, give him a punch, and I'll handle the rest, okay? There's no way. Malong is already much stronger than him, and Kaido couldn't continue to command Malong. Even though, when Malong fell, he never commanded him. I don't have that kind of time. Malong shrugged it off, saying, don't you know how troublesome it is to take care of a child? Even if it's troublesome, isn't it possible to squeeze out a little time? Kaido was not discouraged. Kaido, are you annoying? I'm going to see my precious daughter. Malong ignored Kaido and turned to go back. The current Malong is just a daughter slave. He has no interest in conquering the world. Moreover, he feels that life on Onigashima is quite good now, very leisurely and relaxed. As for Kaido, he looked at Malong's back, reaching out, wanted to grab him, but couldn't hold anything. Sigh, who would have thought that the useless person from a year ago would become so awesome now? Even he, Kaido, is asking Malong for help. However, if he doesn't ask Malong to take action, it would still be difficult for him to face the Blackbeard pirates. Although if he mobilized everyone, he could definitely easily take down the Blackbeard pirates. After all, he has more people on his side. But he is preparing to launch a war against the world government with these forces. How could he afford to expend them on Blackbeard? As for Big Mom, his relationship with Big Mom has not been made public yet. If they join forces to attack the Blackbeard pirates, wouldn't that reveal to the outside world that Big Mom has long been on his side? It's tough. Kaido is very troubled. If it were before, he wouldn't have thought so much. He would have just gone at it alone. But now, as his power grows, he finds himself becoming more restricted. What on earth is going on? Chapter 246, Avoiding the Spotlight. A few days later, the news of the Navy's expedition against the Blackbeard pirates began to spread across the seas. The Navy had no intention of secretly attacking Blackbeard. Instead, they declared war on Blackbeard directly. They made the announcement to the seas, because this is Akainu's first major battle since taking office. He wants to crush the Blackbeard pirates with absolute strength. He wants to fight a beautiful battle, to establish his absolute position as the new Navy Admiral, to let the Navy know that he, Akainu, is much more powerful than Sengoku. At this moment, on an island in a new world, the cadres of the Blackbeard pirates are discussing this matter. The Navy is going to attack them, and they are naturally very nervous. After all, as a pirate crew that has only developed for a year, they are still quite weak. Not to mention facing the Navy headquarters. Even against the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates, they are at a disadvantage. Now that the Navy is so publicly announcing this war, it indicates that the Navy is fully committed and absolutely wants to wipe out the Blackbeard pirates in one fell swoop. At that time, the three admirals might even show up together. Facing such a formation, what does Blackbeard have to fight with? Captain, the Navy's attack this time is definitely aimed at victory. Should we avoid their sharp edge? In the banquet hall, one of the cadres looked at Blackbeard and said, of course, I'm not trying to boost the Navy's morale while diminishing our own, but our pirate crew has only been established for a little over a year. And if we harden our stance against the Navy headquarters, I'm afraid, even if we win in the end, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. By then, if we are attacked by Big Mom or the Beast Pirates, allowing them to reap the benefits. This cadre clearly knows how to handle things. Saying this is obviously to give Blackbeard a way out. Even if Blackbeard chooses to retreat, it would still give the impression that he is not afraid, just not wanting to let the two emperors profit from the situation. After all, they're facing not only the Navy, but also the Big Mom and Beast Pirates, who have almost split the New World in half and are completely divided. Blackbeard is also quite troubled. He initially thought, having obtained the Yami Yami no Mi and then seizing the Gura Gura no Mi, his era was about to begin. However, upon arriving in the New World, prepared to take over Whitebeard's territory, he found that the Beast Pirates had already taken the lead and incorporated Whitebeard's territory under their banner. Blackbeard thought, losing Whitebeard's territory was no big deal. After all, Redhaired is also dead at the Navy headquarters. Since Whitebeard's territory was taken, he would go and seize Redhaired's territory. But in the end, his ship hasn't even arrived. Just heard the news that the Big Mom pirates have occupied Redhaired territory. In an instant, Blackbeard was stunned. Whitebeard and Redhaired's territories were each taken by Big Mom and Kaido. He, Blackbeard, suddenly became a small pirate without a base. Although he had considered seizing some territory from one of the emperors, he realized that he had just escaped from the Navy headquarters and only had 4 or 5 subordinates left. It was clearly not a wise decision to start a war at this moment. Helpless, Blackbeard could only find an uninhabited island to serve as a temporary base for his pirate crew and occupy it first. After that, he began to expand his pirate crew and recruit members. He even started hunting devil fruit users to take their powers. Now, a year has passed, and Blackbeard's crew has developed into a pirate group with 10 ships, thousands of people, and control over 3 islands. Although compared to Big Mom and the Beast Pirates, his territory seems so small, he is still the strongest pirate crew in the New World apart from those two. Chapter 247, Fight or Retreat, Avoiding the Spotlight. Upon hearing the suggestion from his subordinate, Blackbeard seemed to be contemplating. However, he was unwilling. He really couldn't accept it. You have to know, he spent 20 years in the Whitebeard Pirates to finally gain everything he has today. Should he give up his base just because of the Navy's attack? But even if he gave up, where could they go? The entire New World has almost been divided by Big Mom and Kaido. If he leaves here, would he still have a base? But if he doesn't avoid the spotlight and confronts the Navy head-on, does he really have a chance of winning? Who knows what kind of military force the Navy will deploy against him this time? If it's just an operation at the level of a demon extermination order, he wouldn't care. Although, for most people, the demon extermination order is already quite terrifying. 5 vice admirals and 10 warships aiming to erase the target from the world map. But for Blackbeard, if they don't send an admiral over, isn't that just delivering themselves? Therefore, the Navy's action this time must be led by an admiral. The question is, how many admirals? If it's just one admiral leading the demon extermination order, Blackbeard is confident he can fight back. If it's 2, he thinks he can also give it a shot. But if 3 admirals come out together, he would have no chance at all. Not to mention, if he can't drive the Navy back with absolute superiority and suffers significant losses, he will definitely be caught in the middle of the 2 emperors fighting for profits. Moreover, the Navy has a steady supply of troops to reinvest in battle. It's simply impossible to win a protracted war against the Navy. The pirates in the New World have almost entirely been allocated by Kaido and Big Mom. Even newly emerged pirates must choose to join one pirate crew. Otherwise, they will be besieged at sea. And for new pirates, surviving an attack from the 2 emperors is nearly impossible. This has also led to Blackbeard not having recruited new members for a long time. Because there are hardly any pirates left at sea, how can he recruit if there are no pirates? Under these circumstances, if the Blackbeard pirates want to develop, there's only one way. That is to go to war with Big Mom or Kaido, to seize their territory. Originally, Blackbeard had already decided to attack Big Mom. Compared to Kaido, he clearly felt that Big Mom was easier to bully. Although bullying women isn't considered a skill, Big Mom is an exception. However, Blackbeard didn't expect that just as he was thinking about making a move against the Big Mom pirates, the Navy would actually launch an operation against him. Damn, what gives? Do they think I'm easy to bully? Why not attack Big Mom and Kaido, but come after me, Blackbeard? At that moment, Blackbeard was so angry that he smashed his bedroom to pieces. However, after venting by smashing things, he still had to continue living. Running away directly didn't fit his character. At the very least, he needed to see what kind of lineup the Navy would send. Blackbeard looked at his subordinates and said, if the Navy underestimates us and only sends 1 admiral, then we will annihilate the Navy and showcase the might of the Blackbeard pirates. If the Navy plans to take us down in one fell swoop and send a powerful lineup, then we can strategically retreat. That is how it's decided. Saying this, Blackbeard looked at one of his subordinates, a sea eagle fruit user, and said, Gagaga, it's your turn next. Transform into a sea eagle. Scout out the Navy's lineup and report back to me via snail, and I'll decide whether to fight or retreat. Leave it to me, Captain. After Gagaga finished speaking, he transformed into a sea eagle and flew out of the conference hall's window. Chapter 248. War. 3 days later, the war between the Navy and the Blackbeard pirates broke out. The sea eagle sent by Blackbeard had not returned with any news. This left Blackbeard unable to make a final decision on retreating. Although Blackbeard believed that Gagaga hadn't returned likely because he was discovered by the Navy and executed on the spot, he was still unwilling to retreat. So he continued to send people to investigate. But in the end, all the scouts sent out returned with no news. Blackbeard understood that the pirates he sent out to scout had been completely annihilated. This indicated that the Navy's lineup this time was very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been wiped out without sending back any messages. Faced with this situation, Blackbeard finally made up his mind to lead a retreat. Unfortunately, just as he was getting ready to retreat, the Navy's warships appeared offshore. Boom! With a round of cannon fire. The pirate ships he had prepared for escape were all destroyed. Damn, how did the Navy get here so fast? Looking at the dozens of warships neatly lined up on the distant horizon, this is quite the impressive show of force. His Blackbeard pirates only had a few thousand people. The Navy must have brought tens of thousands. It seems they are really prepared to wipe them out completely. Haha, the Navy really is making a big show. Do they want to capture the Blackbeard pirates all at once? Blackbeard laughed as he looked at the warship at the forefront. Two Navy admirals were standing on top. Since the pirate ships meant for retreat were destroyed, then, the only option left is to fight. Blackbeard, under the orders of the Navy admiral, has come to arrest you. If you resist, you will be executed on the spot. So what is your choice? When will the resistance end? On the warship, Admiral Fujitora had his eyes closed as he spoke to Blackbeard. Damn, an admiral thinks he's so great? You're talking to me with your eyes closed. Do you look down on me? Blackbeard was furious. He clenched his fist and slammed it into the air. The space trembled, forming a massive tsunami that surged toward the warship. Hearing Blackbeard's words, Fujitora's mouth twitched. I'm blind, okay? You think I enjoy keeping my eyes closed? Boom! Blackbeard used the tremor fruit to directly trigger the ocean's tremors. The warship, floating on the sea surface, began to sway with the turbulent waves. Many sailors on the warship fell to the ground due to the shaking. Haha, Navy, do you think I, Blackbeard, am easy to bully? What, there are two admirals. Today, I'll show you how crazy I can get. Blackbeard laughed wildly, arms wide open. Dozens of warships were engulfed by the rising massive waves. If it didn't find a way to stop it, the entire fleet would be wiped out in an instant. If Akiji were here, he could freeze it. But Akiji was not here. He had lost the competition for the position of fleet admiral to a Kainu and left the Navy in a huff. Now, who knows where he and his penguin were wandering? Ah, no. Am I going to die like this? Mom, help me. What to do? Facing such a huge tsunami, there's no way to escape. No way to escape. The sailors looked at the towering tsunamis on both sides, panicking. They felt as if their lives were coming to an end. Chapter 249. The battle begins. Kaido appears. What are you panicking about? Calm down. Fujitora frowned upon hearing the terrified voices of the sailors. This was his first mission as an admiral. He didn't on his first expedition to end in failure. After scolding the sailors, Fujitora unleashed his power, drew his sword, and used his ability. In an instant, the overwhelming tsunami seemed to be affected by a downward gravitational force. It fell directly onto the sea surface. Splash! Endless seawater tilted downward. The tsunami that was rushing toward the warship suddenly dropped vertically. The warships escaped a disaster. However, even a hammer falling would still cause waves to ripple. Of course, it was far less than the 100-meter-high tsunami from before. This scene left Blackbeard stunned. What kind of ability is that? Gravity? It actually suppressed the tsunami I created? Blackbeard frowned. The Navy thus gained a moment to breathe. Fujitora immediately commanded the navigator to steer the ship to the shore for a landing operation. In fact, Blackbeard was also hesitant to trigger a tsunami. After all, he and his crew were all gathered on the shore. If a fierce tsunami were really triggered, he and his subordinates would likely be affected as well. Of course, compared to the Navy facing a direct impact, his crew would be less affected. Soon, the warship reached the shore, and the sailors began to land. They launched an assault on Blackbeard's pirate crew. Earthquake waves. Facing the sailors' charge, Blackbeard punched the ground. In an instant, the ground cracked, and fissures appeared in front of him. When the originally small cracks tore open in front of the rushing Navy, they became huge gaps. Some sailors who couldn't dodge fell directly into the cracks. Fujitora noticed this scene and knew he couldn't let Blackbeard go unchecked. He directly unleashed a gravity wave to press down on Blackbeard. Blackbeard instantly felt a massive gravitational force pressing down on him. He felt like he was carrying a mountain. The ground beneath him had already shattered. As Fujitora restrained Blackbeard, the remaining sailors began to charge. Blackbeard knew that facing an admiral, he no longer had the strength to deal with the other sailors. He shouted to his subordinates behind him, "Brothers, kill them. Let the Navy see the strength of our Blackbeard pirates. This is our first major battle. We must show our might." "No problem, Captain." Blackbeard's crew, fearless, charged forward despite being outnumbered. Soon, the Navy and the pirates were in a chaotic melee. Smoke began to fill the entire island. Unbeknownst to them, in the clouds 10,000 meters above, a dragon was watching everything below. Yes, it was Kaido. How could he remain indifferent while the Navy attacked Blackbeard's crew? Especially with the two newly appointed admirals. He knew nothing about them. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. He had fought Blackbeard once, and the now powerful Blackbeard who possessed the Tremor fruit, was not an easy opponent to take down alone. He had some understanding of Blackbeard, but he knew nothing about the two new admirals. After all, his goal was world domination. Sooner or later, he would have a grand battle with the Navy. If he didn't understand the admiral's abilities and strengths, he would be at a disadvantage when the fight broke out. Now, with the Navy attacking Blackbeard's crew, it was a good opportunity for him to witness the abilities of the two new admirals, so Kaido naturally wouldn't miss it. He secretly arrived, hiding in the high sky, observing everything below. Chapter 250, Burn the Boats, break through the Navy after several hours of battle. Countless casualties on the battlefield. Facing the pincer attack of the two admirals, Blackbeard gradually began to retreat. He felt increasingly helpless. Damn it, Blackbeard gritted his teeth, watching as his subordinates had already suffered heavy casualties in battle. If this continued, they would all be dead. No, we can't keep fighting. Boys, retreat. Get out of here now, Blackbeard shouted loudly to his subordinates. The fighting pirates, upon hearing the captain's command, wanted to retreat, but where to? One by one, they looked at Blackbeard with confused eyes. This was a small island. The area was small. How could they retreat? Go to the back of the island. There's my hidden pirate ship. Upon seeing the confused expressions of his crew, Blackbeard knew what everyone was thinking and immediately said. That had been his escape route all along. When the pirates heard there was a ship behind the island, they immediately began to retreat. On the way as the pirates were retreating, Blackbeard directly used the dark hole technique, and a strange black mist spread across the land. Anything that stepped into the black mist was completely swallowed. Some Navy soldiers hurried to chase the pirates, but as soon as their feet touched the black mist, they were engulfed in no time. Seeing the scene, the other Navy soldiers didn't dare to approach. Want to run? How is that possible? In the air, Kaido saw this scene. He absolutely would not allow Blackbeard to escape and come back for revenge. So, Kaido found Blackbeard's pirate ship hidden behind the island and unleashed a blast, directly destroying the pirate ship. What was that? Blackbeard looked into the distance as a pillar of fire fell from the sky, crashing into the cave where his pirate ship was hidden. A violent explosion erupted. The cave behind the island was completely obliterated. As for the pirate ship, it was even less likely to escape disaster. Is it the heavens trying to destroy me? Is that why the fire pillar fell? Blackbeard hugged his head, kneeling on the ground, looking despondent. Without a pirate ship, there was no escape route left. They could only fight to the death. Blackbeard felt a bit regretful. Regretful that he hadn't chosen to run away directly in the first place. If he had fled upon learning that the Navy was attacking him, he wouldn't be facing such a dire situation now. Alas, it seems he could only fight with all his might. Blackbeard sighed. Then he looked at his subordinates, who had already stopped, and said, "Brothers, you've seen it. Our escape route, the pirate ship, has been destroyed. We have no way out now, with the Navy in front and no retreat behind us. So we have no choice but to fight through the Navy and win this war." Sure enough, Blackbeard's words raised the morale of the pirates. Indeed, with no ship to escape on, they had no choice but to fight through the Navy. Fight through the Navy. Fight through the Navy. Achieve victory. Achieve victory. The pirates were fierce, each of their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red light. It was clear. The pirates' momentum had been elevated to its strongest point by Blackbeard. The grip on their large swords was so tight that it made a tense sound. In the distance, Fujitora, despite being blind and unable to see the pirates' fierce appearance, could feel it. At this moment, the pirates' cohesion had reached its peak. In contrast, the Navy was somewhat intimidated by the pirates' momentum. After all, as the attackers, the Navy felt they had a way to retreat. Unlike the pirates, who could only fight to the death. If they couldn't win, they could choose to retreat. Chapter 251. Taking the shot. Fujitora knew that things couldn't continue developing like this. Otherwise, although the Navy had the numerical advantage, if their momentum weakened, they could very well face a disastrous defeat. Thinking of this, Fujitora spoke up. He directly interrupted the pirates' fierce chants and shouted loudly, "Don't listen to Blackbeard's nonsense. In the spirit of humanitarianism, our Navy has a no-kill policy for captives. Those who surrender will not be killed. Put down your weapons. Those who surrender will not be killed." Hearing Fujitora's shout, the Navy soldiers also began to speak up, "Put down your weapons." Those who surrender will not be killed. Put down your weapons. Those who surrender will not be killed. Put down your weapons. Those who surrender will not be killed. In an instant, the Navy's voices echoed through the sky. The pirates' momentum weakened in an instant. Previously, Blackbeard had made them believe that there was only the path of fighting to the death. But now, surrender seemed to be a good option. After all, who wants to die if they can avoid it? Moreover, most of them had not joined Blackbeard's crew for long. Why should they risk their lives for him? Seeing this, Blackbeard knew some wanted to surrender. He immediately said, "Don't let that guy Fujitora deceive you. If you choose to surrender, what awaits you is the endless hell of impelled down, suffering for a lifetime and dying there. Do you want to fight for your freedom, or choose to spend your life in the misery of impelled down?" Blackbeard's words made those who were originally considering laying down their weapons tighten their grips on their swords again. Yes, if they were to suffer and impelled down for a lifetime, even if they survived, what would be the meaning of such a life? If they fought and were certain to die, perhaps surviving by any means possible was a better option. But if they fought, who knows, they might win? Thinking of this, the pirates' desire to fight grew even stronger. Unless it was certain death, otherwise, no one really wanted to spend their life in impelled down. Moreover, it was rumored that impelled down was hell. Entering impelled down would be worse than death. Such rumors made the pirates even less willing to surrender. However, there were still some weaker pirates who wanted to live. Some pirates, being stronger, felt that they might survive if they continued to fight. But some pirates understood that they were weak. Continuing to fight would only make them cannon fodder. So, between the choice of certain death and being imprisoned and impelled down, a few pirates chose to surrender. Clang! A few pirates loosened their grips on their swords, and the swords fell from the air. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I surrender, I want to surrender." A few pirates raised their hands and shouted as they ran towards the Navy, preparing to throw themselves into the Navy's arms. But they hadn't run far when they were met with the sound of gunfire. A few surrendering pirates fell to the ground. After falling, their hands still reached towards the Navy. Did you see that? This is the fate of surrendering. The Navy has no intention of letting anyone go. So if you want to live, you can only fight to the death. Come on, follow me to kill. Blackbeard secretly put away his pistol and then charged at the Navy. That's right, that shot was fired by him. However, Traitos deserve to die. Fortunately, no one noticed. Fujitora was dumbfounded at this moment, loudly questioning the Navy soldiers. Who fired the gun? Who the hell fired the gun? Chapter 252. Blackbeard's death. The Navy soldiers looked at each other, not knowing who fired the gun. But this, Blackbeard had already led the pirates into a charge, so there was no time to dwell on other matters. Soon, both sides clashed together again. The battle was extremely fierce. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The sounds of swords and guns echoed incessantly. The two sides fought until the sky and earth turned dark. They fought from day to night, and from night back to day. Kaido took a nap in the sky and found that the battle had not completely ended. However, it was almost over. On Blackbeard's side, there were only a few cadres left, along with Blackbeard himself. On the Navy's side, the number of remaining personnel was somewhat larger. Roughly estimated, there were probably a few hundred who could still fight. However, there were also many who had lost their combat capabilities, lying on the ground, unsure if they were healing or waiting to die. "Blackbeard, surrender." Fujitora said to Blackbeard, "If you continue to fight, you can't possibly win." "That's right. Surrendering is the only way to survive. Refusing to surrender leads to death," Green Bull added. "Look at the bodies strewn all over the ground. If you don't surrender, these people are your future." "Humph, Fujitora, Green Bull, I think you two should surrender instead. This time, you attacked my territory and thousands of your soldiers have died. Even if you win in the end, do you think that this result will satisfy Akainu?" Blackbeard sneered at the two admirals. "You newcomers who rely on conscription. Akainu probably just sees you as cannon fodder to charge in a battle for him. Your lives are your own, but the glory belongs to Akainu. Why risk your lives for him? Why not join my pirate crew, and we can create brilliance together, dominate the new world, and be the bosses ourselves? Isn't that better? Why serve others?" Blackbeard looked quite disheveled, his face covered in blood. He hoped to sway the two admirals. If he could get Fujitora and Green Bull to join him, losing so many subordinates wouldn't matter. With them, he could directly go after Kaido and Big Mom's territories. However, how could Fujitora and Green Bull possibly be persuaded by Blackbeard? The battle continued. Another day passed. Blackbeard was nearly exhausted, under the siege of the two admirals. He ultimately couldn't hold on. First, he was pressed down by Fujitora's gravity. Then a meteor was brought down from space and smashed onto him. Then, Green Bull used his abilities to drain his life force. It was truly pitiful. Of course, Green Bull and Fujitora weren't doing much better. They were both panting heavily, their justice cloaks in tatters. Just after the three finished fighting, Kaido descended from the sky. He began to reap the rewards. First, with a claw, he viciously stabbed Blackbeard, who was lying on the ground and had lost consciousness. The dragon claw pierced through Blackbeard completely. The immense pain jolted Blackbeard awake. He widened his eyes to look at Kaido, opened his mouth to say something, but as soon as he opened it, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he closed his eyes, his neck tilted, and he was done for. Seeing this, Kaido flicked his claw, sending Blackbeard, who was hanging from his nails, flying away. Kaido, how did you end up here? Fujitora and Green Bull never expected Kaido to come in for a surprise attack, like a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow sparrow was in the back. Chapter 253, Fujitora and Green Bull die. Why am I here? Kaido laughed heartily. I happened to pass by and saw you struggling so hard. So, I specially came to help you take down this guy Blackbeard. And you, instead of thanking me, are questioning me? Is that so? Then I thank you. Since you've already helped deal with Blackbeard, you should leave quickly, Fujitora said to Kaido. At that moment, due to the exhaustion from the battle, he only had about 50 of his strength left. With such power, it was impossible to take down Kaido. Leave? That's impossible. Kaido shook his head. Fujitora, Green Bull, I'm giving you a choice. Join me, or die. There is no third option. Looks like we still have to fight. Fujitora said to Green Bull. The first half was against Blackbeard. The second half, Kaido. This battle ended much sooner than the previous one. In just half a day, it concluded with Kaido's victory. Kaido showed no mercy and directly took down the two new admirals. Although he cherished talent. Facing two opponents who were not much weaker than himself, Kaido did not have the confidence that he could subdue them after capturing them. What if they recovered and escaped? Wouldn't that be letting the tiger return to the mountain? So it was best to eliminate them directly. After taking care of the two admirals, Kaido did not eliminate the remaining Navy soldiers. After all, he needed someone to spread the news from here. What? Fujitora and Green Bull are dead? At Navy headquarters, in the marshal's office, Akainu bit down on his cigar in anger, breaking it in half. The end of the cigar fell onto the desk, but Akainu couldn't care less about that. The report from the Navy soldier was simply too shocking. How could this happen? Blackbeard can't be that strong. He couldn't even handle the combined efforts of two admirals. No, Admiral Fujitora and Green Bull weren't killed by Blackbeard. They were killed by Kaido. The soldier on the other end of the transponder snail explained loudly. Killed by Kaido? What the hell? Weren't you supposed to be attacking Blackbeard's pirate crew? What does Kaido have to do with this? Did you get lost and wander into Wano? Akainu was completely confused. No, we didn't get lost, the soldier explained. We went to attack Blackbeard, but after the battle ended, Kaido suddenly descended from the sky, first killing Blackbeard, and then killing the two admirals. After hearing the soldier's explanation, Akainu didn't know what to say. In short, they had defeated Blackbeard, only to have Kaido take the spoils? Damn it! Akainu's temper flared up. He directly kicked the desk, sending it flying. The desk crashed through the wall and into the hallway. It should be noted, the large conscription was the first order he issued after taking office, a significant move. And the expedition against Blackbeard's pirate crew was his first step towards conquering the New World. And this is what happened. Setting out for battle only to die first? Two Navy admirals actually died in their first operation? If this gets out, how can he maintain his position as Navy Marshal? Although Sengoku hadn't achieved any major feats during his tenure, he hadn't allowed the Navy to suffer such severe losses. He had only been in office for less than a year, and already two admirals had been lost. Akainu couldn't imagine what would happen if the higher-ups found out. Would they directly remove him from his position? Chapter 254, The Great Showdown. As time passed, half a month went by. This war ultimately could not be concealed. The Navy suddenly lost two admirals. This was a loss the Navy had never experienced since its establishment. When the five elders learned of the news, they immediately summoned Akainu to Mary Geos, where they scolded him harshly in the office, berating him thoroughly. Originally, with Akainu's temperament, even when facing the Gorosei, he wouldn't be submissive. If he believed he was right, he might even confront the Gorosei. But now, he truly had no justification. Although the deaths of the two admirals were due to Kaido's sudden appearance, if Kaido hadn't shown up, it would have been a victorious war. However, Kaido did appear, and the outcome of the war was that the Navy lost. No matter what, Akainu had made an irreparable decision-making error. He could only let the Gorosei vent their anger. Fortunately, after venting, the Gorosei did not choose to remove him from his position as admiral. They gave him a chance to redeem himself, allowing him to lead a team directly to Onigashima to eliminate the Beast Pirates. As long as he succeeded, he would still be the Navy's admiral. If he failed, then he would die on Onigashima. In response to the Gorosei's orders, Akainu also signed a military order. He vowed, either return victorious or die on Onigashima, with no third option. There was no choice. Who told him to make such a mistake shortly after taking office? If he didn't achieve a significant accomplishment, he would definitely not be able to remain in the position of admiral. Thus, Akainu returned to Navy headquarters with the resolve to succeed or perish. He began to mobilize troops and prepare to set out for Onigashima. After several days of preparation, Akainu set off with a fleet of 10 ships. He did not bring too many people because he believed that weak marine soldiers wouldn't change the outcome. He only brought Kizaru, 2 substitute admirals, and 10 vice admirals. As for the defense of Navy headquarters, it was entrusted to Sengoku. After all, Sengoku had merely stepped back to his secondary position, not completely left the Navy. On Onigashima, Kid, I've received news that Akainu is on his way to Onigashima. Do you think that after we take down Akainu this time, we will confront the world government? Kaido asked, looking at Moria. Moria nodded. Indeed, it was time to cut through the chaos. After dealing with Akainu and his men, they would declare war on the world government. The celestial dragons had ruled for 800 years. It was time for a change. Moria held his daughter high and said. Thus, Kaido began to arrange his troops, waiting for the Navy's arrival. A few days later, the Navy fleet, consisting of 10 warships, appeared off the coast of Wano country. Facing the 10 warships, however, were dozens of pirate ships. Kaido had not chosen Wano or Onigashima as the battlefield, but instead opted for combat directly at sea. He could fly. Fighting at sea was an advantage for him. The two fleets met in the ocean, separated by several dozen meters. Akainu stood at the bow of the ship, shouting at Kaido, Kaido, you bastard, how dare you kill 2 admirals of the Navy? Who gave you the audacity? I now command you to surrender, and you can live out your life peacefully in Impel Down. Otherwise, next year on this day will be your day of mourning. Chapter 255, The Navy's Destruction. Wow, wow, wow. Akainu, are you really so arrogant? Next year on this day will be my day of mourning? Kaido scoffed at Akainu's words. I actually think that next year on this day is more likely to be your day of mourning. So, Kaido, are you stubbornly preparing to resist the Navy? Akainu understood that getting Kaido to surrender was definitely impossible. However, in a battle, one must first overwhelm the opponent's momentum to gain the initiative for oneself. This was the purpose of Akainu's words, to put pressure on Kaido in his heart while making his own side feel confident. Thus, when the fight broke out, the momentum would rise wave after wave. Stubborn? Hearing Akainu's description, Kaido laughed again. Akainu, I think it's you who is stubborn. Just after becoming the Navy's admiral, you lost 2 admirals, and now you've fallen to the point of needing to lead the charge yourself. There's no one else quite like you as an admiral. Akainu. Damn, that bastard Kaido. Open fire, give me fire, sink the pirate ships opposite. Akainu shouted loudly to the Marines. Yes, Admiral Sakazuki. The Marines began to turn their cannons toward the pirate ships, igniting and firing. Boom! A cannonball was launched, but missed, landing in the sea in splashing water. Ha! Do you think only you have cannons? Kaido sneered, saying to his subordinates, boys, fire back. Bang! 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 Dozens of pirate ships also opened fire. Countless cannonballs fell into the Navy fleet. Although most missed, a few did hit. In terms of firepower coverage, the pirate ships outnumbered the warships. Soon, the cannon fire ended. The warships and pirate ships began to close in, preparing for landing operations. The slaughter began. This battle lasted a whole day, turning the sky dark and the earth upside down. Blood dyed the sea red. Corpses littered the surface, and shattered ships were surrounded by bodies, unable to drift with the current. As the sun rose from the distant horizon, on the battlefield, there were hardly any living souls left. The remaining survivors stood on the surface of the sea, on top of the dense bodies. Akainu, Kizaru, and the remaining dozens of senior officers faced off against the many pirates led by Kaido and Big Mom. Both sides looked extremely exhausted. However, Akainu gazed at Kaido's side, feeling an advantage on his side, until Moria appeared. That terrifying strength made Akainu unable to believe it. With one punch, he was left incapacitated. That invincible power was simply shocking, unmatched. Even if he exerted all his strength in the end, he was easily defeated by Moria. Seeing this, Kizaru transformed into light, turning to flee. However, Moria quickly caught up. Seeing that escape was impossible and he could not win, Kizaru ultimately chose to surrender. Moria had no intention of accepting Kizaru's surrender. However, Kaido valued talent and persuaded him, so he let Kizaru stay. Thus, the remaining Marines were dealt with once again. In the end, only a few willing to surrender survived. In this battle, the pirates may not have achieved a complete victory, but they certainly won. A few days later, the news of the Navy's complete destruction spread throughout the world, and everyone was in an uproar. The Navy had actually been completely wiped out. The world was about to change. Chapter 256, The Wedding, final chapter, a few days later, with the news of the Navy's complete destruction spreading. At the same time, another message spread across the world under Kaido's control. Wano country has been renamed the Beast Empire and has officially been established. The first emperor of the Beast Empire, Yamato. Meanwhile, Big Mom also officially announced the dissolution of her pirate crew, merging under the Beast Empire. In addition, dozens of kingdoms in the New World also announced on the same day their withdrawal from the world government's member states, becoming vassal states of the Beast Empire. In an instant, the world was shaken. No one expected that Kaido of the Beast would make such a stunning move. How did he manage to gather so many kingdoms to join the Beast Empire on the same day? There was absolutely no news about it. The world government, upon receiving this information, was furious. This was a serious provocation to the world government. The five elders gritted their teeth in anger, smashing their own office. They immediately reported this matter to him as the true king of this world. How could him bear the taste of betrayal? He immediately ordered the five elders to mobilize all military forces to attack the Beast Empire. A grand and sweeping total war was about to unfold across the world. The world government allocated military forces from various member states, forming the World Government Alliance Army, with millions of troops converging like a torrent of steel, rushing towards the New World. The two sides began a devastating war in a huge kingdom in the New World. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The battlefield was filled with souls. People were dying at every moment. Wails, pleas for mercy, killings, cries, madness, and laughter. Various emotions erupted on the battlefield. This unprecedented war lasted for 5 full days and nights. It can be said that the killing was so intense that it darkened the sky and the earth, with no light from the sun or moon. Nearly 10 million troops from both sides were, undoubtedly. This was an unprecedented ancient war in this world. Almost all countries in the world sent troops to participate. 5 days and nights. Millions of people died on the spot. By the time the war ended, on the battlefield of millions, less than 1 million survived. Even among those who survived, most were missing arms or legs, and almost no one was uninjured. In the end, the Beast Empire, led by Kaido, emerged victorious. The 5 elders and the commanders of the world government all perished in battle. The vast, ruined kingdom that served as the battlefield was even shattered into pieces. 1/5 of its area fell into the sea. When Kaido announced the victory of the Beast Empire in the newspaper, the world was in uproar. No one would have thought that the world government, which had ruled the world for 800 years, would actually collapse like this. And the force that overthrew the world government was not the Revolutionary Army, but a group of pirates? The old era has passed, and a new ruler has arrived. Everyone is waiting for the new master of the world, not knowing what kind of policies the new master will implement. To win the hearts of the people, Kaido announced on the first day of his reign that taxes would be waived for 5 years. From today on, everyone in the world would not have to pay taxes to the Beast Empire. With this policy, people naturally cheered. After all, not paying taxes is definitely a good thing. The heavenly gold of the world government was a burden to a large number of poor people. Now that the Beast Empire has replaced the world government and directly waived taxes for 5 years, this part of the poor can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Those who benefited became steadfast supporters of the Beast Empire. After all, for the lower classes, it didn't matter who the king was. They were all being ruled anyway. Does it make a big difference whether it is the celestial dragons or Kaido of the beasts ruling them? Not all. Although taxes have been waived for 5 years, it is not a big deal for the Beast Empire. After all, having overthrown the world government and seized the treasures of the celestial dragons, as well as the wealth of various noble classes in the world government, it can be said that the current Beast Empire is not lacking in money at all. Moreover, the Beast Empire will strictly crack down on pirates in the future. After all, a large portion of the heavenly gold is actually used to pay the Navy salaries. As long as the maritime environment is stable and there is no need for millions of Navy personnel to maintain order, the consumption of the world government will be significantly reduced. It is clear that Kaido is preparing to reduce investment in this area. After unifying the world, the Beast Empire will definitely need to establish a navy in the future. However, under the premise that the pirates in the New World have already been unified, pirates know that this industry is becoming increasingly difficult to thrive in, and in the future, the number of pirates going to sea will definitely decrease sharply. At that time, the Beast Empire will only need a navy of around 100,000. This way, they can reduce expenditures by dozens of times. Additionally, unlike the celestial dragons, Kaido does not have a penchant for extravagance. With less money spent, they can naturally collect less from the member states, which will alleviate some of the pressure on the member states compared to the world government period. The lives of the common people will also improve a bit. In short, at least for now, everything is developing in a positive direction. As for weather, the descendants of Kaido will become new tyrants in the future. That is a matter for the future. Now, the Beast Empire, the entire nation is jubilant, because their queen is going to hold a wedding today. All 200 member states of the world are present. Dozens of races gathered together. The banquet stretches for several kilometers. The scale is unprecedented. In a dressing room, Yamato, in a pink wedding dress, is beautifully adorned. Several maids stand by, looking at Yamato in the mirror, hands clasped in admiration, saying, "Your Majesty, you're the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. Even Boa Hancock cannot compare to you." Upon hearing this, Yamato felt that the maid might be flattering her, but she was still very pleased. No girl dislikes hearing others praise her beauty, even if it is a lie. After a while, the wedding ceremony began. Led by Kaido, he took Yamato to the wedding venue. On the red carpet, Kaido handed Yamato's hand to the dragon, and under the officiation of the priest, they completed this world-renowned wedding.